Chapter 2780. Listening to Janoli's words, the other three could not help but sigh secretly. Although they did not want to admit it, the truth seemed to be the case. They originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they didn't expect to see such a result. It was a result that made them feel a little scared. Qin Zhao's strength was so strong that they did not dare to even think about snatching the valley token. Wasn't that simply courting death? Are we just going to let it go? Don't you think that's a little annoying? One of the primordial saints grumbled in an indignant manner. Saint Master Zhuanglong said in a deep voice, "No, we can't just let it go. Even if we can't get it, we can't let Qin Zhao take advantage of us. Even if we can't get it, we can spread the news. I believe there are still many people who are interested in that high-grade valley token. I don't believe that no one will come out to teach Qin Zhao a lesson." Janoli said, "I don't think it's that troublesome. As long as I tell the news to the people in the elemental sanctuary in Guyong City, they will definitely take action. If it's just to kill Qin Zhao, I'm afraid it will be difficult to unite the people. After all, I'm afraid no one will easily take the lead. Moreover, even Saint Master Tianyi, a second-step ancient saint, could not do anything to Qin Zhao, so no one will dare to take the lead easily. But if there's a high-grade valley token as a bargaining chip, I think it will be enough to make many people go crazy. In this way, it will definitely attract many people to team up to deal with Qin Zhao. I'm afraid other people don't have a good reason to kill Qin Zhao, but the people in the elemental sanctuary have a good reason. We can use the banner of justice to punish Qin Zhao and force Qin Zhao to hand over the high-grade valley token to save his life." "Yes, that's right. Let's do that. Then let's act quickly." Among the crowd of onlookers, in a hidden corner in the distance, there was a figure standing there. He hammered the rock next to him with all his might. His entire fist sank into the rock, which showed how deep his anger was at this time. He was so angry that his expression became distorted. He gritted his teeth and his eyes seemed to spit out flames. "Qin Zhao, you Qin Zhao! I thought I paid such a huge price and used such a method to make a breakthrough to the second step of the ancient saint stage so quickly. I thought that I could easily suppress you, take revenge on you, and trample you under my feet. I didn't expect you to be so powerful even though you haven't broken through to the second step ancient saint stage. Why? How can your strength be so monstrous? You're only a first step Empyrean saint. You're only a first step Empyrean saint. How can you be so heaven-defying? How? Even Holy Sovereign Tianyi, a second step ancient saint, can't do anything to you. I came here with great confidence, yet this is what I saw. I don't even have the thought of attacking you anymore. When will I be able to get my revenge?" This person was none other than the prodigy. He'd rushed over from the immortal realm to take revenge on Qin Zhao and trample on Qin Zhao. But as soon as he arrived in Valley Harmony City, he witnessed a great battle between Qin Zhao and Holy Sovereign Tianyi. After watching the battle, the prodigy felt terrible. He felt like he'd suffered a great blow and was deeply provoked. It drove him crazy. Under extreme anger, his eyes turned red like two balls of fire. It was very scary to look at. "Qin Zhao, no matter how strong you've become, I, the prodigy, will not lose to you. I will not lose to you. I, the prodigy, will avenge my grudge with you. Definitely. No matter the price, I will kill you, Qin Zhao. If I don't kill you, Qin Zhao, I won't be able to cultivate in peace. You are now my inner demon. I have to get rid of my inner demon. That's it." In the depths of a quiet mansion in Valley Harmony City, a powerful aura suddenly flew out and landed on a roof. His eyes were like torches as he looked into the distance. His eyes were like lightning, sparks flew out from them. Based on his aura, it was obvious that he was a third-step ancient saint. "Qin Zhao, the person who openly killed my elemental saint in the Eight Realms Divine Palace, is hiding in Valley Harmony City?" He was saved by Miss Fu Yunny from Holy Sovereign Luolan. It seems like Miss Fu Yunny brought Qin Shao to Valley Harmony City. I wonder if Miss Fu Yunny is still in Valley Harmony City. Who cares? So what if Miss Fu Yunny is in Valley Harmony City? I'm here to redeem the dignity of the elemental saint to find Qin Shao. Even if Fu Yunny is here, she can only show up. What can she do to me? A high-grade valley token is enough for me to take a risk. Let's do it. Since we're going to use the excuse of denouncing them, we naturally have to invite some people from the elemental sanctuary to help us out and support us. That's easy to handle. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you are really lucky. You picked up a high-grade valley token when you just arrived in Valley Harmony City. However, no matter how lucky you are, you can't keep something that doesn't belong to you. Holy Sovereign Luomeng brought Qin Shao to a beautiful lake. There was a pavilion in the middle of the lake. Although the pavilion wasn't big, it was big enough for a few people to drink wine, enjoy the scenery, and talk about romantic life. This was indeed a good place to drink wine. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect you to have such a rich experience. I really admire you. You actually caused such a big mess in the 8 Regions Divine Palace. Fortunately, Holy Sovereign Fu Yunny saved you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Holy Sovereign Luomeng asked why Qin Shao came to Valley Harmony City. Thus, Qin Shao briefly explained the situation. After listening, Holy Sovereign Luomeng directly knelt down in front of Qin Shao. He was really in awe. He was also envious of Qin Zhao's wonderful life. Compared to Qin Shao, he had been out adventuring for so long, but his life was much more ordinary. He walked around here and there. Although he encountered some dangers and gained some rewards, it was nothing much. Thinking back, he still felt that his life was very ordinary. Perhaps it was because he was tired, so he stayed in Guyong City. He stayed for tens of millions of years without any intention of leaving. After staying in Valley Harmony City for a while, he realized that he liked this place and was willing to live here for a long time. It was as if he had found a pure land. Qin Shao chatted with Saint Luomeng about everything under the sun and what he had seen and heard. Qin Shao gained a lot of knowledge. He learned about some interesting things in Guyong City, some interesting people, and some interesting places in the great wide world. Haha, Qin Shao, you're still young. I shouldn't have said so much to you. Even I feel that what I said was a little negative. After wandering outside for so long and experiencing so many life and death situations, I feel that I'm becoming more and more timid. I'm far from being as ambitious and hot-blooded as I was when I first left the immortal realms to roam the great thousand world. Now I'm more careful in doing things. I'm also trying my best to tolerate and avoid trouble. After experiencing so much, I feel that being able to live is already a very good thing. I don't have much ambition anymore. The path of cultivation gets more and more difficult the further you go. Every step is like ascending to the heavens. Every step is like ascending to the heavens. Every step is like ascending to the heavens. Cultivation is difficult, difficult, difficult. In this life, I don't have much ambition. I'll be satisfied if I can cultivate to the second step of the ancient saint realm. My ultimate goal is to reach the third step of the ancient saint realm. The path of life is slow, and the path of cultivation is slow. After living for a long time, you'll realize that many pursuits are actually so laughable. When you're trapped in a realm for a long time, you'll be stuck in a realm for a long time. After that, your heart will slowly be worn away and you'll go with the flow. You'll become indifferent to life and have no desires. Cough, look at my mouth. The more I talk, the more I stray. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's drink. Qin Shao, you're still young. The world belongs to you young people. Work hard. After saying that, Sacred Venerate Luomeng drank a lot of wine. His words were his own joys and sorrows. They were the portrayal of his heart as he wandered the world for the past few years. They were his inner feelings, and they were a summary of his experiences over the past few years. His words touched Qin Shao a little. Yes, this was indeed the path of cultivation. The further one went, the more difficult it was. Every step was like ascending to the heavens. Every move was defying the heavens. It was extremely difficult to take any step forward. It was likely that most ancient saints would be stuck at the first step of the ancient saint realm for their entire lives. Those who could break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm were probably 1 in 1,000. Although Qin Shao did not have such rich experience, he had long understood this principle. Therefore, to him, his state of mind would not be affected in the slightest. On the contrary, it had once again alerted him and encouraged him. He had to move forward step by step. He had to move toward his lofty goal and make himself stronger. No matter what difficulties or dangers he would encounter in the future, he had to charge through them. His mental state had also been tested once more, and it had improved imperceptibly. This scene had also touched Qin Zhao's heart and made Qin Zhao's comprehension of the immortal Tao and cultivation come up with some new ideas. These new ideas were like rays of dawn that illuminated the dark place in Qin Zhao's heart and led him out of the darkness and into the light. After the battle with Sacred Venerate Tanjun, Qin Shao had come up with many ideas and some ideas about the fusion of nomological laws. Now that he was drinking and chatting with Sacred Venerate Luomeng, Qin Shao was inspired and moved. In addition, this scene had invisibly inspired Qin Shao and allowed Qin Shao to comprehend some principles from all this. The feeling had come. The path was about to be revealed. This was the opportunity for cultivation. Qin Shao was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he said to Sacred Venerate Luomeng, "Cousin Luomeng, you can drink by yourself first. I'm going to cultivate for a while." Sacred Venerate Luomeng was astonished when he saw Qin Zhao's happy behavior. He looked at Qin Shao strangely. He couldn't help but admire Lin Fan in his heart. Lin Fan had been inspired to cultivate after chatting with him for a while. Lin Fan was indeed the #1 genius in the immortal realm. Lin Fan was indeed amazing. He was far from being comparable to Lin Fan. He was convinced. He was really willing to submit to Lin Fan. However, at this moment, Sacred Venerate Luomeng felt a strong aura coming towards them rapidly. Moreover, there were many of them. They were clearly coming for them. This made Sacred Venerate Luomeng think that these people were coming for Qin Shao. This was the only possibility. "Qin Shao, trouble is coming." Sacred Venerate Luomeng shouted at Qin Shao immediately. Chapter 2781. Qin Shao was preparing to cultivate when he immediately sensed that there was trouble coming. Their gazes shifted to one direction, only to see a mighty group of over 100 people heading towards them. They were spread out in a fan-shaped formation, as if they were going to outflank this place. Xiao Gu and Baby Mo, who were playing there, quickly returned to Qin Zhao's side and looked around vigilantly. People from the elemental sanctuary. After sensing the aura of these people, Qin Shao could not help but frown. He knew that trouble had come knocking on his door. He had long expected this disaster to be here, but he did not expect the people from the elemental sanctuary to organize and attack him so quickly. However, after thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao immediately understood that some of the situation must have something to do with the ancient saint called Janoli. He had a high-grade valley plate on him. In fact, these people were just using it as a pretense to come for the valley plate. "Big brother, I told you earlier that it was not safe here. We should have left Guyong City earlier," Xiao Gu said. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, "Let's not talk about this now. We'll deal with it when the time comes." Seeing such a situation, Luomeng's expression became a little fearful. What was going on? His life was originally peaceful. Why did it become so difficult after meeting Qin Shao? He did not want to die. He had already seen through many things. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. His youthful frivolity and hot-bloodedness had long been obliterated. "Cousin Luomeng, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to get involved, you should leave first. I will take care of things here myself," Qin Shao said to Luomeng. Luomeng actually also wanted to leave. It was just that he did not know how to say it for the time being. Now that Qin Shao took the initiative to speak, Luomeng hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry, Qin Shao. After all, I've been staying in Guyong City. I really don't want to cause too much trouble and make too many enemies. I just want to live a peaceful life. I really don't have the ability to help you with this matter. I can only wish you good luck." Qin Shao cupped his fists towards Luomeng and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you, so there's no need to say that. I'll take care of my own matters." Luomeng gritted his teeth, shook his head, and left. "This person is too meaningless. He just left like that? Big brother, you were so polite to him." Seeing Luomeng leave, Xiao Gu smacked his lips unhappily. Qin Shao smiled calmly and patted Xiao Gu. "You can't say that. This is his right and freedom. We have only just met Saint Sovereign Luomeng. He has no obligation to help us. Moreover, he might even lose his life in such a situation. It's normal for him to be unwilling to participate in such a matter. After all, not everyone is willing to risk their lives to help us. Those who are willing to risk their lives to help us are our true brothers. Only Zhang Yang and the others would do that. Usually, when it comes to life and death, most people would choose to leave. We have only just met Saint Sovereign Luomeng. It's not very realistic for him to risk his life to help us. This is human nature. There's nothing special about it. Everyone's luck is limited. It's impossible for someone to be willing to risk their life to help us every time. I was quite surprised and touched when Lang Jinghong risked his life to help me the last time. We can't expect to meet such people every time. Let's not talk about this anymore. Be careful later. Listen to my orders." Qin Zhao's gaze also became incomparably cold, and he was on full alert. This time, he had to rely on himself. Very soon, over 100 people from the elemental sanctuary had already surrounded Qin Shao and the other two. Their formation was powerful, and the mighty pressure caused the entire space to solidify. It was extremely oppressive. Qin Shao could also see that the hundreds of people in the team were all one-step ancient saints. These people were obviously pulled over to help. Therefore, they were not the main characters. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly landed on a figure. It was an ancient saint man who looked very handsome. He was dressed very handsomely and exquisitely. At this moment, he was sitting on a throne formed by elemental power. Dense divine light shrouded him, making him look very high and mighty. He sat on the throne and looked down at Qin Shao with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He deliberately exuded a powerful aura and turned it into a powerful force that descended to suppress Qin Shao. Qin Shao could sense from the aura that the other party was a third-step ancient saint. It was obvious that the reason this third-step ancient saint had gathered so many first-step ancient saints here was to show that he was here to denounce Zhang Xian. Since this third-step ancient saint had come here with such a banner, it was obvious that he was not here to confront Zhang Xian about the previous incident. His purpose was simple. He was here for the Valley Token. After knowing the other party's purpose, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He looked at the other party coldly. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, making the atmosphere even more tense and oppressive. After a long time, the third-step ancient saint said, "Qin Shao, the people from the elemental sanctuary have been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to walk right into our trap and take the initiative to come to us. Don't you know that Guyong City is also one of the headquarters of the elemental sanctuary in the Great Thousand World? You openly killed the people of the elemental sanctuary in the 8 Regions Divine Palace. You openly challenged the supreme power of the elemental sanctuary. Tell me, what do you think you should do? Since you've come to Guyong City, you should obediently accept my judgment today. If he was facing a 4-step ancient saint, Qin Shao would not be able to fight back and could only obediently admit defeat. However, Qin Shao felt that he might be able to put up a fight against a 3rd-step ancient saint. If he and Baby Mo joined forces, they should be able to put up a fight. As for the others, they were just here to help, so there was no need to care about them. The main thing was the 3rd-step ancient saint in front of him. As long as he was dealt with, things would be easy to deal with. To put it bluntly, what happened in the 8 Regions Divine Palace was already a thing of the past after leaving the 8 Regions Divine Palace. If no one took the opportunity to stir up trouble, who would really care about this matter? It was not like he was a relative or friend of Saint Sorcerer Maka's and wanted to avenge him. Qin Shao chuckled and said, "Your Excellency, you don't have to beat around the bush. Just tell me your purpose in coming here. Otherwise, you can just make a move." The 3rd-step ancient saint sitting on the throne raised his sword-like eyebrows and glanced at Qin Shao. He snorted and said, "Boy, you're quite arrogant. Although I don't like this kind of arrogance, I still admire your straightforward character. Since you're a straightforward person, I'll be straightforward too. This matter can be big or small. You're a smart person, so you should understand what I mean. I've already given you the opportunity. It's up to you to take it." Qin Shao naturally understood what the other party meant. He had already expected the other party's purpose, which was to get the high-grade Valley token. However, how could Qin Shao hand over the things that had fallen into his hands on a silver platter? Therefore, Qin Shao chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean." Hearing Qin Zhao's refusal, the 3rd-step ancient saint sitting on the throne raised his eyebrows and a cold light shot out from his eyes. "It seems that you're courting death. Since you don't understand, I'll make you understand. I've seen many young people like you who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just don't kneel down and beg for mercy later." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3-step ancient saint slapped his throne and soared into the air, charging at Qin Shao. As soon as he made a move, heaven and earth surged. A demonic beast the size of a small mountain rushed out of the void and pounced on Qin Shao with a wild and ferocious roar. "Big brother, watch me!" Xiao Gu shouted and took the lead to meet the demonic beast. However, as soon as he collided with the demonic beast, Xiao Gu was directly sent flying back and crashed heavily into the lake, splashing tens of thousands of feet of water. Xiao Gu was not convinced. He rushed out of the lake again and transformed into his original body to rush over. However, this time, he was hit by the demonic beast and fell into the lake again. Xiao Gu's huge body had smashed half of the water in the lake dry. Obviously, Xiao Gu's Yuan Bao. He was no match for the demonic beast. "Xiao Gu, don't force yourself. Go into my inner world first," Qin Shao said. "Big brother, I'm still okay. My skin is thick. I won't die." Xiao Gu was angry and did not want to let the matter rest. However, Qin Shao did not let Xiao Gu go. Instead, he directly put Xiao Gu into his inner world. Baby Mo transformed into his original body. A beautiful and majestic ink Qilin appeared. His body spewed out dense karmic fire that seemed to be able to burn the sky and earth. The ink Qilin was in existence with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. When he was angry, the aura he emitted was naturally very powerful. In addition, Baby Mo was a 2nd-step ancient saint. Therefore, when Baby Mo showed his power, the demonic beast was stunned. "Oh, so it's an ink Qilin. A spiritual beast with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast is indeed different. I've always wanted to tame a demonic beast like this. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance. Qin Shao brat, you're really lucky. You actually managed to get a black Qilin as your spiritual beast. Unfortunately, you're too weak. You're only a 1-step ancient saint. What do you have to make a 2nd-step ancient saint ink Qilin follow you? Why don't you let your ink Qilin abandon the darkness and follow me instead of you?" It'll definitely be much better. When the third step ancient saint saw Mo Bao Bao, his face was filled with envy and greed. People from the elemental saint realm liked to tame demonic beasts as their spiritual beasts to increase their strength. It was also a method for people from the elemental saint realm. Basically, people from the elemental saint realm would tame at least one spiritual beast to make up for their shortcomings in some aspect. For example, if they were lacking in close combat, they could use spiritual beasts to make up for it. Qin Shao didn't even have the chance to summon his spiritual beast when he fought with Mocha's last time. This time, the third step ancient saint realm expert summoned his spiritual beast as soon as the battle started. Ba ba ba, I don't like you. You're a bad guy. You're a big bad guy. I hate you, Baby Mo said angrily. After saying that, Baby Mo charged at the demonic beast. The demonic beast was very proud of itself when it defeated Little Gu earlier. But now that it was facing Baby Mo, it was a little weak. However, it still bared its fangs and charged at the demonic beast. Baby Mo was very angry. Therefore, at this moment, he unleashed his invincible might and suppressed the demonic beast the moment they clashed. He stepped on the demonic beast and beat it. Author, Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 2782. That demonic beast was actually quite powerful. Most likely, even an ordinary second-step Empyrean saint would have a hard time dealing with it. However, Baby Mo's strength was extraordinary. Even a second-step ancient saint like Mocha's had died in his hand. Therefore, an ordinary second-step ancient saint was no match for Baby Mo. Moreover, Baby Mo had a natural advantage against demonic beasts since they were both beasts. After all, Baby Mo was the Ink Qilin with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. His life rating was naturally much higher than the demonic beast. Therefore, even if they had the same strength, Baby Mo could still suppress his opponent in terms of life rating. Moreover, Baby Mo's strength was also higher than the demonic beast. Therefore, he could easily trample the demonic beast under his feet. However, the demonic beast was also very strong in both attack and defense. Unlike Saint Sorcerer Mocha's, the demonic beast could still fight Baby Mo for a while. However, Baby Mo had been suppressing the demonic beast. The third step ancient saint was still standing proudly in the sky. Powerful elemental aura swirled around him. He waved his hand and the ground shook violently. Crack! Crack! At the bottom of the lake, huge cracks split open, forming bottomless valleys, allowing the lake water to pour into them. Rumble! The huge commotion continued. It felt like something huge was wriggling under the ground and was about to burst out. Qin Shao knew that the third step ancient saint was summoning another demonic beast. Boom! As expected, the ground soon cracked open and a huge tail lashed out at Qin Shao. The huge tail looked like a mix of dragon, snake, and crocodile. It was covered in purplish-black scales, each the size of a well. They were so rough that they glowed with a black light. Furthermore, at the intersection of every 4 scales, there was a sharp spike that was over 10 feet long. That spike was like a long spear, with one end very sharp and incomparably sharp. The huge tail was tens of thousands of feet long. It whizzed toward Qin Shao as fast as lightning. Qin Shao could feel the cold light shooting toward him. The powerful force of the wind seemed to have caused the space to explode. Qin Shao felt that the space was somewhat distorted. This was very dangerous. This demonic beast was obviously very powerful. It was much stronger than the one Baby Mo was fighting. It seemed that the strength of the person who attacked him this time was indeed extraordinary. Just the 2 demonic beasts he had summoned were so powerful. However, as an ancient saint of the elemental saint realm expert who was very good at summoning demonic beasts, once he suppressed his opponent's demonic beasts, he could basically defeat him. However, Qin Shao also understood in his heart that it was basically impossible for him to win with his current strength. Previously, when he fought Saint Master Tianyi, who was at the second step of the ancient saint realm. He only managed to draw with him. The person in front of him was obviously much stronger than Saint Master Tianyi. With Baby Mo sharing the pressure, Qin Shao felt a little more relaxed. It was fortunate that he and Baby Mo were in an invincible position when they joined forces. It wasn't that easy to be invincible. In the face of the demonic beast's fierce attack, Qin Shao did not hesitate. He immediately performed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength and attacked with his sword. The power of his inner world had also burst out. Whether it was the sharpness of the sword, the power of the sword, or the power of the laws, this sword had already contained all of them. Therefore, when the sword slashed down heavily, it hit the giant tail that was sweeping over, but it obviously encountered a huge resistance. The sword could not break through the defense of the giant tail at all, and it created a series of sparks. What surprised Qin Shao the most was that the powerful force actually disintegrated the power of his sword in an instant. Therefore, Qin Shao only felt that he was hit hard by a powerful force, and the rebound force instantly sent Qin Shao flying. His arm went numb for a moment, and he felt that the sword was almost out of his hand. Fortunately, the heaven-splitting sword was a natal weapon, and it had long been integrated with Qin Shao, so it did not need to be held with force. It had long been connected to Qin Shao's heart and mind. Being hit by the giant tail really made Qin Shao feel very uncomfortable. He only felt that the blood in his body was boiling and flowing in reverse, which almost made Qin Shao vomit blood. What a powerful demonic beast! Its power is really terrifying. My power is already considered extremely powerful, but I actually suffered such a big loss in the first exchange of blows. This demonic beast's defensive ability is also extremely strong. I performed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all my strength with the heaven-splitting sword, but such a sword could only leave a shallow white mark. It's too terrifying. This is definitely a demonic beast at the level of a 3-step ancient saint, and its defensive ability is especially strong. There's no way to fight it at all. Qin Shao smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he fight it? However, this problem did not allow Qin Shao to think too much at this time. The huge demonic beast had completely rushed out of the ground. It was a huge demonic beast that was 50,000 feet long. It looked like a dragon, a snake, and a giant crocodile. Qin Shao did not know much about the demonic beasts of the Elemental Saint region, so he did not know what kind of demonic beast it was. He only felt that this demonic beast was very powerful and terrifying, and was a great threat to him. The demonic beast opened its huge mouth, and the white fangs in its mouth were shining with a cold light. As soon as the huge mouth opened, it was like a black hole that was going to devour everything in the world. A huge suction force surged, trying to sweep Qin Shao over and eat Qin Shao in one bite. Such a scene was truly frightening. It was truly frightening. Qin Shao's heart could not help but jump to his throat. His nerves were tense, and his pupils were dilated as he stared at the demonic beast. What should he do? Even if he performed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength, he could not resist it at all. Li Sheng's flying dagger was probably useless. Without hesitation, Qin Shao took out the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror and sat cross-legged in it. He activated the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror with all his strength, forming a protective space. At the same time, Qin Shao also performed the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror, attacking the demonic beast with the supreme power of the Great Way Law. At the same time, Qin Shao also performed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength, cooperating with the attack. Two powerful forces surged out at the same time, trying to repel the demonic beast. However, the demonic beast's defensive ability was too strong. No matter how Qin Shao attacked it with two powerful means at the same time, there was no way to beat the demonic beast back, nor could he hurt it. The demonic beast still opened its huge mouth and bit Qin Shao again and again. After Qin Shao dodged a few times, she still couldn't avoid it. She was about to be swallowed by the magical beast. Oh no, what should I do? Under such circumstances, it was obviously too late for Qin Shao to dodge again. His other methods didn't seem to be of much use. What should he do? Did he have to use the ancient token? Having used the ancient token once before, Qin Shao had some confidence in the power of the ancient token. If he used the ancient token, there would be no problem in forcing the demonic beast back. However, the ancient token could only be used 10 times in total. Each time it was used, it would be used less. Now there were only 9 times left, which seemed to be a lot. However, Master had said that this ancient token would be used by Qin Shao until he reached the ancient saint realm of the 4th step. In other words, before he reached the ancient saint realm of the 4th step, Sagely would not give Qin Shao another life-saving trump card. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally had to use the ancient token sparingly. Last time, he was really forced into a corner and had no choice but to use it once. This time, he was not in such a situation for the time being, so Qin Shao was not in a hurry to use the ancient token. Even if he was eaten by the demonic beast, he would not die immediately, right? After eating it, he would still be able to fight, right? Unable to avoid it, Qin Shao had no choice but to grit his teeth and attack the demonic beast with all his strength. But in the end, he was still eaten by the demonic beast. As soon as he was eaten by the demonic beast, Qin Shao felt the devouring power that he could not resist. It formed a terrible vortex and directly swallowed Qin Shao. The terrible vortex was still there, and the powerful devouring power was surging, trying to tear Qin Shao apart. At this time, Qin Shao was trapped in the dark vortex. The devouring power was everywhere, attacking Qin Shao all the time, trying to tear him apart. Moreover, Qin Shao could not escape. He was completely tied up there. He could not hide, nor could he escape. This was like pressing Qin Shao on the chopping board, and he was at the mercy of the demonic beast. This was a very terrible and dangerous thing. Therefore, once he was swallowed by the demonic beast, it was basically a death sentence. Although Qin Shao could not be killed in a short time, as long as time passed, he would definitely be slowly devoured and tortured to death. Qin Shao also clearly felt his situation at this time and knew the situation in front of him. If I can't break the body of this demonic beast, then I have no way to escape. At this time, I am being attacked by the power of this terrible vortex. It is very difficult for me to break free from this power, let alone break the body of the demonic beast. It seems that the situation is still very troublesome. If there is no other way, then I can only use the ancient token. But I am not in a hurry for the time being. At least I am safe for the time being. It is not so easy for this demonic beast to kill me. He wants to kill me, but I will not give him the chance. Qin Shao soon calmed down. He knew the situation at this time and knew what he should do. However, he was not in a hurry. Outside, Baby Mo panicked when he saw Qin Shao being eaten by the demonic beast. Master, Master! You 2 abominable demonic beasts, I will trample you to death, trample you to death. Mo Baobao was thoroughly enraged. She unleashed her innate ability, and a huge illusory Mo Qilin appeared. The illusory ink Qilin was even bigger than the demonic beast and attacked the 2 demonic beasts fiercely at the same time. The demonic beast that had been trampled by Baby Mo was even more miserable. It howled and fled, covering its head with its hands. Under Baby Mo's anger, the huge demonic beast attacked with all its strength and clashed with Baby Mo. Baby Mo was fighting 2 demonic beasts alone, but she was still able to control the situation and was not at a disadvantage. Such a strong performance made the eyes of the 3rd step Empyrean Saint brighten. The greed in his eyes deepened. As expected of the ink Qilin with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Its innate ability is indeed very powerful. It seems that I must kill Qin Shao and find a way to subdue this ink Qilin. Then I will be able to fight a 4th step Empyrean Saint. Chapter 2783. At this time, Qin Shao was trapped in the body of the demonic beast. With the protection of the Taiji 8 trigrams, the terrifying devouring power was greatly hindered. But obviously, this would not last for a long time. The terrifying devouring power would always exist and would not be weakened. It would slowly devour people. Moreover, the devouring power itself was extremely terrifying. At this time, Qin Shao was trapped there, making it extremely difficult for Qin Shao to even move a step. The current situation was obviously very bad for Qin Shao. The problem in front of Qin Shao was how to escape. If he wanted to escape, it was unlikely that he would be able to get out of the demonic beast's mouth. The most likely way was probably to directly tear a hole in the demonic beast's body. But the demonic beast's defensive power was frighteningly strong. Previously, he had used all his strength to slash the demonic beast, but it only left a shallow white mark on its scales. It would be very difficult to break open the body of this magical beast. No matter what he did, it did not seem to be a solution. So what should he do now? Did he really have to use the ancient token? Qin Shao was a little reluctant to use the ancient token. This kind of life-saving thing was something that could be used every time it was used. By the way, the fusion of the laws, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Previously, he had many ideas in his mind and was about to start cultivating. But trouble came at this time. Now that he was trapped in the demonic beast's body, Qin Shao thought again. Although this was a critical moment, Qin Zhao's thoughts suddenly became stronger as soon as they came to his mind. Therefore, Qin Shao decided to try the fusion of the laws here first. If he could take this step, it would be a great gain. With the protection of the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror, although the environment was relatively bad, Qin Shao did not care so much under this strong feeling. He would try it first. Let's try the fusion of the immortal Tao law and the space law first. Qin Shao immediately began to try it out, because there were many inspirations and many ideas in his mind. Cultivation was like that. Sometimes, when one's thoughts were clear, everything would be clear. The path would also be smooth, and it would be very easy to walk out of it. If you can't read it, no matter how hard you try, there won't be any results. Qin Zhao's mind was already clear, so when she tried again, the situation was naturally different from before. As soon as he tried it, he immediately made pioneering progress and had a certain feeling. The power of the laws also began to fuse in a very ingenious way. Such ingenuity was a method that Qin Shao could not think of in the past. However, at this moment it was self-taught. It was easy to fit in directly and naturally as soon as he walked. This was cultivation. Before you walked down the path, you would think that it was the path to the heavens. It was too difficult. He couldn't see it clearly, and he couldn't understand it either. It was like a natural moat. But when you walked down the path, you would find that it was actually very simple. There was nothing profound about it. With a good start, the following cultivation would naturally become much easier. Qin Shao kept trying, constantly improving, and constantly comprehending. New paths were constantly opened up by Qin Shao and constantly expanded. In this way, the fusion between the space law and the immortal Tao law also progressed very smoothly. All the way was smooth and unimpeded, and it directly reached the point of perfect fusion. After fusing the space law and the immortal Tao law, Qin Shao didn't stop. Instead, she continued to fuse them and added the light law. After adding the light law, it was a fusion of 3 kinds of law power. The difficulty was obviously much higher, and it increased tenfold. Therefore, the fusion this time was naturally very difficult. Fortunately, Qin Shao was in a spurt of energy at this time. In such a good state, it was naturally easier for her to succeed. The good state continued, and the strong self-confidence also encouraged her. The fusion of 3 kinds of law was to let the light law fuse with the immortal Tao law and the space law. Moreover, the 3 kinds of law had to reach a perfect balance. This was a difficult problem, Different laws had the same root. In essence, there were great differences. It was definitely very difficult to make them completely fuse together and form a perfect state where you are in me and I am in you. Cultivation was to overcome difficult problems, break through threshold after threshold, and connect one world after another. This was the difficulty of cultivation, and also the joy of cultivation. The joy of cultivation lay in overcoming difficulties one after another during cultivation. The joy of success after breaking through difficult problems and the satisfaction after improving one's strength. At this time, Qin Shao was in a very excited state. Her mind was bursting with new ideas. Again and again, she opened up Qin Zhao's mind, allowing Qin Shao to comprehend new things and constantly improve. Although it was difficult to fuse 3 kinds of law power, Qin Shao was slowly breaking through this difficult problem and slowly fusing them. As time passed, it was difficult for the Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror to withstand the terrible roaring devouring power, and its power was constantly weakened. The main reason was that Qin Shao did not have much energy to maintain the operation of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror, so the power of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror was naturally weakened. Qin Shao was still holding on, making the final struggle. Finally, "It's done, phew." Qin Shao breathed a long sigh of relief. The power of the 3 kinds of laws, the immortal Tao law, the space law, and the light law, had basically been completely fused. With this step, Qin Shao had successfully taken it. The process was also much smoother than Qin Shao had imagined. This was something that made Qin Shao feel very fortunate. Qin Shao originally thought that it would not be so easy to reach this step, and even prepared to be interrupted at any time. But perhaps in a dangerous situation, it was easier for people to fight harder and have greater determination, and their potential would be fully stimulated. The fusion of 3 kinds of laws was already so difficult. If he went one step further and fused 4 kinds of laws, it would be even more difficult. For the time being, Qin Shao did not want to think about it. In here, it was impossible to continue trying. That would be a suicidal move. The fusion of 4 kinds of laws could only be planned in the future. Moreover, this was not something that could be done in a short time. It also required a lot of inspiration and accumulation. Let's solve the current dilemma first. Qin Shao shook his head, quickly threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and collected his thoughts. Qin Shao did not dare to hesitate. He waved the heaven-opening sword in his hand and displayed the heaven-opening sword technique with all his strength. At this time, there was the fusion of 3 kinds of law power, and the power of the inner world was pure power, so it could be directly integrated with any power. Therefore, although it was the fusion of 3 kinds of law power, the power displayed by Qin Shao was equivalent to the fusion of 4 kinds of law power. How powerful was the fusion of 4 kinds of law power? It was more than 10 times stronger than Qin Zhao's previous full-strength sword. It could reach the level of a 3rd-step ancient saint. Therefore, the power of this sword was still very strong. When this sword was released, the void inside the demonic beast's body shook violently, and a passage was directly torn open. The sword chi passed through the passage and finally slashed on a thick flesh wall. The flesh wall inside the demonic beast's body was not as hard as the outer skin wrapped in scales, so Qin Zhao's sword cut a long bloody wound on it. However, the flesh of this demonic beast was too thick, and the flesh was actually very hard and strong. Although it was not as strong as its scales, it was not something that ordinary people could hurt. Qin Shao was equivalent to the fusion of 4 kinds of law power at this time. Under the sharpness of the heaven-opening sword, a middle-grade sacred weapon, coupled with the overbearing sword technique of the heaven-opening sword technique. As a result, this full-strength sword strike had such an effect. The power of this sword strike was so strong that Qin Shao was very satisfied. The power after the fusion of laws is really frighteningly strong. It is far from being comparable to the combination of laws. I have only fused 3 kinds of law power. If I fuse the law of time power as well, if I fuse the Great Path law and the law of heart power as well, how powerful will it be? This was definitely Qin Zhao's future cultivation path, a path to improve his strength. However, Qin Zhao also knew that the more laws he fused, the more difficult it would be. The difficulty of fusing 4 kinds of law power was definitely 10 times that of fusing 3 kinds of law power. Moreover, the fusion of the 5 fundamental laws and the 8 Great Path laws would be much easier, but the fusion of the laws of the 8 major cultivation paths would become very difficult. It was relatively easier to fuse the law of time, but it was too difficult to fuse the law of heart power and the law of Great Path. It involved the fusion of the laws of the 8 major cultivation paths. Continue. I don't believe that I can't tear a hole out. Qin Zhao continued to attack. Rays of light were slashed out by him, wildly slashing at the inner flesh of the demonic beast. Outside, Baby Mo had been angrily unleashing his power, unleashing his natal magic, while stepping on 2 demonic beasts. However, these 2 demonic beasts were very strong after all. One was a 2nd step ancient saint, and the other was a 3rd step ancient saint. No matter how strong Baby Mo was, he was only a 2nd step ancient saint. She had to deal with 2 magical beasts at the same time. Although she was able to gain the upper hand and trample the 2 magical beasts beneath her feet, it was clearly very difficult for her to truly take down and kill the 2 magical beasts. The 3-step ancient saint continued to hover in the void as he watched the battle unfold. In his opinion, Qin Zhao had already been killed by his earth demon dragon. It was only a matter of time before he killed Qin Zhao. That was no longer a problem. As for Baby Mo, although he had a slight upper hand, he could not cause any substantial damage to the 2 demonic beasts. Therefore, he was happy to watch the show and was not in a hurry to make a move himself. However, at this moment, the Earth Demon Dragon's body suddenly twitched in pain. The 3rd step ancient saint raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Earth Demon Dragon, what's going on?" The Earth Demon Dragon bared its teeth and replied, "Master, that human is wantonly destroying my body." His strength suddenly became very, very strong. It's completely the strength of a 3rd step ancient saint. It hurts a lot. The 3rd step ancient saint was surprised when he heard the Earth Demon Dragon's words. His expression changed slightly. He did not expect Qin Zhao to still be able to resist after being eaten by the Earth Demon Dragon. Moreover, not only was he able to resist, but his resistance was also somewhat terrifying. The strength of a 3rd step ancient saint? How was that possible? Wasn't this kid just a 1st step ancient saint? Chapter 2784. How could this be? What other tricks did this brat have to injure the Earth Demon Dragon? Even if the Earth Demon Dragon's internal defense was not as strong as the scales on its skin, it was not much weaker. It was not something that could be hurt by ordinary forces. Moreover, the Earth Demon Dragon's internal body had a very powerful and terrifying devouring power. How could it be so easy to break through? This situation really puzzled the 3-step ancient saint. Logically speaking, no matter how monstrous a 1st step ancient saint's strength was, it was impossible for him to have the strength of a 3-step ancient saint. This was unheard of. Therefore, after thinking about it, the only possibility was that Yi Shiwen had some kind of trump card. No matter how powerful a trump card was, it could only last for a while. As long as the Earth Demon Dragon could endure it, it would be over. Therefore, the 3-step ancient saint said to the Earth Demon Dragon, "Hold on, suppress him." Although the Earth Demon Dragon was in pain, since its master had spoken, it could only do as it was told. Qin Zhao was still wreaking havoc in the Earth Demon Dragon's internal space. He kept attacking the Earth Demon Dragon fiercely, drawing out sword marks and tearing the Earth Demon Dragon's body apart. The Earth Demon Dragon also began to resist frantically, and the devouring power in its body became even more turbulent. However, Qin Zhao's strength was too strong. Therefore, although the Earth Demon Dragon was frantically resisting, it could not block Qin Zhao's attack. However, although the Earth Demon Dragon could not block Qin Zhao's attacks, its defensive ability was indeed a little too strong. Even if Yi Shiwen was bombarding the Earth Demon Dragon's internal space, there was still no way to really injure it. There were only some minor injuries that could at most bring a little pain to the Earth Demon Dragon. However, they were not enough to threaten its life. If Qin Zhao could not threaten the Earth Demon Dragon's life, it would be impossible for him to tear a hole in the Earth Demon Dragon's internal space. This was also Qin Zhao's current headache. What he wanted was to leave the Earth Demon Dragon's internal space as soon as possible. However, the Earth Demon Dragon could endure it. The stronger Qin Zhao's attacks were, the fiercer his resistance became. This showed his determination to fight back. The Earth Demon Dragon's determination to resist was very strong, which gave Qin Zhao a headache. He had been attacking for a long time, but there was still no effect. Qin Zhao was very clear that since the Earth Demon Dragon was able to resist for so long, it was completely capable of resisting his attack. Even if he attacked again, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the Earth Demon Dragon. It still doesn't work. What should I do? Qin Zhao frowned slightly as he tried to think of a countermeasure. Fusing 4 types of laws. Now, it was obviously not very practical. Firstly, he did not have the inspiration to tut. Secondly, it would take too long. How could he have the time to give Qin Zhao in his current situation? He had tried everything he could think of, but to no avail. Tianji Feng, Qin Zhao suddenly thought of the greeting gift from his senior brothers. The Tianji Feng was a very powerful treasure. However, Qin Zhao did not understand much about the Tianji Feng. He did not know how to use many of the functions of the Tianji Feng. Therefore, for the time being, the Tianji Feng could not be of any use. Other than the Tianji Feng, the others seemed to be even more useless. Qin Zhao's hand moved and the woodchopper that third senior brother had given him appeared in his hand. Looking at the woodchopper in his hand, Qin Zhao found that it looked very ordinary. As for what it could be used for, Qin Zhao did not know. When his third senior brother gave it to him, he only said that it had a special use and that he could try using it when he was in trouble. The meaning of this sentence was very vague. Qin Zhao did not know how to use it. Now was the time when he was in trouble, but how to use this woodcutter? How could he use the chopping knife in this situation? Woodcutter, looking at the woodcutter in his hand, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. He thought of the woodcutter old man. The 2 times he saw him, he was also holding a woodcutter similar to this one and chopping firewood. Should he use a woodcutter to chop this demonic beast? Qin Zhao's heart moved, and he immediately had an idea. Maybe this was a feasible way. No matter whether it is useful or not, I will know after trying it. Anyway, I won't lose anything by trying. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao moved his hand and took the posture of chopping wood. Holding the woodcutter in his hand, he poured all his strength into the woodcutter and fiercely chopped at the demonic beast's body. Crash! Something magical happened. As soon as the woodcutter fell, a deep and long cut was immediately made on the demonic beast's body. Red blood spurted out like a spring. The effect of this slash was actually several times better than the effect of his previous heaven-opening sword. Such a miraculous effect made Qin Zhao overjoyed. Haha, this is really an unexpected surprise. Third brother, I didn't expect the woodcutter you gave me to have such a powerful effect. It is really far beyond my expectations. Ha ha ha, to think that such an ordinary item would have such a miraculous effect. Good stuff, it is really good. Qin Zhao did not hesitate. He constantly waved the woodcutter and launched a fierce attack on the demonic beast's body. Every slash was able to tear open a huge bloody wound. What was being torn wasn't a bloody wound, but the holy body and vitality of the magical beast. Every cut could weaken the demonic beast's vitality. Qin Zhao's speed was also very fast. At this time, he only needed to slash randomly. It was completely a Gordian knot. There was no need to think much at all. He could slowly destroy the demonic beast's vitality by just slashing casually. The Earth Demonic Dragon was also a little stunned by Qin Zhao's attack. It roared a few times and complained to the third step ancient saint in pain. Master, Master, that kid's attack power is even more terrifying. I can't stop him, what? Hearing the Earth Demonic Dragon's words, the third step ancient saint was so shocked that he almost fell from the void. His expression was extremely shocked, and he had a look of disbelief. How could this be? Just now it was only a little threatening, but it was not a big threat. It could not really cause any real harm to the Earth Demonic Dragon. But now the Earth Demonic Dragon was almost unable to resist. It had been so long, but the Earth Demonic Dragon did not suppress Qin Zhao. Instead, it made Qin Zhao's resistance even stronger. This kid, what other means does he have? Master, Master, I can't hold on much longer. The Earth Demonic Dragon suddenly screamed again. There was a hint of fear in its voice. The third step ancient saint was even more shocked. The Earth Demonic Dragon was in danger. How could this be? Quick, Earth Demonic Dragon, hurry up and swallow that kid out. The third step ancient saint hurriedly said. However, the Earth Demonic Dragon quickly said in horror, I can't, Master. I can't spit him out. That kid refuses to come out and keeps resisting. I can't spit him out at all. Master, Master, save me. The Earth Demonic Dragon was really attacked from both sides. Qin Zhao was crazily tearing its saint body from inside, and Baby Mo was constantly stepping on it from outside. It did not even have the chance to escape. It had almost lost the ability to resist. Such a situation was naturally very dangerous. The third step ancient saint's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that it would be an easy task, but he did not expect it to turn out like this. Damn it, he had never miscalculated like this before. Earth Demonic Dragon, open your mouth and let me go in to meet that kid. I refuse to believe that a brat at the first step Empyrean Saint stage can defy the heavens. The third step Empyrean Saint stage man gritted his teeth as he mustered up his courage. He was a third step ancient saint. If he were to lose to a first step ancient saint kid in such a grand occasion, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? There was no way he would let such a thing happen. It must be impossible. In his anger, he naturally wanted to meet Qin Zhao personally. He wanted to see what kind of monster this kid was. Even the Earth Demonic Dragon could not suppress him. Just as the third step ancient saint was about to enter the Earth Demonic Dragon's body to meet Qin Zhao, a dazzling light suddenly shot out from the Earth Demonic Dragon's neck. It quickly turned into a circle and directly cut the Earth Demonic Dragon's neck open. A figure flew out from the circle of light. Who else could it be but Qin Zhao? After Qin Zhao flew out from the circle of light, the Earth Demonic Dragon's body stiffened on the spot. Soon, the Earth Demonic Dragon's huge head was separated from its body. Qin Zhao had actually chopped off its head with brute force. This was definitely a very terrifying thing. The beast tribe was not like other life forms. To them, their bodies were very, very important. Once their bodies were destroyed, they would definitely die. The beast tribe's soul was completely entrusted to their bodies. If their bodies were destroyed, their souls would also be destroyed. Therefore, when the Earth Demon Dragon was cut into two halves by Qin Zhao, the Earth Demon Dragon was directly pushed to its death. However, the Earth Demon Dragon didn't die immediately. It was just that its life was in great danger. If they didn't save it quickly, it would definitely die today. Baby Mo, kill it. After Qin Zhao came out, she immediately gave a command to Baby Mo. At the same time, she also released Xiao Gu and asked Xiao Gu to help Baby Mo. The two of them worked together to kill the Earth Demonic Dragon. At the same time, Qin Zhao directly went to kill the other demonic beast. The other demonic beast had already been trampled by Baby Mo and was badly injured. It was covering its head and running away like a rat. It did not have much strength to resist at all. At this time, Qin Shao directly went to kill it, making it even more impossible for it to hide. The woodcutter in Qin Zhao's hand was like chopping firewood. It directly chopped the demonic beast's head off, instantly cutting it into two halves. After being cut into two halves, the demonic beast naturally had no way to live. It was directly killed by Qin Shao on the spot. In an instant, the earth demonic dragon's head was chopped off by Qin Shao. The other demonic beast was cut into two halves by Qin Shao. It was killed on the spot. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was too quick. It was quick to the point that the third step ancient saint was unable to react in time. Seeing this bloody scene in front of his eyes and seeing his two spiritual beasts end up like this, it was a huge blow to the third step ancient saint. It was a huge loss that he had never suffered before. How could this be? How could this be? This was something that he had never thought would happen here. At this moment, he was so shocked that he felt like he was struck by lightning. He was so angry that his body trembled and his mind went blank. His two spirit beasts were his greatest wealth. Not to mention a high-grade valley card, even if there was a death exemption gold card, he wouldn't exchange it for it. He had made a mistake and suffered such a heavy loss. Chapter 2785. He was filled with hatred. He was filled with hatred. He hated Qin Shao. He hated Qin Shao for killing his spiritual beast and humiliating him. He was going to become a laughingstock. He also hated himself. If he had known this would happen, he would not have provoked Qin Shao. He would not have coveted that high-grade valley token. He blamed himself for being greedy. If he had not been greedy, none of this would have happened. But what was the use of saying all this now? Everything had already happened. Nothing could be changed. What else could he do other than hate him? He had to kill Qin Shao. That's right. The three-step ancient saint immediately had a resolute thought in his heart. He had to kill Qin Shao. How could he relieve the hatred in his heart if he did not kill Qin Shao? Qin Shao. That pair of extremely cold eyes, that pair of eyes that were filled with a sinister chill, stared fixedly at Qin Shao with a hatred that seeped into his bones. Baby Mo and Xiao Gu were frantically harvesting the last of the Earth Demon Dragon's vitality. After its head was chopped off, the Earth Demon Dragon did not have any strength to resist. It could only struggle at death's door. It was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by Xiao Gu and Baby Mo. Obviously, if his master couldn't save him, he would soon die. The Earth Demon Dragon looked at its master with longing eyes. It repeatedly called out for its master to save it. Its master also wanted to save it, but Qin Shao was standing in front of him. How could it be so easy for him to save the Earth Demon Dragon? Qin Shao, you're despicable. I underestimated you. But I'll still kill you. Come and die. The three-step ancient saint shouted angrily and attacked. The power of the five elements surged out. The power of the five elements merged perfectly at this time, forming a terrifying power of the elemental law. Moreover, the power of the elemental law also merged with the power of the law of all things. Although the three-step ancient saint had only merged with the power of two laws, the level of these two laws was very high. Therefore, when he used it, the power was naturally terrifying. After all, he was also a three-step ancient saint. Naturally, his strength was very strong. If it was the previous Qin Shao, there was no way he could fight with him. However, Qin Zhao's strength had also improved greatly. Therefore, Qin Shao did not show any weakness. He put away the firewood chopping knife and used the heaven-splitting sword technique once again. The power of the three great laws and the power of the inner world fused together. Under Qin Zhao's sky-splitting sword, the four powerful forces collided with the full power of the three-step ancient saint. Two powerful forces clashed in the air, shaking with a huge momentum as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was very frightening to watch. But in this confrontation, Qin Shao did not suffer any losses. He was only pushed back 1,000 feet. He was at a slight disadvantage, but it wasn't a big deal. Basically, he was able to block the opponent's attack and parry it. The opponent was a 3-step ancient saint. Moreover, the opponent's strength was obviously relatively strong. Just the strength of the 2 spiritual beasts was extremely terrifying. If he did not have the firewood chopping knife, Qin Shao might not be able to do anything to the Earth Demon Dragon. Without the help of the 2 spiritual beasts, the 3-step ancient saint's strength was greatly weakened. Qin Shao was very satisfied to be able to achieve this. After all, he was only a 3-step ancient saint. The disadvantage of the realm was too obvious. Although he was still at a disadvantage, it did not matter at all. Baby Mo and Little Gu would be able to finish off the Earth Demon Dragon soon. When the time came, Baby Mo would come to help. Then, 2 against 1, they would be able to seize the advantage. On the other side, the 3-step ancient saint could not help but panic. He knew that the situation was very bad for him. Therefore, he had an idea. He said to the ancient saints of the elemental saint realm, "Don't just stand there. Quickly attack together and kill them." However, his words did not seem to be very effective. The ancient saints of the elemental saint realm still did not move. Instead, they looked at each other and communicated secretly. They did not take any action. These people were not fools. They were just here to make up the numbers and help. They had already agreed that there was no need for them to do anything. Now that they were asked to do something, who would be willing to take the lead? This was not a child's play. Everyone had just seen how powerful and terrifying Qin Shao was. The 2 demonic beasts had died in Qin Zhao's hands. Who would dare to step out when facing such a powerful existence? If they did not do it well, they would have to pay the price with their lives. Originally, they were not going to get any benefits, but because of Holy Wizard Waltaz, they felt that it was an opportunity to curry favor with Holy Wizard Waltaz. However, such benefits were very limited. How could they risk their lives for Saint Sorcerer Waltaz? They would definitely have to think twice before they acted. Everyone's life was very precious. Naturally, it was not a child's play. Seeing that the ancient saints of the elemental saint realm did not move, Saint Sorcerer Waltaz raised his eyebrows, glanced at them angrily, and reprimanded, "Are you all deaf? This is the public enemy of the elemental saint realm. As people of the elemental saint realm, don't you have any sense of responsibility and honor? I will remember who steps out today. I will not treat you unfairly." The ancient saints of the elemental saint realm were still looking at each other. Still, no one dared to act rashly. If everyone took action together, it would be better to have more people, and there would be more assurance. However, if only a part of them took action, it would be a very dangerous task. They might even lose their lives. Therefore, there was still no one to take the lead. Sometimes things were like this. If someone took the lead, perhaps everyone would respond to the call and dare to step out. However, if no one took the lead, no one would be willing to rush out first. Qin Zhao's strength was something that even Saint Sorcerer Waltaz could not do anything about. It would be too dangerous for ancient saints of the first step to join in. Seeing that these people still had no intention of taking action, Saint Sorcerer Waltaz scolded in exasperation, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. You're really a disgrace to the elemental saint realm. If you're not going to take action, get lost quickly. Otherwise, I'll really want to kill you when I see you." The ancient saints of the elemental saint realm did not hesitate and retreated one by one, for fear that they would be angered by Saint Sorcerer Waltaz. Looking at Saint Sorcerer Waltaz's exasperated look, Qin Shao sneered and said, "You're really wishful thinking. Do you think others are fools? Everyone's life is precious, and no one's life is lower than yours. You want others to work for you, but what do you have that's worth them working for you? Birds die for food and men die for wealth. They're not your servants, and they haven't received enough benefits from you to work for you. Naturally, they won't get involved in this mess for you. You know your purpose very well. Aren't you here for the high-grade valley token on me? You're using the banner of sanctity to do improper things. It's a shameful thing to do, yet you still want others to work for you. How ridiculous. No matter how good your plan is, it's a pity that you've miscalculated everything today. This is what you get for provoking me, Qin Shao. Ridiculous? Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a little ridiculous. He, Saint Sorcerer Walters, really did not expect to end up in such a situation. In his opinion, this battle was as easy as flipping one's hand. This high-grade valley token was already in his bag, and it was just at his fingertip. He did not expect Qin Shao to be so difficult to deal with. It was far beyond his expectations. He knew that Qin Shao had some strength, but he always felt that everything was under his control. Logically speaking, it was indeed impossible for such a situation to happen. However, the truth was often so dramatic. It was as if God was deliberately playing a big joke on you. Qin Shao, don't be so arrogant, Saint Sorcerer Walters gritted his teeth. His hatred was monstrous. He hated it, he really hated it. But so what if he hated it? At this moment, he could only watch as the Earth Demon Dragon was being tortured by Baby Mo and Xiao Gu. There was nothing he could do. There was no way he could save the Earth Demon Dragon. Okay, Qin Shao, I admit defeat. Ask your people to stop and release the Earth Demon Dragon. Name your conditions. Saint Sorcerer Walters gritted his teeth. After a fierce struggle in his heart, he finally lowered his head. In order to save the Earth Demon Dragon's life, he could only lower his head. Otherwise, the Earth Demon Dragon would definitely die. Although he would not suffer any losses, if the Earth Demon Dragon really died, it would be a great loss for him. Admit defeat? Qin Shao pursed his lips and chuckled. Sorry, I don't accept your surrender. So that magical beast is called the Earth Demon Dragon. Then I'm sorry to tell you that I want its life. You can't save it. And this is the price you have to pay for attacking me. Hearing Qin Zhao's ruthless words, Saint Sorcerer Walters stared at Qin Shao as if he wanted to eat Qin Shao alive. Killing my spiritual beast is like cutting off my left and right arms. It's a great hatred. If you stop now, I'll admit defeat and let bygones be bygones. You can name a condition that's not too excessive. I'll try my best to satisfy you as an apology. If you insist on going your own way and insist on doing this, then you are determined to fight me to the death and create a great enmity. Fight me to the death. Qin Shao pursed his lips and chuckled nonchalantly. He looked at Saint Sorcerer Walters and said, Then I'll fight you to the death. So what? Do you really think you can scare people? You killed me first. I'm only teaching you a small lesson by killing your two spiritual beasts. If it weren't for the fact that I'm not strong enough, I would have killed you too. I, Qin Shao, have never been polite to those who kill me, nor will I be soft-hearted. If I'm under your feet now, will you let me go? Will you be merciful and spare my life? You self-righteous people, why are you all like this? When you came to kill me, you were so arrogant, so insufferably arrogant, so overbearing, so disdainful of me. But now, the situation is not as you expected. Yet, you still have to hold your heads high, as if you're willing to stop and settle this matter is the greatest favor you can do me. I think you should first figure out the situation before saying such words. Now, you're not qualified to ask for a price from me because your strength doesn't allow it. Do you understand? Saint Sorcerer Walters' expression turned ugly after hearing Qin Zhao's words. The muscles on his face twitched violently, and the corners of his mouth almost reached his back. But what could he do? Author Ken Shang said, 4th update. Chapter 2786. Qin Zhao's words made him feel very uncomfortable. For a moment, his face turned green and he was speechless. Yes, he did not have any advantage in the current situation. Not only did he not have any advantage, but he might soon be at a disadvantage. Between advancing and retreating, how could he choose? If he still had to face Qin Shao with an arrogant attitude, he would obviously be asking for a rebuff. But should he just let it go and leave? If news of him leaving his two spirit beasts behind and leaving in such a pathetic state were to spread, how would he be able to face others in the future? But this time, he was obviously going to lose his face. Should he continue to fight Qin Shao head-on? Then, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Both were harmful, so he could only choose the lesser. Sacred Sorcerer Walters already had the intention to retreat. He did not want to continue fighting with Qin Shao. At this moment, he no longer had any leeway to struggle because the Earth Devil Dragon had already been killed by Baby Mo and Xiao Gu's crazy ravaging. The Earth Demon Dragon had already lost 90% of its life, so it naturally could not hold on for much longer. Mo Baobao's innate sacred art was unleashed in a frenzy, and its might was absolutely terrifying. Seeing that the Earth Demon Dragon was finally dead, Qin Shao felt a burst of emotions in his heart. He didn't expect that the woodcutter that his third senior brother gave him would be so terrifying. It was really a divine tool. It looked very ordinary, but when used, it was peerlessly sharp and magical. The great wide world was indeed full of strange things. There was even such a magical thing. Its dead, sacred sorcerer Walters stood there in a daze. He felt as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over in his heart. He only had two spiritual beasts. He had spent a lot of effort to subdue and nurture them, but now both of them had died in the hands of Qin Shao. After losing these two right-hand men, his strength was obviously greatly reduced. It was not so easy to nurture spiritual beasts again. The price he had to pay was too great. For his loss this time, he wouldn't exchange it even if someone offered him 10 high-grade valley tokens. It was really as the saying went, go for wool and come home shorn. It was ridiculous, really ironic. Now that he had Baby Mo's help, Qin Shao was more confident. He could play with Sacred Sorcerer Walters. If he wanted to play, he could play with him to the end. Although he might not be able to do anything to Sacred Sorcerer Walters, he would at least make him suffer a little. Qin Shao looked at Sacred Sorcerer Walters and said, "Do you want to continue to fight with me?" Fight? Sacred Sorcerer Walters indeed, but what was the use of just thinking of it? He wasn't a fool, so he naturally knew what the result would be if he continued to fight with Qin Shao, so he had already thought of retreating. Qin Shao, Sacred Sorcerer Walters. But I'll remember today's. I'm sure we'll meet again, Sacred Master Walters said coldly. Sacred Sorcerer Walters kept the corpses of his two spiritual beasts and was about to leave. At this moment, a loud voice came from afar, stopping Sacred Sorcerer Walters in his tracks. There's no need to say goodbye. How can we, the people of the Elemental Sanctuary, admit defeat so easily? Sacred Sorcerer Walters was taken aback when he heard this voice. He stopped and looked into the distance. When he saw a powerful figure rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, his face immediately surged with a strong sense of surprise. It was really an unexpected surprise. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao frowned deeply. What a familiar voice. After thinking carefully, Qin Shao immediately remembered where he had heard this voice before. He had heard it in the 8 Regions Divine Palace. This voice belonged to none other than Sacred Sorcerer Luolan, the existence of the 4th step ancient saint. Thinking of this, Qin Shao immediately knew that the situation was not good. Sacred Sorcerer Luolan actually chased him all the way to Guyong City? He can't be so ruthless, right? Qin Shao wanted to escape, but he was already targeted by Sacred Sorcerer Luolan. How could he escape now? Besides, where could he escape to? Qin Shao was not familiar with Guyong City at all. Qin Shao had thought of shamelessly hiding at Heavenly Mountain Yao Lao's place, but the problem was that he had to have the opportunity to do so. Looking at the current situation, he did not even have the chance to escape. Sacred sorcerer Luolan had already landed and had locked onto Qin Shao. It's over, it's over. Why is Big Brother here? We are already in Guyong City, but he still chased after us. Must he do this? What should we do now? Miss Fu is not here. Are we going to die? Big Brother, quickly ask Miss Fu for help. Ask her to hurry over and save us. Otherwise we will really die, Xiao Gu said worriedly. He was well aware of Sacred Sorcerer Luolan's ability. Even if the three of them combined their strength, they would not stand a chance against a fourth-step ancient saint. Only death awaited them. Since there was no way to escape, they could only think of ways to save their lives. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He was already prepared to use the ancient token. Whether it was escaping from here or attacking Sacred Sorcerer Luolan directly, he believed that the ancient token would have a miraculous effect. It should be able to save his life. The ancient token could still be used 9 times. Qin Shao did not believe that he could not save his life after using it 9 times. Qin Shao was not afraid if he was forced into a corner. He might be able to save his life. Qin Shao looked coldly at Sacred Sorcerer Luolan. Sacred Sorcerer Luolan also looked coldly at Qin Shao. Sacred Sorcerer Luolan was obviously very unhappy about Qin Zhao's escape last time. Ha ha ha! Sacred Sorcerer Walters finally laughed heartily with a gloating look on his face. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart. At this moment, he finally got to vent some of it. He could not do anything to Qin Shao and even suffered a great loss in Qin Zhao's hands. However, now that someone had come to deal with Qin Shao, it was also a good thing. It was enough to make him excited. Qin Shao, you were lucky to escape last time. This time, don't even think about escaping. Fu Yenny can save you once, but she can't save you twice. Now that she has gotten herself into trouble, she can't take care of you. So, don't expect Fu Yenny to save you again. Do you think that you'll be safe hiding in Valley Yong City? Valley Yong City is considered a major base of the Elemental Saint realm in the Great Thousand World. This is not a place where you can hide. Sacred Sorcerer Luolan looked at Qin Shao with disdain and indifference. Last time, Qin Shao was lucky enough to escape, which made him very unhappy. He had been brooding about it and wanted to get back at him. How could he, Sacred Sorcerer Luolan, let a kid escape? Wasn't that a disgrace? He was also a well-known big brother in the Elemental Saint realm. He had always liked to take care of the matters of the Elemental Saint realm. Since he had taken care of it, there was no reason not to deal with it well. Therefore, this matter had risen to the level of being a disgrace to himself, so he naturally had to find Qin Shao to settle it. Since things had already come to this, there was no use being afraid and worried. Moreover, Qin Shao was not used to showing weakness in front of others. Therefore, even if he was stubborn, he could not show weakness and accept his fate. Qin Shao curled his lips and said without fear, "It's okay. I think it's quite safe here. To me, it's all the same. It's safe wherever I go. The only thing that's not safe is your heart. Isn't that how life is? When you encounter problems, you solve them. If you can solve them, you'll be safe no matter what. If you can't solve it, then your life is over. However, I feel that I, Qin Shao, am quite fortunate. I've experienced many dangers in my journey to where I am now. Fortunately, I'm still alive and well. There's no real danger yet. I always believe in one sentence. No matter who you meet, what you encounter, you'll inevitably encounter it. Every person and every event will teach you something. Sacred Sorcerer Luolan, you're so confident that you'll definitely be able to kill me, Qin Shao, this time. Maybe it's just what you think? Just like last time, you also think that I, Qin Shao, am just a small one-step ancient saint realm. How can I escape from your hands? But in the end, I, Qin Shao, am very lucky. With the help of a benefactor, I managed to escape. Maybe this time, I, Qin Shao, am lucky again, right? Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Therefore, I think it's better not to make a conclusion too early. Otherwise, you'll only be embarrassed when the time comes. Sacred Sorcerer Luolan chuckled and said, "This time, you won't be able to escape. Alright, since you don't have any last words, I'll send you on your way first." After saying that, Sacred Sorcerer Luolan was about to kill Qin Shao. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the void and blocked in front of Qin Shao. Seeing the person who walked out, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes widened immediately. Senior Yao Lao. Qin Shao really didn't expect Senior Yao Lao to come out. Moreover, it seemed that he had been paying attention to him before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to appear in front of him so quickly. Just as Sacred Sorcerer Luolan was about to kill him, Yao Lao came out. His intention was very obvious. He wanted to save Qin Shao. Sacred Sorcerer Luolan frowned deeply again. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yao Lao. Unexpectedly, Qin Shao, that brat's words really hit the nail on the head. There was actually someone who wanted to save him? How tough was this kid's life? Last time, Fu Yunyi came out to save him. This time, Fu Yunyi was finally not in Guyong City. However, Yao Lao jumped out again. This really made Sacred Sorcerer Luolan feel very uncomfortable. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face by Qin Shao. "Ha ha, big brother, you are really lucky. You won't die, you won't die. Young Lady Fu is not here, but Senior Yao Lao is. We are saved. It's okay, it's okay." Xiao Gu was overjoyed. He was overjoyed and excited. He thought that he was going to die for sure, but there was a sudden turn of events. Qin Shao really didn't expect Senior Yao Lao to come out. However, the situation was still unknown. He had to wait and see first. Sacred Sorcerer Luolan coldly looked at Yao Lao for a while before saying, "Why? Since when did you, Yao Lao, like to meddle in other people's business? You, Yao Lao, are not from the immortal region. Secondly, you have nothing to do with this kid. Thirdly, you have never cared about worldly affairs and meddled in other people's business. Why did you jump out to meddle in other people's business today? This kid openly killed people from the elemental sacred region in the 8 regions divine palace. He openly challenged the supreme divine might of the elemental sacred region. Therefore, I must kill this kid. If you really want to stand up for him, you will not only offend me, Luolan, but also the entire elemental sacred region." Chapter 2787. Saint Sorcerer Luolan's words were clearly threatening. He wanted to make Tianshan Mountain Yao Lao think twice before acting. His intention was to tell Tianshan Mountain Yao Lao how much trouble Qin Shao had caused and how serious his crime was. He wanted to scare Tianshan Mountain Yao Lao away. However, Tianshan Mountain Yao Lao shook his head and said with a helpless expression, "Saint Sorcerer Luolan, actually, I don't want to get involved in this trivial matter. It really has nothing to do with me. You know that old man has never liked to meddle in other people's business. He has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. He only wants to quietly refine medicine and concoct pills. Actually, since you, Holy Master Luolan, have already said so, and this old man is not an unreasonable person, I can just let it go and ignore it. It's just that. Sigh, it's a headache. Before that little girl left, she specifically asked old man to take good care of this kid. That little girl also said that if anything happened to that kid, she would settle the score with old man. She would want old man to compensate her. This old man is already so old. I can't afford to be tormented. I'm afraid of that little girl. So, old man, I have no choice. Old man still has to protect this kid's life. If you kill him, I won't be able to answer to old man. Saint Sorcerer Luolan, you and I can be considered old acquaintances. I hope you can understand my difficulties." Hearing Tianshan Mountain Yao Lao's words, Qin Shao could not help but feel warm in his heart. When he saw Tianshan Mountain Yao Lao appear, he guessed that it should be related to Miss Fu. He did not expect this woman to be so nice to him. After she left, she even asked Tianshan Mountain Yao Lao to protect him. This woman was actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She had a very good heart. However, sometimes her character was a little unruly and willful. She was also cold to outsiders and kept them at a distance. After getting to know her better, he felt that this woman was actually not that cold. In fact, she was not that bad. Holy Master Luolan's expression sank as he looked at Heavenly Mountain Yao Lao. He asked in a deep voice, "Does this mean that you insist on meddling in other people's business? Since I am here today, do you think that I will give up because of you, the Heaven Mountain Yao Lao? Or is it that you, Heaven Mountain Yao Lao, are so confident that you can defeat me? There's also the Heavenly Mountain Yao Lao. Don't forget that there are many Saint Realm experts in the Elemental Saint Realm in Valley Harmony City. I'm not the only one who's a fourth step ancient saint. Seeing that we are old acquaintances, I will kindly advise you, Heavenly Mountain's Medicine Elder, that it is better not to get involved in this matter. Otherwise, you might get into trouble. That would not be good. What do you say?" The Heavenly Mountain Medicine Elder nodded in agreement. He said, Right. Holy Mage Luolan's words are very reasonable. I agree. I'm just an old man who's lived a little longer. How would I dare to go against your elemental sanctuary? It's just that you, Holy Mage Luolan, have to understand my difficulties. I'm really in a difficult position. I don't care. That little lass definitely won't let this old man off. If I do, I will offend the people of the elemental sanctuary again. Tell me, how can there be such a difficult task in this world? This old man must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to encounter such a troublesome matter. Sigh, just thinking about it makes me feel sad. It's too sad. Look at the old man's eyes. Look carefully. Do you see a trace of sparkling and translucent light? Do you see it? That's the old man's tearless grief. Holy Mage Luolan, why don't you be magnanimous this time and not make things difficult for this old man? When little Miss Fu comes back, I will hand him over to her safe and sound. After that, I won't care about anything else. You can do whatever you want. Looking at the troubled expression on Sky Mountain Yao Lao's face, that pained look, and that unreconciled tone, Qin Shao was wondering if Miss Fu had such a great deterrent power. She could shock Sky Mountain Yao Lao with just one sentence? This didn't seem right. Previously, Miss Fu had saved Sky Mountain Yao Lao and himself. This meant that Sky Mountain Yao Lao wasn't really afraid of Fu Yunny. He probably said this on purpose to say it to Holy Mage Luolan, right? But no matter what, Qin Shao could see that Sky Mountain Yao Lao was determined to save him. It was just that he wasn't willing to easily start a war with Holy Mage Luolan. Holy Mage Luolan was naturally not easy to deal with. He snorted heavily. Naturally, he didn't believe Sky Mountain Yao Lao's words. Sky Mountain Yao Lao, I originally respected you very much. If you keep talking like this, then there's no meaning to it. It seems that you, Sky Mountain Yao Lao, are determined to interfere in this matter. I really don't understand. What benefits did Fu Yunny give you? To make you, Sky Mountain Yao Lao, risk your life to protect this kid? Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. I've always known that you, Sky Mountain Yao Lao, are known as the #1 alchemist in the world. However, I don't know how strong you are. It seems that I'm fortunate enough to exchange blows with Sky Mountain Yao Lao today. Sigh! The Celestial Mountain Yao Lao shook his head helplessly. He let out a long sigh. If Saint Master Luolan insists on doing this, then I have no other choice. I can only risk my life to accompany you. I'm old. Whatever I say no longer has any weight. I don't even have any face left. How sad. Although he had been showing weakness and asking for peace, Sky Mountain Yao Lao didn't budge an inch. He was prepared to fight Holy Mage Luolan. Sky Mountain Yao Lao almost never made a move. Therefore, no one knew how strong he was. They only knew that he was the #1 alchemist in the world. His alchemy skills were unparalleled and his name shook the heavens. Therefore, many people respected Sky Mountain Yao Lao very much. In addition, Sky Mountain Yao Lao's character of standing aloof from worldly affairs and never meddling in other people's business allowed him to stay out of the world and not make a move. However, since Sky Mountain Yao Lao dared to fight Holy Mage Luolan, he should be quite strong, right? In fact, Holy Mage Luolan was more or less afraid. After all, Sky Mountain Yao Lao was a respected senior. Moreover, Sky Mountain Yao Lao had lived for too long. When Sky Mountain Yao Lao's name shook the great thousand world, Holy Mage Luolan hadn't been born yet. In front of Sky Mountain Yao Lao, he was just a junior. Sky Mountain Yao Lao had never made a move, so no one knew how strong he was. He might be unfathomable. After all, he was in existence who had lived for so long. It was also possible that he was extremely powerful. Originally, Holy Mage Luolan wanted to scare Sky Mountain Yao Lao away so that he would retreat and not participate in this matter. However, this move failed and had no effect on Sky Mountain Yao Lao. Therefore, Holy Mage Luolan now felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. If he made a move, what if he was no match for Sky Mountain Yao Lao? He knew very well that Sky Mountain Yao Lao was definitely not someone to be underestimated. However, if he didn't make a move and stopped now, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Just now, he had already said those harsh words. How could he just give up like this? Should he inform the people of the elemental sanctuary now? It was a little too late. Therefore, Holy Mage Luolan felt very uncomfortable for a moment. This matter had been very uncomfortable since the last time he stood up for Sky Mountain Yao Lao in the Eight Realms Divine Palace. Last time, he failed to make a move. He didn't expect that he would fail again this time. This feeling was simply too unbearable. What should he do? Should he fight or not? Sky Mountain Yao Lao stood there with his hands behind his back. Although he had been saying words that seemed to be weak, when it came to a real battle, he gave off the feeling of an expert. Holy Mage Luolan probably wouldn't believe that Sky Mountain Yao Lao didn't have any strength. The scene was in a stalemate for a moment, and the atmosphere became tense and oppressive. Big brother, Sky Mountain Yao Lao is really arrogant. At first, I thought he was just a bronze. I didn't expect him to be a king. Xiao Gu whispered in Qin Zhao's ear. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes at Xiao Gu and said, "Don't talk nonsense. We'll just watch." Xiao Gu smiled bitterly at Qin Zhao and shut his mouth. Sky Mountain Yao Lao and Holy Mage Luolan were still in a stalemate. Sky Mountain Yao Lao obviously wouldn't budge an inch. He was already determined to protect Qin Zhao. As for Holy Mage Luolan, he wanted to fight, but he was a little worried that he wouldn't be a match for Sky Mountain Yao Lao. However, he couldn't give up so easily. This put him in a dilemma, and he couldn't make a decision for a moment. Holy Mage Waltaz, who had been gloating, stiffened. He had thought that Qin Zhao was definitely going to die this time. He didn't expect there to be an unforeseen event. The more the situation was in a stalemate, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. At this moment, a voice was heard, breaking the stiff atmosphere. "Oh, what day is it today? It's so lively. Our Guyong city hasn't been so lively in a long time. It seems that I came at the wrong time. I've caught up with this lively scene." This voice was very gentle, but within that gentleness, there was also a supreme might, a heavy divine might. Just from the voice, one could tell that the person who had come was extraordinary. Qin Zhao looked over and saw a figure walking over at an extremely fast speed. At first glance, he was still far away in the horizon, but in the next moment, he was already in front of them. With one step, it was as if he had crossed several worlds. It was very mysterious and strange. Qin Zhao widened his eyes in surprise. What a good technique! This should be the result of his attainments in the law of space reaching an extremely profound level. Fu Yunyi seemed to be able to do such a body technique. The person who had come was a tall and somewhat muscular man. He looked middle-aged, but there was more maturity and steadiness in his handsomeness. Based on the aura emitted from his body, one could tell that he was an extremely powerful fourth-step ancient realm existence. The aura on his body was much stronger than that of Celestial Mountain, Yao Lao and Saint Sorcerer Luolan. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, his aura immediately suppressed Celestial Mountain, Yao Lao and Saint Sorcerer Luolan. When he appeared, it was as if he was the only ruler of this world. Everyone else had to avoid him and submit to him. No one was allowed to disobey him. That power was not deliberately emitted. Instead, it was emitted naturally. There were really many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Guyong City. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the person who had come. For some reason, he had a very inexplicable feeling in his heart. He felt that the person in front of him was a little familiar. However, it was obvious that he had never seen him before. Why did he feel a little familiar? The aura felt familiar. He felt that he had seen this aura somewhere before. However, he could not remember where. Who was this person? When they saw the person who had come, Celestial Mountain, Yao Lao and Saint Sorcerer Luolan also looked over and showed some respect. From the expressions of Celestial Mountain, Yao Lao and Saint Sorcerer Luolan, Qin Shao guessed that the person in front of him should have a very high status. He must be an extremely powerful existence in Guyong City. Greetings, Lord Mittani. Saint Sorcerer Luolan very politely bowed to the person who had come. Celestial Mountain Yao Lao smiled and said, Lord Mittani, what wind blew you here today? It's very difficult to see you normally. Chapter 2788. Lord Mittani? Qin Shao didn't know much about the situation in Guyong City, so he didn't know where this Lord Mittani came from. But since Yao Lao and Holy Master Roland had to respectfully call out Lord Mittani, it was enough to see how great this person's background was. At least in Guyong City, he should be an extremely revered existence. Why did he feel that this aura was somewhat familiar? Qin Shao was also trying his best to recall where he had felt this aura before. Finally, a thought popped up in his mind. Qin Shao finally remembered where he had felt this aura before. However, the moment this thought appeared, Qin Shao was truly shocked by it. He subconsciously felt that it was impossible, right? It couldn't be that existence, right? It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? With such a huge shock in his heart, Qin Shao once again sized up that Lord Mittani. The more he looked, the more he felt that it was him. Lord Mittani looked at Holy Master Roland, then looked at Yao Lao. A faint smile appeared on his face. Hee, that's right. What kind of wind is blowing today? To be able to blow you, Holy Master Roland, here, and Yao Lao here. Since you've all been blown out, it's fine for me to come out and take a breather, right? Tian Shan Yao Lao smiled as he looked at the Third Valley Master. He looked like a sly old fox. Holy Master Roland's expression sank slightly, appearing somewhat unsightly. Lord Mittani's appearance at this time was clearly not a good sign. Holy Master Roland looked at Lord Mittani with a strange expression. This was a person that he was very wary of. Holy Master Roland said, Lord Mittani, you just happened to pass by here. Do you have any advice for me? Lord Mittani smiled at Holy Master Roland and said, I can't say that I just happened to pass by here. It doesn't seem right. Since it doesn't make sense, I'd better say something. At this point, Lord Mittani turned around and glanced at Qin Shao. He then continued to speak to Holy Master Roland. That kid is quite lucky. He obtained a high-grade valley badge, so I'm here to bring him to the City Lord's mansion. It's been a while since a high-grade valley token appeared. It's rare for one to appear. Our City Lord mansion also attaches great importance to this matter. I was just about to bring him to the City Lord's mansion when I coincidentally bumped into you guys here. City Lord's mansion? Is Lord Mittani from the City Lord's mansion? Qin Shao was taken aback when she heard that. No wonder the Celestial Mountain, Yao Lao and Saint Master Luolan were so respectful to the Lord Mittani. His background was indeed not small. Moreover, not only was Lord Mittani from the City Lord's mansion, but he was also extremely powerful. It was enough to make the Celestial Mountain, Yao Lao and Saint Master Roland fearful. Hearing Lord Mittani's words, the Celestial Mountain Yao Lao looked at Lord Mittani in surprise. Then, he looked at Qin Shao strangely. There was a deep meaning in his eyes. Saint Master Roland's expression immediately sank. How could he not understand the meaning behind those words? Qin Shao had only obtained a high-grade valley badge. Even if the City Lord's mansion wanted someone to summon Qin Shao, they should only send someone over. How could they mobilize so many people and trouble Lord Mittani? What kind of status did Lord Mittani have? Not to mention a mere first-step ancient saint, even a first-step ancient saint was not qualified to trouble Lord Mittani. Why would an existence like Lord Mittani personally summon a mere Qin Shao? How could this be possible? This was completely illogical. Saint Master Roland was not a fool. He naturally understood that Lord Mittani had specially come for Qin Shao. He obviously wanted to protect Qin Shao. This made Holy Master Luolan gnash his teeth again. He was going crazy in his heart. He really didn't understand who this Qin Shao was. First, the Celestial Mountain, Yao Lao was determined to protect him and did not hesitate to start a war with him. After that, even the three Valley Masters were alarmed and appeared to protect Qin Shao. What kind of ability did Qin Shao have to make the Celestial Mountain Yao Lao, who did not care about worldly affairs and disputes, appear to protect him? What kind of person could make a high and mighty figure like Lord Mittani appear in person? Saint Master Roland was still very hesitant about the Celestial Mountain Yao Lao's words. He still wanted to fight and compete. But now, the Lord Mittani had personally appeared. How could he really dare to make a move? If he made a move against the Lord Mittani, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? But should he just give up like this? Saint Master Roland was somewhat unwilling in his heart. Clenching his teeth, Saint Master Roland said, "Lord Mittani, this child openly killed people of my elemental sacred realm in the 8 Realms Divine Palace. This matter involves the supreme divine might of our elemental sacred realm. I chased him all the way from the 8 Realms Divine Palace and finally caught him with great difficulty. Lord Mittani, I respect you very much. But as far as I know, your City Lord's mansion has never intervened in any dispute. Why is it this time?" Although Saint Master Roland's words were not so direct, it was enough to express his meaning. The banner of Gu Yong City Lord's mansion had always been very clear. They had always handled matters with the principle of not intervening in worldly dispute. They treated all life equally. The City Lord's mansion would never interfere in normal dispute. If there were disputes that could not be resolved and the City Lord's mansion was required to step in, the City Lord's mansion would definitely uphold justice and not be biased towards any side. It was precisely because the City Lord's mansion had always been able to be impartial that Gu Yong City had an excellent reputation in the Great Thousand World. It was also because of this excellent reputation that Gu Yong City had become an extremely famous city in the Great Thousand World. It was a place where all life from all walks of life gathered. Regardless of whether it was the life of the 8 realms, the life of the Great Thousand Secret Realms, or the life of any race, they could all live together harmoniously in Gu Yong City. Therefore, Saint Master Roland also questioned the actions of the Lord Mittani this time. Did it not conform to the banner of the City Lord's mansion? In fact, to put it bluntly, he was secretly reminding the Lord Mittani that as an important figure of the City Lord's mansion, he should not interfere in this matter. He was indirectly reminding the Lord Mitanni. What's wrong? Is there a problem with me coming out to bring Qin Shao to the city lord's mansion? Which rule is it not in line with? Although I rarely go out, it's not to the extent that I don't even have the right to go out, right? The Lord Mitanni looked at Saint Master Roland with a calm expression and asked in return. This was the brilliance of the Lord Mitanni. How could he not understand the meaning of Saint Master Roland's words? However, he avoided answering Saint Master Roland's words. Instead, he responded to Saint Master Roland's words from another angle. It felt like he was playing dumb. However, this was also the brilliance of the Lord Mitanni. Saint Master Roland vaguely reminded him that he should not interfere in this matter, but the Lord Mitanni also vaguely responded to Saint Master Roland, indicating that he wanted to interfere in this matter. At this point, if Saint Master Roland still insisted on using the banner of the city lord's mansion to suppress the Lord Mitanni, then he would be too insensible. It was obvious that he wanted to make things difficult for the Lord Mitanni. Saint Master Roland was not a fool. He kindly reminded Saint Master Roland because he wanted to try and see if it would work. However, if it really didn't work, then there was no other way. Saint Master Roland was definitely not stupid enough to do something like offending the Lord Mitanni. Not to mention that the matter of Qin Shao was not his personal matter. To him, at most, he was a little unhappy because he didn't kill Qin Shao last time. However, there was no enmity between them. To be able to kill Qin Shao, solve that matter, and win some applause, of course, this was something that Saint Master Roland was willing to do. However, if he really offended the Lord Mitanni because of this matter, then he would not lose anything. It was completely unnecessary. Moreover, since the Lord Mitanni had said so, it meant that he was going to interfere. If the Lord Mitanni really wanted to interfere in this matter, what ability did Saint Master Roland have to say anything? In terms of strength, Saint Master Roland still had some self-awareness. If it was the heavenly mountain Yao Lao, then perhaps he would still dare to fight. However, when facing the Lord Mitanni, he did not have the slightest bit of courage. Since the Lord Mitanni had said so, Saint Master Roland did not dare to say anything more. Of course, the Lord Mitanni personally intervened. That is Qin Zhao's greatest honor. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. After Saint Master Roland said those words, he also left. How could he have the face to stay here any longer? After Saint Master Roland left, the heavenly mountain Yao Lao smiled. This saved him a lot of trouble. He was originally prepared to fight Saint Master Roland. He did not expect that saving him a lot of trouble would be a good thing for him. Haha, Lord Mitanni, if you have the time, you can come to my little hut. I still have some good wine there. I have always wanted to invite the Lord Mitanni for a drink, but I never had the chance. I wonder when the Lord Mitanni will do me the honor? The heavenly mountain Yao Lao said with a smile. The Lord Mitanni smiled faintly. He cupped his fists towards the heavenly mountain Yao Lao and said, "You are too polite, old Yao Lao. If I have the time next time, I will definitely come. I am still thinking about your good wine." Good, then it's a promise. This old man still has many things to do, so I will take my leave first. The heavenly mountain Yao Lao cupped his fists and left. Before leaving, he looked at Qin Shao with a meaningful gaze. After sending off Saint Master Roland and the heavenly mountain Yao Lao, this calamity was completely over. Qin Shao was also quite emotional. He let out a long sigh. He really did not expect that there would be such a result. It was really unexpected. After collecting his thoughts, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the Lord Mitanni again. He stepped forward and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Mitanni, for saving me. This junior is very grateful." The Lord Mitanni turned around. His gaze fell on Qin Shao, sizing up Qin Shao. The smile on his face became even wider. After sizing up Qin Shao, he nodded at Qin Shao with a look of approval and gratification. "Not bad, not bad. A hero comes from a young age. At such a young age, you are able to reach such a heaven-defying level. This is really rare. The more heaven-defying a person is, the more dangers and difficulties he will encounter. This is a test given to you by the heavens. The more tests there are, the better it is for you. As long as you can endure them, it will help you improve again and again. It will help you go further and climb higher. So no matter what kind of tribulations there are, don't be afraid and don't worry. This is a test given to you by the heavens. It is also a great gift for you. It will guide you forward. Listening to the Lord Mitanni's words, Qin Shao nodded in agreement. He also agreed with this point of view. If he thought about it carefully, it was indeed so. Thinking back to the situation he had encountered along the way, it was indeed so. Qin Shao was not afraid of any difficulties or tribulations. He would always face them bravely. Let's go. The Lord Mitanni did not say much. He waved at Qin Shao and led Qin Shao to the city lord's mansion. Chapter 2789. Soon, Lord Mitanni brought Qin Shao to the majestic and sacred city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was probably the only place in Valley Harmony City that was more dignified. After entering the city lord's mansion, the feeling was very different. Lord Mitanni brought Qin Shao to a mansion. It seemed to be his cultivation mansion. The servants had already prepared a table of sumptuous food and wine, waiting for the two to return. Such treatment made Qin Shao feel flattered, and he was even more certain of his guess. Qin Shao looked at Lord Mitanni with fervent eyes. Lord Mitanni also looked at Qin Shao, and the smile on his face gradually deepened. Haha, I really didn't expect this. It's been 7 epochs since I left the primordial universe, and the primordial universe actually gave birth to a peerless genius like you. Good, this is really good. Hearing Lord Mitanni's words, Qin Shao's mind suddenly shook violently. Although he had thought of this long ago, and was increasingly certain of this matter, Qin Shao didn't dare to be 100% sure. Now that he heard Lord Mitanni say it himself, Qin Shao dared to be completely sure. This was something that Qin Shao didn't expect at all. Qin Shao was incomparably excited, and he hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply. Greetings, Lord of Death. I've been looking for you, but I couldn't find you. I didn't expect to see you here, Lord Mitanni. This is really a pleasant surprise. The Lord Mitanni in front of him was none other than the Lord of Death, who was the first to ascend from the primordial universe, the Lord of Death, who left 9 death valleys in the primordial universe. Speaking of the Lord of Death, Qin Zhao's heart was filled with emotions, and he was also very grateful. Speaking of which, I also received the inheritance of the death valleys, so Qin Zhao's current achievements can also be said to be bestowed by the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death can be considered half a master to me, Qin Shao. After I left the primordial universe, the person I wanted to find the most was you, Lord of Death, but I didn't find any news. I once thought that something bad might have happened to you, Lord of Death. Ha ha! Lord Mitanni laughed loudly, and indicated Qin Shao to sit down first. Come, let's drink and chat while we drink. Drink. Seeing you, I feel very close to you. If I hadn't seen you, I might not have thought of the primordial chaos universe. But what's miraculous is that after seeing you, of the primordial universe, I understand the current situation of the primordial universe from you, and I feel even more gratified. Of course, within the gratification of learning, there is also a lot of shame. Shame. Qin Shao sat down and looked at the Lord Mitanni. He somewhat understood what the Lord Mitanni meant by shame. The Lord of Death was the first to ascend and leave the primordial universe. He had ascended and left in the first universe era. However, after leaving the primordial universe, he had never returned. Qin Shao also once thought that the Lord of Death might have died, or that the Lord of Death might be in a very bad situation himself, and he might be powerless to return to the primordial universe. If he wanted to return to the primordial universe, he should at least have the strength of a fourth step, heavenly venerate. Qin Shao once thought that maybe the Lord of Death hadn't reached the fourth step, heavenly venerate level yet. He had always guessed that these were the two possibilities. However, Qin Shao hadn't expected the Lord of Death to be so terrifyingly powerful. He was actually a fourth-step ancient sacred altar existence. Such a powerful existence hadn't returned to the primordial universe or blessed his hometown. Qin Shao was very puzzled. Even now, Qin Shao was still very puzzled by this question. Therefore, when he heard the Lord of Death say that he was ashamed, Qin Shao also thought that there must be a reason why the Lord of Death hadn't returned to the primordial universe. The Lord of Death continued, "Actually, I'm not from the primordial universe." What? Qin Shao was shocked when he heard this. It was as if he had been hit by a bomb. The Lord of Death wasn't from the primordial universe? This was also something that Qin Shao hadn't expected. The Lord of Death's status in the primordial universe was very extraordinary and special. He was also an existence that everyone had always worshipped and worshipped. He had always been a divine existence in the primordial universe. However, the Lord of Death actually told Qin Shao that the Lord of Death wasn't from the primordial universe. This huge contrast shocked Qin Shao so much that he couldn't accept it. The Lord of Death was extremely important to the primordial universe. Because of the Lord of Death, later generations knew that there was a vast thousand worlds outside the primordial universe. There was also the existence of the sacred realm, and it was possible to ascend and leave. The Lord of Death was also the first person in the primordial universe to ascend and leave. Are you surprised? The Lord of Death asked with a faint smile. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I'm very surprised. It's something that I've never thought of before. Lord of Death, you've left a deep imprint in the primordial universe. Later generations, generation after generation, have always respected you as a supreme divine existence. They've always revered you. It's really hard for me to accept this sudden news." The Lord of Death smiled faintly and said, "That can only mean that you're still too young and inexperienced. That's why there are many things that you can't see through. You're still stuck in a relatively primitive state and concept. When you've lived long enough, you'll understand that many things and people around you will become a part of the past, a part of your memories. Even if you have the ability to keep these things, you'll feel that it's no longer necessary. Things that are forcefully left behind might not be beautiful. Following the laws of nature is a kind of beauty. It's the result of the great Tao. Forcefully defying the heavens will more or less destroy that beauty." The Lord of Death's words were very profound. Qin Shao still didn't fully understand. He understood the basic meaning, but Qin Shao obviously still didn't understand the deeper meaning. It was obviously impossible to change his mind in a short time. Maybe I'm really too young, and I don't have much experience. However, I don't need to care about those things. I just need to live in the present. I don't know what I'll think in the future, but I'm very sure of what I'm thinking now. That's enough. Do everything according to your heart. Just do what you feel like. It's not that complicated. Cultivation is the path we have to take, the path we'll always take. But on the path of cultivation, there are also some other beautiful things that can be done. In this way, I think life will be more beautiful." Qin Shao thought for a while and said this. This was his current understanding. Qin Shao definitely couldn't understand the transcendent thoughts of the Lord of Death for the time being. The Lord of Death smiled faintly and nodded slightly. "Well, just follow your heart. You're still young now, and you really don't need to think so much. Just do what you want now." Well, Qin Shao also felt the same way. There was no need to think too much. Thinking too much might not be a good thing. This topic was still too profound, and there was no need to discuss it further. Qin Shao asked, "By the way, Senior Lord of Death, you just said that you're not from the Hongming universe. What do you mean?" Lord Mittani smiled and said, The Lord of Death is just my alias in the Hongmeng universe. Everyone now calls me Lord Mittani. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Lord Mittani. I'm not taking advantage of you by being your big brother, right? Big brother? Qin Shao couldn't help but be taken aback. However, he immediately felt flattered and said, No, no, I'm the one who's taking advantage of you. Since that's the case, I won't be shy. Greetings, Big Brother Lord Mittani. Ha ha, good. I like straightforward people. Kid, you're really a very likable guy. Lord Mittani laughed heartily. He was very happy. After laughing, Lord Mittani continued, Actually, when I went to the Hongmeng universe, I was a one-step ancient saint. I also went out to experience the world, but I was seriously injured in one of the adventures. So I just happened to pass by the Hongmeng universe and saw a newborn universe, so I entered it. On one hand, I healed in the Hongmeng universe, and on the other hand, I used the newborn universe to comprehend. Because I was seriously injured, I stayed in the Hongmeng universe for a long time. After I healed, I felt that since I was already here, I had some fate with the Hongmeng universe. So I stayed in the Hongmeng universe for a while and taught some people. Then, I left behind 9 Death Valleys. It can be considered a gift to the Hongmeng universe. Then I left. I don't know what happened after that. Because I'm not from the Hongmeng universe. To me, the Hongmeng universe is just a translation station on my journey. So, after I left, I didn't pay attention to the situation in the Hongmeng universe. After hearing Lord Mittani's words, Qin Shao understood why the Lord of Death didn't return to the Hongmeng universe. So that was the reason. In the past, he really ignored the Lord of Death. He really thought that the Lord of Death was most likely dead. After all, the Lord of Death's talent was so dazzling and heaven-defying. After 7 universe epochs, he must have grown to a certain extent. It shouldn't be that he couldn't even reach the 4th step Heavenly Venerable Realm. Not to mention the Ancient Sage Realm, the 4th step Heavenly Venerable Realm shouldn't be a problem at all. However, ever since the Lord of Death left, there was no news of him. He didn't leave any traces in the immortal domain. Qin Shao also searched for him. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others unanimously believed that the Death Valley Master was most likely dead, which was why they were acting like this. But they didn't expect that the Lord of Death wasn't from the Hongmeng universe. So it was normal that he didn't pay attention to the Hongmeng universe after leaving. Moreover, they didn't expect the Lord of Death to be an ancient sage realm existence in the Hongmeng universe. It wasn't until recently that I heard that there was a little guy called Qin Shao in the immortal domain. He's very heaven-defying and extremely impressive. Moreover, he's a lowly life form that came out of the Hongmeng universe. My heart was moved and I remembered the Hongmeng universe. So I checked your situation and found that you really came out of the Hongmeng universe. So I paid attention to you. However, I didn't intend to disturb you. I was just silently happy for the Hongmeng universe. It's gratifying to have such a peerless genius like you. I also feel that the Death Valley I left in the Hongmeng universe back then had some effect. What I didn't expect was that you actually came to Guyong City. Actually, I've been paying attention to you since before, but I didn't show up. I saw that you were in trouble just now, so I showed up and brought you over. Author Cruel Death Brothers, please ask for fresh flowers. The fresh flowers can't grow anymore. Cruel Death's update hasn't been delayed. Chapter 2790. It turned out that Big Brother Lord Mittani had been secretly paying attention to him. Qin Shao felt warm in his heart. In Valley Harmony City, there was actually such a big brother who cared about him. Although the Third Valley Master had not returned after leaving the Hongmeng universe and had not asked about the Hongmeng universe's situation, Qin Shao could feel that the Third Valley Master was still a sentimental person. He still cared about the Hongmeng universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so nice to him. However, the primordial universe didn't mean much to Lord Mitanni. He was a fourth-step ancient saint, and the primordial universe was not his birth universe. The Third Valley Master was just a passerby in the primordial universe. As a passerby, it was already very benevolent of him to leave some inheritance in the primordial universe for future generations. Moreover, Lord Mitanni was also a very amiable person. He was approachable and didn't put on airs. Qin Shao didn't feel that he was unapproachable. Qin Shao and Lord Mitanni chatted while drinking wine. Lord Mitanni was also concerned about the situation in the primordial universe. He listened to Qin Shao talk about the situation in the primordial universe, including how Qin Shao came out of the primordial universe step by step. Qin Shao sighed when he talked about that. Speaking of which, the 9 death valleys that Lord Mitanni left behind in the primordial universe were of some help to the primordial universe. They were also of some help to Qin Shao. Moreover, the people in the primordial universe were also pursuing the Lord of Death's footstep. All in all, the Lord of Death was the pioneer and guide of the primordial universe. In this respect, the Lord of Death was of great help to the primordial universe. The two of them chatted for a long time like long-lost relatives. They talked for a long time. Lord Mitanni was quite concerned about the primordial universe and asked it many questions. Although it was said that for someone who had reached the level of Lord Mitanni, ordinary lifeforms were no more than ants to him, it was not an empty statement to say that all beneath the ancient saint realm were ants. For an existence such as Lord Mitanni, this was entirely true. Moreover, Lord Mitanni's temperament was relatively mild, and he was indifferent to everything. To him, the primordial universe was just a place of the past. However, for a heaven-defying genius like Qin Shao to appear in the Grand Mist universe, the Lord Mitanni was very gratified. He also felt warm towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao was very grateful to the Lord Mitanni. After all, he had received the inheritance of the Death Valley. The Lord Mitanni could be considered as Qin Shao's teacher. Secondly, he was very respectful. The Lord Mitanni was a god revered by the entire primordial universe. In the long river of history, his status was much higher than Qin Shao's. With this relationship, the Lord Mitanni and Qin Shao seemed to have an inseparable fate. By the way, Qin Shao, you should have accepted a black qilin, right? Lord Mitanni suddenly asked. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, big brother Lord Mitanni, it was a very fortunate thing. Not long after leaving the primordial universe, I saw a young black qilin. Perhaps it was fate that brought it to me, so I accepted it. In the past, I only thought that black qilins were of a higher level, but I didn't know how powerful they were. Now I know a little. Therefore, I feel even more deeply that I was lucky in the past. Lord Mitanni smiled and said, Well, you can indeed be considered to have heaven-defying luck. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're extremely lucky. Among the beast race, there aren't many who truly possess the bloodline of the ancient divine beast. It's extremely rare. It's very difficult to even see one. In fact, the black qilin can also be considered a divine beast. It's just that it's not the top divine beast, but it can be ranked among the divine beasts. The divine beast race can be said to be extremely low-key in the Great Thousand World. It's extremely difficult to see them. Firstly, it's because they're extremely rare, so they use this method to protect themselves. Secondly, the various races are not friendly to the divine beast race. They all want to subdue a divine beast to be their spiritual beast mount. Because of this, the divine beast race is wary and hostile towards other races. Therefore, they are even more unwilling to show themselves. However, I'm a little curious. What's the situation with this black qilin of yours? Qin Shao had heard about this situation before. He also knew that the divine beast race almost never showed themselves in the Great Thousand World. Therefore, it was definitely very difficult to see a real divine beast. At least, Qin Shao had never seen one in the immortal region. Some beast races sounded like divine beasts, but in fact they were all pseudo-divine beasts and not real divine beasts. For example, Palace Master Fu Shi's phoenix. Although it was also called phoenix and sounded like an ancient divine beast, it wasn't. It was a pseudo-phoenix. It just had some phoenix bloodline in its body. It sounded more advanced, but those who really understood would know that it could only be considered a slightly more advanced beast race. The Black Qilin was considered a real divine beast, but it was not the top divine beast. Big Brother Lord Mittani, when I met Baby Mo, she should have just been born not long ago. It seems like she was abandoned there. I just happened to meet her. However, Baby Mo doesn't know anything about her background. Based on this situation, she should have been abandoned as soon as she was born. She doesn't know who her parents are, where her parents are, or why she was there. I don't know what's going on in this situation. There should be something behind this, right? Qin Shao had always been puzzled about this situation and wanted to find an answer. Baby Mo had no memory of any of this. Moreover, Baby Mo was a very naive, lively, and cheerful person. She was also an optimist, so she didn't have any idea about this situation. She also didn't think about looking for her parents or her background. She only knew that she was happy to be by her master's side. That was enough. With Xiao Gu, the book spirit, and the master by his side, it was a very happy and joyful thing. Lord Mittani thought for a moment and said, "There should be something behind this. According to what you said, Baby Mo should have been abandoned as soon as she was born. The birth rate of divine beasts is very, very low. I believe that no parents would be willing to abandon their child. Therefore, Baby Mo's parents must have encountered a crisis at that time, so they heartlessly abandoned Baby Mo so that Baby Mo could survive. Moreover, tens of millions of years have passed. Her parents still haven't found her, which means that her parents have most likely encountered a mishap. But speaking of which, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that you've taken in a Black Qilin. Good or bad?" Hearing Lord Mittani's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She frowned and looked at Lord Mittani, but she immediately understood the meaning of these words. Qin Shao said, "Brother Lord Mittani, do you mean that I might be blamed by the divine beasts?" "Yes." Lord Mittani nodded and continued, "The divine beasts are a relatively noble race, and can be considered a relatively united race. You've taken in a divine beast as your spiritual beast. If you're encountered by the divine beasts, it's very likely that they will attack you. Therefore, I think that it's better for you to let Baby Mo out less in the future. Of course, this is only a possibility, and it may not be the case. In the great wide world, it's not that there are no divine beasts that have been subdued by humans as spiritual beasts, but they are extremely rare. But you have a Black Qilin, this will still make people jealous." Qin Shao nodded, indicating that he understood the situation. This was indeed the case, and there were indeed some possibilities. However, Qin Shao wasn't too worried about this situation. He had a clear conscience about Baby Mo. Although he had taken in Baby Mo as his spiritual beast, Qin Shao had never treated Baby Mo as a follower or servant. He had also treated her as a younger sister. Just like how he treated little Gu, he treated Qin Shao as a brother and a younger brother. Therefore, even if the divine beasts came looking for him, Qin Shao wasn't afraid. He believed that Baby Mo would reason with them. Moreover, if Baby Mo wanted to leave, Qin Shao would also let her go without forcing anything. In fact, Qin Shao also hoped that Baby Mo could find her family. Although Baby Mo was living a happy life now, it was only because she didn't have the concept of home, parents, and family in her heart. However, when she grew older, learned more things, and experienced more things, Baby Mo would definitely slowly have this concept. Qin Shao had long thought that when he had the strength and opportunity one day, he would also take Baby Mo to find her family. The mythological beast clan was still relatively powerful. Even if her parents had met with some misfortune, they should still have other family members to protect them. Even if there were no other family members, there should still be other black Chilans. This matter, let's talk about it in the future. There was no need to discuss it too much now. Lord Mitanni also waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. This also depended on one's luck. For Qin Shao, what would happen in the future was still the same. There was no need to deliberately avoid anything. Oh, by the way, Qin Shao, speaking of the Black Qilan, I really do have a treasure that is very suitable for her. It should be considered tailor-made for her. Other than her, no one else can use it. I don't know how long it has been with me, but I just remembered it. Let baby Mo out, I'll give that treasure to her. Lord Mitanni suddenly thought of something and said to Qin Shao. Hearing Lord Mitanni's words, Qin Shao shook her head embarrassedly and said, Brother Lord Mitanni, there's no need for that. You're making me feel too embarrassed. Look, you saved me and can be considered half a teacher to me. I have nothing to repay you with, but you want to give me a treasure. How can I accept it? Haha, you're thinking too much. I'm not giving it to you. I'm giving it to baby Mo. What are you embarrassed about? If you want to be embarrassed, it should be baby Mo. I won't give you the chance. Lord Mitanni joked with a smile. Cough, Qin Shao coughed awkwardly. But she also knew that Lord Mitanni said this on purpose. What was the difference between giving it to baby Mo and giving it to her? Qin Shao was indeed very embarrassed. Lord Mitanni understood Qin Shao's meaning. He waved his hand and said, Since you said that I'm half a teacher to you, then since you're half a student to me, isn't it normal for a teacher to give a gift to a student? As for whether you want to repay me, wait until you have the ability in the future. Chapter 2791. This Qin Shao had never been a delicate person, so he was willing to accept kindness. He just wanted to remember this kindness and find a chance to repay it in the future. The Third Valley Master had already put it this way. If Qin Shao were to reject him, it would seem like he was being a spoiled brat. Alright, since that's the case, Qin Shao won't stand on ceremony. I'll be thick-skinned for once. Thank you, big brother Lord Mitanni. Qin Shao pursed his lips hard and remembered this kindness. Ha! Lord Mitanni laughed heartily and patted Qin Shao's shoulder. Since you've already called me big brother, I naturally can't be your big brother for nothing. Otherwise, if you don't say that I'm stingy, wouldn't I despise myself? I'm also half your teacher, and I'm indebted to you for calling me big brother. It's just a small greeting gift. It's only right. Qin Shao smiled and felt warm in his heart. Big brother Lord Mitanni gave him the feeling that he was indeed a big brother, a relative from his hometown. Although Lord Mitanni wasn't from the primordial universe, in Qin Shao's heart, Qin Shao still regarded Lord Mitanni as a member of the primordial universe. After all, Lord Mitanni had stayed in the primordial universe for a universe epoch. He had witnessed the birth and reproduction of the primordial universe and completed the process of the first universe epoch. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to say that Lord Mitanni was half a member of the primordial universe. Lord Mitanni clearly cared about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated Qin Shao like this. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and let baby Mo out. Baby Mo had seen Lord Mitanni before, so he naturally wasn't unfamiliar with him. Not only was baby Mo familiar, but he looked at Lord Mitanni curiously as soon as he came out. He didn't seem very polite at all. Of course, baby Mo had a rather naive personality and wasn't offending Lord Mitanni. Lord Mitanni looked at baby Mo, then moved his hand and an ancient tablet appeared in his hand. This tablet was rather strange and its style was also very strange. It was hard to tell what it looked like, and one couldn't tell what it was at first glance. One could only feel an ancient and faint aura from it, indicating that this tablet was very old. It was unknown when this ancient artifact had appeared. Not only was it ancient, but it also exuded an extremely powerful aura. One look and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Mo Bao Bao was instantly attracted by this item, and immediately looked at the treasure with a curious expression. Lord Mitanni casually tossed the treasure to Baby Mo. Baby Mo immediately caught the treasure and looked at Lord Mitanni with surprise and said, "For me?" Lord Mitanni smiled and said, "Yes, a small greeting gift for you. You should like it, and it will be of great use to you." "Hee, I like it, I like it. I like it very much. Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior." Baby Mo immediately danced with joy. It could be seen that she really liked this treasure. Qin Shao rarely saw Baby Mo so happy. He also wanted to know what kind of treasure this treasure was. The Third Valley Master pointed to an empty space at the side and said to Mo Bao Bao, Go there and study this treasure. You should be able to gain a lot from it." "Yes, yes, yes." Baby Mo immediately nodded, then quickly ran to the side and began to study the treasure. After sending off Baby Mo, Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Lord Mitanni, what exactly is that treasure? Why did you say it was tailor-made for Baby Mo?" Lord Mitanni smiled and said, "That treasure is something I obtained by chance in a secret realm. I studied it and found that it is an extremely dangerous secret technique. Once it's cultivated to the large success stage, its power will be terrifying. But this secret technique can't be cultivated by ordinary life forms. Only a few divine beasts can cultivate it. The Ink Qilin is one of them. The Ink Qilin's innate divine ability can be used to perform this secret technique. Once combined with the Ink Qilin's innate divine ability, its power will become extremely terrifying. It can directly devour the soul of a person and kill him in an instant. You can put it that way. If Baby Mo cultivates this secret technique to the great mastery, she'll be able to easily kill a third-step ancient saint. Moreover, the terrifying thing about this soul-devouring secret technique is that it can kill people very quickly and doesn't give the opponent much chance to resist. It can lock onto your soul in an instant, and then the power of the secret technique will erupt and kill you. No matter how strong you are, if you don't even have a chance to resist or fight back, then it's useless no matter how strong you are. You can't escape death." "What?" Hearing Lord Mitanni's words, Qin Shao was really shocked. There was actually such a terrifying and strange secret technique. It could kill people in an instant and devour their souls, making them unable to resist. This was too terrifying, wasn't it? No matter how strong or weak one was, as long as this secret technique was used, one was basically dead. They wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Just thinking about it was terrifying. This made Qin Shao think that if Baby Mo used this secret technique on him, wouldn't it mean that he wouldn't even have the strength to resist and would be killed by Baby Mo in an instant? Terrifying, too terrifying. "Haha, are you surprised?" Lord Mitanni saw Qin Zhao's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, "Don't be so surprised. You have to believe that there are all kinds of strange things in the great wide world. There are only things that you can't think of, but there's nothing that the great wide world doesn't have. Your mind will never be able to keep up with the wonders of the great wide world. There are all kinds of dangerous and strange techniques. So, you must remember this in the future. The path of cultivation must be a difficult and dangerous one. You must always maintain a high level of vigilance. You must treat any battle seriously and deal with it carefully. You must not be careless. Moreover, you must make fewer enemies, avoid provoking others, and don't take the initiative to cause trouble. These are all very important." Qin Shao nodded and agreed. Yes, Qin Shao knows this and will always remember it. At this point, the Third Valley Master shook his head and laughed. "However, Qin Shao, your personality is also rather firm and unyielding. Although you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, once something provokes you, you won't let it go easily. That's why you always make a big deal out of things. How should I put it? I actually quite admire this kind of character. But I have to say that your character is indeed a very, very dangerous thing on the long road of cultivation. Although your journey has been relatively smooth, and you have come through every danger without any mishap, but you have only lived for tens of millions of years. For the long road of your life, you have just taken a small step. Your road is still very, very long. On the endless and slow path, the things you will encounter will also be innumerable. How you want to go in the future, you should think about it carefully. Qin Shao was silent for a while. After a while, he said, "Thank you, Brother Lord Mittani, for your reminder. Perhaps sometimes my character is a little too strong and a little too impulsive. It may seem a little rigid. But I still think it's right. I have something I want to adhere to. I have my principles and bottom line. I have told myself these two things from the beginning. No one can touch them, and no one can cross this line. As long as I don't cross this line, I can muddle through, and I can tolerate and give in. But once I cross this line, I will not give up easily even if I die. I don't know whether this is right or wrong, and I believe that there is no right or wrong in this world. So, I have always told myself that as long as I think it's right, as long as it's something I insist on, it's right. And I have always told myself that as long as it's something I decide to do, I will never change it, I will never regret it, and I will do it to the end. So, I can say that I have a completely clear conscience for everything I have done along the way, and I have no regrets at all. Even if I were given another chance, I would still do the same." After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Lord Mittani nodded. He said, "Well, I can't say that what you do is bad or wrong. I can only say that everyone has their own path. As long as you think it's right and you're the one who wants to leave, then it's good and right." "Ha ha, all right, let's not talk about such a serious topic. Everyone has a different path to take, so there's nothing much to say. What I'm saying is just a little bit of my own experience. However, my experience may not be suitable for you. So, you don't have to take it seriously. If I'm really that experienced, I wouldn't be stuck in the fourth step of the ancient saint realm now." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Big brother Lord Mittani, you can't say that. You are already very experienced, at least in my heart, very experienced. Your experience can also give me a lot of inspiration. It's worth listening to and thinking about. Being stuck in the fourth step of the ancient saint realm is nothing. I believe that Big Brother Lord Mittani will definitely become a world god. You definitely will." "Ha ha ha, then I'll count on your auspicious words." Lord Mittani smiled. The two of them continued to drink and talk about many issues. Beside baby Mo, she went to study the treasure alone. She was very serious and focused on studying it. She was very engrossed. Qin Shao chatted with Lord Mittani for a long time. Taking this opportunity, Qin Shao also asked Lord Mittani a lot of questions. Lord Mittani patiently answered Qin Shao one by one. After all, Lord Mittani was an extremely experienced fourth step of the ancient saint realm. He had lived for a long time and had always been by the side of City Lord Guyong, so his experience could be considered very rich. Every time Qin Shao asked a question, Lord Mittani was able to give an answer that benefited Qin Shao a lot. Qin Shao indeed gained a lot and had a lot of new insight. This was obviously very helpful for Qin Zhao's cultivation. It was also very helpful for Qin Zhao's accumulation of cultivation. As the saying goes, listening to the words of a wise man is better than studying for 10 years. These words were indeed not false. Qin Shao said that listening to Lord Mittani's words was better than cultivating for 1,000,000 years. This was not an exaggeration at all. Lord Mittani was indeed very selfless. He did not hold back in front of Qin Shao and was very enthusiastic. Qin Shao was very touched and grateful. He did not expect to meet a great benefactor in Guyong City. Chapter 2792. The archway was a rather special place in the city lord's mansion. The archway was guarded by a third-step ancient saint. He was abnormally tall and strong, just like a small pagoda mountain. At a glance, one could tell that he was a cultivator of the Tao of strength. His entire body exuded a strong sense of power. Moreover, this ancient saint was the kind of person who looked dignified without being angry. Therefore, when he guarded the archway, he looked very intimidating, making people not dare to approach him. He looked sacred and inviolable. The archway was obviously an important place in the city lord's mansion. Therefore, a powerful third-step ancient saint was specially sent to guard it. "Oh, Lord Mittani, what brings you here? You haven't been here much. Oh, you even brought a little guy here. Your relationship is not shallow. For you to come here, Lord Mittani, but I haven't heard that you have accepted a disciple. Is he your illegitimate son, Lord Mittani?" Although the three-step ancient saint had a dignified look on his face, he immediately grinned when he saw the Third Valley Master. His smile seemed to be very flattering. Lord Mittani glared at him and said, "Eighth brother, your mouth is getting more and more talkative. Is it because I haven't drilled you for a long time?" "Haha, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. You are my superior. It's just that I haven't seen you for a long time, Lord Mittani, and my mouth is itching." Eighth brother grinned and hurriedly begged for mercy. Hearing the strange name of eighth brother, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. There was actually someone with such a name. Eighth brother saw Qin Shao laughing and glanced over. "What are you laughing at, little brat?" Eighth brother is a very powerful name in our elemental saint realm. Why don't you people from the other saint realms understand it? Eighth brother, how domineering, what a good name, it matches my temperament. Do you understand? Understand? What did he know? Qin Shao really wanted to laugh. Did this name have anything to do with mighty and domineering? What did Baoyang mean by being in the elemental saint realm? Qin Shao was too lazy to figure it out. He only knew that the name he understood was very strange. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. This is Qin Shao, the lucky one who got a high-grade valley card recently. I brought him here to receive his reward, Lord Mittani said. Hearing Lord Mittani's words, Baoyang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Qin Shao with envy. Baoyang Gu, on the other hand, acted like they were close friends. He hugged Qin Shao with his huge arms. Qin Shao felt that just one of his arms was as big as his body, so this scene also seemed very strange. Being hugged by that huge arm made Qin Shao feel like he was being pressed down by a mountain. Baoyang Gu, a third-step ancient saint, who guarded the valley archway, unexpectedly had such a side. It really made people feel that there was a big contrast. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Qin Shao was a little unaccustomed to being so familiar with him. "Hey, little boy, tell me quickly, what is the relationship between you and Lord Mittani?" "Lord Mittani, such a big shot, actually came to my shabby temple in person for you. This is very, very unreasonable. I seriously suspect that there is an unspeakable relationship between you two." Baoyang Gu was a very curious person. He hugged Qin Shao because of this gossip. Moreover, looking at his very serious face, it seemed that he had already confirmed something. Slap. Lord Mittani slapped Baoyang Gu speechlessly, and said angrily, "Let's get down to business." Yes, aren't we walking? We have to do business, but we also have to talk about other things. I feel that I have a lot of affinity with this little boy. Let's chat for a while, Baoyang Gu nodded obediently, and continued to talk to Qin Shao. "Hurry up and tell me, little boy, do you want me to die of anxiety?" Qin Shao was also a little speechless. How was he supposed to answer this? After thinking about it, he could only say, "You can say that he is half a teacher." What? Baoyang Gu glared at him. What do you mean half a teacher? One is one, where did half a teacher come from? Are you sure he is a teacher and not a master? Slap. Lord Mitanni slapped Bal Yongu again, but this time it was much harder. I told you to talk nonsense again. Lord Mitanni kicked Bal Yongu again, and Bal Yongu became a lot more obedient. He quickly let go of Qin Shao, smiled at the three valley masters, and quickly sped up in front. But after a while, his mouth itched and he muttered, "Stingy, really stingy. Such a great valley master, but he is only half a teacher." Looking at Bal Yongji's cheeky and playful appearance, Qin Shao couldn't help but secretly laugh. What an interesting person! But from this aspect, it could be seen that Lord Mitanni was indeed a very easy person to talk to, and he wasn't really angry with Bal Yongu. Otherwise, Bal Yongu wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. In other words, the people in the city lord's mansion all got along so well. Soon, Bal Yongu brought Qin Shao inside, and then he put on a serious face and said, "Little friend Qin Shao, take out your valley tablet and give it to me." When Bal Yongu was serious, he really did look like he was serious, but compared to his cheeky appearance just now, he was like a completely different person. It really made people unable to help but laugh. "Little friend Qin Shao, I am talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Bal Yongu said seriously. Qin Shao really couldn't help but want to laugh. This was a very serious scene, but when she thought of the huge contrast between Bal Yongu and now, she really felt that it was very funny. But Qin Shao still resisted and took out the high-grade valley tablet. After receiving the high-grade valley tablet, Bal Yongu checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he put away the high-grade valley tablet. Well, not bad, not bad. Being able to get a high-grade valley tablet, your luck is really very good. But, Bal Yongu said until here, then he paused and looked at Lord Mitanni on the side and said, "Lord Mitanni, I think Qin Shao just arrived in our Guyong city, right? He got a high-grade valley tablet as soon as he arrived? And Lord Mitanni, he is half a student of yours? Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence?" "Hee, I say, Third Valley Master, did you give it to him?" If an ordinary person said this to Lord Mitanni wouldn't be polite. But Lord Mitanni was somewhat accustomed to Bal Yongu saying such things. He glared at Bal Yongu and said, "When can your dog mouth spit out ivory? You are the one who talks the most nonsense." "Hee, Lord Mitanni, there is nothing wrong with what you said. A dog mouth can't spit out ivory. I am not an elephant, how can I spit out ivory?" Bal Yongu was still talking nonsense. However, even though he was poor, after that, Ba-er brothers immediately got back to work seriously. "Well, little friend Qin Shao, first of all, I have to congratulate you. Secondly, I will give you 9 benefits, and then you can choose any 3 of the 9. You have to listen carefully. After you choose, you can't go back on your words. Well, Lord Mitanni is here today. I can give you more time to choose, and I can also give you a chance to go back on your word." He, little brat, are you pleasantly surprised? Are you surprised?" Qin Shao blushed with shame. How could he be surprised? Seeing Qin Shao didn't have any reaction, Bal Yongu rolled his eyes at Qin Shao and said, "Boring, you don't know anything. Forget it, let's get down to business. You can choose by yourself." With that, Bal Yongu waved his hand, and 9 jade slips flew in front of Qin Shao. There was information on each jade slip. Looking at the information, he knew the benefits of each jade slip. Qin Shao's eyes fell on the jade slip. The benefit of the first jade slip was this: you can obtain an upper-level sacred artifact. An upper-level sacred artifact was indeed very precious. At least for first step, second step, or even third step ancient saints, it was relatively valuable. But an upper-level sacred artifact was not very attractive to Qin Shao. Speaking of upper-level sacred artifacts, Qin Shao had more than one. So naturally it was not very attractive. Moving on to the second benefit, the second one was very attractive. The 5 elements path understanding tree could be cultivated for 90,000 years. Although it was the first time Qin Shao had heard of the 5 elements path understanding tree, Qin Shao could guess a little from the name. So Qin Shao asked, Senior Baoyang, does this 5 elements path understanding tree allow people to cultivate and comprehend the 5 elements? Yo, you're pretty smart, aren't you? You even guessed it? You guessed it, didn't you? Baoyang immediately teased. It was just that this kind of banter was very awkward for Qin Shao. He was not used to this kind of banter. Baoyang repeatedly hit a wall with Qin Shao, and felt very bored. He said seriously, Yes, you are right. It is a path understanding tree that can be used to comprehend the 5 elements. This thing is extremely precious. I'm afraid that in the entire Great Thousand World, there are only a handful of them. Our City Lord Mansion has one. It is a treasure. If you choose this option, then you will have 90,000 years of time to comprehend. This is very precious. Brat, if your potential is heaven-defying, you can become a Heaven's Mandate cultivator right away. So it was true. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. This was a good thing, and it was very tempting. Becoming a destiny cultivator was something that Qin Shao had been working hard for. In the entire Great Thousand World, Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Of course, it wasn't that easy to become a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. The third benefit was that he could choose one of the 3 Valley Masters of the City Lord Mansion to teach him for 90,000 years. This benefit might be very attractive to others. Although Qin Shao did not know the situation of the other 2 Valley Masters, he was very clear about the situation of Lord Mittani. Lord Mittani was already so powerful, so the 1st and 2nd Valley Masters should not be too bad, right? They might even be more powerful, right? Therefore, the guidance of an ancient saint of the 4th step was invaluable. The significance of it was simply too great. For some 1st step and 2nd step ancient saints, it was naturally very attractive. But for Qin Shao, it was not very attractive. He had spent some time with Lord Mittani before, and Lord Mittani had talked to him a lot and taught him a lot. If he could be thick-skinned, he could get 90,000 years of Lord Mittani's teaching for free. He did not need to use this opportunity. The 4th benefit was that he could get an extremely dangerous cultivation method, which was comparable to a top-level saint technique. The top-level cultivation method from the City Lord Mansion naturally could not be underestimated. It was definitely something invaluable. Needless to say, this benefit was very attractive. Qin Shao was also considering it. If there was no other better choice, Qin Shao would also choose this. It was just that Qin Shao wasn't particularly attracted to it. Chapter 2793. The 5th and 6th benefits were ordinary as well. Qin Shao wasn't interested in them. Of course, the value of these 2 benefits was indisputable. Anything that the City Lord's Manor could offer would naturally not be bad. It was just that Qin Shao wasn't very interested in them. The 7th benefit made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. It was no less attractive than the 5 elements path understanding tree. This benefit was that he could cultivate in the celestial pool for 10,000 years. This would definitely be of great help to Qin Zhao's immortal Dao cultivation. However, this benefit would only be of great help to immortal Dao cultivators. As for the 8th benefit, it would be of great help to his cultivation of the great Dao. The 9th benefit would be of great help to his cultivation of the heart. 9 benefits for Qin Shao to choose from. This choice wasn't difficult at all. For Qin Shao, it was a relatively easy choice. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Qin Shao came to a decision. He said to 8th brother, Senior, I've made my choice. The 2nd is the 5 elements path understanding tree, the 7th is the celestial pool, and the 9th is the heart field. Are you sure you don't want to change it? Don't worry, the Lord Mittani is here. I'll give you this opportunity. You can think about it carefully. Otherwise, you can ask the Lord Mittani for his opinion. 8th brother said. Qin Shao shook his head, Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but there's really no need to change it. I've already decided. These 3 will do. I've thought it through. You can think about it again. There's really no need to think about it anymore. Third Valley Master kicked 8th Liang Brother again. Only then did 8th Liang Brother become obedient and said, Okay, 3 then. Third Valley Master, leave the rest of the matters here to me. You can go back now. What? I haven't even had a cup of tea, and you're chasing me away? Lord Mittani raised an eyebrow. 8th Brother grinned. I don't have tea, I don't have wine, but I do have a mouth. Heh, Lord Mittani, do as you see fit. Lord Mittani waved his hand. He was too lazy to argue with 8th Brother. He glanced at Qin Shao and left. The rest would be left to Baoyanggu. After sending off Lord Mittani, 8th Brother's expression changed. He rubbed his hands and looked at Qin Shao as if he was looking at his prey. Seeing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. She looked at 8th Brother strangely. What was he trying to do? 8th Brother smiled and said, Little bastard, the Lord Mittani was protecting you just now. I didn't even have a chance to play with you. Now that the Lord Mittani is gone, can I do whatever I want? You little brat, you're too boring. You're too insensible. Heh, that's why I'm going to teach you to be sensible. Looking at 8th Brother's treacherous and careful look, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. She looked at 8th Brother with some vigilance. She really couldn't figure out what this senior was trying to do. It looked a little scary, but she didn't know what he was trying to do. 8th Brother rubbed his hands and smiled evilly. He walked towards Qin Shao step by step. Although Qin Shao couldn't figure it out for a moment, and she was a little flustered, she still stood there steadily and looked at 8th Brother calmly. Even when 8th Brother rushed in front of Qin Shao still didn't react. She was as calm as Mount Tai. Such a situation really frustrated 8th Brother. He looked speechless and stared at Qin Shao. Hey, you little bastard, don't you know how to cooperate a little? Show that you're scared? Then come and save me? Then I'll show my heroic spirit. I'll wave my hand and not bicker with you, little bastard. Isn't that perfect? You little bastard, why are you so insensible? Why do you have to show such a cold face? 8th Brother's reproachful words were also full of resentment. It seemed that no one was playing with him, and he was bored and lonely. It was not easy to catch one, but Qin Shao didn't care at all. She didn't respond to him at all, which made 8th Brother feel very uncomfortable and frustrated. Qin Shao was even more speechless. He was not good at joking. Moreover, 8th Brother was a 3-step ancient sage, a big shot in the city lord mansion, and the owner of the archway. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't joke with 8th Brother. It could only be said that 8th Brother was still a child. He wanted to play with Qin Shao, but Qin Shao didn't respond to him, which made him feel frustrated and unhappy. Forget it. I won't joke with you. You're too boring. If Lord Mittani didn't bring you here, I would definitely play with you. 8th Brother shook his head helplessly. Qin Shao could only smile helplessly. Baoyanggu said, Out of these 3 benefits, which one do you want first? I don't care. Qin Shao replied. 8th Brother glared at Qin Shao as his huge palm fell heavily on Qin Zhao's shoulder. Then, with a serious face, he said, This big brother isn't joking with you this time. We need to be serious when talking about business. How can we be so casual? Do I look like a casual person? Or is the City Lord Mansion a casual place? So, you must not be casual. You must say it accurately. That's the only way. Understand? Okay. 8th Brother was so serious that Qin Shao was a little confused. If that's the case, then say it. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, Then let's go to the 5 elements path understanding tree first. That's right. The 5 elements path understanding tree is the 5 elements path understanding tree. You should have said it earlier. 8th Brother muttered, then continued to lead the way. It was hard to imagine that 8th Brother, who looked so majestic and dignified, was actually like a meddlesome woman. Following eighth brother, they soon arrived at an entrance. The entrance was sealed, and there was a force that formed a barrier, blocking the entrance. "Is it here?" Qin Shao saw that eighth brother didn't say anything, so he couldn't help but ask. "Hee, what do you think?" Eighth brother smirked at Qin Shao and said something that seemed to have a deeper meaning. "What the hell? You want me to guess? This isn't a game. Guess my ass." Qin Shao was just about to speak, but eighth brother didn't give him the chance. A giant hand reached out and pushed Qin Shao into the passage. The powerful force threw Qin Shao directly into the passage, into a small space. Qin Shao could only be speechless at Bal Yangke's crude and explosive actions. "Forget it." Qin Shao steadied himself and looked around the small space. The small space was empty, and there was nothing else except for a tree that wasn't very tall. It had no roots, no soil, no flowers, and no fruit. The 5 colors blended and intertwined, and it was very beautiful. The Path Understanding Tree was a tree of Tao, born from the roots of heaven and earth. It was untainted by the mortal world, and was incomparably noble. The roots of the Path Understanding Tree were connected to the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was connected to the source of the world's power and the threads of the laws. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the 5 elements Path Understanding Tree. Looking at the colorful, sparkling, and translucent colors, it looked very sacred. Was this the 5 elements Path Understanding Tree? Before Qin Shao even got close to the Path Understanding Tree, he could already feel the powerful and rich power of the 5 elements emanating, enveloping the small space. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He immediately walked to the foot of the 5 elements Path Understanding Tree and sat down cross-legged. He allowed the power of the precepts and the dense mist of the Tao to fall on his body, enveloping him and immersing himself in an ocean of precepts. And in this sea of laws, the fundamental power of the 5 elements existed, whether it was the space element, the time element, the light element, the darkness element, or the creation element. It was as if there were 5 great rivers that flowed endlessly, converging together to form a turbulent and surging ocean. This was the Sea of Laws. At this time, Qin Shao was rippling in the Sea of Laws, greedily devouring the fundamental power of the laws, cultivating and comprehending. Qin Shao had already mastered 3 of the 5 elements, leaving only the darkness element and the creation element to be mastered. And this time, Qin Zhao's goal was to master the darkness element and the creation element as well, and become a destiny cultivator. 90,000 years was considered a relatively long time. For example, when Qin Shao had grasped the law of space, it had only taken her 10,000 years. Moreover, the power of the 5 elements Tao fruit was obviously inferior to the 5 elements Path Understanding Tree. Therefore, with the 5 elements Path Understanding Tree, Qin Shao was full of confidence. He had great confidence that he could become a destiny cultivator in one fell swoop. With a clear goal, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't lose his composure. He immediately began to comprehend the creation element. Qin Shao had previously comprehended and cultivated the creation element. With the help of the illustration of all creation, Qin Shao actually had a lot of inspiration and comprehension of the creation element. Now, with the help of the 5 elements Path Understanding Tree, the foundation of the creation element and the countless singularities were completely presented in a very direct way. This allowed Qin Shao to absorb new things madly to improve his comprehension and cultivation. The 5 elements Path Understanding Tree was indeed a true Path Understanding Tree. The help it provided for the cultivation of the laws was simply too great. It was indeed much better than the 5 elements Tao fruit. With such a great helping force, Qin Shao felt like he had been spoiled by excessive enthusiasm. He reaped the benefits very quickly, and the improvement was commendable. Many of the fundamental things of the laws were easily comprehended. This caused Qin Shao to be wild with joy in his heart. This meant too much to him, and the benefits were too great. Based on the current situation, he was bound to have a great harvest this time. If there were no accidents, then becoming a Heaven's Mandate cultivator shouldn't be a problem. Qin Shao was very confident about this goal. Work hard in this direction. Soon, Qin Shao was completely immersed in the world of the creation element. The creation element was mysterious and wonderful. Among the 5 fundamental laws, the creation element could be said to be the most complicated and the most difficult one. It was all-encompassing, and infinitely changing. It was incomparably mysterious. Everything under the heavens was the creation element. Everything between everything was the creation element. The creation element is the foundation of all matter in the world. Everything that can be seen basically belongs to the creation element. Time and space are the framework of the world, and the creation element is the foundation of the world. Everything in the heavens is the creation element. All things were creation, a type of variable. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to the creation element. Such a process goes from the heavens to the creation element, from one to the creation element. And the origin of the creation element is actually a singularity. It's just that this singularity can be changed countless times, so the creation element is also ever-changing. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 2794. Elemental Saint Realm, Heavenly Laws Tao Palace. The 5 palaces of heavenly laws were divided into 5 palaces: the Golden Palace, the Wood Palace, the Water Palace, the Fire Palace, and the Earth Palace. The 5 palaces took turns to manage the heavenly laws Tao Palace. When the 5 palaces came together, the heavenly laws Tao Palace became unparalleled and unified the entire elemental saint realm. It was the most indisputable and inviolable ruling power of the elemental saint realm. It was the only ruler of the elemental saint realm. The Water Palace, the Water World's Water Hall. It was especially lively today and filled with a festive atmosphere. The Water Hall was the most sacred place in the Water Palace. Normally, the Water Hall would only be opened when something extremely important happened. Once the Water Hall was opened, it meant that something extremely important had happened in the Water Palace. Today was indeed an extremely important day for the Water Palace because another world god had been born in the Water Palace. This was indeed a rare and joyous occasion for the Water Palace. However, the Water Hall was lively today not only because of the birth of a new world god, but also because of the coronation ceremony for the next successor of the Water Palace. Therefore, there was a hint of solemnity and holiness mixed in with the liveliness. The main members of the Water Palace had basically all arrived. Apart from some who were outside and couldn't make it back in time, or some living fossils who were in seclusion and never came out. The Water Hall, which looked as though it was made from countless beautiful crystals, was filled with people. There were so many people that there were at least 100,000 of them. It was an unusually large number. Moreover, those who were able to enter this place were at least Empyrean saints. Just the fact that so many Empyrean saints were gathered together was enough to create a grand scene. At the bottom of the Water Hall, a graceful and elegant woman sat on a throne high up. She was a supreme ruler. This person was clearly none other than the Palace Master of the Water Palace, one of the 5 Palace Masters of the Heavenly Laws Tao Palace. Just by sitting there, she was enough to represent the heavens. In fact, the heavens had to obediently submit to her. There were 18 people seated below Palace Master Shui. However, of the 18 people, 15 were women, and only 3 were men. Not only there, but more than 80% of the people in the Water Hall were women. Therefore, the Water Palace had a very unique characteristic. The number of women was extremely high, making up the majority of the population. Beautiful women were gathered here. Their radiance was beautiful, and it was simply eye-popping. Amidst this solemn and sacred atmosphere, a sonorous voice rang out. "Welcome, World Goddess Gu Lingyue! Welcome, World Goddess Gu Lingyue! Welcome, World Goddess Gu Lingyue!" After this loud and clear voice resounded, elemental salutes were fired one after another. Resplendent lights blossomed in the air, just like blooming flowers, beautiful and extraordinary. Under the resplendent light, Gu Lingyue descended from the sky in her 9-colored phoenix robes. Her dress extended for thousands of meters, and she was supported by 5 holy maidens. At this moment, Gu Lingyue was not only wearing a phoenix robe, but there were also icy blue phoenixes circling around her. She gave off a supreme aura of nobility, as if a new ruler of the world had been born. Gu Lingyue had already ascended to the 9 heavens and was about to step onto the supreme throne. As soon as Gu Lingyue made a move, everyone was stunned. Everyone stood up and respectfully bowed to Gu Lingyue. They were all very pious. Clearly, they were all very respectful and supportive of Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue walked step by step towards the palace master on the throne. The distance wasn't long, but it felt as though half a century had passed. Finally, Gu Lingyue arrived before the palace master. Gu Lingyue respectfully knelt down and kowtowed. The entire ceremony was extremely solemn and sacred. This was one of the most sacred moments of the Palace of Water, as well as the most important event of the palace. Naturally, everything had to be done meticulously and without the slightest bit of carelessness. Everyone quieted down and listened attentively. After a long while, the ceremony ended. The palace master suddenly stood up and waved her hand towards Gu Lingyue, indicating for her to walk over. Gu Lingyue stood up and slowly walked over to the palace master's side. The palace master held Gu Lingyue's hand and began to mutter to her. Gu Lingyue listened to her devoutly. After she finished, an incomparably sacred light entered Gu Lingyue's body. Soon, a teardrop-shaped symbol appeared between Gu Lingyue's eyebrows. It was a light blue symbol, the symbol of the Palace of Water. Actually, many people in the Palace of Water had this symbol, but Gu Lingyue's was clearly different. First of all, her symbol would be larger. Second of all, the color would be more beautiful. This was the symbol of the palace master's successor. Only those with good eyesight would be able to recognize it. At this point, the entire ceremony was considered to have ended. The palace lord waved her hand. This time, everyone, including the 18 world gods beneath the throne, all rose to their feet and bowed respectfully towards Gu Lingyue. They called out in unison, "Greetings, young Palace Lord Gu Lingyue. Congratulations, Palace Lord. Congratulations." The palace master nodded slightly towards everyone, then patted Gu Lingyue's hand. She said in a serious tone, "Lingyue, the future prosperity of the Palace of Water will slowly fall into your hands. Continue to work hard and strive to take over my scepter as soon as possible. Sit on the throne as soon as possible and truly control the Palace of Water. When that time comes, I'll be relieved and can rest in peace. This is your mission, and it is a task that you should complete. This is something that others can only dream of. You have also put in countless efforts to finally reach this step. I hope that you can continue down this path and continue to work hard. Don't disappoint me and the people of the Palace of Water. It's not just the Palace of Water. The entire Heavenly Laws Tao Palace, and even the entire elemental sacred realm need you to rule." Gu Lingyue nodded solemnly and said seriously, "Yes, Grandma. Lingyue understands. Lingyue will definitely not disappoint Grandma and everyone else." The palace master nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha, Palace Master Water, you're not being kind. It's such a big event, but you didn't even inform us to come and celebrate? The Palace of Water closed its doors and celebrated among yourselves. What's the point of keeping such a low profile? Do you think you can hide something like this?" Following the laughter, a hole was forcefully torn open in the barrier above the Palace of Water. A ray of light flashed through the hole and landed in the Palace of Water. Soon, two figures emerged from the light. Their unparalleled might suppressed the entire world. The people of the Palace of Water couldn't help but bow respectfully and lower their heads, not daring to take another look. The two people who'd arrived were both dressed in fiery red robes and had fiery red hair. Even their eyes and eyebrows were fiery red, making them look very fiery. Moreover, the two of them were wrapped in a ball of raging flames. Within the flames, one could see the fire dragon and fire qilin scurrying about. They circled around their bodies, displaying supreme dominance and the supreme aura of a ruler. Just looking at such a scene was enough to frighten people. Indeed, it gave people a feeling of dread at the sight of it. Palace Master Water looked at the newcomer and snorted, "Palace Master Hua, you sure know how to pick a time. You chose to come during our Palace of Water's banquet to ask for wine. You're really shameless." "Ha ha ha, Palace Master Water, look at what you're saying." Palace Master Hua laughed and said, "I'm here to ask for wine. Isn't that a coincidence? If it's any other time, I'm afraid I won't even get to drink wine." Hearing what Palace Master Water said, "It seems like I'll get to drink wine today." "That's great. I'm here today to drink wine. It'll be a pity if I don't get to drink it." How could Palace Master Water not understand the hidden meaning in Palace Master Hua's words? The other people of the Palace of Water didn't dare to make a sound. This level of conversation wasn't something they could interrupt. They could only watch in silence. Palace Master Water said, "All right, Palace Master Hua, I don't have any wine for you. If you've brought it yourself, why don't you just take it out? Why are you hiding it? I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you." "Ah." Palace Master Hua laughed again and said, "Palace Master Water, your temper is getting worse. You're becoming more and more like me. In my opinion, we're all smart people. Let's just get straight to the point. There's no need to beat around the bush. I'm here today. I've brought Hua here to propose marriage. I've mentioned it to Palace Master Water a few times, but you've declined. Now that the time has come, I'm sure Palace Master Water won't decline anymore, right? Hua has long been the successor of Fire Palace. Now, Miss Gu Lingyue has also become the successor of Water Palace. If the two of them can get married, it'll be a perfect match. Moreover, it'll make our Palace of Water and Palace of Fire even stronger. Palace Master Water, you've agreed to this before. Why don't we take advantage of this lively atmosphere and settle this matter together? What do you think, Palace Master Water?" Palace Master Water had long known the purpose of Palace Master Hua's visit. Now that Palace Master Hua had made it clear, Palace Master Water's expression immediately darkened. Many people in Water Palace looked at each other. Although they had expected this situation, how should they put it? There had been endless arguments in Water Palace before, and there had been no lack of discussion. Moreover, there had never been a good outcome. Today, Palace Master Hua had personally come to propose this matter. Clearly, he had come prepared. It seemed that there had to be a result. Gu Lingyue's expression darkened as well. Her gaze fell on Palace Master Hua and the handsome man beside him. The handsome man beside Palace Master Hua smiled at Gu Lingyue and bowed respectfully to Palace Master Water. He said, "Yes, Palace Master Water. I've always liked Miss Gu Lingyue. I've been in love with her for a long time. I've mentioned this marriage to Palace Master Water several times before. I've also been working hard to win Miss Gu Lingyue's heart. However, Miss Gu Lingyue has always rejected me, so I've rarely had the chance to interact with her. I've never had the chance to show off. That's why I've taken the liberty to come here today. I've brought my ancestor here to formally and solemnly propose marriage to Palace Master Water. If I can marry Gu Lingyue, not only will we be a perfect match, but it'll also be extremely beneficial to our Palace of Water and Palace of Fire. If we manage the Palace of Water and Palace of Fire, I'm sure we'll be able to become even more powerful and prosperous. I'm sure that's what Palace Master Water wants to see. This is also something I've been working hard for. I've mustered up my courage to come here today. I hope Palace Master Water can grant us our wish. Chapter 2795. Palace Master Shui's expression froze and she hesitated. Palace Master Hua was full of confidence. He looked at Palace Master Shui with a smile and waited for her reply. Today, he took the opportunity to propose marriage in front of all the core members of the Water Palace. If Palace Master Shui refused, it would not look good. Moreover, it was clear that things were not so simple. In fact, it was far from simple. Everyone in the Water Palace was silent. It was better for the Palace Lord to make the decision on this matter. Palace Master Shui did not reply immediately. The atmosphere seemed to become very tense and oppressive. Gu Lingyue secretly bit her lower lip and bowed respectfully to the Fire Palace Lord. She said, "Lingyue is very grateful for the Fire Palace Lord's appreciation. Lingyue is really flattered and touched. I'm even grateful. Actually, you can't blame my grandmother for this. She has talked to me about this long ago. She has been trying to persuade me to agree. However, Palace Master Hua, you should know that Lingyu has been reincarnated once. After going through countless hardships and tribulations in the world, she finally regained her memories of her previous life and returned. Lingyue needs to properly digest the many experiences she's had in this cycle of reincarnation and adjust herself. Therefore, I have never agreed to this matter. Today, Palace Master Hua has personally brought Fire God to propose marriage. This should be a celebration for me. It should be a joyous occasion. If our two palaces can become even closer, it will naturally be a good thing. However, Palace Master Hua, I am really sorry. There are some things that I think can't be done too quickly. Being too hasty is not a good thing. Therefore, I hope that Palace Master Hua and Fire God can give me some time to digest my past and open my heart to Fire God. I believe that it will be better and fairer for Fire God." Hearing Gu Lingyue's words, Palace Master Hua chuckled. Obviously, he was not satisfied. Vulcan smiled and said, "Miss Lingyu, you're wrong. It's just a reincarnation, it's nothing much. It's just a matter of the past. I'll erase it. Miss Luniwe, you are now a world deity. How could you possibly be affected by the memories of your reincarnation? I don't think it's possible, right? That's why, Miss Lungwe, you don't have to be so cold and distant. You should have known my feelings for you all along. I've been trying my best to find an opportunity to get close to you and spend more time with you. I believe that as long as you are willing to give me a chance, you will also give yourself a chance. As long as you can spend some time with me, I promise that you will accept me and not reject me like this. I'm very confident about this. My feelings for you have never changed. Today I've come here shamelessly, and I've made a promise in front of everyone from the Water Palace. I'm sure you can see my sincerity. Miss Lingyu, please give me a chance. A chance to prove myself, a chance to love you. Is that all right?" It had to be said that the Fire God's words were still somewhat infectious. But Gu Lingyue obviously didn't fall for it. She said again, "Sir Fire God, I understand your feelings. I really do. But this matter is really not a matter of whether you understand or not, nor is it a matter of whether I'll give you a chance. I just need time. A little time. I'm sure you know that I've just broken through to the world deity stage, so I do need a long time to consolidate my cultivation. If you really want to talk about this matter, can you give me a little more time?" The Fire God laughed. "All right, if Miss Lungwe needs a little more time, of course there's no problem. But the question is, how long will it take? Can you give me a rough estimate so that I can be mentally prepared? No, it can't be so far away, right?" Gu Lingyue couldn't help but bite her lips hard when she heard the Fire God's words. It seemed that today's situation was indeed not easy to deal with. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of the fire god. If there was only the fire god, it wouldn't be a problem. But the problem was that the Fire Palace Master was also here. With the Fire Palace Master around, there were many things that couldn't be said. No matter what, she had to give the Fire Palace Master face. Palace Master Shui didn't want to make things ugly with the Fire Palace Master. Moreover, this was the Water Palace. If things got ugly, it would be a disgrace to the Water Palace. It was precisely because of this that this matter put Palace Master Shui in a very difficult position. Gu Lingwei clenched her fists and didn't say anything for a while. Gu Lingwei really didn't know how to respond to the fire god's move. She did have some moves, but some of them weren't suitable here. This was what made Gu Lingwei upset. What should she do? Gu Lingwei was also in a difficult position for a while. Seeing that Gu Lingwei didn't respond, the fire god said again, "Miss Lingwei, it seems that you're deliberately avoiding me and delaying me, right? Today, I've come here shamelessly to propose marriage. Since I've said so much, Miss Lingwei, shouldn't you say something? I don't know if I'm not good enough for Miss Lingwei. What's the matter? Miss Lingwei, you can say it openly. Or perhaps, Miss Lingwei, are you still thinking about that lowly life from the primordial universe? Nonsense." Gu Lingwei suddenly rebuked him angrily. She glared at the fire god and calmed down a little. Then, she said, "Young Master Fire God, I respect you very much, but I think it's better not to say something carelessly. This matter is related to my reputation. If news of this were to spread, I'm afraid there would be a lot of gossip. Therefore, I hope that young Master Fire God won't speak carelessly about this matter in the future. What do you think?" The fire god cupped his fists at Gu Lingwei and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. It was a slip of the tongue just now. I apologize to Miss Lingwei. Of course, I naturally hope that's not the case. Otherwise, it will indeed be a great damage to Miss Lungiu's reputation." Gu Lingwei said coldly, "Don't worry about this. I know better than you. I'm the heir of the Water Palace and the future master of the Water Palace. How can I fall in love with a lowly life from a small universe? Since young Master Fire God needs time, how about an era? When I've adjusted myself, I'll definitely give young Master Fire God a satisfactory answer. An era is not a long time. Young Master Fire God, you can't even wait for this little bit of time, right?" An era was not a long time, but it was not short either. The Fire God hesitated for a moment. He really wanted to strike while the iron was hot and win the marriage in one fell swoop. The Fire God looked at the Fire Palace Master. The Fire Palace Master frowned and pondered for a long time. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he nodded to the Fire God. After receiving the Fire Palace Master's nod, the Fire God said, "Well then, Miss Lingwei, it's a deal. An era. When the time is up, I'll come to the Water Palace to propose marriage. When the time comes, I hope Miss Lingwei won't disappoint me again." Gu Lingwei nodded and did not say anything else. The Fire Palace Master said to the Water Palace Master, "Since this matter is settled for the time being, I won't disturb you any further. The next time I come to the Water Palace to propose marriage, I'll bring a lot of good wine. We'll drink to our heart's content then." Ah! With that, the Fire Palace Master left with the Fire God. After the two of them left, the atmosphere in the Water Palace was still a little tense. It was a little strange. No one dared to say anything about this matter. The Water Palace Master's expression was not very good. She waved her hand, indicating for everyone to leave. The crowd did not stay any longer and left one after another. The world gods also left. Soon, only Gu Lingwei and the Water Palace Master were left in the huge Water Palace. The Water Palace Master looked at Gu Lingwei and said with a serious face, "Lingwei, don't blame me for this. The situation forced me. I didn't have a better solution for some things, so I had to make some compromises. You should be very clear about the subtle situation of the heavenly laws Tao Palace's 5 palaces. Although the fire god also has a motive for marrying you, it doesn't matter. No matter what, the fire god is still a very outstanding person. If you really want to say something, I do feel that the fire god is the best match for you in the entire elemental saint realm. If you can get together with the fire god, it may not be a bad thing for you. You'd better think about the various situations in this matter carefully. I know that you're a smart child and a director. But it's precisely because I know you're smart that I don't want to force you to do some things. As you can see, the fire god has brought this up several times, but I suppressed it every time. The fire palace master has also been pressing for this matter, and I've also done my best to suppress it. But in Granny's heart, I still hope that you can agree. Gu Lingwe pursed her lips and nodded, saying, Grandma, I know what to do. I won't make things difficult for you. The water palace master nodded with gratification and took Gu Lingwe's hand, saying, Yes, I know you're an obedient child. You have to believe me. I've been there before. What love? That's all a lie. That's all temporary. That's just a momentary lapse of judgment. Actually, that's all there is between a man and a woman. There are some things that you'll only fully understand after you've truly experienced it. I've experienced everything, so I understand it very well. I've long been indifferent to it. It's just what it is. It's not as beautiful, touching, unforgettable, or worthy of being chased by you as you imagine. Choosing something like this might not give you a second chance. So, you have to make the right choice the first time. You're still young and haven't experienced much, so there are many things that you don't really understand and can't understand. I don't blame you if you don't understand. I understand your thoughts, but you can't be wrong to listen to me. I love you the most. I'll never harm you. I don't care if you still have that person in your heart. Forget about it. He's just a passerby on your reincarnation road. He's not worth remembering. Gu Lingwe nodded, saying, Yes, I know. I've already forgotten. Don't worry, Grandma. I know what to do. Well, that's good. I'm relieved. The water palace master nodded. Chapter 2796. 90,000 years was nothing more than a blink of an eye for an ancient saint. Somewhere in the archway, Ba-er-Ge's huge body was lying on a huge chair. He looked lazy, and no one knew what he was thinking. 90,000 years is up. That kid should be coming out soon. This kid is really something. No wonder Lord Mittani is so concerned about him. He's probably the only one who can make Lord Mittani so enthusiastic. This kid is really something. He has heaven-defying potential. At such a young age, he can reach such a stage and become a heavenly mandate cultivator. Not bad, not bad. The eighth brother muttered something under his breath. Soon, he saw a figure walking towards them. It was Qin Shao. Eighth Liangge jumped up and stared at Qin Shao with his big eyes. His eyes were shining. Being stared at by eighth brother like that, Qin Shao felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast. However, eighth brother's size and appearance really did give off the feeling of a wild beast. Fortunately, Qin Shao was already used to it. Otherwise, he would have been frightened by eighth brother. Eighth brother could be considered a strange person, right? A heavenly mandate cultivator, your temperament has changed. It's really different. Kid, you're really something. In the long history of Guyong City, there have been many people who had the opportunity to comprehend the 5 elements path understanding tree. But you're the first to become a heavenly mandate cultivator. Not bad, not bad. You're really something. I almost want to worship you. How is it? How do you feel? The first? Qin Shao smiled faintly. It seemed like he had made history in Guyong City. However, it was truly too difficult to become a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. In the entire Great Thousand World, Heaven's Mandate cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Their numbers were few and far between, and it wasn't easy to meet one. If one's realm was high enough to become a heavenly mandate cultivator, it was not a big deal. For example, a fourth-step ancient saint or a world god. With such a high realm, it would be much easier to become a heavenly mandate cultivator. However, it was really rare for a first or second step ancient saint to become a heavenly mandate cultivator. After cultivating the 5 elements path understanding tree for 90,000 years, Qin Zhao's improvement was really great. He had also mastered the law of all things and the law of darkness, breaking through to become a heavenly mandate cultivator. After becoming a heaven's mandate cultivator, the feeling was very different. It felt as if there was a mysterious force pouring into his body, creating a certain connection with him. This feeling was very subtle. It was as if one was entrusted to the heavens and earth. One's heart was connected to the heavens and earth. The so-called mandate of heaven cultivators were those who had received the mandate of the heavens. They were the children of the heavens and were under orders to cultivate. Such a person would naturally have a unique advantage in cultivation. No matter what, it would be as if the heavens were helping them. Heavenly mandate was of heavenly mandate heavens. Heavenly mandate cultivators were dragons among men. They relied on their own talent, potential, strong willpower, and firm belief to fight their way to where they were now. Therefore, this heavenly mandate was also something he deserved. After becoming a heavenly mandate cultivator, Qin Zhao really felt that he had mastered it through a comprehensive study. He also felt that his cultivation had become a lot easier. Therefore, Qin Zhao had only used 20,000 years of cultivation to become a heavenly mandate cultivator. The remaining 70,000 years were used to continue cultivating the 5 fundamental laws. He had also cultivated the 5 fundamental laws to a relatively deep level. He was only one step away from a breakthrough. If Qin Zhao was given some more time and an opportunity, Qin Zhao would be able to break through. Now, the 5 fundamental laws were only at the initial level. One more step and he would be at the initial level. Qin Zhao had already cultivated the 5 fundamental laws to the point where he was close to a breakthrough. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he would have a breakthrough one after another. Qin Zhao was very confident about this. This benefit was really too great for Qin Zhao. Even if it was only one benefit, Qin Zhao was very happy. After all, this high-grade valley plate was picked up casually. It didn't take him any effort to get it. Senior 8th brother, can we move on to the second benefit? Qin Zhao didn't say much. Instead, he asked a question. 8th brother's big hand patted Qin Zhao's shoulder again. Qin Zhao had suffered a small loss before. 8th brother's hand was very heavy. Although it was just a light pat, it was very uncomfortable. Therefore, Qin Zhao wanted to dodge. However, 8th brother raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smirk. You little brat, how dare you dodge? Where are you going to dodge? Qin Zhao tried his best to dodge, but strangely, he found that there was no way to dodge. No matter how he tried to dodge, 8th brother's hand was always on his shoulder. After dodging for a while, he still couldn't dodge. 8th brother's hand fell. This time, it was obviously much heavier. Qin Zhao's body involuntarily sank a little. Little brat, you are not obedient at all. You are making me very unhappy. 8th brother said to Qin Zhao methodically. Qin Zhao helplessly smiled bitterly. He looked at 8th brother and said, Senior, please let me go. I am not fun. I have to play even if you are not fun. Do you think it is easy for me? How can it be so easy for a little brat like you to come? You are a little brat brought by Lord Mitanni. Naturally, I have to play with you. Why are you so nervous? I won't eat you. Really, do you think you are a girl? If you are a girl, maybe I will be a little interested. 8th brother didn't intend to let Qin Zhao go easily. Qin Zhao was speechless. But there was no other way. After all, 8th brother was a senior and the owner of the archway. So, he could only follow Eighth Brother's lead. Fortunately, Eighth Brother didn't make things difficult for Qin Shao. Soon, he brought Qin Shao to the celestial pond. Looking at the sparkling celestial pond, Qin Shao could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. For some reason, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. The celestial pond was filled with dense celestial mist. The celestial mist was as white as snow. The atmosphere created by the celestial mist was very sacred. In front of the celestial pond, Qin Shao only needed to take a light breath to make his heart tremble. There was an indescribable feeling of beauty, as if his soul was nourished. The celestial pond was a place condensed from celestial spiritual energy. It was a place of priceless treasures. One should know that the celestial pond wasn't something as good as the celestial pond in the Saint Academy. For the cultivators of the immortal Tao, the immortal pond was definitely an utmost treasure. It was just like the amniotic fluid of a mother. It could provide the cultivator with an absolute amount of immortal spirit energy, allowing the cultivator to devour it in a frenzy in order to improve himself rapidly. Obviously, it was very easy for people to break through here. Go on in. You are lucky. No one has entered the celestial pond for a long time, so the celestial spiritual energy is very abundant and has reached its peak. You are really lucky to go in at this time. If you can't break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm, then you are a failure. Eighth Brother said and left. This time, he didn't make things difficult for Qin Shao. Hearing Eighth Brother's words, Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. However, Ba Erji's words weren't wrong. This was a great opportunity to make a breakthrough. If he grasped it well, then he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough. In terms of immortal Tao law, Qin Shao didn't have much accumulation. After all, he hadn't been cultivating for a long time. It had been less than 20 million years since he became a saint realm expert. For an ancient saint, 20 million years was really too short. If he didn't have enough accumulation, it would be very difficult for him to break through. If he wanted to break through, accumulation was very important. Qin Shao stepped into the celestial pond. As soon as he entered the celestial pond, he felt an incomparably rich celestial spiritual energy enveloping him. That wonderful feeling rushed into Qin Zhao's body and quickly nourished Qin Zhao's saint body, soul, and will. Moreover, the celestial pond didn't only have rich celestial spiritual energy, but also the extremely powerful immortal Tao law. It allowed Qin Shao to clearly see the lines of the immortal Tao law, the fundamental laws of the immortal Tao law, and the singularity of the immortal Tao law. It was like a textbook in front of Qin Shao, allowing Qin Shao to directly comprehend and cultivate the immortal Tao law. With such help, Qin Zhao's cultivation naturally became much easier. Qin Zhao's talent and potential were already very strong. Now that he was in the celestial pond, it was as if he had the help of God. His comprehension and cultivation speed were very fast. Moreover, the incomparably dense and pure immortal spiritual energy madly surged into Qin Zhao's body, rapidly nourishing Qin Shao, rapidly improving every part of Qin Zhao's body. His saint body, spiritual will, and consciousness were all growing rapidly. The speed of improvement was visible to the naked eye. As expected of the celestial pond, it's really powerful. For ordinary cultivators, it's like spoiling a seedling by pulling up seedlings. For talented cultivators, it is a great opportunity, an opportunity for a breakthrough. I must make good use of this opportunity. I must make use of this energy to break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. This is an excellent opportunity. I will definitely grasp it. I will definitely do it. Qin Shao secretly set a goal for himself. He was also very confident that there wouldn't be any problems. If he could make use of this opportunity to break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm, that would be great. Originally, cultivation was a very difficult thing. It was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough. Although it wasn't as difficult as ascending to the heavens, it wasn't far off. Therefore, when one reached the ancient saint realm, one would need to cultivate for hundreds of millions of years. That was considered a small number, and it was a common thing. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, there were many cases where one couldn't even make a breakthrough after hundreds of millions of years of secluded cultivation. Making a breakthrough was as difficult as the heavens. But at this moment, Qin Shao was in the celestial pond. With the help of the celestial pond's rich and boundless celestial spiritual energy, Qin Shao didn't need to cultivate at all. His improvement was visible to the naked eye. To put it bluntly, even if a piece of trash was thrown into the celestial pond, it would still be able to help him grow. Moreover, it was a peerless genius like Qin Shao. Not only was the rich celestial spiritual energy, but the textbook Immortal Tao Law was also presented before Qin Shao's eyes, allowing Qin Shao to absorb these things crazily and greedily. Author Ken Shang. The third update is a little late. Ken Shang continues to write, rolling on the ground, begging for fresh flowers. Chapter 2797. After staying in the celestial pool for 8,000 years, Qin Shao finally broke through the barrier. He was about to break through. Before Qin Shao entered the celestial pool, he was confident that he would break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. He had been cultivating wholeheartedly in the celestial pool for 8,000 years, devouring the immortal spiritual energy to strengthen himself. Finally, he was about to take the next step. Break through! Qin Shao shouted in his heart. A powerful force broke through the barrier and touched the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao descended and the immortal Tao law shrouded Qin Shao. The entire celestial pool became turbulent. The rich and endless immortal spiritual energy rushed towards Qin Shao. At this moment, Qin Shao was like a black hole, devouring the immortal spiritual energy in the celestial pool like a whale. Under such a crazy devouring force, the entire celestial pool became turbulent. Eighth elder brother also came over when he heard the news. Looking at Qin Shao in the celestial pool, he grinned and said, "This kid is really good. He broke through so quickly. I thought this kid might not be able to break through. I didn't expect this kid to be so fast. TSK. He's about to reach the second step of the ancient saint realm at such a young age. He's really heaven-defying. Sigh, it took me many epochs to reach the second step of the ancient saint realm. This comparison is really infuriating. There's no comparison at all. It's said that heroes come from the young. I'm old. Eighth elder brother sighed with emotion. But soon, eighth elder brother's brows wrinkled as he stared at the immortal pond with a strange look in his eyes. What's going on? At this moment there was indeed a big movement in the celestial pool. The entire celestial pool was turbulent and getting crazier. The immortal spiritual energy in the celestial pool was rushing into Qin Shao's body at an incredible speed. Qin Shao was devouring the immortal spiritual energy. That's not right. Even if he's breaking through, he shouldn't be devouring the immortal spiritual energy at such a terrifying speed. How can this be? I've never seen such a situation before. At this rate, wouldn't this celestial pool be completely devoured by that little bastard Qin Shao alone? Generally speaking, it's impossible for a first step of the ancient saint realm to reach the second step of the ancient saint realm by consuming more than a tenth of the celestial pool's immortal spiritual energy. What was the situation with Qin Shao, this little brat? Why is it so strange? This shouldn't. Eighth elder brother frowned. He was confused and looked at Qin Shao in the immortal pond with a puzzled expression. This was an unprecedented situation. He had never heard of anything like this before. It was no wonder that eighth elder brother was surprised. With such a big breakthrough, Qin Zhao's inner world would naturally take the opportunity to devour the immortal spiritual energy to rapidly expand his inner world. At this time, Qin Zhao was focusing most of his attention on his inner world. He had been studying how to cultivate his inner world, how to find out the cultivation method of his inner world, and how to develop a complete cultivation system, moving forward on the path of Tao creation. This breakthrough was obviously a very good opportunity for Qin Zhao to study. During a breakthrough, the inner world would certainly expand and become stronger. This process was a natural expansion process. What Qin Zhao wanted to figure out was how to control this expansion and how to transform it into a cultivation method. Qin Zhao had already determined the path he wanted to take. The path of inner world creation was the path he was determined to take. Qin Zhao was also very confident that this path would work. Taking this opportunity to break through, Qin Zhao naturally would not miss it. He began to study it with great concentration. In fact, the inner world has always been a part of my body. It has always been a whole with me. When I break through, the power of the heavenly Tao will descend. It is a gift from the laws of nature. Under the power of the mighty heavenly Tao, I can directly guide the immortal spiritual energy into my body to directly break through and sublimate it, thus improving my strength. My inner world is actually the same. Even if I don't interfere with anything, under the guidance of the might of the heavenly Tao, a large amount of immortal spiritual power would flow into my inner world. My inner world is like a starving seedling, greedily devouring the rain and dew before rapidly growing. But if I don't have a way to interfere, and only rely on the guidance of the heavenly Tao when I break through, there is no way to create a Tao. So what I have to do now is to find a way to let my own power interfere and guide the growth of my inner world. This is the first step I have to take. As long as this first step is taken, the rest of the road will be clear. This first step will definitely be the most difficult step. It will be the step that determines success or failure. So, no matter what, I must take this first step well. Qin Zhao thought to himself as he began to take this opportunity to study. How on earth should he realize his own power to guide the growth of his inner world? Qin Zhao kept thinking as he studied. He tried again and again, but there was no effect. With the direct guidance of the power of the heavenly Tao, how powerful and domineering was that? Under such a powerful force, it was naturally very difficult to guide other things. It felt like he had to first resist the power of the heavenly Tao before it could work. How could it be possible to resist the power of the heavenly Tao? How could the power of the heavenly Tao be something that Qin Zhao could resist? Not to mention Qin Zhao, even his master, Li Xing, would not be able to resist it. The heavenly Tao was the supreme and mysterious power of the great wide world. It could be regarded as the power of the entire heaven and earth, the power of the entire great wide world. How powerful such power was simply unimaginable. He kept trying, but there was no good effect. Previously, Qin Zhao also had many ideas, but it was still too difficult to turn those ideas into reality. There was no way to do it. This meant that those ideas were wrong, or that those ideas were still immature and there was no way to really apply them. It was too difficult. It was too difficult to turn this idea into a reality. However, it was normal that it was difficult. How could it be so easy to create a brand new Tao? Since ancient times, countless geniuses had spent their entire lives trying to achieve this, yet they were unable to do so. Since the beginning of this era in the immortal realm, only Shakyamuni and Li Xing had succeeded. In this era, in the entire great wide world, there were probably only about 5 people who had succeeded. With such a small number, it was enough to see how difficult it was to create a Tao. Everyone wanted to walk their own Tao, but it was definitely not an easy thing to really walk out of it. For Qin Zhao, this could definitely be said to be the most difficult challenge in his life. At least, this was the current situation. It was too difficult a challenge. However, Qin Shao had such determination and strong faith. No matter how difficult the challenge was, he would not back down. He had to take it down and succeed. It had been a while since the breakthrough, and the inner world had more than doubled in size. It was probably more than half the time of the breakthrough. If he still couldn't get anything out of it, then this opportunity would be missed. If he did not find a breakthrough during the breakthrough, it would be even more difficult to find a breakthrough during normal times. This matter can't be rushed. I must think about it calmly. Cultivation. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. Yes, cultivation. In fact, this can be regarded as a cultivation. How I cultivate can be transferred over according to this concept and applied to my inner world. Cultivation is based on the heart. Everything is based on the heart. In fact, the most fundamental thing is to guide oneself with the power of the heart. The power of the way of heaven is a guiding force. I have no way to have the power of the way of heaven, let alone to interfere with the power of the way of heaven. But I can imitate the power of the way of heaven and then guide my inner world. Is this feasible? But how can I imitate the power of the way of heaven? I'm afraid that the power of the heart alone is far from enough to support it. If it was really that easy, I would have succeeded long ago. I have tried all kinds of methods before, but it still didn't work. The power of the heart is the cornerstone, the thread that connects all the forces. Then, what other forces can be added to this thread to strengthen this force? Besides the power of the heart, what other forces can I use? While Qin Shao was thinking about this matter, she was also constantly trying to find a breakthrough. She was constantly overturning some wrong ideas and analyzing the possible right ideas from them. He kept adding and subtracting, but it was still like looking for a needle in a haystack. He was so confused that he couldn't see the direction clearly. What was wrong? He felt that everything was wrong. He felt that this was a road that couldn't be taken at all. It was impossible to succeed. The more it didn't work, the stronger the invisible power of doubt would be, and the more it would destroy his confidence. But Qin Zhao's faith was extremely strong. He had been holding on to his confidence. He had been steadfast, and would not let any force destroy him. Qin Shao didn't believe it. He really didn't believe that this road couldn't be taken. In his heart, he firmly believed that any path could be taken. Only people could not take it. As long as you are sure, any path is possible to be taken. In the end, whether you could take it or not depended on whether you could take it or not. If you could take it, it would be taken. If you couldn't take it, it naturally wouldn't be taken. But this was only for you. It didn't necessarily mean that it wouldn't work for others. Others might be able to take it. Therefore, in the final analysis, it was not about the road, but about the people. This was an extremely long road. Countless people might take it, but in the end, only one person would succeed. Only one person could succeed. Qin Shao had been firmly holding on to the belief in his heart. He firmly believed that he would be able to take it. The power of the heart, the power of the soul, the power of the will. I've used all these forces, but they still don't work. What other forces are there? In other words, not only force, but also other things need to be added. Just like how I practice other laws, it's because there is the cornerstone, the root, and the Tao of the law. Only then can I comprehend, cultivate, and spy on the mystery. Why can I comprehend, cultivate, and spy on it? That's because there are mysteries in it. If there are no mysteries in it at all, it's equivalent to an empty shell. No matter how hard you work, what can you see from an empty shell? Author Cruel Death. Fourth update, robbing flowers, hee hee. Chapter 2798. Yes, this shell was empty. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see anything from it. All of a sudden, Qin Shao suddenly became enlightened. He had been trapped in a misunderstanding. He had always thought that finding the cultivation method for the inner world was the first step, the most difficult step for him. It was the first step he should take, the most critical step on this road. But now, he suddenly realized that his previous thinking was wrong. He had been working in the wrong direction, which was naturally wrong. Naturally, he couldn't get out of it. He hit a wall everywhere, and there was no way to make a breakthrough. If the direction was wrong, no matter how hard he tried, what was the use of trying? Now Qin Shao understood what his first step was. My first step should be to establish a framework for the inner world, so that my power can guide the spiritual power of heaven and earth into the inner world, and let the inner world improve, grow, and break through. It's like the law has its root, the singularity, and the line of the law. Without a framework, how can my power enter? How can I make use of it? How can I guide the power into it? To make a simple analogy, if you want to collect water, you need a container. Only with this container can you have the capacity to let the water in and collect it. If you don't have this container, no matter how hard you try, it will be in vain. There is no way to really collect the water. The biggest problem with the inner world now is that I don't have this container, or I haven't found this container. So no matter what method I use, there is no way to guide the power into it, and there is no way to find the cultivation method. After thinking carefully and analyzing it carefully, Qin Shao understood everything. Therefore, Qin Shao was faced with a new problem. How to find this container, and how to form this container, Qin Shao had no idea. He had no idea how to do it. Although he found new problems, new directions, and ideas, it was still difficult for Qin Shao. It blocked Qin Shao's progress. All the problems were very difficult for Qin Shao. After all, everything needed to be created by Qin Shao. Creation was something that didn't exist in this world. It was the first thing you made. That was creation. Creation was also a very sacred thing. For the time being, Qin Shao had a lot of ideas and felt that he should have found the right direction. He knew where the key to this road was and where the first step was. It was just that taking the first step was not an easy thing to do. He had been studying, deliberating, and trying. Unfortunately, Qin Shao didn't really go down this road. Forget it. The road of creation has always been a road of no return. It's normal that it's not so easy to gain something. This matter can't be rushed. I've already expected this result. There's no need to be so impatient. Let's take it slow. At the very least, I have a lot of ideas now. This can be considered as a small gain. Furthermore, it will be of great help to my path of cultivation. In any case, it's already a great gain to be able to break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm in one fell swoop in the celestial pool. If I force it, I'll seem a little greedy. Qin Shao pursed his lips and threw away some of the distracting thoughts in his heart. A smile appeared on his face. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Shao began to feel the power of the second step of the ancient saint realm in his body. After breaking through a realm, the situation was indeed very different. Qin Shao clearly felt that he had become much stronger. He could easily mobilize the power of the immortal Tao and great Tao nomological laws with a raise of his hand. Qin Zhao's immortal Tao nomological laws and great Tao nomological laws were both at the initial stage. Therefore, the breakthrough just now could be considered a breakthrough in both immortal Tao nomological laws and great Tao nomological laws. Qin Zhao's great Tao nomological laws had long been at the initial stage. It was only because his foundation wasn't solid and he hadn't accumulated enough that he couldn't break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm in one fell swoop. This time in the celestial pool, Qin Shao had received the help of an endless amount of immortal spiritual energy, which naturally helped him break through. Both immortal Tao nomological laws were at the second step of the ancient saint realm. This gave Qin Shao an advantage over others in terms of strength. It was like 1 + 1 = 2. Took me 8,000 years. It's not bad. Although it's a little rushed, At least I've achieved my goal of breaking through. This. What's going on with the celestial pool? Qin Zhao's eyes flickered. When he saw the celestial pool in front of him, he jumped in fright. When he'd first arrived, the celestial pool was filled with dense immortal qi. The immortal spiritual energy was incomparably abundant, and there was an entire pool of immortal water. Just the immortal mist alone was as thick as clouds. But now? The entire celestial pool was bare. There was nothing left. There was no immortal water, no immortal spiritual energy, no immortal mist, and no sacred energy. Everything was gone. Therefore, Qin Zhao's first thought was that the celestial pool had been destroyed. What was going on? How could this be? This was indeed the celestial pool. He hadn't been transported to another place. There was no mistake. Could it be? Qin Zhao immediately thought of a possibility. The moment he thought of it, Qin Zhao immediately felt awkward. As expected, Qin Zhao immediately felt a pair of fiery eyes staring at him. It was so piercing that Qin Zhao felt a little uncomfortable. This pair of eyes obviously belonged to none other than Eighth Brother. At this moment, Eighth Brother's eyes were wide open. His face was filled with anger as he glared at Qin Zhao. Those two bell-like eyes were about to pop out. This was awkward. Qin Zhao knew that when he was expanding his inner world and breaking through, he must have absorbed all the immortal spiritual energy in the celestial pool. That was why this happened. But this kind of thing couldn't be blamed on him, right? Senior Eighth Brother, Qin Zhao was about to explain, but Eighth Brother didn't have the patience to listen to Qin Zhao's explanation. He immediately roared, "You little bastard, you goddamn bastard, what kind of outrageous thing did you do? How could you ruin the celestial pool like this? This is the celestial pool. It's one of the treasures of our city lord mansion. How could you ruin it like this? You're also breaking through, but other people's actions are not even 1/10 of yours. You damn bastard, hurry up and tell me, what the hell is going on? What kind of evil technique did you use to make the celestial pool like this? How do you want me to explain this to the city lord? If I can't explain it to him, then I'll explain it to you first." Looking at Eighth Brother's angry face, Qin Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Eighth Brother, don't be so agitated. Actually, I don't know what's going on. Bah!" Eighth Lianggu suddenly jumped up and screamed. His elongated face was almost stuck to Qin Zhao's face. He was so close that Qin Zhao could feel Eighth Liangji's breath. "You little bastard, you're lying through your teeth. Try saying it again. If you say you don't know what's going on, then I'll explain it to you first. You ruined the celestial pool like this and you still dare to say you don't know? If I don't show you my power, you really think I'm Eighth Brother? Aren't you Eighth Brother?" These words really made Qin Zhao speechless. However, Qin Zhao was certain that the Eighth Brother was very angry at this time. Was he really angry? After all, he did make the celestial pool like this. Qin Zhao said, "Eighth Brother, you can't blame me for this. In fact, it's because of my inner world. When I broke through, my inner world also expanded and broke through. That's why there's such a situation." "Bullshit!" Eighth Brother scolded again. His face was even closer to Qin Zhao's. His voice was so loud that Qin Zhao's ears were buzzing. It was as if thunder had exploded in his ears. "Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old child? Look at your Eighth Brother, do you think he's easy to fool? In this world, no one can fool your Eighth Brother. Your little tricks are simply child's play in front of Eighth Brother. It's ridiculous. You're talking as if I don't have an inner world. Don't you know how much energy an inner world can attract? You've only broken through from first step Ancient Saint to second step Ancient Saint. The celestial pool's rich immortal spiritual energy is enough for you to break through dozens of times. Let alone you, even if a fourth-step ancient saint breaks through to the world deity stage, their inner world won't be able to attract so much immortal spiritual energy. Little brat, if you don't tell me the truth, don't blame me for being rough. After saying that, eighth brother waved his huge fist at Qin Shao. He raised his chin at Qin Shao and asked, "Have you seen a fist the size of a bull's head? Here, it's right here. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll let you have a taste of what a fist the size of a bull's head is. I'll let you have a taste of what true power is and what true violence is." Qin Shao was really speechless, but there was nothing he could do. However, it was no wonder that eighth brother didn't believe him. Qin Shao was indeed the only one in the entire vast thousand worlds who could do such a thing. In reality, this was indeed the case. Even if a fourth-step ancient saint broke through to the world deity stage, it wouldn't cause such a big commotion. There was no need for him to absorb so much immortal spiritual energy. One must know that when Qin Shao was a first-step ancient saint, his inner world was already as big as a world deity's. After breaking through to the second-step ancient saint, his inner world expanded by several times. It was much bigger than an ordinary world deity's inner world. Therefore, Qin Shao absorbed all the immortal spiritual energy in the celestial pool, causing the celestial pool to become like this. Senior eighth brother, I can tell you. However, I've only told a few people about this. Consider it a big secret of mine, Qin Shao. Therefore, I also hope that senior eighth brother can promise me that you'll keep this secret for me and not tell anyone. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "If senior eighth brother can promise this, then I'll tell you." His master, Li Sheng, had also warned Qin Shao not to tell anyone about his inner world. He had to keep it a secret. Qin Shao also knew that it was indeed inappropriate to tell others about this situation. Therefore, Qin Shao had always kept it a secret. Not many people knew about the situation of his inner world. Therefore, Qin Shao was a little hesitant about how to tell eighth brother. Chapter 2799. Normally, Qin Shao wouldn't tell eighth brother such a secret. However, if he didn't say anything now, it wouldn't make sense. It would be difficult for him to explain this matter. Moreover, Qin Shao was indeed very apologetic in his heart. Turning the celestial pond into this state had indeed caused a lot of damage to the city lord's mansion. Qin Shao was originally a gift from the city lord's mansion. Now that he had turned the celestial pond into this state, he felt very embarrassed and a little guilty. "Heh, you little brat, is it because you have the support of the Third Valley Master, that's why you're so daring? You still dare to bargain with your eighth brother again and again? Don't you know that your Bal Yang-gu never lets people bargain?" Bal Yang-gu said with a very angry look. But Qin Shao could feel that although eighth brother's aura was a little scary, it was probably just a bluff. Eighth brother had a strong fist and a loud voice, but in fact, he was a kind person. He wasn't the kind of person who would do anything for real. Qin Shao shook his head and said firmly, "No, absolutely not. If senior eighth brother doesn't agree, then I won't say anything. Anyway, this benefit is what I deserve. It's also what the city lord's mansion publicly promised. I didn't violate any rules. So even if I don't say anything, the city lord's mansion shouldn't do anything to me. Otherwise, wouldn't such an action be tarnishing the city lord's mansion's reputation?" You, eighth brother pointed at Qin Shao angrily and waved his fist. He looked like he wanted to smash Qin Shao to death. After a while, eighth brother's anger subsided a little. He patted his chest and comforted himself. Don't be angry, I'm a dignified three-step ancient saint senior. How can I lower myself to the same level as a two-step ancient saint brat? That would be too narrow-minded. Well, it's just a small promise, it's not a big deal. I'm not a big mouth, I can't be bothered to talk about other people's matters. Well, a promise is a promise. What's the big deal? After comforting himself for a while, Bal Yang's voice recovered a bit and he said, "Okay, I won't lower myself to your level. I promise you that I will keep your secret and won't tell anyone." "Little brat, can you tell me now? Hurry up, don't make me angry again. It's not that I'm telling you, but if I really get angry, I'll even hit myself. You won't be able to withstand it." He even hit himself. How terrifying was this? He was convinced. He was truly convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. Qin Shao briefly explained the situation of her inner world to the eighth elder brother. After listening to Qin Shao, the eighth elder brother obviously didn't believe her. Bal Yang's face darkened. He looked at Qin Shao and said unhappily, "Little bastard, your Bal Yang is an educated man, don't lie to your Bal Yang." "I've never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. In the great wide world, such a situation doesn't exist at all. Don't try to lie to me. I'm really not trying to scare you. My tolerance is really limited. If you continue to be so insensible, then I'll really get angry. If I get angry, the consequences will be very serious. Really, I'm not lying to you. You saw my fist just now, right? It's very big and heavy. It's very rough and cruel when it hits people." Such a threat really made Qin Shao feel like laughing. For some reason, listening to Bal Yang's words, Qin Shao wanted to laugh. It was really too funny. Bal Yang was born with comedy elements. Whether it was his expression, action, or tone, they all made people unable to help but want to laugh, even when he was really angry. There are all kinds of strange things in the great wide world. There's nothing that you can't think of. There's nothing that the great wide world doesn't have. What you haven't heard of doesn't necessarily mean that it won't appear in the great wide world, right? I believe that you know this better than me. It's not strange that I, Qin Shao, have something that others don't have, right? Whether you believe it or not, this is indeed the case. When I was breaking through just now, you have been watching here. If I really used any other means, it would be impossible for me to hide it from you. So, I can't lie to you, right? No matter what, I'm still considered Lord Mitanni's half-student. I can't possibly lose face for him, right? Qin Shao explained very seriously and sincerely, but Bal Yang still didn't believe it. Bal Yang shook his head and said, "Although what you said seems to be very reasonable, I still don't believe you. I'm not going to believe you. You little bastard, you're very bad." Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders. It was fine if he didn't believe him. Anyway, he had explained it. Qin Shao put on a posture of "do whatever you want." Although Bal Yang looked very fierce, in fact, he didn't really want to do anything to Qin Shao. In the end, he waved his hand and glared at Qin Shao, saying, "Let's do this first, little bastard. I will investigate this matter clearly. If it's really you who used some underhanded means, then you're going to be in big trouble. Well, I'll take you to the third landlord. You really know how to choose benefits, little bastard. You can gain so much from every one of them. For the same benefits, ordinary people can only get 30% of your benefits at most. Those who are able to get 30% of your benefits can be considered lucky. More than that, they can't even get 10% of your benefit. Little bastard, I'm afraid that you are the one who has gained the most benefits in all the years I've been here." The one who had gained the most benefits? Qin Shao also felt that it was possible that the first benefit made him a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. This was the first benefit. The second benefit made him squeeze the celestial pond dry. This was definitely the first benefit. Both of them were first place, so naturally, he was first place. He had accidentally taken first place, which was quite an interesting thing. However, it was nothing much. Qin Shao came here with great ambition. Getting first place was also the result of hard work. "Senior, are you praising me?" Qin Shao smiled and asked. Bal Yang was stunned for a moment. He immediately rolled his eyes at Qin Shao and said angrily, "I'm praising you, in your dreams. I'm scolding you, I'm spitting on you. Senior, pay attention to your image. You are also a big figure. Qin Shao said. Bah. Baoyang didn't care. My image, what image do I have? I'm lucky that the city lord didn't punish me this time. What image do I have? It's all your fault, little bastard. I really want to punch you until you become a pighead. You little bastard, you better shut up and stop talking. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop myself from punching you. Fine. Qin Shao curled his lips. Shut up then, shut up, as long as you don't look for trouble. Qin Shao didn't care about other things. It didn't matter. Soon, Baoyang brought Qin Shao to a spring and said to Qin Shao, "Get in." Qin Shao sized up the mouth of the spring. The mouth of the spring was not very big. It was about the same size as the mouth of an ordinary well. However, the surface of the water was very calm. There was not a single ripple. It looked like a mirror placed there. It was difficult to tell that it was the surface of the water. Moreover, the water was very strange. It was obviously not ordinary water, or it was not water at all. However, it looked like the surface of the water. But it looked like a smooth mirror. If you looked at it, you would see your own reflection reflected in it. Was this strange spring the third benefit? The third benefit was the benefits of cultivating the power of the heart. Qin Shao wanted to use this to improve his own cultivation of the power of the heart. He even had a little ambition. He wanted to see if he could break through to the initial level of the power of the heart. Of course, this was Qin Zhao's beautiful dream. Whether or not he could actually do it was another story. Senior, Qin Shao wanted to ask something, but before he could say anything, he felt a huge foot kick him in the back. The powerful force made Qin Shao unable to resist at all, and he fell directly into the mouth of the spring. Playing dirty again? Damn it, did you have to be so stingy? Qin Shao was speechless. Eighth brother had played this trick once before. Last time it was still okay. He threw him out with his hand, so it wasn't too much. But this time, he kicked him directly in the back. This was obviously revenge. But even if he knew this, Qin Shao could only be speechless. There was no other way. Alas, how could he not bow under someone else's roof? As soon as Qin Shao fell into the spring, he immediately entered a strange space. It was like a chaotic space. There was no sky, no earth, and no sense of space. It was just a space of nothingness. Qin Shao carefully looked at this space of nothingness. He couldn't see anything. He also couldn't feel any power. It was very strange. Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if this was the third land of benefits. Why didn't it feel like it at all? He thought that eighth brother wouldn't take this opportunity to take revenge on him and deliberately punish him, right? So he didn't know where he had kicked himself. But Qin Shao immediately shook his head. He felt that it was impossible. It should be impossible. Eighth brother shouldn't be such a stingy person. It was impossible for him to do something so despicable. He couldn't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Throwing away some of the distracting thoughts in his mind, Qin Shao wholeheartedly immersed himself in this space of nothingness. He seriously felt it. Maybe he hadn't noticed it yet. Based on the previous two benefits, the third benefit definitely wouldn't be too bad either. It would definitely be of great help to his cultivation of heart force. Heart force, use your heart to feel and use your heart to observe. First, your heart must be absolutely calm. Soon, Qin Shao completely calmed down. He used his heart to feel this space of nothingness. When Qin Shao really reached this stage, he immediately found that the space of nothingness began to change. Bright spots appeared one after another. Streams of nothingness flowed out like silk. Slender threads streaked through the air like flowing water, flickering as they appeared. At this moment, Qin Shao felt like he was in an ocean. An ocean of heart force, an ocean of law. Qin Shao was currently rippling in the ocean of heart force. He looked at the threads of law of heart force, the singularities of law of heart force, and the fundamental streams of law of heart force. At this moment, They all appeared in a very direct form in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao could clearly see, feel, and touch them. Chapter 2800. For Qin Shao, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. As expected of the city lord's mansion, this was indeed a big deal. Every benefit was a big deal. Immersed in this ocean of heart force, Qin Shao quickly perceived the lines of the law, the singularity of the law, and the river of the law. The foundation of the Tao and the true essence of the law were clearly placed in front of Qin Shao, so that Qin Shao could perceive it very directly and quickly improve his cultivation. Heart force is like a boundless ocean. As for me, I am a fish in this ocean, wandering in this ocean. If I just rely on my own flow to see the entire ocean, then I will need a long time to see the entire ocean. Even if I spend my whole life, I may not be able to see it all. After all, this ocean is boundless. Not only is it boundless, but it also has no direction. If you lose your way in it, you may only be able to circle around in a small area for the rest of your life, unable to walk out. How far you can walk in the ocean of heart force will still depend on your own ability. If you see far, you can go far. Imagine yourself as a big fish. Once you understand all the directions in the ocean of heart force, you will be able to go even further. Cultivation lies in the heart. In order to cultivate, you must first understand the situation and all the rules. Only then will you be able to walk out of it. The ocean is boundless, and it's easy to get lost in it. The heart is its own light, illuminating the road ahead. Immortal Realm, 9 Continents Academy. In a secluded mountain forest, a figure carefully drilled out of the dense forest, looking very careful and vigilant, as if afraid of being discovered. This is a handsome young man, very handsome and masculine. If Qin Shao was here at this time, he would recognize who this young man is. It is none other than his younger brother Qin Yi. Qin Xiao's expression looked a little nervous and very careful. Qin Yi looked around for a while, as if he was looking for something, and as if he was waiting for someone. After waiting for a while, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Looking carefully, it was a man in black, covered by a black robe, and his face was also covered with a black mist, which looked very strange and gloomy. Seeing the man in black, Qin Yi immediately said, "Senior Black, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you appear so long?" Seeing Qin Yi's anxious face, the man in black chuckled and said, "Why is young Master Qin Yi so anxious? The sky won't fall down. Calm down." "Oh, my Senior Black, how can I not be anxious about this?" Qin Yi jumped up and cried, with an anxious and worried face, and complained, "Black-clothed predecessor, the situation is very tricky now. I did as you said before, but I found that this mess is getting bigger and bigger. Xia Laming, that guy is too ruthless, he doesn't buy it at all." That set not only didn't contain him, but angered him even more. Now, Xia Laming has said that he wants to teach me a lesson. He wants to fight with me, defeat me, and force me to apologize and beg for mercy. Black-clothed Senior, what do you think we should do about this? You have to help me. Everything I did before was according to your wishes, Senior. Now that things have come to this point, you have to help me to the end. The man in black smiled and said, "Young Master Qin Yi, don't worry. I am a good friend of your brother, and I have always regarded you as my younger brother. That's why I won't stand by and do nothing when it comes to you. As for your matter, it's simple. It's not that complicated. Don't be too nervous." Simple? Qin Yi was stunned and looked at the man in black in confusion. He was very puzzled. "Oh, Senior Black, don't play riddles with me. Just say it. I really don't know what to do. I didn't want this matter to be like this. I didn't want to be so stiff with that Xia Laming. If I really make a big mess, my brother will scold me to death. If this goes on, my brother will find out." Black-clothed Senior, Hurry up and tell me what I need to do to resolve this matter. The man in black laughed softly and said, This matter is easy to handle. Didn't you agree to Xiaolei's challenge? Since it has come to this point, then things are simple. There's nothing that can't be solved with a fight. You should have told him before the fight that if you win, then everything will be written off. So, isn't this very simple? What? Qin Yi frowned and immediately said in confusion, Senior Black, don't tease me. I, Qin Yi, am not a fool, am I? Although I am a little arrogant, I still know my own strength. How can I be a match for Xia Leiming? If I fight with Xia Leiming, I will lose without a doubt. If I raise this condition with him, won't I be asking for humiliation? There is no way I can win. Ha ha ha! The man in black laughed. After laughing, he shook his head and said, No, no, you still haven't opened your mind. It's because everyone thinks this is impossible that they gave you a big chance. If everyone thinks you have a good chance of winning, then do you think Xia Leiming is a fool? He knows you will win, so why would he make you a promise? It's because everyone thinks you will lose that you have a chance, understand? Qin Yi was actually a smart person, but sometimes when he was impatient, he seemed to be a little confused. After listening to the man in black, Qin Yi thought about it carefully and understood what was going on. Qin Yi immediately said, Black-clothed predecessor, I understand, please help me. Ah, that's right. The black-clothed man smiled and continued, Isn't that right? I will definitely help you. It's okay if you can't win. You are a third-step Celestial Venerable, you can't win against a fourth-step Celestial Venerable. But it's okay, I'm here. As long as I help you, it's easy for you to win against him. Qin Yi nodded, and there was a smile on his face. Suddenly, he was relieved. Yes, what the senior said is right. I was a little anxious and didn't think of this. Yes, Xia Leiming must have absolute confidence to think that he will win. So, no matter what conditions I put forward, he will definitely agree. Right now, I don't want to fight to the death with him. I just want to put an end to this matter. So, it's not a big deal for him to make such a request. He will definitely agree. As long as he agrees, and then I win against him, then this matter will be solved, and everything will be over. And I also found what I wanted, and I also fiercely raised my power and shocked others. So that people always talk about me behind my back, always thinking that I rely on my brother. I want to prove to everyone that I don't need to rely on my brother. I'm not inferior to anyone, I'm also a peak genius. I can also be like my brother, shining with boundless radiance, my name shaking the entire immortal realms. I never felt that I was much worse than my brother. I always felt that my brother was the direction of my efforts, the example of my study, and the goal I pursued. But I never thought that I was not as good as my brother. I must live under the shadow of my brother. My brother is my brother, I am me, I will not be worse than my brother, I will not be. Those who secretly talk about me, I must let them look at me with new eyes, and I must let them know that I, Qin Yi, am not worse than them, only better than them. They said that just because they were jealous of me. The man in black nodded and said, Yes, those people must be envious of you. First, I envy that you have a powerful brother. Second, I envy that your talent is not worse than your brother's. Your Qin family has produced two such geniuses. Anyway, I am very optimistic about you. You must be able to do it. So, you must work hard and believe in yourself. You must not be attacked by others. You are you. You don't need to be anyone's shadow. If others don't understand you, then you don't need to say anything to them. You just need to take out your fist and use your actual actions to tell them that you are very strong and let them shut up obediently. Qin Yi nodded heavily. These words went to the bottom of his heart. What he wanted to do was also this. Senior, please give me some advice so that I can defeat Xia Leiming. Qin Yi said again. The man in black nodded and said, Well, come, I will tell you what to do. Guyong City, City Lord's Mansion. 10,000 years passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had already passed. Qin Shao had also been rippling in the Heart Force Ocean for 10,000 years. These 10,000 years of ripples made Qin Shao full of harvest, and the cultivation of the Heart Force Ocean had improved greatly. 10,000 years of time passed quickly, and it was about time to leave this Heart Force Ocean world. However, Qin Shao felt that it was a pity that he did not take advantage of this good opportunity to break through the Heart Force Ocean world in one fell swoop, and to raise the Heart Force Ocean world to the second step Ancient Saint Realm. Originally, Qin Shao wanted to give it a try. He also had the ambition to fight for it. Unfortunately, the result was not satisfactory, and in the end, he was still unable to break through. When the time came, an invisible force pushed Qin Shao out of the Heart Force Ocean, and Qin Shao was instantly outside. Suddenly, as if returning to reality, Qin Shao felt a sense of emptiness. Slightly stunned, Qin Shao came back to his senses and shook his head. It's a pity that I couldn't break through in one fell swoop. The Heart Force Ocean is really a good place. If I had another 10,000 years, no, even 5,000 years would be enough. I don't even need 5,000 years. If it's fast, even 1,000 years I can break through. It's a pity that time waits for no one. I've already missed this good opportunity. Forget it. In these 10,000 years of comprehension and cultivation, my harvest can be considered very much. Although I haven't been able to break through in one fell swoop, I've already cultivated to a relatively extreme level. I'm only one step away from breaking through. If I want to take this step out, it's not a difficult thing. If I'm given another opportunity, I can break through in one fell swoop. It's better to be content with what I have. I've already gained so much, so I can't ask for more. It's enough. Qin Shao nodded and cast aside the distracting thoughts in his heart. Chapter 28:01. Ha, little brat, I didn't expect you to suffer setbacks. I thought you could continue to defy the heavens. What a pity you couldn't break through in one go. I've been thinking that if you could break through again, you'd be completely defying the heavens. You'd be able to create a new record in Guyong City. Seems like you're still lacking. This way, I'll feel much better. A voice filled with schadenfreude could be heard. It was Eighth Brother. Seeing Eighth Brother's happy expression, Qin Shao smiled and said, If I could really defy the heavens, it wouldn't make sense. So, I think it's better to forget about it. This is fine too. I'm very satisfied. Desire is something that has no limits. Thinking too much might not be a good thing. So, it's better to think more simply. Eighth Brother rolled his eyes at Qin Shao. He wanted to gloat at Qin Shao, but he didn't expect that Qin Shao wouldn't be affected. This little brat's state of mind was still not bad. But speaking of which, the law of heart force was indeed more difficult to cultivate than other laws. If one wanted to break through to the initial stage of heart force in 10,000 years, it was obviously more difficult than the law of immortal Tao. So, it was reasonable that Qin Shao didn't break through in one go. If Qin Shao could break through in one go, that would be a scary thing. Although Qin Shao was already scary, if he did it 3 times in a row, it would be too scary. Alright, little brat, I've given you all the benefits from the 3 times. You're good, the benefits from the 3 times are more than what others got from 10 times. You're definitely the only one in the history of Guyong City to get such a big harvest with just 1 upper-grade valley plate. You're having a good time. I still have to worry about the Celestial Pond. You drained the Celestial Pond dry in one go. I'm afraid it won't recover without a few universe epochs. You little brat, forget it. If you keep thinking about it, I'll want to beat you to death with my fist. Scram, hurry up and scram. Eighth Brother waved his hand at Qin Shao, wanting to chase Qin Shao away. Qin Shao smiled and bowed to 8th Lianggu. With a face full of gratitude, he said, "Senior, thank you. What's there to thank me for? What does it have to do with me? I didn't help you, you deserve it. If it wasn't for Lord Mitanni's sake, I would have already beaten you. Is there something wrong with your head?" Baoyang glared at Qin Shao and said. After spending so much time with 8th brother Qin Shao, he was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. It was a classic example of a knife with a tofu heart. Even if it wasn't tofu heart, it definitely wasn't iron heart either. Therefore, even though 8th brother scolded him, Qin Shao still smiled and said, "Thank you, senior." Scram. 8th brother still didn't appreciate it. He waved his hand at Qin Shao, indicating Qin Shao to scram. Qin Shao didn't stay any longer and left. After sending off Qin Shao, the 8th brother suddenly became like a flower that had fallen. His skin suddenly became soft and his face looked lost. It was as if he had suddenly lost something. This little brat has a bright future. His potential is too terrifying. I feel that he's going to carve out his own path. Interesting brat. After this farewell, I don't know if we'll have a chance to meet again. Forget it, forget it. Bless this brat. I hope I can bask in his glory in the future. Sigh, I'd better continue to worry about the celestial pool. My head hurts. Qin Shao directly left the valley archway. Qin Shao didn't expect that a high-grade valley plate could give him such a huge harvest. It was as if he had encountered 3 great opportunities. The harvest of each benefit was indeed comparable to a great opportunity. The harvest of 110,000 years was too great. It was enough to match Qin Zhao's tens of millions of years of cultivation. His immortal Tao and Grand Tao had both reached the second step of the Empyrean Saint stage. He had also grasped the 5 fundamental laws, becoming a heavenly mandate cultivator. His law of heart was also on the verge of a breakthrough. After cultivating the law of heart force to this level, it was only a matter of time before he broke through again. There were no other obstacles. As long as it was a matter of time, it wasn't a problem at all. After all, for Qin Shao, time was infinite. Therefore, the harvest this time was indeed too great for Qin Shao. It was no wonder that 8th brother would say that Qin Zhao's harvest this time was 10 times that of others. It was indeed so, it was indeed 10 times that of others. After leaving the valley archway, Qin Shao quickly arrived at Lord Mitanni's residence. Lord Mitanni had long known that Qin Shao had returned. He had sent a servant to wait for Qin Shao at the door, then led Qin Shao to the place where they met last time. "Master, master, you're finally back." As soon as Qin Shao arrived, a fragrant body threw itself into Qin Zhao's arms and gave Qin Shao a hug. The soft girl who threw herself into Qin Zhao's arms was naturally Baby Mo. Although it wasn't the first time Qin Shao had been hugged by a girl, the number of times he had hugged her could be counted on one hand. Therefore, when Baby Mo suddenly hugged him, Qin Shao froze on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. For a moment, he didn't react. This was also, although he had to admit that it was a very special and wonderful feeling, Qin Shao was still very shy about it. Of course, Qin Shao knew that Baby Mo didn't have such thoughts. She was just happy, that's why she was like this. Baby Mo didn't have the slightest idea of a relationship between a man and a woman. In fact, she didn't even have the concept of such a relationship. Seeing Baby Mo so excited and happy, Qin Shao gently pushed Baby Mo away to make it less awkward. His face couldn't help but blush. When the third Valley Master saw this scene, he pursed his lips and smiled. Baby Mo didn't notice Qin Zhao's awkwardness. She didn't understand this at all. Her excitement hadn't completely subsided yet. When she saw Qin Shao push her away, she threw herself into Qin Zhao's arms and hugged Qin Shao again. Qin Shao was really shocked by Baby Mo's actions. She immediately said, "Baby Mo, you broke through?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Baby Mo stopped and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, master. Baby Mo broke through. Baby Mo is now a third-step ancient sage. He, master, is Baby Mo very strong? Qin Shao looked at Baby Mo in surprise. He really did have the aura of a third-step ancient sage. She really didn't expect that Baby Mo would break through to the third-step ancient sage realm in the 110,000 years she had been away. This was really a big surprise. Qin Shao didn't expect this at all. A third-step ancient saint. Such a cultivation base was definitely very high. Reaching the third-step ancient sage realm was definitely considered to be standing at the peak of existence. It was strong enough in the entire Great Thousand World. No matter where he went, he would definitely be able to have a say in the matter. He would be able to shake a region with his might. She didn't expect Baby Mo to break through to the third-step ancient sage realm so quickly. One had to know that Baby Mo had only broken through to the second-step ancient saint realm not too long ago. If one were to calculate, it would take her less than 20 million years to advance from the first-step ancient saint realm to the third-step ancient saint realm. In such a short period of time, she had broken through again and again. If news of this speed were to spread, who knew how many people would be shocked to death? Compared to Baby Mo, Qin Shao felt that he couldn't be considered a genius at all. Compared to Baby Mo, no one could be considered a genius. Qin Shao felt that his cultivation speed was heaven-defying and fast enough. He had lived for almost 60 million years. From the lowest life form, he had cultivated all the way to the second-step ancient sage realm. Moreover, Qin Shao had only used less than 20 million years to break through from the first-step Empyrean Saint stage to the second-step Empyrean Saint stage. If news of this speed were to spread, many people would be shocked to death. Moreover, Qin Zhao's breakthrough was due to the opportunity in the celestial pool. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so fast. Even with such an opportunity, his speed was still far from Baby Mo's. Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Divine Beast Clan was indeed the Divine Beast Clan. Such a bloodline was too powerful, and the method of breaking through was too simple and crude. However, this was a good thing. Baby Mo's breakthrough was definitely a good thing for Qin Shao. Well done, Baby Mo. You're amazing. Here's a thumbs up for you. Qin Shao laughed and praised Baby Mo. In this way, Baby Mo's strength had increased by a lot. In addition, he was now a second-step ancient sage realm. If he unleashed his full strength, he should be able to fight a third-step ancient sage realm existence. If he and Mo Baobao joined forces, they should be able to put up a fight even if they encountered a fourth-step ancient saint. Qin Shao even thought that if he were to meet Holy Sorcerer Luolan again, he should be able to fight, right? If he were to meet Holy Sorcerer Luolan again, he wouldn't be so powerless and wouldn't have to stand there and wait for others to save him. Both times, he was saved by others. The first time, it was Fu Yunyi who came to save him. The second time, it was Heaven Mountain Yao Lao and Lord Mittani who came to save him. If such a thing were to happen again, Qin Shao would definitely take care of it himself. Of course I'm great. Of course I'm very strong. If Baobao doesn't experience any harm, then wouldn't I be letting Master down? Baobao won't drag Master down like Xiao Gu. Master, you're also very strong. You've also broken through to the second-step ancient sage realm. I've just broken through to the third-step ancient sage realm. In that case, I'm still one realm higher than you. This way, Baobao will have some strength to help Master. If I'm only at the second-step ancient sage realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. That's why I must work hard and try to break through to the fourth-step ancient sage realm when you break through to the third-step ancient sage realm. In that case, I'll be able to help you. I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy to be able to help you. Hearing Baby Mo's pure words, Qin Shao felt warm in his heart. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He scolded, "Silly girl, silly baby. He was also thinking that it was a good thing he didn't let Xiao Gu out. Otherwise, Xiao Gu would be devastated if he heard Baby Mo's words. After all, Xiao Gu's talent, potential, and bloodline were still lacking. He couldn't expect much from him. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Continue to beg for fresh flowers. Don't miss out on any of them. Chapter 2802. Both of them had made breakthroughs. This was a joyous occasion, an extremely joyous occasion. Qin Xiao, congratulations on your double happiness. Lord Mittani walked over with a smile and congratulated them. Upon seeing Lord Mittani, Qin Xiao immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, big brother Lord Mittani. Without you, Baby Mo and I wouldn't have had such a great harvest this time. I really don't know how to thank you, big brother Lord Mittani, for your great kindness." Qin Xiao was grateful to Lord Mittani from the bottom of her heart. Baby Mo was able to break through to the third step of the ancient saint realm in 110,000 years. Obviously, it was all thanks to Lord Mittani. It must be Lord Mittani who helped Baby Mo so that Baby Mo could break through so quickly. Otherwise, Baby Mo wouldn't have been able to break through at all. Lord Mittani waved his hand with a smile and said, "You don't have to be so polite. I didn't actually do anything. It was just a small effort. Being able to obtain the high-grade Valley token is your own opportunity and fortune. It's your destiny and you deserve it. Even if I don't bring you there personally, you will still get what you deserve. I didn't give you the high-grade Valley token. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I don't have the authority to do so." Perhaps Lord Mittani didn't help her much, but Qin Xiao was still very grateful. Most importantly, Baby Mo's breakthrough was definitely all thanks to Lord Mittani. Therefore, Qin Xiao continued, "Big brother Lord Mittani, you are too modest. I thank you on behalf of Baby Mo, big brother Lord Mittani." With that, Qin Xiao tugged at Baby Mo and said to her, "Come and thank big brother Lord Mittani." Baby Mo immediately nodded and imitated Qin Xiao. She bowed deeply to Lord Mittani and said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior." Ah! Lord Mittani laughed and didn't say anything else. Since she wanted to thank him, he would accept it. Indeed, he could accept it. Qin Xiao was a little confused and couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Lord Mittani, what exactly did you give to Baby Mo?" It actually allowed him to break through to the third step of the ancient saint realm in such a short time. Was it a beast crystal core? Before Lord Mittani could answer, Baby Mo answered first, "Yes, yes, Master. Not only did Senior give me a strange and powerful treasure, but he also let me obtain an extremely powerful secret technique from that treasure. It can be used together with my innate ability to form a soul-devouring technique. It's very, very powerful. Senior also gave me several beast crystal cores. In addition to the beast crystal core that Big Sister Fu gave me, I directly broke through to the third step of the ancient saint realm. Senior Lord Mittani is so generous. He's much more generous than Big Sister Fu." Qin Xiao guessed the same. If there was something or method that could allow Baby Mo to break through quickly, it was most likely the beast crystal core. That was indeed the case. Beast crystal cores were incomparably precious and rare items. Wanting to obtain one was not an easy matter. Who would have thought that big brother Lord Mittani would give Baby Mo several of them at once? Qin Xiao was so grateful that he didn't know what to say. Big brother Lord Mittani. Qin Xiao wanted to say more words of gratitude but was interrupted by the Third Valley Master with a wave of his hand. "All right, Qin Xiao, you're half a student of mine. I'm very gratified to see how outstanding you are. It's like seeing a family member. That's why I'll do my best to help you when I can. After all, this is the time when you need help the most. Even without this help, you can still grow stronger and defy the heavens. But with this help, you might be able to grow faster and take fewer detours. I don't have any use for those beast cores with me. When I saw that baby Mo needed them, I gave them all to him. To me, it's nothing much. No matter how precious they are, I can't use them. In fact, they're worthless to me. They're no different from a few stones. My hometown has long ceased to exist. My people have all died long ago. I've never taken in a disciple, nor have I married or had children. I don't have any descendants. So to me, I'm just a loner. It wasn't easy to have you, who can be considered half a family member and half a student of mine. Naturally, I have to treat you better. I've found a sense of closeness that I haven't felt in a long time. As Lord Mitanni said these words, a happy smile appeared on his face. From the smile on his face, it could be seen that Lord Mitanni was truly happy from the bottom of his heart. Qin Shao could feel that Lord Mitanni was also a very sentimental person. He really did treat him as a family member. It was precisely because of this that he was so selfless in helping him. It was a great blessing to have a benefactor in one's life. The Third Valley Master could be considered as a great benefactor in his life. Qin Shao had thousands of words to express his gratitude to Lord Mitanni, but Lord Mitanni didn't let him say anything at this time. Qin Shao also silently remembered all of this in his heart. Okay, don't be so emotional. If you continue like this, you'll be too affectionate. Lord Mitanni waved his hand and said. Qin Shao nodded. Since Lord Mitanni said so, there was nothing more to say. In any case, he would remember everything in his heart. Qin Shao said, Brother Lord Mitanni, we've also disturbed you for a long time. It's not convenient for us to disturb you anymore. I also have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Lord Mitanni nodded and said, Okay, go and shine. The path of cultivation is slow, but I believe that you'll walk a wonderful path. I hope that the next time we meet, your light will be enough to overshadow mine. Then I'll be very happy and gratified. Qin Shao smiled. He would work hard. Qin Shao took baby Mo and left the city lord's mansion. Only then did he let Xiao Gu out. As soon as Xiao Gu came out, he was really shocked by baby Mo. Xiao Gu was very happy that Qin Shao had broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. He also felt that it was normal. However, baby Mo had also broken through to the third step of the ancient saint realm. This was really a big blow to Xiao Gu. Previously, he was one realm lower than baby Mo and was completely suppressed by baby Mo. But now, he was 2 cultivation levels lower. How could he, Xiao Gu, still be able to move a single inch? He would be crushed to death immediately. Therefore, Xiao Gu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Baby Mo, you can't bully me like this. You've just broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. How did you break through to the third step in the blink of an eye? Even if you can grow up by drinking water, you can't grow as fast as you. Do you have public flesh? Don't you need money? I was the one who chased after Master first, so I should have been the boss. Now, won't I never be able to raise my head again? Baby Mo smiled proudly at Xiao Gu and said, You're the second in the first place. You're not cut out to be the boss. I can't help it. Who asked me to be so smart? Who asked me to be a divine beast? I'm just so capricious. Divine beasts are amazing. Xiao Gu smacked his lips, but in the end he had to admit, all right, divine beasts are amazing. Sigh, comparing beasts will only piss me off. My position as Little Gu is gone forever. From now on, I'm afraid I can only lie in my inner world and sleep. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to fight in the future. It can't be helped. I can only blame myself for being too weak. I can't help Master at all. I can only blame myself for being useless. Xiao Gu looked dejected as he spoke, like a pet that had fallen out of favor. However, it was true. With Xiao Gu's current strength, it was indeed very difficult for him to help Qin Shao. Baby Mo's performance was so outstanding. In the future, Xiao Gu would have even less to do. It would all be Baby Mo's business. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Gu was indeed envious of baby Mo. At the same time, he hated himself for being useless. There was no way for him to break through and become stronger. However, no matter how much he hated himself or how much he encouraged himself, there was nothing he could do about it. Cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved just by thinking about it. It required actual action, a lot of hard work, and a lot of opportunities to improve and break through. Seeing Xiao Gu sighing, Qin Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, "Xiao Gu, it doesn't matter whether you can help me in the future. The important thing is that no matter what happens in the future, you'll always be my Xiao Gu. You'll always be my loyal follower. You'll always be someone connected to me by blood. You'll always belong to me, Qin Xiao. Your relationship with me will never change. It won't change just because I've become stronger and you're no longer of any use to me. You and baby Mo are the same in my heart. You'll be treated the same. I won't say that I'll treat baby Mo better and give you the cold shoulder because he has more experience than you. Both of you are my loved ones. Both of you are a part of my life. Both of you belong to me. This will never change." Wah! After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Gu actually cried exaggeratedly and hugged Qin Zhao's thigh. He looked very touched and said, "Big brother, Xiao Gu is willing to die for your words. I'm really touched. If Xiao Gu was a girl, I'd definitely give myself to you. Get lost." Hearing Xiao Gu say something like giving himself to him, Qin Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He kicked Xiao Gu and sent him flying. Xiao Gu ran over and looked at Qin Xiao with a flattering smile. Hee, big brother, don't be so excited. I'm not a girl. I'm just saying if I were a girl. It's just a hypothesis. I know it's impossible. That's why I said it. I used this hypothesis purely to express my love for Master. Pooh, it's my loyalty to Master. Big brother, although I don't like girls, I'm definitely normal. I don't like girls, and I don't like boys even more. What did he mean by don't like girls and I don't like boys even more? What did he mean? Baby Mo blinked his eyes, looking as if he was deep in thought. After Xiao Gu was done messing around, Baby Mo suddenly had a sudden thought. Baby Mo suddenly screamed. Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu were both stunned. They couldn't help but look at Baby Mo. Baby Mo looked at Qin Xiao and blinked at Qin Xiao. After a long while, he said, Master, Xiao Gu isn't a girl, but baby is." Hearing Xiao Gu's words, Bao Bao feels that Bao Bao should repay Master with her body? Baby is a girl. It shouldn't be a problem to say that, right? Thump. Chapter 2803. Qin Xiao, I've finally found you. Suddenly, an urgent voice was heard. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Xiao immediately looked over and saw a familiar figure walking over. It was Meng Dali's cousin, Luo Meng. Although Luo Meng had escaped from danger previously and did not step forward to help him, Qin Xiao did not have any complaints about it. After all, he had only known Luo Meng for a short while, and did not have much of a friendship. At most, it could be said that because they were all from the celestial realm, and because of their relationship with Meng Dali, they had unknowingly become closer. However, such a relationship was not to the extent that Luo Meng would sacrifice everything for him. Therefore, Qin Xiao understood Sacred Venerate Luo Meng very well and did not blame him. However, Xiao Gu was unhappy. Upon seeing Luo Meng, Xiao Gu said unhappily, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. You are not welcome here." Sacred Venerate Luo Meng was embarrassed by Xiao Gu's words. He was more or less embarrassed about what had happened previously. Qin Xiao patted Xiao Gu and said, "Xiao Gu, you are not allowed to be so rude to Sacred Venerate Luo Meng. Sacred Venerate Luo Meng did not do anything wrong. We have no right to ask him to do anything." Xiao Gu pursed his lips and did not say anything else. Sacred Venerate Luo Meng looked embarrassed as he said to Qin Shao, "I'm really sorry about what happened previously. Fortunately, Qin Shao, you are blessed by the heavens and managed to escape. It is indeed a blessing." Qin Shao laughed faintly and said, "Yes, I was extremely fortunate to have escaped this calamity. Sacred Venerate Luo Meng, you don't have to apologize. There is nothing to blame yourself for. I can completely understand what happened previously. Really, I'm not lying. I have never been a hypocrite. I will say whatever is on my mind. I can really understand. You are already an ancient sage. It is impossible that you do not understand such trivial matters." Luo Meng could only sigh silently in his heart. However, at that time, he did want to protect himself and did not want the flames of war to burn him. It was indeed for his own good. Since this matter had already passed, then let it be. He also knew that it was impossible for him to get any closer to Qin Shao. Luo Meng said, "It's like this. Qin Shao, I came to find you because I have something to tell you. You should hurry back to the immortal domain. Something happened there." "What? Did something happen in the celestial region? What's going on?" Qin Shao looked at Luo Meng doubtfully. He was in Guyong City and didn't have any clones in the immortal domain. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't know about the matters in the immortal domain. Zhang Yang and the rest of them had no way of contacting him from so far away. After all, Valley Harmony City was just too far away from the immortal region. Therefore, Qin Shao was a little worried when she heard that Luo Meng was in trouble. Luo Meng continued, "It's related to Princess Xiaoyu and your brother Qin Yi. Meng Dali didn't tell me much, so I don't know much. Therefore, I've been looking for you all these years. I learned that you entered the City Lord Mansion, so I've been waiting for you here. Finally, you came out. I don't know the specific situation now, so you'd better hurry back to the immortal domain and have a look." "What?" Hearing Luo Meng's words, Qin Zhao's expression suddenly became gloomy. Something happened to Princess Xiaoyu and Qin Yi? How could this be? "Thank you for telling me this, Holy Master Luo Meng." Qin Shao thanked him and immediately left with Xiao Gu and Baby Mo. As soon as they left Valley Harmony City, Baby Mo took the initiative to ask her to take care of the journey. At this time, Baby Mo was in existence of the third step ancient saint realm. She was originally good at speed, so if she hurried the journey, the time would be greatly reduced. Returning to the immortal domain would be much faster. "Big brother, you don't have to worry too much. I believe there won't be any big trouble." Xiao Gu comforted. Qin Shao was silent. She was indeed in a very bad mood. She was somewhat worried in her heart. Now, Qin Shao just wanted to return to the immortal domain as soon as possible. Just when Qin Shao and the others were about to leave, two powerful auras suddenly descended and attacked, forming a powerful domain that enveloped the world. Obviously, the intention was to trap Qin Shao. Two figures walked out of the void. One of them was familiar to Qin Shao. It was none other than Saint Sorcerer Waltaz, the existence of the third step ancient saint realm. Last time, he led hundreds of ancient saints of the elemental sacred realm to besiege him, but in the end, he was defeated by him. Even if Waltaz himself was not defeated, that battle was indeed Saint Sorcerer Waltaz's defeat. It could be said that he was defeated by Qin Shao. He didn't expect it to happen again. Previously, Qin Shao and Baby Mo were able to suppress Saint Sorcerer Waltaz when they joined forces. Now that both of them had broken through, there was nothing to be afraid of. It would definitely be easier for them to suppress Saint Sorcerer Waltaz. However, Waltaz obviously came prepared this time. He even brought along a third step ancient saint realm existence who was also from the elemental sacred realm. With two third step Empyrean saints, it was only natural that they would have a lot of confidence in themselves. When Waltaz saw Qin Shao and Baby Mo, He naturally felt like he had met his enemies, and his eyes blazed with hatred. Both of his spiritual beasts had died in the hands of Qin Shao and Mo Bao Bao. Last time, he had suffered such a huge loss. With such a deep hatred, how could he forget it? How could he let it go so easily? That was why Walters was here to take revenge for what happened last time. However, after seeing Qin Shao and Baby Mo, Walters couldn't help but frown deeply. Obviously, he didn't expect Qin Shao and Baby Mo's aura to be so much stronger after not seeing each other for just a few 100,000 years. Did both of them break through to the next level? Impossible, right? How could this be? How could both of them break through in just a few 100,000 years? Even if Qin Shao obtained the benefits of the high-grade Valley token, even if Qin Shao was lucky enough to break through, what about Baby Mo? How could she have broken through to the third step of the Ancient Saint stage so quickly? Wasn't this too frightening? A third step Empyrean Saint. That was a divine beast. This made Walters secretly think that Baby Mo was indeed a divine beast. He was really heaven-defying. It would be great if he could subdue him and make him his spiritual beast. He was much stronger than the Earth Demon Dragon. Most importantly, he had limitless potential. In fact, it might even be possible for him to reach the world deity state in the future. TSK, if he could own a world god spiritual beast, it would be great just thinking about it. He would be able to do whatever he wanted in the great wide world. At the thought of this, Walters looked at Baby Mo with greedy eyes. However, seeing that Qin Shao and Baby Mo had both broken through to the next level, Walters was more or less worried. He thought that since he had invited his old friend to help him this time, he would definitely be able to kill Qin Shao and subdue Baby Mo. However, he didn't expect that everything else was within his expectations. However, what he didn't expect was that Qin Shao and Baby Mo had both broken through to the next level. Walters, didn't you say that it was just a first step Ancient Saint Realm kid and a second step Ancient Saint Realm spirit beast? Is this the situation you were talking about? The third step Ancient Saint Realm powerhouse, who came with Walters, was obviously displeased when he saw the situation with Qin Shao and Baby Mo. The muscles on Walters' face twitched violently as he said, "Brother Du-E, you really can't blame me for this. The last time I fought with this kid, he was really only a first step Ancient Saint, and his spirit beast was only a second step Ancient Saint. However, I didn't expect that this kid and his spirit beast would break through to the next level after obtaining the benefits from the high-grade Valley token. I really didn't expect this to happen. However, since things have come to this, we can only put in more effort. He's just a second-step Ancient Saint Realm kid. What do we have to be afraid of? Even the third-step Ancient Saint Realm spirit beast has just broken through to the next level. What's there to worry about with the two of us joining forces? Although the situation might have exceeded our expectations, it doesn't matter. Everything is still under our control. Brother Du-E, since we're already here, shouldn't you at least help us? We can't just leave like this, right? Otherwise, won't the two of us be ridiculed by the world? Don't tell me that your brother Du-E is frightened by a brat at the second step Ancient Saint stage? That's impossible, right? Saint Master Du-E snorted coldly and said, "What a joke. Why would I take a mere second step Ancient Saint Realm kid seriously? It's just that the situation is different from what Brother Walters said previously, so I'm naturally a little displeased. Since you didn't expect this situation, then forget it. Just treat it as an accident. However, it doesn't matter. It's just a small situation. For us, it's just a little more effort. It won't affect us much." Walters immediately smiled and nodded. "That's right. How can such a small situation affect us? With Brother Du-Ye's strength, you can easily deal with it alone. Brother Du-E, I'm counting on you this time. You can choose. Saint Master Du Yi's gaze fell on Qin Shao and chuckled. You're the main character today, so I won't steal your limelight. Didn't you always say that you wanted to tame that spirit beast? This little girl looks so fresh and pretty. She's quite cute. I know you like that. I'll leave that spirit beast to you. As for the rest, leave it to me. Don't worry. I'll wait for you to take revenge. I'll just take this kid down. All right. Walters nodded. The two of them immediately assigned Qin Shao and Baby Mo. As for little Gu, he was cruelly ignored. Seeing that the two three-step ancient sages were about to make a move, Qin Shao could not be bothered to say anything more. If they wanted to fight, so be it. If it was before, Qin Shao would definitely be afraid. However, Qin Shao now had some confidence and was not afraid of anything. However, Qin Shao really did not want to waste time here. Therefore, Qin Shao said coldly to Saint Master Walters, I told you last time not to bother me again. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. I don't have the time to waste with you today. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, if you really piss me off and I make a move, you'll definitely die here today, Walters. I can assure you of that. Qin Shao was in a hurry to rush back to the immortal region, so how could he be in the mood to tangle with Saint Master Walters? However, Qin Zhao's words obviously did not have any effect. Not only did it not have any effect, but it also angered Saint Master Walters even more. Chapter 2804. Ha ha ha! Saint Sorcerer Walters burst out laughing as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Interesting. You're getting more and more arrogant. Young people are indeed young. How arrogant. Alright, if you really have the ability to kill me, then come at me. Don't think that you're so great just because you've broken through to the second step of the Ancient Saint stage. I'll let you know that the gap between realms is not something you can cross. After saying that, Walters turned to Saint Sorcerer Du Yi and said, Brother Du Yi, I'll leave this kid to you. Saint Sorcerer Du Yi's lips curled into a playful sneer. Killing a brat at the second step of the Ancient Saint stage was a piece of cake for him. Therefore, Saint Sorcerer Du Yi did not take Qin Shao seriously at all. Anyway, he had already handed the role of Lehigh over to Walters. All he needed to do was to control this brat at the second step of the Ancient Saint stage. The task should be relatively easy. Qin Shao glanced at Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu shrugged sadly and said, Big brother, don't say any more. I know what to do. I know what to do. Qin Shao shook his head and waved his hand to put Xiao Gu into his inner world. Qin Shao knew that Xiao Gu wanted to help him, but he was not strong enough. Therefore, Xiao Gu must be very unhappy. Attack. After Qin Shao put Xiao Gu away, Saint Sorcerer Walters immediately attacked Baby Mo. Baby Mo was very angry. He snorted and said, I can tell you very responsibly that you're in trouble today. Humph, how dare you block our way and waste our time. I'll trample you to death. Baby Mo was also very anxious. He wanted to return to the immortal realm as soon as possible. However, at this time, there was still a fool who wanted to block their way. Wasn't this just courting death? Therefore, Baby Mo was very angry. The consequences were very serious. Baby Mo wanted to trample Saint Sorcerer Walters to death last time. If Saint Sorcerer Luolan did not appear in the end, Baby Mo would not have let him off so easily. This time, Saint Sorcerer Walters took the initiative to come to him again. Baby Mo could do what he failed to do last time. Baby Mo, I think you'd better submit to me obediently. I won't mistreat you. Saint Sorcerer Walters, Saint Sorcerer Walters. He knew that Baby Mo was strong, but he did not care. He was confident of himself. Although Mo Bao Bao was a third-step ancient saint, he had just made a breakthrough not too long ago. He was Saint Sorcerer Saint Sorcerer. Saint Sorcerer Du Yi. He was Saint Sorcerer Du He did not care about anything else. Naturally, no one would risk their lives for Saint Sorcerer Waltaz. Therefore, Saint Sorcerer Du-E was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression and chuckled. Qin Shao also looked at Saint Sorcerer Du-E. Since Saint Sorcerer Du-E was not in a hurry to make a move, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to make a move either. He would first observe the situation on Baby Mo's side and then decide how to make a move. Saint Sorcerer Du-E saw that Qin Shao was not making a move, which made him feel a little awkward. The atmosphere was not right. He had put on the airs of an expert, but what was Qin Shao? Was he here to act all high and mighty? That was not right. It would not be good if he did not make a move. Therefore, Saint Sorcerer Du-E said to Qin Shao, "Kid, make a move. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll let you make 3 moves first." However, Qin Shao was still too lazy to pay attention to him, as if he did not hear him at all. He chose to ignore him directly. Saint Sorcerer Du-E was a little depressed after being directly ignored by Qin Shao. What was going on? How dare he ignore him? How dare he? Saint Sorcerer Du-E naturally regarded such an action as a provocation, an extremely great provocation. Therefore, Saint Sorcerer Du-E was a little angry. He did not need to be so serious. He just needed to restrain Yi Shiwen. However, he now realized that the kid in front of him was really arrogant. He even ignored him directly. "Humph, you're really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. You're really arrogant. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, I won't be polite to you." Saint Sorcerer Du-E snorted angrily and made a move. Saint Sorcerer Du-E waved his hand, and a powerful elemental power suddenly surged out. Huge logs were born out of thin air, and then they whistled and smashed towards Qin Shao. Each of the huge logs weighed tens of millions of pounds, and they all carried an incomparably powerful law power. They all rushed towards Qin Shao. They carried the law power, the might of heaven and earth, and the power of darkness. Saint Sorcerer Du-E also mastered the power of the law of darkness, which made his power even more strange. A wave of darkness came, covering everything, causing Qin Shao to feel as if he couldn't see anything clearly. This power of darkness seemed to have the power to instantly pull people into a bottomless abyss, making people feel that they could not turn over. This was a huge impact on the mind and will. Qin Shao flipped his hand, and the heaven-opening sword appeared in his hand. This was Qin Zhao's first battle after his breakthrough. The heaven-opening sword also became a little excited, and it let out a sword cry. The heaven-opening sword technique was directly displayed. Peerless sword chi spewed out, shaking the heavens, and instantly crushed the power that was attacking Qin Shao. In an instant, all the darkness was illuminated. The powerful power directly dissipated Saint Sorcerer Du-E's attack. Qin Zhao's move really shocked Saint Sorcerer Du-E, and he almost jumped up and shouted. His expression changed instantly. His eyes widened, and he looked at Qin Shao with some disbelief. He was shocked for a moment. This boy, Saint Sorcerer Du-E was really shocked. How powerful could a boy at the second step of the ancient saint realm be? Moreover, he was just a boy who had just broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. How powerful could he be? Saint Sorcerer Du-E was indeed very indifferent and disdainful. He did not believe that Qin Shao had many tricks up his sleeve. However, the confrontation just now had completely dumbfounded him. It made him feel like he had been tricked by Saint Sorcerer Waltaz. Although he did not go all out just now, he had used a lot of power just now. At least 70% of his power, right? However, 70% of his power was instantly dispersed by Qin Shao. What kind of strength was this? How could he be so strong? There was no reason for him to be so strong. He had seen a lot of people at the second step of the ancient saint realm, but he had never seen someone as powerful as Qin Shao. How could it be? No matter how powerful he was only at the second step of the ancient saint realm. Moreover, he had just broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi did not know that Qin Shao had not used all his strength at all. He had not even used the power of his inner world, the 5 fundamental laws, the Great Path Law, and the Heart Force Law. Walters, you old man. You're not lying to me, are you? How does this boy look like someone who has just broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm? How is this boy simple? Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi asked Saint Sorcerer Walters in a bad mood. Saint Sorcerer Walters was also feeling very uncomfortable. He had thought that he could easily defeat Baby Mo. However, after the exchange, he realized that he had been too naive. He had thought too highly of himself. He had no way of defeating Baby Mo at all. He even felt that he was not a match for Baby Mo. Unexpectedly, Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi was also in a situation. How could this be? How could this be? Didn't these two fellows just break through? Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi had exchanged blows with these two people hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were not that strong. Even though he was strong, he was not so strong that 2 ancient saints working together could not deal with him, right? However, the situation in front of him was not good. It was very bad. I don't know what's going on either. Now that things have come to this, Brother Du-Yi, don't say anything. Let's fight seriously and use our full strength. Otherwise, we might really suffer today, Saint Sorcerer Walters said through gritted teeth. Bastard, you tricked me. I'm not done with you. Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi also scolded Saint Sorcerer Walters. However, at this point, he knew that it was useless to scold Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi. It was better to fight first. If this went on, he might really suffer a great loss. Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi began to take Qin Shao seriously. He looked at Qin Shao seriously and regarded Qin Shao as an opponent. This time, Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi did not dare to act rashly. On the other hand, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to act. He just looked at Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi coldly. Firstly, Qin Shao knew that Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi was just a helper invited by Saint Sorcerer Walters. In fact, there was no enmity between them, so there was no need to fight to the death. Secondly, Qin Shao did not want to waste too much time. He just wanted to hurry back to the immortal domain. Therefore, he did not want to settle the score. He just wanted to end the battle quickly and leave as soon as possible. Everything else was not important. If there was anything he wanted to do, he would talk about it later. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. If you, Sorcerer Du-Yi, insist on interfering in this matter, you will be responsible for the consequences. You better think carefully. Qin Zhao's words made the corner of Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi's mouth twitch. He felt like he had been stabbed by a sharp knife. If other second-step ancient saints dared to say such words to him, he would probably kill them immediately. However, these words came from Qin Zhao's mouth, so he really had to consider it carefully. After all, judging from the situation of the confrontation just now, he knew that the strength of this brat Qin Shao in front of him was really extraordinary. He was very strong, and he might not be a character that he could easily defeat. In fact, if he did not handle it well, he might even suffer a loss. Hearing these words, looking at those cold and somewhat eerie eyes and the powerful aura emitted from his body, Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. A strong intuition told Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi that if he really angered this kid, he was afraid that he would not have a good ending. Although he didn't know why he had such a feeling, he was also very ashamed of himself for having such a feeling. After all, he was a third-step ancient saint. How could he have such a feeling in the face of a second-step ancient saint? Was that not a very embarrassing thing? Therefore, Saint Sorcerer Du-Yi was also hesitating in his heart. What should he do? Should he fight? Or not? Chapter 28:05. Saint Sorcerer Du-E was indeed in a difficult position. After all, he was entrusted by Saint Sorcerer Walters to help. Since he had agreed to help, he naturally had to stay true to his word. Moreover, he was only facing a kid in the second step ancient saint realm. No matter how strong the other party was, no matter how he felt about the other party, if he really retreated, would it not make him look too cowardly? To him, this was a humiliation as well. Even if this matter didn't spread out, he still couldn't accept it in his heart. However, if he were to fight, he would indeed feel an inexplicable sense of panic. He did not know why he felt this way, and this feeling was a little strong. It was really like seeing a ghost. Why would a kid in the first step ancient saint realm give him such a feeling? It did not make sense, it did not make sense at all. However, Qin Zhao's aura was too strong. While Saint Sorcerer Du-E was still hesitating, the situation on Saint Sorcerer Walta's side was not looking good. Mo Baobao unleashed her prowess. She immediately used her innate ability, the soul-devouring technique. This was also the first time that Baobao Mo used the soul-devouring technique. This was a new ability that she had cultivated. Using the Third Valley Master's words, she could use it when she was in danger. It was enough to help Baobao Mo turn the tide. Although it was not the time of crisis yet, Baby Mo was very unhappy with Saint Sorcerer Walters. Saint Sorcerer Walters was indeed not weak. Therefore, if she did not use her innate ability, it would be very difficult for Baby Mo to completely defeat Saint Sorcerer Walters. Baby Mo was not that patient. She wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, Baby Mo did not hesitate much and directly used her innate ability, the soul-devouring technique. As soon as the soul-devouring technique was used, it directly devoured Saint Sorcerer Walters' soul and instantly froze him. Saint Sorcerer Walters did not expect Baby Mo to have such a terrifying and strange technique, so he was naturally caught off guard. As soon as Baby Mo used the soul-devouring technique, Saint Sorcerer Walters was immediately locked in place. As soon as he was locked in place, a strange and terrifying force directly and accurately grabbed Saint Sorcerer Walters' soul and quickly devoured it. As soon as his soul was captured, Saint Sorcerer Walters' whole body seemed to be imprisoned. He could not move, nor was there any way to use his power. He had no way to resist at all. Under such circumstances, Saint Sorcerer Walters was like a fish on a chopping board, allowing Baby Mo to slaughter. The most frightening thing was that Saint Sorcerer Walters' soul, he could clearly feel his soul was being devoured and his soul was rapidly dissipating. As his soul was dissipating, his life was, Saint Sorcerer Walters was, his life. This feeling was too terrifying. He could only watch helplessly as he walked towards death step by step. Moreover, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. No, no, no! Sorcerer Walters was terrified as he yelled with a horrified look on his face. At this moment, he regretted it. He really regretted it. He really didn't expect that he would lose his life this time. How could this be? How could he become so strong? He also saw the strength of Baby Mo and Qin Zhao in the last battle. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was naturally not afraid of either of them. Even if Qin Zhao and Baby Mo attacked together, he was confident that he could fight them. But this time, how did the situation become like this? It had only been a few 100,000 years, how could it become so terrifying? It did not make sense, it did not make sense at all. No, 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 I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I can't die like this. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to the third step of the ancient saint realm. How can I die so easily? I can't. Saint Sorcerer Walters began to panic and was afraid. His head, which had been held high, was immediately lowered. His arrogance had also been completely defeated. Baby Mo, please spare me, don't kill me, please don't kill me. In the face of death, Saint Sorcerer Walters no longer had any pride. He immediately begged Baby Mo for mercy. Baby Mo ignored Saint Sorcerer Walters. She was still angry. Baby Mo lifted her beautiful nose and snorted. I won't care about you. I said I'm going to kill you, so I'm going to kill you. You're the one who asked for it, so don't blame me. I let you go the last time and let you escape with your life. This time, you still dare to cause trouble for my master. If I don't kill you, I won't be happy, very unhappy. How dare you block Baobao's path? Who told you to block Baobao's path? Baobao is going to kill you. Seeing that Baby Mo had no intention of letting him go, Saint Sorcerer Walters immediately looked at Qin Shao, hoping that Qin Shao would be his last hope. He knew that Baby Mo was Qin Shao's spiritual beast. As long as Qin Shao spoke, Baby Mo would definitely let him go. Lord Qin Shao, no, Lord Qin Shao, I was blind, I deserve to die, I shouldn't have provoked you, it's my fault. Lord Qin Shao, I apologize, I admit defeat, I won't dare to do it again. Please ask Baby Mo to stop, I beg you, I'll die if you don't stop, I beg you. Seeing the situation on Saint Sorcerer Walters' side, Saint Sorcerer Du Yi was so scared that his face turned pale. He was still hesitating whether to fight with Qin Shao again. Now that he saw Saint Sorcerer Walters' end, he shuddered and the thought in his mind was instantly shattered. He did not dare to think any more. He was scared out of his wits. At this critical moment, he did not hesitate at all. Lord Qin Shao, I was just playing with you just now. This has nothing to do with me, I was tricked by Saint Sorcerer Walters. I definitely don't want to go against you, Lord Qin Shao. This is none of my business, I'll take my leave first. Saint Sorcerer Du Yi said quickly, clasped his fist at Qin Shao, and ran away. Seeing Saint Sorcerer Du Yi run away, Saint Sorcerer Walters could only curse in his heart, but what else could he do? He knew that he, Saint Sorcerer Walters, was not so important to let others risk their lives for him. At this critical moment it was natural for him to leave. Saint Sorcerer Du Yi was a selfish person. He had already put in a lot of effort to help him. It was unrealistic to expect more from him. Qin Shao did not care about Saint Sorcerer Du Yi. If he wanted to leave, let him go. Anyway, this matter really had nothing to do with him, and he did not do anything out of line. Therefore, Qin Shao was willing to give him a chance. After Saint Sorcerer Du Yi left, only Saint Sorcerer Walters was left. More than half of Saint Sorcerer Walters' soul had been devoured by Baby Mo. His breath had become very weak, and more than half of his life force had been lost. If this continued, he would die soon. His current state was very bad. He could clearly feel that he was very weak, and his breath had become very weak. It felt like he was falling into the abyss. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Qin Shao walked over and looked at Saint Sorcerer Walters coldly. The anger in his heart inexplicably surged. Originally, Qin Shao was not very angry with Saint Sorcerer Walters. If Saint Sorcerer Walters did not provoke him, he would not bother with him. However, not only did Saint Sorcerer Walters get his accomplices to kill him, but he also delayed him. This made Qin Shao very angry. He was in a hurry to return to the immortal region, but Saint Sorcerer Walters had delayed him for a long time. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally vented his anger on Saint Sorcerer Walters. Sir Qin Shao, I was wrong before. I apologize to you, I apologize to you. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want. Please, don't kill me. Saint Sorcerer Walters begged humbly. Qin Shao sneered and looked at Saint Sorcerer Walters with disdain. You're a three-step ancient saint. You're considered a big shot in the elemental sanctuary. At the very least, you're a supreme overlord of a region, right? You're the ancestor of countless people, right? You're a big shot, right? If the people in the elemental sanctuary knew that you, Saint Sorcerer Walters, are begging me for mercy, What would they think? Holy Mage Waltz, are you so cowardly? Do you not even care about your self-esteem? Saint Sorcerer Waltz wanted to cry. He was about to die. Why would he care about self-esteem? How much was self-esteem worth? Life was the most valuable thing. Without life, there would be nothing left. Nothing was worth anything. It was not shameful to beg for mercy from someone who was more experienced than him. Wasn't this a very special thing? Sir Qin Shao, I'm afraid of death. In front of you, I don't have any self-esteem. What's there to talk about? Saint Sorcerer Waltz said again. Qin Shao sneered and snorted in disdain. He felt disgusted and despised people like Holy Mage Waltz. If it weren't for the anger in his heart, Qin Shao might have really let Saint Sorcerer Waltz go. But this time, he couldn't. Qin Shao said coldly, "You're courting death. I've already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it. You can't blame me for this. I think it's better for a person like you not to live in this world. You should just die." Qin Shao had made up his mind to kill Saint Sorcerer Waltz. Seeing that Qin Shao was determined to kill him, Sacred Mage Waltz was dumbfounded on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was extremely ugly and pale, devoid of any color. Dazed, angry, crazy. Soon, Saint Sorcerer Waltz became incomparably crazy. It was the final madness. Saint Sorcerer Waltz roared at Qin Shao ferociously. His expression was as if he was going to eat someone. It looked very terrifying. "Qin Shao, I'll remember you. If you kill me today, I'll never let you off. My people will never let you off. They'll kill you until the end. If you kill me today, I'll become your nightmare. If I can't kill you, I'll kill the people around you. I'll kill your clansmen, your relatives, your friends, and everyone around you. You're the one who forced me to go crazy. I've already humbly begged you for mercy, but you still won't let me off. Don't blame me for not letting you off. You're ruthless this time, but next time, we'll see. I'll definitely do what I say, ha ha ha." In the face of such a threat from Saint Sorcerer Waltz, Qin Shao just smiled coldly and didn't pay much attention to it. Who didn't know how to say ruthless words? Qin Shao had heard such threats too many times and was already numb to it. Author. Cruel death. Let's see if acting cute and asking for fresh flowers today will be a little better. I'll let Baby Mo do the acting. I need monthly votes, brothers and sisters, please give me some. Chapter 2806. Qin Shao had no intention of releasing Holy Sorcerer Waltz, so naturally, Baby Mo would not release him either. Holy Sorcerer Waltz struggled frantically for a while before finally dying under Baby Mo's soul-devouring technique. After killing Holy Sorcerer Waltz, Baby Mo's mood immediately improved. Baby Mo looked at Qin Shao proudly and said, "Hee hee, master, master, Baby Mo is awesome, isn't it?" Qin Shao smiled, patted Baby Mo's head, and said approvingly, "Yes, awesome, very awesome. I know you're awesome now. This time, your performance is very, very good. I'll give you a like." "Master, you're too stingy. You only gave me one like? I need at least 32 likes." Baby Mo pouted. Qin Shao could not help but laugh at Baby Mo's mischievous look. Okay, 32 likes it then. Even 64 likes is fine, as long as you like it. Yes. Of course, the more the better. Anyway, Baby Mo doesn't mind having more. Baby Mo nodded with satisfaction. He then said with satisfaction, "I didn't expect this soul-devouring technique to be so powerful. It really killed that annoying person." Tai Li, a third-step ancient saint, was killed by Baby Mo in an instant. It seems that Senior Lord Mittani didn't lie to Baby Mo. This secret technique is so awesome. It's practically tailor-made for Baby Mo. In this case, it's a lot easier. I only need to use the soul-devouring technique to end the battle. It's so simple. It's perfect for Baby Mo. Baby Mo was obviously very satisfied with this soul-devouring technique. Baby Mo was very satisfied. Qin Shao was also very pleased. It was naturally a great thing for Baby Mo to be so awesome. If that was the case, then Baby Mo would indeed be of great help to him. Holy Sorcerer Waltaz had been easily killed by Baby Mo. Baby Mo could probably fight against a fourth-step ancient saint now. Even if it was not enough, he could add more. There would definitely be no problem. However, Qin Shao also said seriously, "Baby, you have to be careful when using the soul-devouring technique in the future, understand? As long as I'm by your side, you're not allowed to use the soul-devouring technique without my permission, understand?" Why, Master? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Baby Mo looked at Qin in confusion. Why was he not allowed to use such a vicious technique? This was too illogical. Shouldn't such a vicious method be used more often? If he did not use of his woods. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Don't ask why. You won't understand even if I tell you. Just listen to Master. Master won't harm you." Previously, Lord Mittani had reminded Qin Shao that Baby Mo should keep a low profile as much as possible. It was best if he did not show his face too much. Otherwise, he would provoke the Divine Beast clan. Although he did not have to be so nervous, it was always good to be careful. Qin Shao also felt that the Third Valley Master's words made sense. His current strength was still not strong enough. If he really provoked the people from the Divine Beast clan, then the situation would be very bad. Therefore, Qin Shao still wanted to be cautious for the time being. When he broke through to the three-step ancient saint realm in the future, he should have the strength to fight against a fourth-step ancient saint. Then, he should be able to protect himself. Even if the Divine Beast clan really came to find him, he would not be at a disadvantage. As long as he was strong enough, the Divine Beast clan would also recognize him. After all, there were still many divine beasts that were taken as spiritual beasts by some experts. However, divine beasts were extremely noble existences after all. After all, they had an extremely noble bloodline, so naturally, they would not be willing to see a divine beast clan member following an ordinary cultivator. If it was an experienced fourth-step ancient saint, then there should be no problem. If it was a world god, then there would be no problem. Simply put, divine beasts were very simple. As long as you were strong enough, then they would respect you. If you were not strong enough, then they would trample you to death. It was very simple and very realistic. This was the meaning behind Lord Mittani's words to Qin Shao. "Oh, okay, then I'll listen to Master." Although Baby Mo did not quite understand and was not very willing, he still nodded obediently. Qin Shao did not say anything more. After cleaning up Saint Sorcerer Waltaz's spoils of war, he began to hurry back to the immortal domain. Baby Mo changed back to his original form. Qin Shao rode on the ink Qilin and directly rushed into the endless universe sea, turning into a stream of light that streaked across the horizon. This time, it went very smoothly. There were no more obstructions, allowing Qin Shao to return to the immortal realms without a hitch. Even with Baby Mo's non-stop rushing, Guyong City was too far away from the immortal domain. This made Qin Shao spend a full 10,000 years to return to the immortal domain. This was the result of Baby Mo rushing at the fastest speed. If Qin Shao were to return by himself, it would probably take at least 100,000 years. The distance was too far, too far. After returning to the immortal domain, Baby Mo was panting heavily. He looked at Qin Shao with a flushed face. "Master, I'm so tired. We're finally back in the immortal domain. If we hadn't arrived, I would have wanted to cry." Now that they were in the immortal domain, Qin Shao did not need Baby Mo to rush anymore. He could leave it to him. "Thank you for your hard work, Baby Mo. You and I can go back to the inner world to rest." Qin Shao patted Baby Mo's head and said, Baby Mo immediately nodded happily and said, "Master, if there's a fight, you can't forget about me. I like fighting a lot." Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Was this little girl led astray by Xiao Gu? What did she dislike? She actually liked fighting? Why would a little girl like to fight? This was not a good thing. However, Baby Mo was probably just purely playful. Qin Shao put Baby Mo into his inner world and quickly returned to the Sacred Institute alone. Qin Shao had already informed Prince Zhongyang and the others. Prince Zhongyang was not in the Sacred Institute. Meng Dali was already waiting for Qin Shao at the entrance of the Sacred Institute. "Qin Shao, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you hadn't come back, something big would have happened." Meng Dali hurriedly came up to Qin Shao when he saw Qin Shao. For Meng Dali to be so nervous, the situation was not good. It was very bad. However, it should be okay. It was not very bad yet. Qin Shao had just returned and did not know anything about the situation here. Qin Shao frowned and said, "Dali, tell me the situation in detail. What exactly happened? There are so many of you here. Can't you solve it?" Meng Dali shook his head and sighed helplessly. He said, "It's really complicated. Let me tell you about Princess Xiaoyu's situation first. It's like this: about 50,000 years ago, everyone in the Xianhua clan was killed by a mysterious force overnight. No one was left alive, including Xiao Dao. And, not only Xiao Dao, but Fatty Kai was also killed. All of them were killed together with their avatars." What? One. Hearing Meng Dali's words, Qin Zhao's mind buzzed and went blank. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and his face turned pale. How could this be? How could something like this happen? For a moment, Qin Shao really could not accept this fact. Qin Zhao's expression suddenly became extremely cold and ugly. But soon, Qin Shao tried to calm herself down. The more difficult it was, the calmer she had to be. No matter what, she had to figure out everything first. Qin Shao asked, "Did you find out who did it?" Meng Dali shook his head and said, "No, we haven't found any clues yet. That mysterious power is too strange and mysterious, and it does things very neatly, without leaving any traces. We worked together to cast the time reversal, but we still couldn't find any useful information. We wanted to revive the Xinhua clan's people together, but we found out that there was no way to revive them. The Xinhua clan's people were all killed by a mysterious force. That force is too strong. Even with the few of us working together, we still couldn't revive them. From the looks of it, we would need at least a 4th step ancient saint to revive the Xinhua clan's people." Qin Zhao's frown deepened. If it was a mysterious force, why would it want to annihilate a small clan like the Xinhua clan? It was completely illogical. Qin Shao could not think of anyone who would do such a thing. It didn't make any sense, it really didn't make any sense. Although the Xinhua clan was quite popular in the Fu Su Immortal Palace recently, it was actually not a big deal. If it wasn't for Princess Xiaoyu, the Xinhua clan would be nothing. Even if the Xinhua clan had offended someone, it shouldn't be such a strong and mysterious force. Even if it was Princess Xiaoyu, it should be her that was the target, not the entire Xinhua clan. Logic didn't make sense. Even if there was a slight possibility, Qin Shao was still unwilling to forcefully explain this logic. Qin Shao was more willing to believe that this might not be the case. If this was not the case, then this matter would be very puzzling. Hasn't Fu Su Palace Master been guarding the Fu Su Immortal Palace? Such a big thing happened right under his nose and he didn't say anything? Asked Qin Shao. Meng Dali shook his head again and said, "We've asked the Fu Su Immortal Palace about this. He happened to have something to do at the other ridges, and there were some matters to discuss in the surrounding ridges. Thus, he left the Fu Su Immortal Palace. We've asked the other ancient saints in the other ridges as well, and the situation is exactly as Palace Master Fusher said. Therefore, it could be a coincidence. It's even more likely that the mysterious and terrifying power calculated the timing of the attack and took advantage of Palace Master Fu Shui's absence. For the time being, this is all that we can find out. We've tried many other methods but to no avail. It's very strange, very strange. After listening to Meng Dali's explanation, it seemed that Fu Su Palace Master had nothing to do with it. Furthermore, Fu Su Palace Master didn't have any motive, so the possibility was very low. After all, Princess Xiao Yu was Fu Su Palace Master's personal disciple, and she even acknowledged him as her teacher. Fu Su Palace Master wouldn't do such a thing. Chapter 2807. The situation here was not simple, and it was quite strange. But Qin Shao believed that there must be a target and a purpose. The main target of that strange and mysterious power was definitely not the people of the Xinhua clan. The small Xinhua clan was not powerful enough to provoke such a strange and mysterious power. The biggest possibility was that they had come for Princess Xiaoyu. But Princess Xiaoyu spent most of her time in the Saint Academy, and he had never heard of her offending anyone. After all, Princess Xiaoyu was a woman, and she was a woman with a peach blossom body. Even in the Saint Academy, she was very popular and had many pursuers. So, it should not be possible for her to provoke any big enemies. Such a situation caused Qin Shao to be extremely puzzled. Let's see Princess Xiaoyu first, and then ask her to see if she could know something about the situation. Maybe this matter was not so simple, and maybe the target was not Princess Xiaoyu. A thought flashed in Qin Zhao's mind. Princess Xiaoyu and Qin Yi had an accident at the same time. Could it be a coincidence? This thought made Qin Zhao's eyes even colder. Where is Princess Xiaoyu now? Qin Shao asked Meng Dali. Qin Shao did not feel Princess Xiaoyu's aura in the Saint Academy. Meng Dali sighed and said, "Alas, this incident was a big blow to Princess Xiaoyu. Everyone in the Xinhua clan was killed, and the Xinhua clan was removed from the world. Her brother, Xiao Dao, was also killed. How could she bear such a blow? So, Princess Xiaoyu has been staying in the Xinhua clan. She moved all the bodies of the Xinhua clan back to the Xinhua clan and buried them there. Since then, Princess Xiaoyu has been staying there, and her condition is very bad. Yuan Yuan and the other two have been worried about Princess Xiaoyu, so they have been staying there." Qin Shao nodded. He could understand Princess Xiaoyu's mood at this time. If such a thing happened to Qin Shao, he would probably feel the same, and it would be difficult for him to pull himself together. Thinking of this, Qin Shao was still heartbroken. But with Yuan Yuan and the other two accompanying Princess Xiaoyu, Qin Shao was relieved. At least, Princess Xiaoyu was fine for the time being. As for other things, he could figure it out slowly. This great hatred must be avenged. Towards the Xianhua clan, Qin Shao also had a very deep relationship with it. He also considered the Xianhua clan as half of his home. Qin Zhao's first stop in the celestial realm was the Xianhua clan. The Xianhua clan had saved his life, and was also the most precious place in the celestial realm. Thus, Qin Shao had a very special relationship with it. There was also Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai, who were his brothers. Although they rarely saw each other after leaving the southern wasteland, it didn't affect the brotherhood between them. With such a great hatred, how could Qin Shao not avenge it? However, this matter must be investigated carefully. For the time being, it can't be rushed. For the time being, Qin Shao didn't even know what the situation was. Qin Shao asked again, "What's the situation with Qin Yi?" Speaking of Qin Yi, Meng Dali seemed a little anxious. "Oh yes, Qin Shao, let's go to the 9 Continents Academy first. Let's talk about it as we go. The situation is urgent. If you come back later, I'm afraid we don't know what to do." Hearing Meng Dali's words, Qin Zhao's heart sank. It seems that something big has happened to Qin Yi. Qin Zhao did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the Nine Continents Academy with Meng Dali at the fastest speed. On the way, Meng Dali told Qin Zhao the details of the matter. Only then did Qin Zhao understand what was going on with Qin Yi. It turned out that Qin Yi killed Xia Leiming of the Xia clan. The cause of this matter is actually not so complicated. Qin Yi and Xia Leiming are both students of the Nine Continents Academy. Although Qin Yi has not been in the Nine Continents Academy for a long time, Qin Yi is indeed a peerless genius. Although his brilliance may be far less than that of Qin Zhao, he is definitely a very monstrous genius. Looking at the whole immortal realm, he is definitely a rare genius. According to the previous selection criteria of the Sacred Academy, Qin Yi can definitely become a student of the Sacred Academy. After Qin Yi entered the Nine Continents Academy, he showed a super talent. Not to say that he was amazing, but he made people scream all the way. The speed of his growth was particularly fast. In just a short period of time, Qin Yi has broken through to the fourth step of the Celestial Realm, promoted to the core disciple of the Nine Continents Academy, and stood at the highest level of the disciples. Qin Yi's triumphant performance naturally caused some conflicts with some of the original outstanding students of Nine Continents Academy, and there were some contradictions. After all, Qin Yi has no background. He just has a brother, Qin Zhao, but this background is nothing at all. Moreover, Qin Yi came out of the universe. In the eyes of those geniuses in the immortal realm, he is naturally humble and inferior. Therefore, in the Nine Continents Academy, Qin Yi will inevitably be some excluded, some slanderous and so on. And Qin Yi's character is very strong, and sometimes he will act impulsively, a little too much, not as calm as Qin Zhao, who will deal with everything very calmly. In contrast, Qin Yi's temper is far from so good, and he is easily impulsive. Once he is impulsive, it is easy for his head to be hot. If he does it, it is somewhat uncontrollable. In addition, Chang Mingyue is very popular in the Nine Continents Academy and is pursued by many boys. Among them, there are outstanding students of the Nine Continents Academy. It can be said that he is the number one student of the Nine Continents Academy, Xia Leiming. Xia Leiming has a good impression of Chang Mingyue and has been close to Chang Mingyue. As for Qin Yi, he is relatively protective and has not let anyone get close to Chang Mingyue. In addition, Qin Yi is still a relatively arrogant person. He doesn't take Xia Leiming seriously. He even regards Xia Leiming as his imaginary enemy, a goal he wants to surpass. In this way, between him and Xia Leiming, it is natural that he is very dissatisfied. There are many small frictions, and there will always be an outbreak. When two geniuses collide together, there will always be some different sparks. And Qin Yi is a person who refuses to admit defeat, so under several confrontations, Qin Yi has suffered losses in the hands of Xia Leiming. Although Qin Yi is also a fourth-step celestial realm, after all, he has just broken through. How can he compare with Xia Leiming? Xia Leiming has already broken through to the fourth-step celestial realm, and has always been the number one student of the Nine Continents Academy. He is very strong in all aspects. He is also a member of the Xia family. His means and strength are naturally not comparable to Qin Yi. In addition, most people in the Nine Continents Academy follow Xia Leiming's lead, and they will naturally stand on Xia Leiming's side. As a result, Qin Yi is even more at a disadvantage. I don't know what happened later. Maybe Qin Yi was really anxious. He provoked Xia Leiming several times, and finally the two had a public battle. It is reasonable to say that Qin Yi is bound to lose. It is not impossible to use this battle to end some of the grievances between the two. But in the end, what they didn't expect was that Qin Yi didn't know what strange means he used and actually killed Xia Leiming. Such a thing immediately shocked the entire Nine Continents Academy. The ancient sages of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family were dispatched to immediately investigate this matter. In the end, they found that the means to kill Xia Laming turned out to be the power of the Bloodbath Alliance. So this matter was upgraded to another level. The ancient sages of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family were angry and directly decided that Qin Yi was a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. They wanted to kill Qin Yi on the spot as a warning to others. And the terrible thing is that several ancient sages of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family took action, and even a third-step ancient sage took action. There was no way to resurrect Xia Laming. So, whether it is the Nine Continents Academy or the Xia family, they will not let Qin Yi go easily. They all said that they want to kill Qin Yi. If Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho had not heard the news and rushed over to deal with Qin Yi, I am afraid that Qin Yi would have been executed. Now Qin Yi is still imprisoned in the prison of the Nine Continents Academy. The Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family still want to kill him. Prince Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho have no way to stop it. They can only delay for some time and wait for Qin Shao to come back. Alas, this matter is a little too big. Otherwise, I would not be in a hurry to ask you to come back. Meng Dali shook his head helplessly. Qin Zhao's face was cold. He did not expect such a thing to happen. I know my brother. His personality is a little strong, and he is not mature enough. He is still a little impulsive when he encounters things. Although he still has a lot of shortcomings, I still believe that he is a man of principles. He will never touch anything that crosses the line, even if you beat him to death. So, I am sure that he absolutely has nothing to do with the Bloodbath Alliance. He should not have intended to kill Xia Laming. This matter should be just an accident. Or to be precise, I think it is a conspiracy to kill with a borrowed knife. If I am not wrong, Qin Yi should have been used by someone. This matter really gave Qin Shao a headache. Meng Dali nodded and said, Yes, we think so too. We also think that Qin Yi is being used by someone. Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho have asked him, but Qin Yi just gritted his teeth and refused to say anything, not a word. No matter how much we ask him, he just does not say anything. The people of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family asked him, but he did not speak. First, he did not explain, and second, he did not refute. So, we do not know what the situation is. But to Qin Shao, this was a piece of good news. It seems that my brother is still very smart. After he knows that he has done something wrong, he must seriously reflect on it. There can be no more mistakes. So, he chose not to say anything. It is correct, Qin Shao said. Correct? This made Meng Dali a little puzzled. He looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face. Qin Shao explained, Think about it. If the people of the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family ask him, and he tells them the truth, then it is possible that the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia family will have something to use against him. It may make things worse. He is not willing to say anything to Xia Dongho and Prince Zhang Yang because he does not dare to trust anyone now. This is enough to prove that it was because he trusted others that he harmed him. He already knows this now, so he's on guard against this. He won't let the same thing happen again. To do this, he will not trust anyone until I come back. In this way, if he does not say anything, at least it will ensure that the situation will not continue to worsen. Secondly, it made me even more convinced that he was being used by someone. Chapter 2808. After listening to Qin Zhao's analysis, Meng Dali nodded in agreement. In this case, Qin Yi was indeed very smart. In the face of danger, he knew how to protect the last bit of escape and not let everyone block it. But even so, the situation was still very bad. Whether or not he was used, No matter what happened behind the scenes, Xia Laming died in the hands of Qin Shao. This was an ironclad fact. Now, 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan would not let Qin Shao go easily, especially the Xia clan. Xia Laming was a young genius of the Xia clan. He could be considered one of the more important disciples of the younger generation of the Xia clan. Naturally, he was the target of the Xia clan's protection. Xia Laming died in the hands of Qin Yi. How could it be so easy to solve? This was also something that Qin Shao had a headache about. This matter was definitely not easy to solve. He was also thinking about how to solve this matter. No matter what, he could not just watch Qin Yi be executed. Although this was only a clone of Qin Yi, Qin Shao absolutely did not want to see this happen. This matter was not completely without room for maneuvering, was it? However, as a young genius of the Xia clan, Xia Laming probably did not cultivate a clone. In other words, if Xia Laming died, he would be completely dead. If Xia Laming only lost a clone, then perhaps this matter would be much easier to handle. But if Xia Laming really did not have a clone, then this matter was indeed very troublesome. But Qin Shao had no other choice. He had to solve this matter, otherwise Qin Yi would definitely die. The Xinhua clan's incident, Qin Yi's incident, these two things happened to be at the same time. Both of them were related to him. Could it really be such a coincidence? Qin Shao faintly felt that behind these two things, there might be the same person, the same force behind them. As for their goal, it was very likely that they were targeting him. Was it the power of the Bloodbath Alliance? Xia Laming died in the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. This meant that after Qin Yi's incident, it was very likely that it was related to the Bloodbath Alliance. Moreover, what did the Bloodbath Alliance mean by deliberately exposing them? Was it just to frame him? It shouldn't be that simple, right? Was it a warning to himself? These were all headaches. Qin Shao, you're already a second-step Empyrean saint? Meng Dali exclaimed as he stared at Qin Shao. Previously, Meng Dali had been explaining the situation to Qin Shao, so he didn't pay attention to Qin Shao. Now that Meng Dali had explained the situation, he finally realized what was going on. Yes, I had some opportunities outside this time. Qin Shao nodded and did not explain further. He was not in the mood to say anything at this time. Meng Dali had a look of admiration and envy on his face. He had been working hard to break through to the ancient sage realm, but he had yet to break through to the ancient sage realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the ancient saint realm. However, Qin Shao had already broken through to the second-step Empyrean saint realm. He was now very far away from Qin Shao. As expected of Qin Shao, he was heaven-defying. There was nothing that could not happen to Qin Shao. He had to continue working hard. With a friend like Qin Shao by his side to encourage him, he had to work hard. He had to break through to the saint realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could he have fun in the future? Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho had also broken through to the saint realm. Meng Dali could not be too much of a burden. With a heavy heart, Qin Shao and Meng Dali arrived at the boundary of the 9 Provinces Academy. As soon as they arrived at the boundary, they felt that the situation was not quite right. They felt that there was a very powerful aura gathering in the 9 Provinces Academy in the distance, and some noise came over. Obviously, there was a large number of cultivators gathering in the 9 Provinces Academy. Something big must have happened. Not good. Meng Dali immediately exclaimed and said to Qin Shao, "The people of the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan are publicly trying Qin Shao in the 9 Provinces Academy. They are going to execute Qin Shao today. Prince Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho have no way to stop it. Prince Zhang Yang is trying his best to stall for time, but there are a few ancient saints staring at Prince Zhang Yang. As a member of the Xia clan, Xia Dongho can't say much about this matter. Fortunately, you have arrived. Otherwise, it would have been too late. Let's go there quickly." Hearing that Qin Yi was going to be executed, Qin Shao did not say anything and directly rushed to the Nine Provinces Academy. In a hurry, he directly left Meng Dali aside. Meng Dali looked as if he was about to cry and quickly chased after him. At this time, the martial arts field of the Nine Provinces Academy was very lively. Tens of thousands of students of the Nine Provinces Academy were gathered here. All the teachers, elders, and deans of the Nine Provinces Academy were present. Dozens of ancient saints were gathered here. Not only were there many ancient saints of the Nine Provinces Academy, but there were also several ancient saints of the Xia clan sitting here, showing their supreme majesty. On the martial arts field, Qin Yi looked a little messy. He was tied to an immortal pillar and tied by an immortal rope, which made him unable to struggle, let alone break free. Moreover, there was a terrible electric current flashing on the immortal rope, constantly eroding Qin Yi and torturing Qin Shao. Although it was just some flesh pain, it would make people feel a little uncomfortable. Qin Yi is also a very tough person. Although the muscles on his face can't help but twitch from time to time, he didn't shout out. He still clenched his teeth and endured all this. His gaze was icy cold and firm, and it didn't allow for the slightest doubt. On the opposite high platform, there were two figures standing there with dignified and cold faces. Of these two people, one is the Nine Provinces Academy's Holy Master, a third-step ancient saint, who has lived for a very long time, and his strength is unfathomable. The other is the ancient saint of the Xia clan, Xia Laming's father, a second-step ancient saint. His expression was cold and arrogant. He looked at Qin Yi's eyes, full of gloom, full of killing intent, full of anger. His son died tragically in the hands of Qin Yi. Naturally, he was furious. Naturally, he wanted to kill Qin Yi to avenge his son, so that he could relieve the hatred in his heart. If Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho had not come out to deal with him, he would have killed Qin Yi a long time ago. How could he have kept him alive until now? But even Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho can't stop him from killing. Even if he is Qin Zhao's brother, so what? He is a member of the Xia clan, why should he be afraid of Qin Shao? A life for a life, this is the law. What's wrong with him following the law? Today is the trial of God, which is to execute Qin Yi. In the corner of the martial arts arena, Chang Mingyue's face was full of tears. Several times, she wanted to rush out to save Qin Yi, but she was stopped by Wu Fengqing. Prince Zhang Yang gritted his teeth fiercely, and his eyes were full of anger and displeasure. He wanted to save Qin Yi, but he was also very clear that this was not a place where he could act wildly. He really didn't have the ability to save Qin Yi. Xia Dongho stood there with a gloomy face. He couldn't do anything. Not to mention that he was a member of the Xia clan, he should be on the side of the Xia clan. Many of the Xia clan's people were looking at him. Even if he wanted to intervene, he could only do so powerlessly. He was the same as Prince Zhang Yang. They were powerless. With their strength, there was no way to intervene in this matter. Uncle Zhang Yang, Uncle Dongho, hurry up and save Qin Yi. If you don't save him, he will really die. Chang Mingyue was so anxious that she was already crying. She wanted to rush out to save Qin Yi, but she was held back by Wu Fengqing. There was no way to rush out. Zhang Yang and the others' faces were also cold. They also wanted to save Qin Yi, but they could only try to restrain themselves. Chang Mingyue, don't worry. Qin Shao has arrived. Qin Yi will be fine. He will be fine. Wu Fengqing comforted Chang Mingyue. Hearing Qin Shao, Chang Mingyue's eyes suddenly lit up. Suddenly, it was as if she had caught the last straw. She immediately became excited. Uncle Qin Shao is here? That's great, that's great. Qin Yi can be saved. At this time, the crowd of onlookers was also discussing. It was a clamor. This Qin Yi really deserves to die. Does he really think that just because his brother is Qin Shao, he can do whatever he wants? You can't afford to offend the Xia clan. Yes, he dared to kill Xia Laming. He deserves to die. Even if there is a big conflict between students of the same school, they shouldn't kill each other. That's right, and it's a battle. It should be a fight. That Qin Yi is so despicable. He killed Xia Laming with underhanded means. He deserves to die. Well, I support the death penalty of Qin Yi. Kill Qin Yi. You can't judge a book by its cover. After getting along for so long, I didn't know that Qin Yi was a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. He dares to sneak into our 9 provinces academy. It's a disgrace to our 9 provinces academy. The good reputation of our 9 provinces academy will be completely ruined by Qin Yi. If we don't kill him, it will be difficult to calm the anger of the public. Kill him! The people of the Bloodbath Alliance deserve to die. Kill him! A shout sounded, and many people agreed to support it. The crowd shouted to kill Qin Yi. The Xia clan's second step ancient sage looked at Qin Yi with red eyes, and his killing intent was incomparably dense. Qin Yi, do you plead guilty? Listen to everyone, they all say that they want to kill you. Why? Because you deserve to die, you deserve to die. A spy from the Blood Assassin Alliance dares to infiltrate the 9 provinces academy and even use underhanded methods to kill the outstanding students of the 9 provinces academy, the #1 genius of the Xia clan. Do you know your crime? Do you plead guilty? In the face of the Xia clan's ancient sage's condemnation, Qin Yi still looked at him coldly, but he didn't speak. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything, because he knew that he couldn't say anything at this time. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make, and it would only be worse. When the Xia clan's ancient sage saw that Qin Yi didn't speak, he continued the trial without waiting for Qin Yi to speak. Since you don't speak, it means that you acquiesce to your crimes, your heinous crimes. So, I am here to judge you, Qin Yi, for 2 crimes. The first crime, killing a fellow student, a capital crime. The second crime, taking refuge in the Bloodbath Alliance, being a spy of the Bloodbath Alliance, a capital crime. Today, I am here to announce to the world that you, Qin Yi, are sentenced to death and will never be reincarnated. I will execute you with the Dean of Dangjiu and send you to hell together. After the Xia clan's ancient sage finished, he looked at the Dean of Dangjiu. The Dean of Dangjiu nodded, and the 2 were going to execute Qin Yi. Chapter 2809. The Trial of God, the Death Penalty. Listening to the ancient sage of Xia clan and the Dean of Dangjiu at the same time, Qin Yi struggled hard, but there was no way to break free from the shackles of the immortal rope. I don't accept it. Qin Yi, who had never opened his mouth, shouted out 3 words. He really didn't accept it. But at this time, what can he do? There is no way to resist and break free. He was directly convicted and judged by God. You deserve to die. How dare you refuse to accept it when you are about to die? You can say it when you go to the underworld. The ancient sage of Xia clan said coldly. He glanced at the Dean of Dangjiu, and the 2 of them attacked at the same time. In the name of the trial of God, they wanted to kill Qin Yi on the spot and tell the world. The students of the 9 provinces academy all shouted in unison, "Kill Qin Yi, kill Qin Yi." In their eyes, Qin Yi is a shameless person who killed his fellow disciples, and he is a spy of the Bloodbath Alliance, a despicable villain. No matter which crime it is enough to give Qin Yi a death sentence. Therefore, at this time, it is also regarded as a group attack on Qin Yi, and they want to kill Qin Yi. Big brother, I'm sorry, fortunately, this is only a clone, so Qin Yi can still bear such consequences. Since there is no other way, he can only accept his fate. The loss of a clone is not the key. The key is that he is sentenced to death by such a trial of God. Once his clone is killed, his crime will be announced to the world by 9 Continents College. In this way, Qin Yi will be nailed to the pillar of shame. I'm afraid it will be difficult to turn over and wash off this crime. With this crime, Qin Yi will definitely become the target of everyone in the future. I'm afraid there will be no place for Qin Yi in the immortal realm. He doesn't care about these things the most. What he cares about most is that because of his reasons, his eldest brother Qin Shao and Chang Mingyue will be implicated. If he was really convicted of this crime, then in the future, when people saw his elder brother, Qin Shao, they would point at Qin Shao and say, "You are the elder brother of the Bloodbath Alliance's spy? Are you also a spy planted by the Bloodbath Alliance in the Sacred Academy?" He wasn't afraid of ruining himself, but he was afraid of ruining his elder brother's reputation. So, Qin Yi hated himself very much. He was furious. He wanted to fight back, but he was powerless. He was too powerless. He couldn't do anything at this time. He didn't even have the chance to defend himself. What awaited him was only death, only death. However, he also knew that this was a crime he had committed, and he should bear the consequences. He was not afraid of the consequences, but he was afraid of implicating his elder brother. Ancient sage Xia and Dean Dangjuyo's offensive power had already arrived in front of Qin Yi. That destructive power was powerful and terrifying. Even if Qin Yi was not tied up by the immortal rope, he had no way to resist. Death had already befallen him. "I'm going to die, sigh." Qin Yi slowly closed his eyes. Qin Yi, Chang Mingyue screamed desperately, and tears fell like pearls. Zhang Yang and the others, at this time, were nervous to the extreme. They stared at Qin Yi. This was the last moment. They had already felt that Qin Shao had arrived. Next, it was up to Qin Shao to deal with this matter. They were also ready to support Qin Shao. Although they knew that Qin Shao had arrived and knew that Qin Shao would definitely make a move, they were not confident in their hearts. After all, there were dozens of ancient sages here, and there was a powerful third-step ancient sage like Dean Dangjuyo. If they really wanted to fight, they were afraid that they would suffer. Therefore, Zhang Yang and the others were naturally worried. On the one hand, they wanted Qin Shao to make a move. On the other hand, they were worried about how to solve it after making a move. This matter was not so simple. Qin Yi himself was indeed at fault. If this matter could be solved easily, then Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho would have already solved it. It was because it was too tricky and troublesome. They did not know what to do. Just when Zhang Yang and the rest of them were worried, they suddenly felt a dazzling light descending from the sky. It was like a thunderbolt in the dark night, instantly splitting the void apart. That light was a Li Sheng's flying dagger. Li Sheng's flying dagger carried an unparalleled sharpness and an overbearing power, rushing towards this side at an incomparably fast speed. Zhang Yang and the others knew that Qin Shao had made a move. From the peerless sharpness of this Li Sheng's flying dagger, they also felt an unusually powerful force, which was probably enough to deter the power of the third-step ancient sage. This made them more surprised than happy. They looked at each other for a while. The familiar Li Sheng's flying dagger and the familiar figure also appeared, but this power was too strong, right? Is this still Qin Shao? Is this still the power of a first-step ancient sage? No, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The power that can be displayed by a first-step ancient sage is definitely not as simple as a first-step ancient sage. Could it be? Zhang Yang and the others' eyes fell on Qin Shao. At this time, Qin Shao did not hold back his aura and directly released it. Therefore, when Zhang Yang and the others saw Qin Shao, they immediately felt the powerful second-step ancient sage aura on Qin Shao's body. Second-step ancient sage. Zhang Yang and the others looked at each other again for a while, looked at each other with great surprise, and exclaimed in unison. They did not expect that Qin Shao had already reached the second-step ancient sage realm after not seeing him for a while. This breakthrough speed was too shocking, wasn't it? How long had Qin Shao left the immortal realm? Not to mention leaving the immortal realm, how long had it been since he broke through to the ancient sage realm? At the very most, it was less than 20 million years. In just over 10 million years, Qin Shao had actually broken through from the first step ancient sage realm to the second step ancient sage realm. How terrifying was it to raise one's cultivation level in just over 10 million years? How inconceivable was this? This speed was too terrifying, too terrifying. It definitely made them feel as though they had suffered a huge blow. Qin Shao, this was the speed of a real genius. If they were compared to Qin Shao, how could they be called geniuses? They were too far behind. After the shock, Zhang Yang and the others immediately became excited. That's great, that's really great. Qin Zhao's strong return meant that there was still some room for negotiation in this matter. In fact, no matter what, as long as you have enough strength, it's not a big deal. But if you don't have enough strength to reverse or change something, then what others say is the truth. At this moment, Zhang Yang and the others really saw hope. They felt that it was a turning point. They immediately cheered up in their hearts and regained their confidence. Li Sheng's flying dagger streaked across the sky, carrying with it an incomparably brilliant light, an unparalleled sharpness, and a fierce and domineering power. It directly attacked the power of the Xia clan's ancient sage and the Dean of Jiao. With that peerless sharpness that could destroy everything, plus ancient sage Xia and Dean Dang Jiao, they actually didn't use much strength. It was just to kill a fourth-step celestial venerable kid, so they naturally didn't need to use any strength at all. Therefore, that power was naturally directly defeated by Qin Zhao's flying dagger. After defeating the power of the two, Li Sheng's flying dagger directly slashed towards Qin Yi. After flying around Qin Yi, the immortal rope was directly cut off, allowing Qin Yi to regain his freedom and no longer suffer. At this moment, a figure landed in front of the immortal pillar. With a wave of his hand, Li Sheng's flying dagger fell into the hand of Qin Shao. Qin Shao was like a king descending from the sky. His domineering arrival made the whole audience silent involuntarily. All eyes were focused on Qin Shao. Many people stared at Qin Shao with wide eyes. For a moment, they couldn't confirm who the person in front of them was. There were many people who knew Qin Shao, but there were not many people who had seen Qin Shao in person. At least here, except for Zhang Yang and the others, there was no one else. Although they hadn't seen him before, Qin Zhao's reputation was still very well known in the immortal realm, so someone recognized him very quickly. There was no need for others to recognize him. After Qin Yi saw Qin Shao, he was immediately surprised and shouted, "Big brother, you are here." But after the excitement, Qin Yi immediately looked like a child who had done something wrong. He lowered his head in shame and said, "I'm sorry, big brother. I lost face for you, lost face for the Qin family, and caused you trouble." Hearing Qin Yi's words, Qin Shao was somewhat relieved. This shows that after experiencing this incident, Qin Yi has become a lot more sensible and understood a lot of things. This is a kind of progress, a kind of improvement. Qin Shao looked back at Qin Yi, smiled and nodded to him, and said, "I didn't lose face, and I didn't cause trouble. No matter who it is, there will always be times when they make mistakes. It's not terrible to make mistakes. What's terrible is that you don't know you made mistakes. It's a good thing that you can know this deeply, which makes Big Brother very pleased." Qin Yi thought that his big brother would be very angry and would scold him. But what he didn't expect was that his big brother not only didn't scold him, but also said that he was very pleased. For a moment Qin Yi was moved to tears. In his impression, his big brother was a bit stricter than his parent. When he was in the Hongmeng universe, his big brother would blame him for doing something wrong. But he didn't expect that this time, he had caused such a big mess and made such a big mess, but his elder brother actually didn't blame him. Without hearing his big brother's blame, Qin Yi's heart was even more upset, and his heart was a little more remorseful. But he also knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everything has really happened. What he has to do now is to face it bravely and solve it. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would not hesitate. He was already prepared to die. Wasn't it just a life for a life? If he can solve this matter in this way and calm it down, then he will choose it. It's Qin Shao, he is Qin Shao? There should be no mistake. Qin Shao called him Big Brother. Who else could it be but Qin Shao? And this appearance is clearly Qin Shao. There must be no mistake. It is Qin Shao. Well, he dares to come? His brother killed Xia Laming, and he is a spy of the Bloodbath Alliance. He dares to come to save people? He really takes himself too seriously, doesn't he? Well, at this time, he doesn't know how to avoid suspicion. He even dares to come to the door. He is really looking for death. I used to admire Qin Shao, but now it seems that he is just SOSO. Yes, I've been thinking, Qin Shao can be so evil. Is it also related to the Bloodbath Alliance? As far as I know, the Bloodbath Alliance has a lot of means to make people quickly improve their realm in a short time. Well, yes, it's really very possible. His brother is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Then what about Qin Shao? I think it's also very likely. Otherwise, how could he, Qin Shao, possibly be so heaven-defying? A lowly life form that came from the universe. How could it be so heaven-defying? Author Cruel Death say. The 4th chapter, Brothers, Flowers continue to fight. If you don't accept it, just do it. Chapter 28:10. Many of the 9 provinces' academy students began to discuss Qin Zhao's actions. Qin Zhao's heaven-defying talent had shaken the entire immortal domain. Qin Shao was known as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the immortal realms, an existence that could annihilate all geniuses. Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was indeed admirable. However, many people of the 9 provinces' academy began to suspect Qin Shao. They even linked him to the Bloodbath Alliance. Soon, someone discovered a terrifying situation. What? Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like Qin Shao is exuding the aura of a second-step ancient saint? It really is the aura of a second-step ancient saint. How is this possible? Isn't this too scary? Didn't Qin Shao break through to the ancient saint realm only a little over 10 million years ago? How did he break through to the second-step ancient saint realm so quickly? How is this possible? Have any of you heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed? No, I've never heard of such a thing. Isn't it too shocking for someone to break through to the second-step ancient saint realm in a little over 10 million years? In the long history of our 9 provinces academy, such a thing has never happened before. Let alone the 9 provinces academy, this has never happened in the long history of the Summer Clan. Looks like I'm right. Qin Shao must be from the Bloodbath Alliance. He must have used the Bloodbath Alliance's methods to raise his cultivation level. This is the only explanation. That's right. This is the only explanation. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't believe it. It wasn't just the students of the 9 provinces academy who were staring at Qin Shao, even the ancient sages were staring at him with wide eyes, sizing him up in astonishment. Although there were many ancient saints present, most of them were first-step ancient saints. There were only 6 second-step ancient saints present. In addition, there were powerful third-step ancient saints like Din Dangjio. All in all, they were terrifyingly powerful. Those ancient sages had heard quite a bit about Qin Zhao's situation and knew quite a bit about it. When they saw Qin Shao at this time, they were really surprised. When they saw Qin Shao exuding the aura of a second-step Empyrean saint, they found it hard to believe for a moment. Therefore, they had some guesses in their hearts. Prime Saint Xia and Principal Dangjio both looked at Qin Shao with cold and menacing eyes. The atmosphere in the martial arts practice field instantly tensed up. After Qin Shao comforted Qin Yi, he asked him to stand there first and leave the matter to him to solve. Zhang Yang and the others also walked over. Xia Dongho did not follow them because it was not appropriate for him to show his face. Chang Mingyue hugged Qin Yi excitedly. She was so excited to see that Qin Yi was not dead. Uncle Qin Shao, it's good that you're here. Qin Yi is finally saved. You must not let them kill Qin Yi. Chang Mingyue wiped her tears and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded and said to Chang Mingyue, "Don't worry. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt Qin Yi." "Alright, all of you stop talking for now. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, Qin Shao also nodded to Zhang Yang and Wu Fengqing. Between brothers, there was no need for such polite words. One look was all it took to understand. Qin Shao looked at the prime saints of the Xia clan and Dang Jiu. He took the initiative to clasp his fist and bow to them. Qin Shao greets Principal Dang Jiu and Senior Prime Saints of the Xia clan. "Sorry, I don't know your name, so I can only call you that." "Humph." Ancient Sage Xia immediately snorted angrily. He waved his hand and pointed to Qin Zhao's nose and shouted angrily, "Qin Shao, how dare you? Who gave you such courage to stop us?" Qin Shao was not angry. Instead, he looked at Ancient Sage Xia calmly and said, "Senior, please calm down first. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it. I'm not here today to be an enemy of Senior, let alone to fight. I'm just here to solve the problem." "What's the problem? Wouldn't it be better if we talk about it together?" "Humph." Qin Zhao's words could not calm the anger of Ancient Sage Xia. He was even more furious and said, "There's nothing to say about this. Qin Yi will die today. No one can save him. No one can change our intention to kill him. He has committed a heinous crime, 2 heinous crimes. Both of them are punishable by death. We have already judged him and sentenced him to death. Qin Shao, what else do you think there's to say about this matter? If you know what's good for you, immediately get out of the way, hand over Qin Yi, and let us execute him. Then this matter can be considered to be over. As long as his original body doesn't come to the immortal realm in the future, then I won't bother to go to your Hongmeng universe. This is already the greatest kindness of our Xia clan and 9 Continents Academy. If you don't know what's good for you today, Qin Shao, if you insist on being our enemy and want to save Qin Yi, then don't blame us for being impolite. Then, Qin Shao, don't blame us for not letting go of Qin Yi's original body. At that time, I'm afraid your Hongmeng universe will not be peaceful. Qin Shao, young man, let me give you a word of advice. You should think twice before you act. Otherwise, the consequences are not necessarily what you can bear." Hearing the threat of the Xia clan's ancient sage, Qin Shao shook his head. He had expected this, but he did not flinch but continued, "Senior, I can understand your mood at this time. The pain of losing a son is indeed the same for anyone. Senior, as a member of the Xia clan, the ancient sage of the Xia clan, you are a person with awe-inspiring righteousness, a righteous person, and a senior worthy of respect. To be honest, I, Qin Shao, respect Senior very much, so I really don't want to quarrel with Senior, let alone fight with Qin Shao. It's just that, I also hope that Senior can calm down a little and give me, Qin Shao, some time so that we can talk and see if there is a better way to solve this matter. It doesn't have to be to the point of fighting to the death, right? I still think that it's definitely not a good solution to this point. So, Senior, why don't you listen to what I, Qin Shao, have to say? Senior, you should be able to see that I, Qin Shao, did not come here to be your enemy. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easier for me to take him away directly? Why do I have to say so much? Why do I have to speak nicely to you, Senior? Humph! The ancient sage of the Xia clan sneered and stared coldly at Qin Shao. He said in an incomparably mocking tone, "Take him away? Let's see if you have the ability to say that, Qin Shao. Do you really think this is the Sacred Academy? Or do you think this is your backyard? Do you really think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. How dare you say that you can take him away from here? Don't talk about taking a person away from here. Even if you can take a stone away from here, that's because you, Qin Shao, have the ability. Young man, don't think that just because you have a bit of talent and a bit of luck, you can look down on everyone and be arrogant without boundaries. You are just called the #1 genius in the immortal realm by many people. Do you really think you are the strongest person? Although you are now a second-step ancient saint, you don't have the ability to take people away from here. Blind confidence is not a good thing. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled, but he looked at the ancient sage of the Xia clan with a calm face and said, I'm sorry, maybe young people are a little frivolous and hot-blooded. So, let me say something arrogant. If I really want to do it, then I'm afraid I really have the ability to take Qin Yi away directly. It's very offensive and very impolite. Perhaps, senior, you really may not be able to stop me. As Qin Shao said, he waved his hand and released Xiao Gu, and Baby Mo also directly released her powerful aura. The aura of a third-step ancient saint was still very powerful, and it instantly enveloped the entire martial arts practice field. What? Baby Mo, she is actually a third-step ancient saint? When Prince Zhongyang and Wu Fengqing saw Baby Mo, they were really shocked. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and their expressions were very interesting. Both of them suddenly had the same thought in their minds. They thought that Qin Shao was already heaven-defying enough, and already felt that he was invincible in the great wide world. But at this time, after seeing Baby Mo, they knew that they were wrong. It turned out that there was really someone more heaven-defying than Qin Shao, and this person was Baby Mo. It was too terrifying. Baby Mo had broken through to the ancient saint realm less than 10 million years ago, but now he had broken through to the third-step ancient saint realm. In other words, in less than 10 million years, Baby Mo had broken through from the fourth-step ancient saint realm to the third-step ancient saint realm in one fell swoop. In a few million years, he had reached the third-step ancient saint realm. Was there anything more terrifying than this? This was truly peerless and heaven-defying. He was much more ruthless than Qin Shao. He had really surpassed his master. The two of them were so scared that they almost knelt down in front of Baby Mo. Although Xiao Gu was only a first-step ancient saint realm, his tone was very arrogant. As soon as he came out, his gaze swept across the ancient saints, and finally landed on the ancient saints of the Xia clan. He grinned and said with a very arrogant look, What, you want to fight? Alright, come on, if you're not convinced, then let's fight. Do you really think that we're afraid of you? Do you want to bully us with numbers? Then we're not afraid. I'll eat you one by one. When they saw Xiao Gu and Baby Mo, the expressions of the ancient saints of the Xia clan and the dean of the Dangjiu Academy darkened. Qin Shao was a second-step ancient saint realm expert. Based on the past situation, Qin Zhao's strength was definitely considered extremely strong among second-step ancient saints. This was something that should not be doubted. If it was just Qin Shao, it would be very easy for them to take him down. But now there was another third-step ancient saint realm spirit beast. Moreover, they could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from Baby Mo. This spirit beast was definitely not a simple spirit beast. It was definitely a very powerful spirit beast. With a third-step ancient saint realm spirit beast around, it would be troublesome to deal with. If they really fought, they were afraid that they would not have an easy time. It seemed that Qin Shao had come prepared this time. With two spirit beasts by his side, just the three ancient saints alone was a very powerful force that could not be underestimated. Not only that, but Prince Zhongyang was also there. Although Prince Zhongyang was only a first-step ancient saint realm expert, He was still Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple. He must have some tricks up his sleeve, and his strength was definitely not simple. Chapter 28:11. In the face of such a situation on the side of Qin Shao, the ancient sage of Xia sneered angrily. In this sneer there was boundless anger. What? Do you still want to do it by force? Do you really think that if you have a little strength, you can behave atrociously here? This isn't your Saint Academy. It's not a place where you bunch of immature brats can behave atrociously. Young man, it's best to think about the consequences of doing things. Don't think that you can do whatever you want here because you are a student of St. College and a disciple of St. Li. I can tell you very clearly that if you want to be tyrannical, there is no way. In the face of the endless anger of the ancient sage of Xia, in fact, Qin Shao is also very understanding. In any case, Qin Yi is indeed in the wrong in this matter, and it is also a fact that he killed Xia Leiming. Of course, if it weren't for this, then Qin Shao would not be so easy to talk to. He would just save him directly. There is no need to talk so much nonsense. Qin Shao said again, Senior, I'll repeat myself. I'm here to solve the problem, not to make an enemy out of the Xia clan or the 9 Provinces Academy. I'm definitely not here to fight. I, Qin Shao, have never been an unreasonable person. Although I also have selfish motives, I will not act arrogantly. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for my brother's kindness. But before that, I can't let you kill him first. I can't just stand by and watch you kill my brother. I'm sorry, I can't do such a thing. I don't want to fight, but if Senpai really doesn't give me, Qin Shao, the opportunity to solve this matter, then I have no choice but to fight. I don't want to be courteous before resorting to force, but courteous before courteous. No matter what, I believe there will be a solution. The ancient sage of Xia pointed at Qin Yi and said to Qin Shao, Kill him, that's the best solution, then everything will be over. And I only need to kill his avatar. I haven't investigated his real body. Such a benevolent act. What else do you have to say, Qin Shao? You should know that Qin Yi is not only your little brother, but he is also a member of the Bloodkiller Alliance. He is a spy who infiltrated our 9 Continents Academy. His crimes are monstrous, and he is not tolerated by our righteous path. You can't save his life, so don't waste your breath. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't benefit. Qin Shao said in a deep voice. Xia-senpai, you keep saying that my brother is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Do you have any conclusive evidence? If you don't have any solid evidence, then I'd better ask you to take back your words. Food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be said indiscriminately. Is this what you call a righteous person to convict my brother and let him bear the sins of his life? Don't you think this is a kind of cruelty? Don't you think such means are no different from the people of the Bloodbath Alliance? Presumptuous! The ancient sage of Xia-senpai shouted angrily. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Qin Shao. He roared angrily, This is simply preposterous. He used the dark methods of the Bloodkill Alliance to kill my son, Xia Leiming. This is an ironclad fact. Everyone here can testify to this. Is this evidence not conclusive enough? Since he worked for the Bloodbath Alliance, why would he be afraid of such a crime? Qin Zhao's voice was cold and raised a few notches. If this is conclusive evidence, then I think you are abusing your position for personal gain and killing innocent people. Just because he used the means of the Bloodbath Alliance, he is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance? According to your divine logic, then I can also make many of you members of the Bloodbath Alliance. Senior, you are a second-step ancient sage, a member of the Xia-senpai, and a person with an awe-inspiring righteousness written on your face. Is this your so-called style of doing things? Just now I heard a lot of people talking about whether I, Qin Shao, am also a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. According to your divine logic, Senior, it can be said that I, Qin Shao, am also a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. You can say that Qin Yi and I are brothers. If Qin Yi is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, then how can I, as his brother, be innocent? It's even possible that Qin Yi was brought out by me, right? Xia Senpai's face was cold, and he looked at Qin Shao gloomily. After a long silence, he spat out a few words. I didn't say that. You didn't say that, but you think so in your heart, don't you? I shouldn't be wrong, Senior. You don't have to deny it. You are such an existence, you don't even dare to admit such a small thing, do you? Qin Shao retorted. Xia Senpai's face was gloomier, but he didn't speak. His actions also proved Qin Zhao's words. He did want to make Qin Shao a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Qin Shao glanced at the people around him. Those who had just privately talked about Qin Shao being a member of the Bloodbath Alliance could not help but lower their heads, not daring to look at Qin Zhao's eyes. Qin Zhao's momentum at this time was too strong, so no one dared to come out and provoke Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's. His gaze finally landed on the Dean of Dangjiu. Dean of Dangjiu Senior, you are a senior expert, and also the Dean of the prestigious Dangjiu Academy. You are a famous master who has taught countless people and is respected by the world. Senior, what you teach is the righteousness of the immortal realm, the righteousness of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the righteousness of the world, the true great Tao. You also think that just based on a treasure, you can conclude that my brother is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. My brother has only been in the immortal realm for a few million years, and I brought him here from the Hongmeng universe. I am the master of the universe of the Hongmeng universe. After my brother came to the immortal realm, he stayed in the Sacred Academy for a period of time and was directly sent to your 9 Provinces Academy. He has never been to other places. He has never left my sight at all. If Senior also thinks that my brother is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, then there are only 2 possibilities. One is that before entering our 9 Provinces Academy, he was already a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, which means that I, Qin Shao, am a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. The second is that after entering your 9 Provinces Academy, he became a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. As far as I know, after entering the 9 Provinces Academy, my brother has been staying in your 9 Provinces Academy, right? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that your 9 Provinces Academy has been infiltrated by the Bloodbath Alliance? I don't know which possibility is right, Senior. Dang Jiu's expression changed slightly, and he frowned and pondered. Yes, if you really want to determine that Qin Yi is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, then there are only these 2 possibilities. Either you identify Qin Shao as a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, or you admit that 9 Provinces Academy has been infiltrated by the Bloodbath Alliance. 9 Provinces Academy is one of the top 10 academies in the immortal realm, and it is ranked relatively high. It can be said that except for the Sacred Academy, 9 Provinces Academy is one of the best. 9 Provinces Academy has always been adhering to the righteousness of the world. How could it be infiltrated by the Bloodbath Alliance? If this spreads out, wouldn't it ruin the reputation of 9 Provinces Academy? And this matter is indeed a big loophole. Finally, Dang Jiu said in a deep voice, it is indeed too arbitrary to conclude that Qin Yi is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance based on a treasure alone. I also think it is not reasonable. Of course, we can't directly conclude, but we can't rule out the suspicion. Little friend Qin Shao, if you can't prove your brother's innocence, you will still bear this suspicion. Of course, I also absolutely believe that little friend Qin Shao has nothing to do with the Bloodbath Alliance. This is beyond doubt. As for the private discussions of some students in our academy, I will deal with and punish them later. Please rest assured, little friend Qin Shao. In any case, the attitude and tone of the Dean of Dangjiu were very good, and he stood on a more fair point of view. This made Qin Shao very grateful, and he said, "Thank you, Senior, for clearing my name. In fact, it's not so difficult. I, Qin Shao, can swear by my soul that I have nothing to do with the Bloodbath Alliance. I believe that my brother is innocent, and he can also swear by his soul to prove his innocence. It's not so complicated. Why do you have to give him a groundless crime? I, Qin Shao, hate the Bloodbath Alliance the most, and I swear in my life that I will fight against the Bloodbath Alliance to the end. You have to impose this crime on my brother. Sorry, I can't accept it, and I will fight against you to the end." Once the crime was set, once the hat was put on, it would be a matter of a lifetime. How could Qin Shao tolerate such a thing to happen to his brother? That was absolutely impossible. This was beyond his bottom line. Qin Shao absolutely could not tolerate it, and he would fight to the end. If Qin Shao wanted to fight for something, even if he died, he would fight for it. Okay. Xia Guanxing waved his hand hard, looked at Qin Shao coldly and said, "Well, even if you don't add the crime of the Bloodbath Alliance, he killed my son Xia Leiming. This is an ironclad fact, right? You, Qin Shao, don't understand the principle of a life for a life, do you? Even if you don't add the crime of the Bloodbath Alliance, Qin Yi can't escape death today. We still have to execute him." "Do you have to pay for a life? Qin Shao retorted. "Then I don't know if Xia Guanxing has ever stained his hands with a life? According to your logic, how many lives do you have to pay for it?" "I, Qin Shao, don't know how many lives have been stained in my hands, so I have to pay for it with countless lives too?" Xia Guanxing was angry, and he stared at Qin Shao angrily, and said angrily, "Sophistry, it's sophistry. It seems that I have nothing to say to you. Let me ask you one last time, are you going to get out of the way?" Xia Guanxing was ruthless. As soon as his words came out, the ancient sages behind him were also ready to fight. Although the Dean of Dangjiu is still a reasonable person in this matter, he is obviously on the side of Xia Guanxing, and he is also ready to take action. His eyes were locked on Baby Mo. If Baby Mo dared to do anything, he would definitely take action immediately. In the air, there was a strong smell of gunpowder, and the atmosphere became extremely tense and oppressive. Many people held their breath, and their faces were as cold as cicadas in winter. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It's not sophistry. What I mean is that we also have to consider the situation here. It can't be said that because of this result, we should kill him with a stick. It's true that your son was killed by my brother. We all admit this, and we all admit this mistake. But what about the reason for doing wrong? Shouldn't we think about it and find out what's going on before we make a final decision?" Chapter 28:12. Ridiculous. Since you admit your mistakes, then don't talk so much nonsense. Come and die. The ancient sage Xia didn't want to talk nonsense with Qin Shao. If it weren't for the fact that he was still a little afraid of Qin Zhao's strength at this time, he would have already killed him. Wait! Qin Shao immediately made a gesture of stopping, and then said to the Dean of Dangjiu, "Senior, as the Dean of the Nine Continents Academy, you are in charge of it. Since this is a matter between the students of the Nine Continents Academy, I think you should at least deal with this matter from a fair and just standpoint, right? If Senior is like Senior Xia, you don't give people a chance to speak, you directly sentence them to death and kill them directly, then how can you convince the people in the world? Is it possible that Senior wants to see the reputation of the Nine Continents Academy be affected because of this matter? I can understand Senior Xia's mood very well, but before killing people, you don't allow others to say a few words? If that's the case, isn't it too overbearing? I, Qin Shao, didn't come today with the intention of opposing the Nine Continents Academy, but I want to solve this matter. But why can't I say a few words? There's nothing to say, Qin Shao boy, since you insist on doing this, then don't blame me for being impolite, do it. The ancient sage Xia no longer hesitated, and was about to do it directly. At this time, the dean of Dangzhou said, "Well, don't be impatient, what little friend Qin Shao said is indeed reasonable. The Xia family is one of the top families of the 100 schools of thought, and it is a force that upholds justice. Our Nine Continents Academy is also a place where the righteousness gathers. In any case, we still have to let little friend Qin Shao say it. He really didn't want to make trouble. Why don't we listen to what he has to say?" Dean, hearing the dean of Dangzhou's words, the ancient sage Xia suddenly became anxious. Is it because of a few words of his, you want to change the trial of Qin Yi? The dean of Dangzhou shook his head and said, I didn't say that I would change it, but we can at least listen to what Qin Shao has to say. Before a bad person kills someone, they always give them a chance to leave their last word. Why do you have to be so anxious? With just the few of them, don't tell me that you're afraid that Qin Shao can really take them away from here? You don't have to worry about that. The old man won't let anyone run amok here. Although the ancient sage of the Xia clan was still very upset, he wanted to get rid of Qin Yi as soon as possible, so as to avoid long nights and dreams. He didn't want to wait for anything. He wanted to kill Qin Yi and then quickly. Otherwise, he would always be in a panic. The ancient sage of the Xia clan waved his hand forcefully. He didn't say anything else. After all, this was the Nine Provinces Academy, and Dangzhou was the dean of the Nine Provinces Academy. Not only that, but he was also a powerful third-step ancient saint. The dean of Dangzhou said to Qin Shao, I'll give you a stick of incense. If you have anything to say it quickly. However, I don't think you have enough reasons to persuade us not to kill Qin Yi. Of course, Qin Shao knew that it was difficult to persuade the Nine Provinces Academy and the Xia clan to let Qin Yi go. However, Qin Shao didn't have any better ideas. He could only give it a try. In any case, he couldn't let Qin Yi die like this. Qin Shao looked at the dean of Dangzhou and began to say, I also know the specific situation. Before explaining it to you, I'll talk to my brother first. I'll ask something I'm not sure about, and then I'll talk about it. Dangzhou nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Qin Shao turned to look at Qin Yi. At this time, Qin Yi was still lowering his head in a very low mood. He looked ashamed of Qin Shao and didn't dare to look up at Qin Shao. Seeing Qin Yi like this, Qin Zhao's heart was very uncomfortable. But there is no way for such a thing to happen. He can only think about it in a good way. Maybe this is a good thing for Qin Yi. Such a big setback, such a big tribulation, will also become an indispensable experience in his life, a tempering. Qin Shao has always felt that Qin Yi is very lacking in these aspects, so even though he has lived for 50 or 60 million years, Qin Shao feels that he still hasn't grown up. The whole person still looks a little immature. Qin Zhao's hand gently fell on Qin Yi's shoulder and asked, Qin Yi, look up at me and then tell me truthfully, what's going on? No matter what, I will believe you, and I will not leave you alone. If you are wrong, I will face it with you. If you are used by others, I will give you justice. But no matter what, you have to face it bravely and solve it. Don't run away from it. Men should have a sense of responsibility and courage. In a person's life, more or less, he will make some mistakes. This is not terrible. What is terrible is that you will be hit by your mistakes or you can't recognize your mistakes. Setbacks can promote people to grow and improve. In the past, when you were in the Hongming universe, everyone spoiled you, so that you didn't suffer any setbacks, and all the way was very smooth. But this is not a good thing for you. Now that you have left the Hongming universe, everything will enter a cruel mode. You must grow up, you must be familiar with it, adapt to this mode, and be really strong. Do you understand? Qin Yi looked at Qin Shao with a trace of tears in his eyes, looked at his elder brother, who loved him the most. Over the years, he had been biting his teeth. No matter who asked him, he would not answer half a word. He had been holding on silently and strongly. But after hearing the words of his elder brother, the most vulnerable place in his heart was touched, making him have an urge to cry. Qin Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Elder brother, I was used by others. I was too stupid, and too self-righteous. I believed in others indiscriminately, which led to such a result. I've really never thought of killing Xia Laming. Even though we've always been fighting, it's not to the point where we have to kill each other. I really didn't expect that thing to be so powerful and terrible that it could kill Xia Laming directly. My original intention was just to defeat Xia Laming and calm down some grievances between us. But I just broke through the fourth step of the celestial realm, and I am far from Xia Laming's opponent. That's why I listened to others' words and used some trick. That's why I ended up like this." Qin Shao had expected this situation. He had guessed that Qin Yi was used by others. Although Qin Yi was a little playful and impulsive, he was not so mature and steady. But Qin Yi's heart was still very kind, and it was absolutely impossible for him to kill people easily. What's more, he killed his fellow disciples. Qin Shao would never believe that Qin Yi would do such a thing. Hearing Qin Yi's words, it was as expected. Qin Shao continued to ask, "Who instigated you to do this behind your back? Don't tell me you know someone here? To be able to give you a treasure that allowed you to kill Xia Laming, I believe that this person must be an ancient saint, right?" Qin Yi, what the hell is going on? Qin Shao didn't think that Qin Yi was a fool. It was impossible for him to believe others so easily. Qin Yi gritted his teeth, hesitated for a while, and said, "I don't know who that person is. That person is very mysterious every time he appears. I have never seen his real face, and I feel that his aura is a little strange. I can't say it specifically. In fact, at first, I was very vigilant and didn't believe him, but, speaking of this," Qin Yi hesitated again and bowed his head with a look of shame. He was struggling in his heart, very tangled, very embarrassed. Qin Shao knew Qin Yi's mood at this time, and he could understand him, but things still have to be solved. "Go on," Qin Shao said in a low voice. In front of Qin Shao, Qin Yi was more well-behaved and honest, and there was a sense of awe. After Qin Yi bit, he continued, "But the mysterious man said a lot about you, big brother, your situation, including some things that are not well known. He said that he is your good friend and is very familiar with you. This time, he just came here and saw me, and he wanted to help me." I really didn't believe it. In fact, I always had some doubts in my heart, but it's just that I blame myself. I blame myself for being too self-righteous. I thought that the mysterious man couldn't do anything to me. Even if I believed in him, I wouldn't suffer any losses. Moreover, after listening to his words a few times, I feel like I'm trapped. It makes me feel like I can't stop even if I want to. I warned myself to be careful, but on the other hand, I said that it was no big deal. Anyway, I didn't lose anything, and there was nothing for him to do. So, I listened to him again and again. Later, the quarrel between Xia Laming and I was very fierce, to the point of a public battle. In fact, I was very clear in my heart that Xia Laming wanted to use this battle to defend his dignity, to defend his position as the first brother of 9 Provinces Academy, to defeat me in front of everyone, to let me know that he is the first person of 9 Provinces Academy. I have always been at a disadvantage in the confrontation with him. I'm not willing to accept it either. I'm very unwilling. Yes, I have no identity, no background, and I am a humble life that ascended from the universe. Many of my classmates would talk about me in private. Some of the things they said about me were very unpleasant. Xia Leiming is a member of the Xia family, and he was praised by everyone. Everyone respected him and chased after him. Everything was in his favor. When I fought with him, I was always the one at a disadvantage, and the one who was ridiculed in private was also me. I was unwilling, I was really unwilling. So, I believed the mysterious man's words. He gave me a treasure, and told me to find an opportunity to use it. If I used it, I would definitely be able to turn the tide, turn the situation around, and defeat Xia Leiming. Actually, I also doubted the power of that thing, and whether it would cause any problems. But when I thought about it, Xia Leiming was so strong, and he also had a life-saving trump card on him. Even if an ancient sage attacked, it would be very difficult to kill him in one blow. So, I comforted myself that no matter how powerful that thing was, it wouldn't be able to kill Xia Leiming in one blow. At most, it would injure him. I wanted to defeat him too much. First, I did want to settle the matter, and I didn't want to continue fighting with him. Second, I did want to win this battle, so I chose to take a gamble. But I really didn't expect it to end like this. Chapter 28:13. At the end of his speech, Qin Yi also seemed very agitated. He was very regretful at this time, but things had already happened, and it had reached the point of no return. Brother, I really didn't want to do this. I really never thought it would become like this. I really know that I was wrong, and I regret it. Qin Yi was so agitated that he was about to cry. After listening to Qin Yi's words, Qin Shao also understood the general situation of the whole thing. Behind this, who on earth was using Qin Yi? Using Qin Yi to kill Xia Leiming. Such a method of using a borrowed knife to kill people, in the end, was it against the Xia family, or against Qin Shao? Of these two possibilities, Qin Shao believed in the latter more. He believed that no one dared to go against the Xia family, right? But he, Qin Shao, was different. He, Qin Shao, was just one person. Then who on earth was it? There weren't many people who would want to make things difficult for him. The first person that Qin Shao thought of was Tianjiao. Tianjiao was definitely his mortal enemy, and definitely the person who had always wanted to kill him. As long as there was a chance, Tianjiao would definitely be ruthless to him, and there would be absolutely no ambiguity. Why was Qin Shao the first person that came to mind was Tianjiao? Qin Shao thought of the Xinhua clan, and connected it with the Xinhua clan's matter. Qin Shao increasingly felt that behind these two things, there should be a dark hand behind the manipulation. In fact, there were some suspects, such as the crown prince of the Pan Kingdom. It was also possible. However, Qin Shao felt that the biggest possibility was still Tianjiao. Qin Shao would definitely investigate this matter clearly. For the time being, it was difficult to make a complete conclusion. But overall, Qin Shao had completely figured out the overall matter. Qin Yi was wrong in this matter, but must he die? Qin Shao also did not agree. I know, I believe in you. It's okay. Just leave the rest to my brother. Qin Shao comforted Qin Yi. Then, Qin Shao looked at the dean of Dangzhou and the ancient sage of Xia clan and said, Qin Yi's words, I believe the two seniors have also heard it. My brother is indeed being used by others. The real murderer of Xia Leiming is someone else. Senior Xia, please don't be angry. Let me finish my words first. Of course, no matter what the reason behind it is, this matter is indeed Qin Yi's fault. I've said it before. It's our fault. We'll admit it. It is the father's fault for not teaching the son. When the father isn't here, it's the brother's fault. As an elder brother, I failed to teach Qin Yi. This is my fault. I will bear this mistake with Qin Yi. So? Do you want to die with Qin Yi? The ancient sage of the Xia clan sneered, and looked at Qin Shao gloomily. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Of course not. Qin Yi is wrong, but I don't think death is the only solution. I think we can talk about other solutions. The ancient sage of the Xia clan snorted heavily and said, Qin Shao, don't you just want to save Qin Yi's life? Isn't that the purpose of saying so much? The dean of Dangjiu also said in a deep voice, Qin Shao, we are very polite to you. I have always appreciated you as a genius. But today, please stop. Don't blindly protect Qin Yi. There are all kinds of reasons behind it. Qin Yi killed Xia Laming. This is a fact. We have to make an explanation. Furthermore, we are only planning to kill a clone of his. He will have to pay such a price. You are his brother, yes, but we can't let you bear this mistake. This matter must be borne by Qin Yi himself. You are a member of the Holy College and a disciple of Li Xing. We will not easily treat you like this. However, you shouldn't blindly rely on your identity. Whatever you want to do, it's impossible to succeed. I'll tell you this in advance. Qin Shao nodded to the dean of Dangjiu and said, Well, I know. But what I want to say is that Qin Yi was used by others, and he was wrong. But are you willing to indulge the person behind it? The person behind the scenes is the true culprit. Qin Yi is wrong. How do you want to punish him? Make some demands. As long as you don't want to kill him, I will try my best to agree. I will bear this responsibility with him. And I also promise you that I will find out the person behind it, give you a satisfactory explanation, and give justice to Xia Laming. Well, don't say so much. Xia Xing waved his hand hard and pointed at Qin Shao angrily. Even if you say something nice, it doesn't help. It doesn't matter whether Qin Yi was used or not. What matters is that he killed my son. He is the direct murderer. As for whether there is someone behind him, that's our Xia family's business. You don't have to worry about it, Qin Shao. This matter, after I kill Qin Yi, I will naturally check it. My son's life can't be buried so easily. No matter who it is, I will not let him go, and I will make him pay with his life. I don't care about others. Today Qin Yi will die. The dean of Dangjiu said coldly. Obviously, he also supported Xia Xing. Such a situation is not good. Young Master Zhang Yang and the others were also gritting their teeth anxiously. It would not be an easy task for them to let Zhang Yang go. But if you think about it, it's actually understandable. After all, such a big thing happened. Qin Yi killed Xia Laming. This is a fact that no one can deny. With this premise, in fact, it's difficult to talk about other things. Therefore, such a situation was within his expectations. Xia Xing and Nine Continents College will not be so easy to talk to. Qin Shao doesn't have such a big face that can make Xia Xing and Nine Continents College afraid of him. Therefore, Qin Shao was also very helpless in his heart. He originally wanted to solve this problem in a more peaceful way, but now it seemed that it was impossible. If it doesn't work, then it seems that he has no choice but to fight. Helpless, really helpless. Forget it, brother, don't fight with them anymore. They won't be soft-hearted, and they won't let me go. My fault, I will bear it, I will not run away from anything. It's true that I killed him. No matter what the reason is, it's my fault. Since they insist on taking my life, then I'll give it to them. I can still afford to lose an avatar. Qin Yi said. He didn't want to embarrass his brother. He should bear the responsibility for his own mistake. He wanted to stand up, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Qin Yi with a serious face and said seriously, Everyone makes mistakes. As long as it's not your subjective mistake, I can understand you, forgive you, and stand by your side and face it with you. You're not like me. I have no one to rely on all the way, so I understand the hardships inside. Since you have me as your brother, then I have to take care of you. If I can't help you get through it when you're in danger and watch you die, then how can I be worthy of being your big brother? If you make a big mistake, then I won't let you go easily. But I don't blame you for your mistake this time. I'll let you bear some punishment, but if anyone wants to kill you, they have to ask me first. Your life is my brother's life. Unless Big Brother dies here today, I won't let you die." Listening to Qin Zhao's warm and domineering words, Qin Yi was speechless for a while. His heart felt warm. In the past, he didn't feel how much his elder brother loved him. This time, he truly felt it. In his most dangerous time, his brother stood up without hesitation and dared to be the enemy of the world to save his life. Who can do this for him? Only his brother. Qin Yi's eyes were red and his eyes were moist. He tried hard not to let the tears flow out. Xiao Gu also waved his fist and said to Qin Yi, "Don't worry, young master, I'm responsible for protecting you. With me, Xiao Gu, here today, there is absolutely no one who can harm a single hair on your head." Prince Zhang Yang and Wu Fengqing also stood up. Although Wu Fengqing has not yet broken through to the Saint Realm, he did not flinch. Baby Mo is also ready to fight. This made the already tense atmosphere even more tense and oppressive. "Qin Xiao, it seems that you really want to be tough. Well, since you are so arrogant and ignorant, then come on. I'd like to see how capable you are, Qin Xiao, to dare to act recklessly here." The ancient sage of the Xia clan was completely angry. The dean of Dangzhiyo's eyes also became cold. With a wave of his hand, many ancient sages were ready to attack and join forces to deal with Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of anything, and he didn't back down at all. He looked at the Xia clan's ancient sage and Dangzhiyo Academy's principal Dangzhiyo and said, "Seniors, I, Qin Xiao, will also say one last thing. Why don't you listen to me first before you make your move? First, I really don't want to be an enemy of the Xia clan and Nine Continents College. I just want to try to solve it in the most peaceful way. I can pay the price, provided that I save Qin Yi's life. Second, it is a fact that Xia Laming died in the hands of Qin Yi. We all admit this, admit our mistakes, and are willing to face this matter. But Qin Yi was used by others, and there are others behind this. Third, the solution I gave is this. First of all, I will find out the person behind it, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Secondly, I will find a way to resurrect Xia Laming, which is also an apology and explanation to you. Finally, if you have any other requirements, we will try our best to do it. Fourth, I am still willing to ask the two seniors to give Qin Yi a chance to change and make up for it. To be honest, we don't want to see such a thing happen. My brother already knows that he is wrong, and he has been admitting his mistake. He is also willing to make up for this matter and give you an explanation. He made a mistake, but does he have to die to give you an explanation? Whether it is the Xia clan or Nine Continents College, they are all famous sects, and they all promote the righteousness of the 3 kings and 5 emperors, and they are all forces of justice in the world. Don't tell me you really want to bite a young man and not let him go? Do you really want to kill him? If you do this, where is the justice in your heart? I have made such a promise, and I am willing to bear everything, and I will give you a satisfactory explanation. If so, you still want to kill Qin Yi, then I, Qin Xiao, will not say anything more. I have said what I should say. If you have any means, I, Qin Xiao, will accompany you to the end. Chapter 28:14. Qin Xiao has made up his mind and showed his greatest sincerity. Qin Xiao certainly has selfishness, but as a human being, how can he be completely selfless? Unless he is a Buddhist. But Qin Xiao doesn't like the Buddhist. Qin Xiao has always thought that friendship is the most precious thing for people. Therefore, Qin Xiao was naturally a little selfish when it came to friendship. Therefore, Qin Xiao can make the biggest concession and pay a great price for Qin Yi, but the premise is to save Qin Yi's life, which is Qin Zhao's bottom line. If 9 Continents College and the Xia family have to cross his bottom line, then Qin Shao will definitely take Qin Yi away even if he has to fight to the death today. Qin Shao has already been ready for a war, and he is ready to make enemies with 9 Continents College and the Xia family for a long time. Of course, this is the worst result. But for this matter, I'm afraid it's likely to become worse, which is also something that can't be helped. Now, it's up to the Dean of Jiuyou and the ancient sage of the Xia family. Mainly, it should still be up to the ancient sage of the Xia family, Xia Laming's father, who is the leader. The pain of losing his son is the greatest harm to him. The ancient sage of the Xia family said coldly and angrily, Qin Shao, it's easy for you to say that it's not easy to resurrect my son, and it's not a small price to pay. After being killed, after resurrection, the potential of cultivation is not as good as before, and it is even possible to cut off the road of cultivation. My son is also a peerless genius with a promising future. Cutting off the road of cultivation is equivalent to killing his life. How can such a matter be resolved with just a few words from you? What's the use of paying a great price? What's the use of it for me, for my son? Do you think I need you to resurrect my son? Can't the Xia family do it? So, I don't agree with what you said. Qin Yi's life, let's keep it. Qin Shao, that's enough. I've already tolerated you for a long time. If you continue to pester endlessly, then today's matter won't be resolved so easily. Maybe I won't let go of Qin Yi's clone. Hearing the Xia clan's ancient sage's words, Dang Jiuyou's expression darkened, but he didn't seem to have any objections. It seemed that the dean of Dang Jiuyou was also firmly on the side of the ancient saints of the Xia clan. He was determined to defend the supreme dignity of the Xia clan. If that was the case, then it seemed that there was no room for discussion today. This step, Qin Shao had long anticipated it. If that was the case, then he could only take the last path. There was no other way. Seniors, it seems that I, Qin Shao, have no choice but to offend you today. However, I can guarantee that everything that I, Qin Shao, said just now is my promise. No matter what you do, I'll do it. I'll give you an explanation. My Qin family has done something wrong. My Qin family can definitely shoulder it, dare to bear it, make up for it, and repay it. But if you want to kill Qin Yi, I'm sorry, no way. Qin Shao said with a resolute face. There was no room for retreat. This was Qin Zhao's bottom line. Dean, I told you not to talk so much nonsense with this kid. This kid's purpose is very obvious. Well, since he insists on being an enemy of the 9 Continents Academy and the Xia family, then let's see how much ability this kid has, how hard his wings are. How dare he be so arrogant? Dean, I'll leave the others to you. Qin Shao, this kid, leave him to me. After the Xia clan's ancient sage said coldly, he started directly. The Dean of Dang Jiuyou did not hesitate and said to the other saints, All saints listen to the order, let's fight together. The war broke out. The onlookers of the 9 Continents Academy also retreated far away and watched the war. Since it doesn't make sense, let's fight. Prince Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and became a little fierce. Qin Shao said to everyone, Everyone follow me, let's get out of here. After that, Qin Shao waved his hand and used the ancient token. He had been ready to use the ancient token for a long time. If they were to really fight, Qin Shao might not necessarily be afraid of the power in front of him, and he might not necessarily be defeated. But obviously, this battle can't be fought. If they fight, they will definitely lose. Even if it was really difficult for the Dean of Dang Jiuyou to take down all of Qin Shao and the others, if the war really came to this point, then the 9 Continents Academy will definitely use all its resources to defend its dignity. Qin Shao absolutely believed that the forces he saw were definitely not all of the 9 Continents Academy's forces. It should only be a small part of them. Moreover, this place was very close to the Xia clan's territory. If it really came to that point, The Xia clan would not sit idly by and let Qin Shao and the others provoke the Xia clan's supreme dignity. Once that happened, the Xia family would most likely send someone over as well. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Qin Shao to win. After all, Qin Shao was going to face, or rather, provoke the Nine Continents Academy and the Xia clan this time. The Nine Continents Academy represented the Xia clan's dignity. Under such circumstances, the Xia clan would naturally not let Qin Shao leave peacefully. If they fought, they would definitely lose. There was no need to even think about it. Therefore, the best solution was to leave without making a move. Qin Shao had already thought about all of this, which was why he dared to take this step. Of course, Qin Shao really did not have a better way, so this was the only way. If he escaped like this, at least the Xia clan's dignity would not be damaged. Therefore, by taking this step, Qin Shao would only have to face Xia Laming's father and the people of the Nine Continents Academy. In this way, the pressure would obviously be reduced by a lot. Senior Xia clan, I apologize for offending you. Again, I, Qin Shao, will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Today, I will take them away first. See you again. After Qin Shao used the ancient token, a powerful force directly took them away. Before leaving, Qin Shao left behind a sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The Xia clan's ancient sage and Din Dang Jiyo also reacted. The two of them tried their best to stop something, but it was already too late. The two of them had already fought with their powerful forces, but Qin Shao and the others had already disappeared. They had already left here. Looking at the empty immortal pillars, the Xia clan's ancient sage roared. He was angry, he hated, he was crazy. Qin Shao, I and you are irreconcilable, and we will fight to the death. Well, you dare to take Qin away. I will make you pay the price you deserve, I will. The Xia clan's ancient sage roared again, and he was extremely angry. The Din Dang Jiyo's face was gloomy and cold. He shook his head and didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything. After all, he couldn't make this decision on behalf of Xia Laming's father. So, everything could only be like this. Qin Shao took Qin Yi away safely in front of all the people. Such a move really shocked everyone. The students of Nine Continents College, and even the existence of the ancient sage realm, were all dumbfounded. What is this operation? This Qin Shao is too arrogant, isn't he? He dared to take Qin Yi away in Nine Continents College, in front of the dean, and in front of Xia Laming's father. Isn't this too invincible? As expected of Qin Shao, he was even more powerful than the rumors said. He is worthy of being called the #1 genius in the immortal realm. He is really extraordinary. They are all geniuses, but after seeing Qin Shao, the geniuses of Nine Continents College realized that there is still a big gap between geniuses. Compared with Qin Shao, they are not geniuses at all. How can they be regarded as geniuses? Southern wasteland, the extreme north, somewhere. The void suddenly fluctuated, and several figures flew out directly from the void. It was Qin Shao and the others. After coming out, Qin Shao quickly looked around to confirm where they were. We are in the southern wasteland. After confirming that they were in the southern wasteland, Qin Shao was relieved. They were already far away from Nine Continents College, far away from Xia territory, so they were safe. Although this was a temporary safety, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, brother Qin Shao, you have the means. What the f***ck? Both of us are under the same master, but it seems like your treatment is much better than mine. Young Master Zhang Yang grinned, and looked at Qin Shao with a face full of admiration and envy. Zhang Yang obviously did not expect that Qin Shao would have such a powerful means. In an instant, he went from Nine Continents College to the southern wasteland, directly got rid of the ancient sages of Xia clan, and was safe. This means is against the heavens. It's too cool. Using such a method to escape with his life was simply unstoppable. Even an existence like the Nine Nether Dean would not be able to stop it. Qin Shao joked. Zhang Yang, be careful that your master hears what you said. That kind of power is not something we can imagine. How dare you say bad things about your master? I think you are itching for a beating. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Zhang Yang was stunned and immediately reacted. Suddenly, he patted his head and said, Ahem, I was just joking. It was a pure joke. Don't take it seriously. In fact, my master is very good to me. He cares about me very much. In fact, I don't envy you at all, Qin Shao. Really, my master is much better to me than your master is to you. Really. Seeing Prince Zhang Yang's expression, Qin Shao could not help but smile. He had a strong desire to survive. Wu Fengcheng was quite nervous. After all, he was just a fourth step, heavenly venerable. He had not become a sage yet. If a fight really broke out, it would not be a good thing for him. He did not have the strength to help Qin Shao at all. He might even drag her down. But fortunately, the battle did not really start. At this moment, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves also slowly relaxed. Chang Mingyue finally stopped crying and smiled. Qin Yi still looked guilty and sad. This matter was a great blow to him. He did not know how to face it. Although he was safe for the time being, he knew that this matter was not over, far from over. Moreover, in order to save him, his elder brother also paid a great price and caused a lot of trouble. All this was because of him, all because of him. He really felt that it was better to use his own death to solve all this. But his elder brother still saved him. Qin Yi. Qin Zhao's hand suddenly fell on Qin Yi's shoulder. Qin Yi slowly raised his head and looked at Qin Shao with tears in his eyes. Chapter 28:15. Big brother! Qin Yi's voice was choked, and he shouted hoarsely. Well, it's all right. It's all over. Let it go completely. Men, you have to know how to let go and learn to face up to your mistakes in order to grow up. It's nothing to hurt. It's all over. The key is what you have to learn from this pain. As long as you don't make an unforgivable mistake, I will accompany you to face it, bear all the consequences, and protect you. No matter when, I will always be your strongest support. Qin Shao patted Qin Yi on the shoulder and said with a serious face. Qin Yi nodded hard and said, Big brother, I know. I will listen to you. I will change my ways. I will not make such a mistake again. I will not add trouble to Big brother. In the past, I was a little too playful, a little too willful, a little too casual, and a little too easily provoked. After experiencing this incident, I understand that if I don't grasp it well, it's easy to suffer a big loss. All this time, I've been reflecting on myself deeply. I've been wondering why such a thing happened. Although I was used by others, in the end, I can only blame myself for all of this. But I will grow up, I will mature, and I will not be easily used in the future. In fact, to put it bluntly, it's not that I easily trust others, it's my own inner thoughts that always want to win. It was some thoughts that clouded my heart, causing me to go down the wrong path, resulting in this outcome. All this, I shouldn't blame others. It's all my own fault. I have a lot of problems in all aspects. Hearing Qin Yi's words, Qin Shao nodded with relief and said, Well, you can understand this, then I am relieved, and I am very pleased that you can understand it so quickly. In fact, it's nothing. It's inevitable to make some mistakes in life. There's no one who will never make a mistake in their entire life. But Big Brother, you didn't do anything wrong. Qin Yi shook his head and said. Qin Shao was slightly stunned. Didn't he do anything wrong? Was there really nothing? After being stunned for a while, Qin Shao shook her head and chuckled. That's just what you think. There's no right or wrong in this world. Perhaps I feel that I did not do anything wrong. However, in the eyes of others, that might not necessarily be the case. I don't think I did anything wrong, but that's only because I don't think I did anything wrong. But obviously, many people will think that I did something wrong. That's why there's no absolute right or wrong. There's no standard or definition. What we need to do is to have a clear conscience. A clear conscience. As for what others think, that's their business. Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully, still thinking about Qin Zhao's words. Well, if you want to say that it has a lot of depth, then it does have some depth. But if he understood it, it would seem that it was nothing more than that. It was not that complicated. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, All right. I say, you two brothers shouldn't be stirring up emotions here. You two should go back and slowly discuss this matter. Zhang Yang smiled and said, All right. There are still a lot of people here. Now that it's safe, it's over. As for the trouble behind, let's talk about it later. We'll just deal with whatever comes our way. It's not a big deal. Qin Yi's matter is temporarily solved. Now that we have come to the southern wilderness, let's go to Fujin Ridge first. Qin Xiao nodded. This time, he came back in a hurry for Qin Yi and Princess Xiaoyu's affairs. Qin Yi's matter was temporarily solved, so he had to go to see Princess Xiaoyu. There are also Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai. Qin Xiao will not let them die in vain. Qin Xiao must get an explanation for this matter. A group of people rushed to Fujin Ridge at full speed and soon arrived at Fujin Ridge. After arriving at Fujin Ridge, they went straight to the Xinhua clan's land. Once again, they set foot on the Xinhua clan's land. Different from the past, this time, the Xinhua clan's land was very quiet, so quiet that it was a little scary. The Xinhua clan had been exterminated. Now, except for Princess Xiaoyu, there was no other life. Therefore, the entire Xinhua clan's land naturally became an uninhabited area. It was naturally very quiet and tranquil. Stepping on the land of the Xinhua clan, Qin Zhao's heart was very touched. This was his first stop in the immortal domain. It was the beginning of his road to the immortal domain. Things have changed with the passage of time. He hadn't set foot on this land for a long time. But this time, he came with a sorrowful mood. After all these years of development, the Xinhua clan's ancestral land had become much grander and more majestic. It was starting to look like a huge clan. In the clan land, there were also many magnificent buildings. However, at that moment, the clan's land had turned into ruins. Dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. At the back of the mountain, Princess Xiaoyu had built a huge tomb. At this time, Princess Xiaoyu was sitting in the tomb, accompanied by Yuan Yuan, Mingyu, and Princess Ru Exin. Princess Xiaoyu, who was supposed to be radiant like a blooming peach blossom, was now a little dull. She had lost her charm. She didn't even take care of her clothes and hair, looking a little messy. She sat on the ground casually, not caring about the dust on her body. Moreover, there was no expression on her face. It was a little pale, and her expression was dull and dull. Looking at her like this, it really made people feel sorry for her. Looking at the tomb, the ones that attracted Qin Zhao's attention the most were Xiao Dao and the Xinhua clan members. They were all names that Qin Zhao was familiar with. Seeing their names, Qin Zhao's mind immediately flashed with images of them. Qin Zhao still remembered that the first person he saw when he woke up in the immortal realm was Xiao Dao, that sunny and kind young man. He also remembered the Xinhua clan leader, that peaceful old man, who was like an elder to him. He also remembered many people in the Xinhua clan. They didn't exclude him. Instead, they warmly accepted him, allowing him to stay in the clan and start his journey to the immortal realm. Qin Zhao also always felt that the Xinhua clan was a relatively important place in his life. It was an experience, a good place. Maybe the Xinhua clan didn't give him any help in his success, but there was still some credit there. At least, that was what Qin Shao thought. At this time, seeing the people of the Xinhua clan all turned into tombs, it was a very, very uncomfortable feeling. Brother Qin Shao. When Yuan saw Qin Shao, she suddenly became a little excited and quickly ran over. Ming Yuexin and Princess Ru Xian also looked at Qin Shao, but their reaction was naturally not as big as Yuan's. Yuan was like a child. There was no way to hide her excitement and happiness at any time. Qin Shao made a shushing gesture to Yuan, indicating that she shouldn't be so excited and loud. Yuan also reacted and immediately quieted down. She looked back at Princess Xiaoyu and made an embarrassed expression to Qin Shao, indicating that she didn't mean it. Qin Shao walked over. If it was in the past, as long as Qin Shao came, Princess Xiaoyu would definitely look over immediately. But this time, Princess Xiaoyu didn't even pay attention to Qin Shao's arrival. She still sat there, motionless. Brother Qin Shao, you're finally back. I knew that Brother Qin Shao was the best. As soon as you came back, you saved Qin Yi. That's great. You're more experienced than Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang and the others have been gone for so long, but they can't solve it. They still have to wait for Brother Qin Shao to come back. I knew that as long as Brother Qin Shao comes back, you can solve it. Yuan said with a smile. Hearing Yuan say so in front of him, Prince Zhang Yang suddenly expressed his unhappiness. He was very unhappy. Prince Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Yuan and said angrily, Yes, your brother Qin Shao is the best in the world. No one can compare with him. I'm useless. I can't solve it for so long. I admit it. You don't have to say it. Don't you know how to give your brother some face? It's true. Your brother is so good to you. You're an ungrateful person. I don't compare with Qin Shao in ability. I can't compare with Qin Shao in other aspects, but I'm more handsome than him. No way. You can't compare with Brother Qin Shao in terms of handsomeness. I think Brother Qin Shao is the most handsome man I've ever seen. Yuan said again. Prince Zhang Yang was completely speechless. He felt like he had been hit by 100 points of damage. How could she be so hurtful? If Yuan hadn't said that, Prince Zhang Yang wouldn't have let it go. Prince Zhang Yang was used to being criticized by Yuan, so it wasn't surprising. Being praised by Yuan like that, Qin Shao felt a little embarrassed. Qin Shao, you've actually broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. Isn't that too heaven-defying? Princess Ru Xian suddenly looked at Qin Shao in surprise and exclaimed. Princess Ru Xian was the same as Meng Dali in Wufeng City. The three of them hadn't broken through to the ancient saint realm yet. They were still working hard to open up their ancient path. They had been working hard to become saints, but they hadn't succeeded yet. They hadn't even walked down their ancient paths. They still needed to work hard. Ming Yuexin, Princess Xiaoyu, and Yuan had all broken through to the ancient saint realm, but in the blink of an eye, Qin Shao had already become a second-step ancient saint realm. Such a monstrous speed really surprised Princess Ru Xian and the others. Yuan was so excited that she almost danced with joy. She said happily, of course. My brother Qin Shao is just so heaven-defying. Isn't it just the second-step ancient saint realm? I think in another 20 million years, no, 10 million years, Brother Qin Shao will be able to become a third-step ancient saint realm. Qin Shao was really speechless. He shook his head and said, Don't flatter me. If I can break through to the third-step ancient saint realm in 10 million years, I'll really be proud. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. With that, Qin Shao walked over to Princess Xiaoyu. Everyone consciously stepped back, leaving the space to Qin Shao. Yuan's eyes lit up when she saw Baby Mo. She immediately ran over and played with Baby Mo. What surprised Yuan the most was that Baby Mo had broken through again in just a few million years. He was now a third-step ancient saint realm existence. Qin Shao came to Princess Xiaoyu and sat down. He looked at Princess Xiaoyu's pale and haggard face, her tear-stained face, and her face was filled with pain. It was heart-wrenching. Author Cruel Death Third Update. Chapter 28:16. In front of women, Qin Shao had always been a man of few words. He was shy and could not say anything. Seeing Countess Xiaoyu like this, Qin Shao really wanted to comfort her, but he did not know how to say these words. After watching for a while, Countess Xiaoyu looked at Qin Shao with some emotion in her eyes. However, this time, Princess Xiaoyu did not look at Qin Shao with the same expression as before. Instead, she looked at Qin Shao with a joyful expression. At this time, perhaps nothing was important to Countess Xiaoyu. Everything in the world was not important to her. That was the feeling of being completely disheartened. Seeing Qin Shao, Countess Xiaoyu's sad past seemed to be brought up again. Her eyes quickly became moist. A woman's tears were definitely the most lethal weapon to men. Perhaps not many men could withstand the attack of a woman's tears. Qin Shao wanted to comfort her, but when he saw Countess Xiaoyu's moist eyes, Qin Shao did not know what to say for a while. The two of them looked at each other like this. For a moment, the air seemed to be frozen. Suddenly, Countess Xiaoyu hugged Qin Shao tightly. She hugged Qin Shao tightly. This was not the first time that Qin Shao was hugged by Countess Xiaoyu. It should be the second time. But this time, the situation was different. This time, the hug was more like the hug between family members. Countess Xiaoyu's mood was very broken at this time. All her family members were dead, and she was the only one left. Now she had no one to rely on. She had no home and no family members. Therefore, she needed a hug to snuggle up to, and Qin Shao was this hug that she could snuggle up to. Alas, Qin Shao had thousands of words in his heart. At this time, all he could say was a sigh. Perhaps there was no need to say anything more. Everything was in silence. Everything was in the warmth of this hug. Everything was in this snuggle. Everything will pass. I will definitely find out the truth of this matter. No matter who is behind this, I will definitely find out and make him pay with his blood. I don't care who it is. As long as I find out who it is, I will definitely kill him. Qin Shao said. This sentence was not only for himself, but also for Countess Xiaoyu. Countess Xiaoyu hugged Qin Shao more tightly. Neither of them had any evil thoughts. Looking at this scene, Zhang Yangchild and Wu Fengqing had a look of envy on their faces. Especially young noble Zhang Yang, he clicked his tongue and jokingly said, Qin Shao is still the luckiest. Not only does someone treat him as the number one brother in the world, Princess Xiaoyu also takes the initiative to throw herself at him. Qin Shao. You really can't compare. Mingyu Xian joked, what do you think? Are you envious? That's right. You can't help it. You are not as charming as Qin Shao, nor are you as popular with women as Qin Shao. So, you can only be envious. Yes, that's right. Prince Zhang Yang smacked his lips and said, I can only be envious. Since Mingyu Xian said so, how can I not admit it? Well, Mingyu Xian, I really want to interview you. Why do you women like Qin Shao so much? Why do you all chase after him? In terms of talent and potential, I am not worse than Qin Shao, right? He is the follower of Li Sheng, and I am also the pro-disciple of Emperor Xianyuan. In terms of handsomeness, I am not worse than Qin Shao, right? And I am a man of grace, gentlemanly, and eloquent. In these aspects, I am only better than Qin Shao, not worse than Qin Shao. So, in general, I should have more advantages than Qin Shao. Mingyu Xian smiled, thought for a while, and said, well, there is no solution to this. Maybe, it's just that your luck is not very good. Prince Zhongyang could only be speechless. Was it really bad luck? Forget it, forget it. I better not compete with Qin Shao for the limelight. My brother is not just anyone. On the other side, Baby Mo and Yuan Yuan were having a lot of fun. The two of them were indeed somewhat similar in character. So, they were very similar in personality. Naturally, it was easy for them to play together. Mingyu Xian, Ru Xian, and Princess Xiaoyu were more like elder sisters to Yuan Yuan. As for Baby Mo, he was a real playmate to Yuan Yuan, a playmate she could play with. After a long time, Princess Xiaoyu still didn't seem to want to let go of Qin Shao. Although this was a hug without any distracting thoughts, Qin Shao did feel a little awkward after a long time. Ahem, ahem. Excuse me for a moment. Have you guys hugged enough? If so, can we get down to business? In the end, Prince Zhongyang couldn't help reminding them. Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, Princess Xiaoyu slowly let go of Qin Shao. Qin Shao stood up and glanced at Prince Zhongyang. Prince Zhongyang gave Qin Shao 2 thumbs up, which made Qin Shao feel very awkward. He didn't want to be like this. Princess Xiaoyu also stood up slowly. She looked at everyone and said, "Thank you, everyone. What are you thanking me for? We're on the same side. Your business is my business. If you're sad, we're all sad. So, Princess Xiaoyu, you have to pull yourself together. Even if the sky falls down, you have to know that we'll support it with you. No matter how big the problem is, we can solve it together." Prince Zhongyang waved his hand and said seriously. After being serious, he immediately went back to being frivolous. He joked, "Speaking of which, Qin Shao is really charming." As soon as he came back, the situation really changed. He immediately made Princess Xiaoyu feel much better. If I had known this earlier, I think we should have avoided him. Princess Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at young Master Zhongyang. Seeing Princess Xiaoyu rolling her eyes at him, young Master Zhongyang became happy. This meant that Princess Xiaoyu's mood had returned. This was a good thing. This was much better than the pale and numb expression from before. Her mood had returned. This at least meant that Princess Xiaoyu had gotten through this and recovered a little. It had to be said that the previous Princess Xiaoyu was indeed a little scary. A moment of silence was better than a dead heart. If a person's heart was dead, that was the most terrible thing. Princess Xiaoyu's previous state was a little bit like her heart was dead. Qin Shao said, "Princess Xiaoyu's business is our business. We must work together to solve this matter. No matter who's behind this, we must find him and make him pay with his blood. We must avenge Princess Xiaoyu. The Xian Hua clan is one of the benefactors of Qin Zhao's trip to the immortal realm. I owe them a lot. And my 2 brothers, Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai, they also died tragically. I will definitely avenge them." Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, "This is needless to say. Of course, it's our business. I, Zhongyang, will take care of this matter. No matter who it is, we must find him and kill him to avenge our blood. This matter is directed at us. We must fight with them to the end. If you don't accept it, just do it." Wufeng City also fully supported their statement. Not to mention Ming Yu and Xinxin. Everyone's statement made Princess Xiaoyu feel very warm and grateful. At this time, she indeed needed help the most. She needed strength to support her the most. For a time, she even had the heart to die. Qin Shao said again, "I think this matter and Qin Yi's matter should belong to the same person. And the ultimate goal should be me. So, this time, I may have harmed Princess Xiaoyu, the Xian Hua clan, and Fatty Kai." In fact, everyone had analyzed this matter, and had some guesses. Indeed, the biggest possibility was that these 2 things were directed at Qin Shao, not at the Xian Hua clan or Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Xiaoyu didn't provoke any enemies, so no one would do such a thing to avenge her. If it was the Xian Hua clan, it was even more impossible. So, if you think about this problem from these 2 points, you can't figure it out at all. There was no possibility at all. But if this matter was linked to Qin Shao, then it would be easy to solve, and they would be able to figure out what was going on. But such a thing, naturally, no one would take the initiative to say it. Now that Qin Shao took the initiative to mention it, everyone looked at Qin Shao and was silent for a while. Princess Xiaoyu bit her lips hard and didn't speak for a while. Qin Shao looked at Princess Xiaoyu and said, "I'm sorry, I harmed the Xianhua clan. They all died because of me. So, I have to take responsibility for this matter." Princess Xiaoyu looked at Qin Shao and after biting her lips she said, "It's not your fault, it's really not your fault. Even if the clan master and the others were still here, they definitely wouldn't blame you. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame their bad luck. It has always been the Xianhua clan's honor to have such a fate with you. It is something that everyone in the Xianhua clan loves to talk about and is proud of. Your prestige in the Xianhua clan is no less than mine. Everyone in the Xianhua clan worships you as their idol. I have never blamed you, and things may not necessarily be like this. Even if it is really like this, I can't blame you. Sigh, don't blame me?" Although objectively speaking, Qin Shao couldn't be blamed. But objectively speaking, Qin Shao still blamed himself. Others didn't blame him, but he did. There was no doubt that it was him who harmed the Xianhua clan. Zhang Yang pursed his lips hard, patted Qin Shao and said, "Brother, if you really want to blame someone, you really can't be blamed. But in terms of the matter, it is most likely that it is because of you that the tragedy of the Xianhua clan being exterminated. But since it has already happened, let's get down to business. What we need to do now is to find out the murderer behind the scenes and avenge the people of the Xianhua clan. We also need to give justice to Qin Yi and give a satisfactory explanation to the 9 Provinces Academy and the people of the Xia clan. Let's not talk about other things, just try our best to do this business well. Later, we can slowly make up for this matter." Qin Shao nodded. This was the only way now. This matter, he must do well, he must figure it out, and he must find out the murderer. "Princess Xiaoyu, do you have any clues to tell me?" Qin Shao asked. Princess Xiaoyu shook her head, indicating that she had no clues to tell him. Qin Shao then looked at the others, and they all shook their heads one after another. Chapter 28:17. It seemed that no one had any clues. Generally speaking, the other party was very cautious in their actions. It seemed that they did not want to expose themselves too early. Qin Shao asked again, "Then let's talk about our own opinions. For the time being, the clues are very limited. But to be able to do such a thing, there must be a reason. There must be a reason." Everyone had their own considerations about this matter and thought about it. Now that they wanted to investigate this matter, they had to say whatever was on their minds. After a comprehensive analysis, I also agree that the 2 incidents were done by the same person. The biggest possibility is that the person came for Qin Shao. And the biggest suspect is naturally the prodigy. These years, I have also been investigating Tian Jiao's news. Tian Jiao's whereabouts are unknown and he has never shown up again. I have asked around, but I still don't know where Tian Jiao went. I don't think there is such a coincidence, so I think Tian Jiao is most likely. Prince Zhang Yang was the first to speak. Wu Fengqing nodded in agreement. He agreed with Zhang Yang's words. Min Yuexin also nodded and said, "I also think Tian Jiao is very likely. He is very familiar with this place, and can do it without leaving any clues." Qin Shao looked at Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Xiaoyu did not speak for a while. She also had some guesses and suspected that it was Tian Jiao who did it. But in fact, there was no grudge between her and Tian Jiao. At most, there was some discord between her and Tian Jiao because of Qin Shao. But because of this, would Tian Jiao destroy the Xinhua clan? Therefore, in Princess Xiaoyu's heart, she was not willing to believe that it was Tian Jiao who did it. After reading everyone's opinion, Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "It seems that everyone's thoughts are basically the same. Present, we are all guessing that Tian Jiao did it because this is the most reasonable explanation. But we can't completely rule out other possibilities. But for the time being, let's recognize Tian Jiao. Whether or not it was done by a prodigy, let's find him first. Then, we'll know at a glance." Everyone nodded in agreement. When Misty Emergency really wanted to find the prodigy first, many things could be verified. It was not difficult to verify if it was done by a prodigy. Firstly, he wanted to see if the prodigy had the Bloodbath Alliance's methods. If he did, then it was definitely his doing. Whether it was the Xian Hua clan or Qin Yi, they were all related to the Bloodbath Alliance. Secondly, Qin Yi has seen the person who used him. He only needs to find the genius, and then let Qin Yi come over to identify him, and he will know whether it is him or not. These were the things that needed to be done right now. Now that the plan was set, Qin Shao said, "Baby Mo and I will go back in time to check the situation and see if we can revive Xiao Dao and the others." Although Zhang Yang and the others had tried before and it was useless, Qin Shao was a second-step ancient saint after all, and Baby Mo was a third-step ancient saint. If they tried, maybe the situation would be different. As soon as Qin Shao called, Baby Mo immediately ran over. Everyone liked this cute Baby Mo very much. "Sister Xiaoyu, I think, why don't you leave us for a while?" Qin Shao said to Princess Xiaoyu again. After all, if they went back in time, they would definitely see the tragic scene of the Xian Hua clan being killed one by one. To be honest, Qin Shao did not want to see such a tragic scene, but in order to check the situation, Qin Shao had no choice but to face it. And he also wanted to try and see if he could revive Xiao Dao and the others. It was obviously impossible to revive the entire Xian Hua clan. Even if there were no other factors, it was impossible to revive so many people at once. Reviving people was an act that defied the heavens and ran counter to the heavenly Tao. Doing such a thing would go against the heavenly Tao. If he did it too much, he would be punished by the heavenly Tao. Princess Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "No need. I've already seen it. What's the harm in seeing it again?" Since Princess Xiaoyu said so, Qin Shao did not say anything more. He and Baby Mo went into action together. Time quickly went back in time and soon, the scene of a massacre appeared. It was a group of black-clothed people wearing black masks slaughtering the Xian Hua clan's people. These people were very strong, and their auras were very eerie. Their methods were also very bloody, and their weapons were all stained with a strange and terrifying power. It was precisely this power that rendered the Xian Hua clan's people incapable of reacting to it, as they would die if they were to touch it. The Xian Hua clan's people were slaughtered by the group of black-clothed people in an extremely short period of time. The scene was extremely tragic, and it was enough to make people angry. After the group of black-clothed people killed, they all self-destructed, leaving no trace behind. They wiped themselves clean, and even the source could not be traced. All the clues were cut off in an instant, and there was no way to continue the investigation. Such a situation really made Qin Shao frown deeply. It was no wonder that Zhang Yang and the others could not find any clues. It turned out that this was really the case. There was no way to continue the investigation. Since there was no way to continue the investigation, it was better to proceed according to the original plan. As long as they could find the genius, many things would become clear. The biggest possibility was that the genius was the genius. Since they could not trace the source, they would go straight to the source. Soon, Qin Shao saw Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao's true body had been in the Xian Hua clan's land all this time. "Baby Mo, help me revive Xiao Dao," Qin Shao said to Baby Mo. Baby Mo nodded and did his best to cooperate with Qin Shao. Qin Shao exerted all his strength, trying to bring Xiao Dao out of the river of time and revive her. However, Qin Shao immediately felt a strange power tugging at Xiao Dao, preventing Qin Shao from bringing Miss out of the river of time. That power was too powerful and terrifying, making it impossible for Qin Shao to bring Xiao Dao out. Baby Mo also did his best to support Qin Shao, but it was useless. No matter how hard Qin Shao tried, he could not move Xiao Dao. When Mr. Zhang Yang and the others saw this, they also came forward to help Qin Shao. However, the final result was still inferior to human electricity. They still did not succeed. They still could not pull Little Knife out of the long river of time. After trying for a while, Qin Shao finally had to give up. It's so strong, so strong. Even with our combined strength, we still can't do it. With our combined strength, we should be able to deal with an ancient saint of the fourth step. Under such circumstances, we still can't revive Xiao Dao. It seems that the power that killed Xiao Dao and the others is simply too strong. Not only is it strong, but it's also very strange. Qin Shao also shook his head helplessly. He also had some doubts in his heart. What kind of terrifying power was this? He was sure that the genius was far from having such a strong power. Absolutely not. This strange power was more like the power of the Bloodbath Alliance. Only the Bloodbath Alliance could have such a strange and powerful means. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "It's useless, Qin Shao. We have tried before. There is no way to revive them at all. They died under a strange and powerful force, and this force is too strange. Let alone a fourth-step ancient saint, I'm afraid that even a world god would not be able to revive Xiao Dao and the others. I don't know what kind of power this is. It's too strange and terrifying. It's as if it's not a power of our world. It makes us very helpless. According to the information I found, only the Bloodbath Alliance has such a power. Therefore, the Bloodbath Alliance should be behind this matter. If this matter is related to the genius, then the genius has probably secretly joined the Bloodbath Alliance. I really don't know what he is thinking. He is a genius of the Holy Academy and the first person to become a saint in the Holy Academy. He can be regarded as a key disciple of the Holy Academy. He doesn't know how to cherish such good treatment? Why must he be blinded by hatred? Why must he embark on a path of no return? Why must he ruin such a good future in his own hands? Wu Fengqing said, "There is always a reason why people turn bad. Only he knows what the reason is. It's not our place to judge him. It's just a guess for the time being. Although I don't like the genius, I really don't understand. How could he join the Bloodbath Alliance? Let's not talk about this first. Let's catch him first. I don't believe that he can hide anywhere." Qin Shao nodded. It was useless to say more now. Right now, everything was just a guess. Everything had to be determined after catching the genius. For this matter, let's act separately. Don't pile up all of us here. I still have to find Palace Master Fu Shi and go to the Kai family. Let's act separately. If there is anything, we can contact each other at any time. But there is one thing. Everyone should pay more attention to safety. Try not to act alone. Qin Shao said to everyone. However, there was no need to be so bold. After all, everyone was a student of the Holy Academy. He believed that no one would have the guts to attack the students of the Holy Academy. Even the Bloodbath Alliance wouldn't dare to do so blatantly. Of course, it was always better to be careful. After giving instructions, Qin Shao went to Fu Shi Immortal Palace. In the forbidden area of Fu Shi Immortal Palace, Palace Master Fu Shi had already prepared a table of sumptuous food and wine. He just sat there and waited. Palace Master Fu Shi's expression was solemn. He didn't have the usual elegance. He sat there for an unknown amount of time before his eyes suddenly moved and he looked at the door. A figure walked over. When Palace Master Fu Zong saw who it was, he wasn't surprised at all. It was as though he had expected it. Qin Shao, you're here. Qin Shao walked over. Seeing that Palace Master Fu Shi was prepared, he was relieved to see the sumptuous food and wine on the table. Palace Master Fu Shui probably already knew that he had come to Fu Shui mountain range. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony and sat opposite Palace Master Fu Shi. Meeting again, it felt a little strange. Back then, Qin Shao was just a small disciple in Fu Shi Immortal Palace. He didn't even have the chance to meet Palace Master Fu Shi. But now, he could sit at the same table as Palace Master Fu Shui and drink with him. Palace Master Fu Shi, I trust you have been well since we last met. Qin Shao said politely. Palace Master Fu Shi was slightly surprised by Qin Zhao's politeness. He had already sensed the aura of a second-step ancient saint from Qin Shao, and he was shocked beyond words. In just a short time, Qin Shao had grown to a level that he could only look up to. His lifelong pursuit was incomparably easy and realistic for Qin Shao. Chapter 28:18. Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was indeed beyond his imagination. Originally, there was a great opportunity in front of him, but unfortunately, he didn't grasp it well. He chose the Heaven's Pride, but also missed out on Qin Shao. However, this matter was indeed something that couldn't be helped. Even if he was given another chance, based on the situation at that time, he would still be more inclined to the Heaven's Pride. What was missed was missed. It was useless to sigh, everything couldn't go back. Palace Master Fu Shi poured wine for Qin Shao, but the atmosphere was still a little strange. Although there was a table full of sumptuous food and wine, Qin Shao was not in the mood to eat. Qin Shao drank a cup of wine. Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't good, Fu Shi didn't continue to pour wine, but looked at Qin Shao with a serious face and said, I'm very sorry about this matter. No matter what, it's something that happened in my Fujin mountain range, and even something that happened in my Linfu city. I know nothing about it, even though it happened right under my nose. I also deeply regret the death of Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai. If you, Qin Shao, want to blame me, then I will accept it. Palace Master Fu Shi put on an apologetic look, but Qin Shao was taken aback. He came to find Palace Master Fu Shi, but he didn't have the slightest intention of denouncing him. Palace Master Fu Shi had prepared a table full of sumptuous wine and was waiting for him here, but he apologized to him like this. Qin Shao was really surprised. This made Qin Shao a little embarrassed. Qin Shao said, Palace Master Fu Shi, I think you may have misunderstood. I don't mean to blame you, and I didn't come to find you today to cause any trouble. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Palace Master Fu Shi couldn't help but be taken aback. He looked at Qin Shao with some surprise. Didn't come to find trouble with him? After such a thing happened, Qin Shao didn't blame him? Qin Shao continued, I've also investigated this matter, and I know that Palace Master Fu Zong happened to be busy at the time and was not in Fu Shin mountain range. For something like this to happen, it could only be said that the other party had planned it meticulously. Therefore, I can't blame you, Palace Master Fu Shi. Although they were indeed killed in your territory, and this time, the entire Xian Hua clan and Fatty Kai were involved in this matter. The death of millions of people is enough to shake the entire South Baron. I also believe that you have nothing to do with this matter, Palace Master Fu Shi. You wouldn't protect the culprit, nor would you personally participate in this matter. Palace Master Fu Shi's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Qin Shao. She was truly touched. After a while, Fu Shi said, Qin Shao, thank you for trusting me, and thank you for not blaming me. I really don't know anything about this matter. If I had known, I would not have allowed such a thing to happen in my Fu Wei mountain range. To me, this is also a humiliation. Furthermore, 2 of my Fu Wei Immortal Palace's core disciples were killed. Isn't this also a humiliation to the Fu Wei Immortal Palace? Palace Master Fu Shi was actually still a little worried that Qin Shao would use this opportunity to denounce him for what happened back then. He would fly into a rage and attack him. Fuda Immortal Palace Master naturally knew that Qin Zhao's current strength was far beyond his Fuda Immortal Palace. If Qin Shao really wanted to take the opportunity to make things difficult for him, then he could only silently endure it. But to his surprise, Qin Shao did not do so. Qin Zhao's breadth of mind was indeed very, very broad. In this aspect, Fu Shi was very impressed. Unfortunately, there was already a gap between him and Qin Shao. It was impossible for them to go back to the way they were before. Of course, Palace Master Fu Shi had never dared to hope for this because it was simply unrealistic. Palace Lord Fu Shi. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said with a serious expression, "Although I'm not here to do anything, my 2 brothers, Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai, have been killed. The Xian Hua clan is where I, Qin Shao, started in the immortal realm. They saved my life and took care of me. So, no matter what, I will not let this matter go, and I will get to the bottom of this. When something happened in Fu Wei Immortal Palace, I'm sure you rushed back as soon as possible. So, I also want to know what you know about the situation here. I hope Palace Master can tell me the truth." Fu Shi shook his head and said, "Although I rushed back as soon as possible, it was already too late by the time I arrived. When I rushed back, I only saw a few men in black exploding in front of me. I wasn't in a hurry to stop them. So, I didn't find anything. I don't have any concrete information to tell you, I'm sorry." "Really?" Qin Shao asked. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's question, Palace Master Fu Shui was slightly taken aback. He glanced at Qin Shao before continuing to shake his head. "I really don't." Qin Shao continued to ask, "What do you think about this matter? Do you have any suspects?" Palace Master Fu Shi fell silent for a moment, and his expression darkened. He naturally understood the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao quickly added, "Fu Shi, please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean to ask you. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Of course, I also hope that Palace Master Fu Long can help me find the culprit behind this as soon as possible. Furthermore, with such a huge matter, I feel that Palace Lord also wants to give the world an explanation. Perhaps you don't have the heart to do it, but that's fine. I, Qin Shao, will definitely investigate this matter to the end. I won't let it go." The Bloodbath Alliance might be involved behind this matter. It might even involve an extremely powerful existence. Therefore, even if this matter had nothing to do with the prodigy, Fu Shi Immortal Palace wouldn't interfere. If it had something to do with the prodigy was still considered one of his people. Although the prodigy had grown wings, and was no longer under Fu Shi's control. Regardless, the prodigy was still considered one of Fu Shi Immortal Palace's people. Therefore, Palace Master Fu Xiong naturally felt very troubled when he was asked to do so. Qin Shao also knew Fu Shi's difficulties, so he didn't intend to force him. Seeing that Palace Master Fu Zong did not speak for a long time, Qin Shao did not say anything more and stood up. "Since we've drunk, let's reminisce about the past. No matter what, I, Qin Shao, will never forget Fu Shi Immortal Palace's recognition of my talent, nor will I forget that Fu Shi Immortal Mountain is the pride of the immortal region. I, Qin Shao, won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first." Seeing that Qin Shao was about to leave, Palace Master Fu Xian also stood up. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Qin Shao, I know that all of you are probably guessing that this is the doing of a genius. Therefore, I don't know how to explain this matter. As far as I know, Tianjiao is indeed suspicious. I've tried to contact Tianjiao, but he hasn't replied to me. I can't get in touch with him. This matter involves the Bloodbath Alliance. Although I also think that the prodigy is suspicious, I'm still not willing to believe that the prodigy would stoop so low as to work for the Bloodbath Alliance. He should be an incomparably proud person. It's hard for me to imagine that he would become a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Perhaps this matter is very complicated and there's a big conspiracy behind it. Therefore, there's something that I know you might not want to hear. Just take it as me nagging. Before the truth is confirmed, I hope you won't judge a person so easily. I'm also aware of the grudge between you and the prodigy. I've tried to persuade him once, but he didn't listen. I know that he's always wanted to kill you, but I'm still not willing to believe that he would be so unscrupulous and stoop so low that he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice himself in order to deal with you. What he's gambling with is his entire life, his great future. Actually, you might not understand the prodigy very well. The prodigy's background is quite pitiful. It really wasn't easy for him to reach this point. In terms of personality, how should I put it? You're standing on the opposite side of him, so naturally you don't like him. But for me, I don't think there's much of a problem. Perhaps it's just a matter of whether or not we get along. I've always thought that he's a good person, at least not a bad one. Qin Shao said, "Don't worry, Empress Fu Shi. I, Qin Shao, have never wronged a good person, but I won't let a bad person go either. I'll get to the bottom of this matter. If it's not his prodigy, I won't do anything to him. If it's his prodigy, then no one can save his life. Everyone has their own ambitions, and not everyone can get along. I don't care what kind of person his prodigy is. What I care about is whether or not he's provoked me. If he has, I won't let him go, no matter what kind of person he is. All right, Empress Fu Shi, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again someday." With that, Qin Shao left. After sending Qin Shao off, Fu Shi sighed soundlessly, looking rather helpless. After leaving the Fu Shi Immortal Palace, Qin Shao went to the house of Kai. Fu Shi had begun to suspect the prodigy, and the prodigy had become even more suspicious. Judging from all aspects, there was a 70% to 80% chance that the prodigy was behind this matter. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to ferret out the prodigy as much as they could. Zhang Yang and the others had already begun to move. Qin Shao had also begun to secretly send out messages to some trusted people, asking them to look for the prodigy. After visiting Fatty Kai's father, Qin Shao went to Sky Mountain City. Fortunately, Sky Mountain City had the City Lord, a second-step ancient saint, guarding the city. Qin Shao could rest assured. Only Big Brother Mang Huang and the others stayed in Heaven Mountain City. If they didn't leave, then they should be fine. This time, Qin Shao wanted to ask the City Lord for help in looking for the prodigy. If there was any news, the City Lord could inform him. The second reason was that he wanted to see Mang Huang and the others. He wanted them to pay more attention and be on guard so that nothing could happen to them. This time, someone was targeting Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to remind the people around him that Desolate Land and the others were the key. Qin Shao would not let anything happen to them. Initially, Qin Shao wanted to keep Xiao Gu, but Xiao Gu refused. Xiao Gu insisted on staying by Qin Zhao's side. Xiao Gu wanted to stay by Qin Zhao's side. In the end, Qin Shao had no choice but to give up on the idea. Therefore, he could only ask the City Lord of Sky Mountain City for help. The City Lord of Sky Mountain City agreed to it without hesitation. He even called his own body back to guard the city. Furthermore, the City Lord was not the only ancient saint in Sky Mountain City. His wife was also an ancient saint. Although she was only a first-step ancient saint, she was still an ancient saint. Qin Shao was still worried, so he gave the light magic cube to Heaven Mountain City's City Lord. Originally, Heaven Mountain City's City Lord refused to accept it, but Qin Shao said that he would lend it to Heaven Mountain City's City Lord temporarily. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 28:19. After leaving the Heaven Mountain City, Qin Shao thought of his fourth senior brother, Bai Shaosheng. He was the all-knowing scholar who was said to know everything in the world. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately contacted his fourth senior brother and asked him to help him investigate this matter and track down the whereabouts of the geniuses. With Xia Dongho and Bai Shaosheng investigating this matter at the same time, Qin Shao was much more relieved. He believed that there would be accurate news soon. Bad things happened one after another. This time, it was the Free City that was in trouble. Free City was also destroyed in one night. All the people in Free City were killed. When Qin Shao arrived at the Free City, it was already a dead city. Corpses were everywhere and the whole Free City was dyed red with blood. The Free City was no longer a free city but a city of death. Although the number of living beings in the Free City was not many, after years of development, there were tens of millions of them. Tens of millions of free cities had been wiped out overnight. What kind of power was this to be able to do this? One had to know that the Free City was not as weak as the Xianhua clan. The Free City was actually relatively strong. After all, there were dozens of fourth-step, heavenly venerables. Moreover, the Free City had a protective array. With all these powers added together, ordinary first-step ancient saints would not dare to behave atrociously in the Free City. But who would have thought that the Free City would be destroyed overnight? Furthermore, just like the Xianhua clan, they couldn't find any clues either. In the time reversal, it was also done by a group of black-robed men. Those black-robed men were like night walkers. They came and went without a trace. They were very powerful and strange. After destroying the Free City, they quickly disappeared without leaving any trace. These three incidents were obviously targeted at Qin Shao. They started from the people around Qin Shao to take revenge on Qin Shao. And in the Free City, Qin Shao also found a blood letter. There were a few big bloody words on the blood letter. Each of them was eye-catching and ferocious. It was a warning. The Bloodbath Alliance is not something you can provoke. Know your place and stay alive. Obviously, this was a warning that the people of the Bloodbath Alliance deliberately left for Qin Shao. It was a serious warning. They used Qin Yi, slaughtered the Xianhua clan, and destroyed the Free City. In addition to this bloody letter, the warning was obvious. The Bloodbath Alliance had always been involved. The three incidents were related to the Bloodbath Alliance. There was no doubt about this. However, Qin Shao had always thought that there should be another person besides the Bloodbath Alliance. That person was a genius. Would the naive Blood Killer Alliance take revenge on him like this? Was this possible? Qin Shao didn't think it was possible. Although he had now gone head-to-head with the Bloodbath Alliance, first killing High Lord Galan and then killing ancient Saint Yu Luosha, he had also destroyed many things of the Bloodbath Alliance. Moreover, he had now joined the Justice Alliance. It could be said that he was completely at odds with the Bloodbath Alliance. Therefore, it was possible that the Bloodbath Alliance really wanted to take revenge on him. In terms of time, it was reasonable. Therefore, after seeing the tragic state of the Free City and the blood letter, Qin Shao couldn't help but have some guesses in his heart. Could it be that this matter has nothing to do with the genius? Could it be that this matter is purely the Bloodbath Alliance's revenge on me? No, if Qin Yi's incident and the Free City's incident were purely the Bloodbath Alliance's revenge on me, then it's still explainable and completely possible. But the problem is, if the Bloodbath Alliance simply wanted to deal with me, there was no need to drag the Xinhua clan into it, right? Princess Xiaoyu has never been an enemy of the Bloodbath Alliance, nor has she destroyed the Bloodbath Alliance's plans. If it's purely the Bloodbath Alliance's revenge on me, why would they drag the Xinhua clan into it? It seems a little difficult to explain. Of course, it's not completely impossible. After all, no matter what, the Xinhua clan has a good relationship with me. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao are also my brothers. He shook his head. He still couldn't figure out these questions for the time being. The only thing he was 100% sure of was that the Bloodbath Alliance was involved in all three of these incidents. Therefore, the Bloodbath Alliance, the culprit, couldn't escape. But the Bloodbath Alliance was too big. Who was the mastermind behind this matter? Dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance was definitely something that Qin Shao would do, but this matter would definitely be a very long and slow process. What Qin Shao had to do now was to find out the mastermind behind these three incidents. Sai, standing on the wall of the Free City, looking at the dead silent Free City, Qin Shao had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although he hadn't returned to the Free City for a long time, and basically didn't manage the Free City, although he was still the city lord of the Free City in name, he was just a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. As for the Free City, how to put it, it couldn't be said that he had very deep feelings for it, but at least Qin Shao still cared about the Free City. Seeing the destruction of the Free City, Qin Shao naturally felt very upset in his heart. The Free City was a very religious place. Everyone advocated freedom, and the various races lived in harmony with each other without many dispute. Basically, it could be said to be a paradise. For such a meaningful city to be destroyed just like that, it was truly a heart-wrenching sight. But Qin Shao also had his own helplessness. He also had no way. He didn't have the ability to resurrect the people of the Free City. Moreover, even if he could resurrect people, there were too many people. It was impossible for him to resurrect that many people. Forget it, forget it. Since it's already lost, I have to learn how to let it go. The cycle of reincarnation, the rings of time, are always moving forward. A lot of things can't last forever. They will be lost slowly in my life. It's impossible to keep everything, Yi Futian said with a smile. I have to learn to slowly let go and slowly become indifferent. Death, in fact, was not something to be afraid of. Death is also a kind of reincarnation. The current Qin Shao was indeed a lot calmer. If it was in the past, Qin Shao would probably still want to resurrect everyone. But now, Qin Shao had really become indifferent. Not to mention the people of the Free City, even the people of the Xian Hua clan, Qin Shao didn't have many such thoughts. In other words, Qin Zhao's thoughts about Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai were a little stronger. But for the others, Qin Shao probably wouldn't do such a thing in the future. Unless there came a day when he could easily resurrect everyone, perhaps that would be possible. But for the time being, Qin Shao didn't have many such thoughts. Some things, maybe he really had become indifferent. Or maybe, his state of mind had really improved a lot. This time when he came back, especially when he met the Lord Mittani in Guyong City and chatted with the Lord Mittani a lot, coupled with the breakthrough in his realm, Qin Zhao's state of mind and vision had improved a lot. Seeing through some things, he would naturally see some things indifferently. Losing is not necessarily a bad thing. To be resurrected after death was something that defied the heavens. It was something that went against the heavenly Tao. In fact, doing this is not necessarily a good thing. Nature has a natural law, and death is also a law. This is also the way. The heavens are everywhere. The more you understand, the more you think. After leaving the Free City, Qin Shao went straight back to the Holy College and settled Qin Yi and Mingyue Xian in the Holy College. If the matter of Xia Laming was not solved, Qin Shao would not dare to let Qin Yi show up. But it doesn't seem to be a long-term solution to put them in the Holy College. After all, the restrictions in the Holy College are too great, and they can only walk in his place of cultivation, and they can't leave the place of cultivation for half a step. Although the cultivation environment of his place of cultivation is also good, if Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue stay in that small room for a long time, it is estimated that they will go crazy. Therefore, staying in the Holy College is definitely not a long-term solution. Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue's talent and potential are very good. In the past millions of years of cultivation in 9 Continents College, Qin Yi has broken through to the 4th step of the celestial realm, and Chang Mingyue has already broken through to the 3rd step of the celestial realm. It should not take long for them to break through to the 4th step of the celestial realm. According to their current performance, it is only a matter of time before they open the ancient road and achieve the position of the Holy Lord. There is no problem. But if they stay in this small room all the time, it is estimated that they will be greatly restricted. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about how to properly settle them. It is unrealistic for them to follow him all the time. In the Holy College, Qin Shao will certainly not stay for a long time. There are still many things waiting for him to do. After thinking about it, Qin Shao could only think of one place. Yes, it is Langya Heaven. Qin Shao is Li Xing's disciple, so he can bring some family members into Langya Heaven to live and cultivate. Moreover, Qin Shao also has an independent floating island in Langya Heaven, so Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue can live on his island. Although Langya Heaven is not very big, it is also an independent world, and there are many people who are relatively free, rich in cultivation resources, and many strong people. If Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue go to Langya Heaven, that's the best thing. It's suitable. In fact, Qin Shao had thought about letting Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue go to Langya Heaven before, but at that time, he had just officially joined Li Xing and went to Langya Heaven. Therefore, he was embarrassed to send Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue there so quickly. Besides, Qin Shao also thinks that 9 Continents College is also a good place, and it may be better to stay outside, which will give them more opportunities, which will be relatively better. Therefore, in the end, he chose 9 Continents College, and did not send them to Langya Heaven. Now that there is no other choice, Qin Shao can only think of Langya Heaven. After returning to the Holy College, Qin Shao heard a lot of criticism about him in the Holy College. This time, Qin Shao broke into 9 Continents College alone and forcibly took Qin Yi away in front of the dean and the ancient sage of the Xia family. Such a thing naturally caused a lot of sensation. This matter also spread in the Sacred Institute. Although it was said that Qin Zhao's domineering action was very impressive, everyone was still very amazed. However, this matter was clearly not something to be proud of. Therefore, there are a lot of criticism. Qin Shao did not pay attention to these criticisms, but returned to his practice place. Dong and Wu Qi also came out early to greet him. This time, Qin Shao left for nearly 10 million years before he came back. After not seeing them for a while, Dong and Wu Qi's aura was obviously a lot stronger. It seems that their strength has improved a lot over the years, Dong said. Young master, we have heard about it. No matter what others say, we will always be on your side. If there's anything young master needs us to do, just tell us. Chapter 28:20. Qin Shao understood Dong and Wu Qi's intentions. Although the two of them were not strong, Qin Shao was glad that they had the heart to help him. It was not in vain for him to treat them sincerely. However, the two of them were indeed limited in their abilities. They would not be able to help much even if they wanted to. Moreover, this matter was obviously very risky. The Bloodbath Alliance had already given Qin Shao a big warning with their blood. Therefore, this matter would definitely be accompanied by a lot of danger. Qin Shao could not be courteous to Zhang Yang and the others, but for Dong and Wu Qi, Qin Shao could not implicate them and involve them in this complicated matter. Both Dong and Wu Qi had their own clans and forces behind them. Both of them were waiting for them to take care of them. Therefore, Qin Shao waved his hand and shook his head. It's enough that you have the heart. Don't ask too much about this matter. Just stay in the Saint Academy and do your job well. By the way, did anything happen while I was away? Ah Dong and Wu Qi looked at each other. Actually, they had expected Qin Zhao's answer. They were indeed too weak. Even if they really wanted to help, they might not be able to do anything. It seemed like they could only watch from the sidelines. Ah Dong replied, "There's nothing else, but some time ago, the dean sent someone to tell us that if young master comes back, we should go see the dean." The god of Yinglong world? Qin Zhao was stunned for a moment, but immediately understood. He had caused such a big commotion in the 9 Provinces Academy. The god of Yinglong world must have known about it. In other words, the Dean of 9 Nether and the ancient sages of the Xia clan had already negotiated with the god of Yinglong world. Since the god of Yinglong world had something to ask of him, Qin Zhao did not delay. He immediately went to see the god of Yinglong world. Soon, he arrived at the residence of the god of Yinglong world. Their journey was smooth and unimpeded. They saw the god of Yinglong world at the same place they had been before. He was still dressed in white, with a wisp of white beard and white hair fluttering in the wind. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, looking down on the world. "Greetings, Mr. Dean." Qin Zhao approached and bowed respectfully. The god of Yinglong world looked at Qin Zhao and said, "You should know why I called you here, right?" Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Qin Zhao knows because of the 9 Provinces Academy. I admit that I didn't do it properly, but I have no other choice. I can only choose to do it temporarily. However, I will definitely give the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan a satisfactory explanation for this matter. I had no choice but to take my brother away." The god of Yinglong world shook his head and said, "You are not only helpless but also selfish. The 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan have already sternly negotiated with me about this matter. They have raised serious objections and even intend to have the Sacred Academy hand you over. Moreover, this matter will definitely spread throughout the Immortal region. This is not a good thing for either you or the Academy of Saint Arts. Both of you will suffer losses. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Have you thought it through?" Qin Zhao gritted his teeth and nodded. "I know. I know very well. I have thought it through. I didn't act on impulse. I knew what I was doing from the beginning, so I don't regret it. Mr. Dean, you can punish me however you wish. I will accept it. I have nothing to say. This matter is indeed my fault. I didn't handle it properly. I am willing to bear all the consequences. I never wanted to become enemies with the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan. I also wanted to solve this matter properly, but they didn't give me any chance. They were determined to kill my brother. I really had no choice but to take this step in the end. I admit that my brother was wrong, but he was also used by others. He didn't intend to kill Xia Laming. He is still very kind by nature. He just made a mistake in a moment of folly. He has always acknowledged his mistakes and has always wanted to make up for them. However, the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan didn't give him a chance to admit his mistakes. They just wanted to kill him. I couldn't just watch as my brother was killed, so I saved him. I saved him out of selfishness. But for this matter, I will definitely give the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan a satisfactory explanation. Mr. Dean, if you also think I was wrong, then you can punish me. I, Qin Zhao, will accept it." The god of the Yinglong world shook his head and said seriously, "It is a fact that the Xia clan members died at your brother's hands. No wonder they didn't want to let your brother go. They only wanted to kill one of your brother's doppelgangers. It isn't too much. Why do you have to take such a big risk and bear this crime?" "Why?" Qin Zhao smiled inwardly and said, "Mr. Dean, if I was the one who made such a mistake this time, I would definitely not resist. I would definitely admit my mistakes and be willing to accept any punishment. Even if I can't bear the punishment, I won't frown. This is my responsibility. However, this happened to my brother. I can't just watch him die. I watched my younger brother grow up, and I've been teaching him all this time. It is said that the elder brother is the father. I have to bear a lot of responsibility for not teaching my brother well. My brother has been spoiled since he was a child. He hasn't experienced much or suffered any setbacks. Therefore, this time, he was used by others and made such a mistake due to his carelessness. I, Qin Shao, have to bear half of this responsibility. If he hadn't been used by others and had killed Xia Laming on his own accord, then I wouldn't have protected him. However, he was used by others. It was an unintentional act. He didn't know that thing would kill Xia Laming. He didn't have the intention to kill. It was an unintentional mistake. He is guilty, but I don't think he has to die. Therefore, I have to protect his life. This is my attitude as a big brother. It is my responsibility and responsibility. The 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan can punish him however they want, as long as they don't take his life. I will pay any price. I will do my best to do it. My brother and I will bear the responsibility for this mistake. We will do our best to make up for it. Even so, you still can't save my brother's life. The god of Ing Long World fell silent. After a long period of silence, World God Rain Dragon shook his head and let out a melancholic sigh. Forget it, forget it. All of you have a point. Everyone has their own point of view. None of you can say that you are wrong. However, there must be a solution to this matter. It can't just end like this. The 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan won't agree. I won't agree either. I won't allow a student of the Sacred Academy to act so recklessly. Otherwise, the Sacred Academy's unparalleled prestige will be destroyed. Although you are the number 1 disciple of the Sacred Academy, I will still be very strict with you. Since you've put it this way, I can agree with you to do as you wish. I know that I can't change your way of thinking. However, if you want to do this, you must think of a way to deal with the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan. Their anger won't be quelled so easily. Hearing the words of the god of Ing Long World, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly rejoiced. In this way, the god of Ing Long World will not forcibly interfere in this matter, which is naturally a good thing for Qin Shao. If the god of Ing Long World had to hand over Qin Yi, then Qin Shao really didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the god of Ing Long World did not do this, but supported his own approach in disguise. Qin Zhao's heart was also grateful to the god of Ing Long World. Thank you, Mr. President. Please rest assured. You know what I am like, Qin Shao. I will definitely find a way to deal with this matter. I will definitely give an explanation to the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan. I know that this matter will affect the reputation of the Sacred Academy, and it will also affect my reputation. I don't care about these things. Let others say whatever they want. I don't care. I apologize in advance for the impact on the reputation of the Sacred Academy. This is my fault, Qin Shao. I, Qin Shao, will try my best to make up for this sin in the future. The god of Ing Long World nodded slightly and waved to Qin Shao. Well, you can go and deal with it yourself. I can temporarily delay for you for a while. It's best for you to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, what will happen later, that old man is not easy to say. If you don't deal with this matter well, then the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan will not intervene in what they want to do to you. You have to deal with everything by yourself. Qin Shao nodded heavily and said, Well, I know, Mr. President. I know what to do. Well, you can go. The god of Ing Long World waved his hand and said nothing more. Qin Shao did not stay long and retreated. Before Qin Shao came, he expected the god of Ing Long World to find him. At first he was really worried. Fortunately, the final result was good. Qin Shao was relieved. The god of Ing Long World did not want to do anything to him. It was a blessing. However, the problem in front of him was still very, very big. It was definitely a very difficult and troublesome thing to solve. But there is no way. No matter how difficult it is, he has to solve it. Right and wrong? Who can argue? What about the judgment of the world? I Qin Shao don't care. Right and wrong only lie in your own heart. If you think it's right, then do it without hesitation. Qin Shao was so determined to save Qin Yi, not only to bear his own responsibility, but also because if Qin Yi's avatar is killed, I'm afraid that Qin Yi's road of cultivation will be blocked in the future. Of course, it is still possible to cultivate to the level of the world god, but I'm afraid it's impossible to go further. Qin Yi cultivated his avatar. If his avatar is killed, although there is no avatar, his soul will be cut when he cultivated his avatar. If he can't merge his avatar when he breaks through to the Holy Realm, it will be more difficult to break through to the World God Realm in the future, and the difficulty will increase by more than 10 times. Even if they were lucky enough to break through this layer, it would be impossible for them to advance any further. Qin Zhao's ambition is still very big and far, not just the World God Realm. Chapter 28-21. Qin Shao didn't stay in the Sacred Academy for long. Soon, he took Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue to Langya Heaven. Fortunately, the journey was very peaceful, and they didn't encounter any obstacles, so Qin Shao arrived at Langya Heaven smoothly. This was the first time Qin Shao took the initiative to come to Langya Heaven. Originally, Qin Shao wouldn't return to Langya Heaven so easily if there was no such thing. As soon as Qin Shao returned to Langya Heaven, he was very popular, and Qin Shao felt the warmth of home. Although Qin Shao did not spend much time in Langya Heaven, everyone was very receptive to this young martial uncle master. They were very kind and warm to him. This kind of feeling could only be felt by Qin Shao when he returned to the Hongmeng universe. But in the Hongmeng universe, everyone would be so kind and warm to him, mostly because they were in awe of him. The words of Langya Heaven were different. They were really warm, and they really regarded Qin Shao as a family. Qin Shao went straight to the place where his fourth brother, Bai Shaoxing, practiced. Bai Shaoxing was busy there. "Fourth brother!" Qin Shao shouted. When Bai Shaoxing saw Qin Shao coming, he was also quite surprised. "Oh, sixth brother, you are willing to return to Langya Heaven. Why, did you run back to hide?" Bai Shaoxing looked at Qin Shao and Baby Mo for a while, and continued, "Well, you've been out for millions of years, and your harvest is quite big. Not only did you break through to the second step of the Ancient Saint Realm, but you also took in a spiritual beast of the third step of the Ancient Saint Realm, and it's a divine beast. Not bad, not bad, your fourth brother is envious of you. Does the fourth brother need to envy me?" Qin Shao smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that he was joking. Seeing that he brought Qin Yi over, the fourth brother naturally guessed what was going on. "Fourth brother, don't make fun of me, you'd better find a way to help me. There had to be an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, my brother can forget about leaving Langya Heaven," said Qin Shao. Bai Shaoxing nodded, and a serious look appeared on his face. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "Well, what I can do for you is to investigate the situation as much as possible. But I can't help you with the specifics of how to solve it. It's not convenient for us from Langya Heaven to intervene in this matter. After all, it's your brother's fault. Since you've made a mistake, you'll have to make up for it yourselves. You'll have to solve it and get the forgiveness of the 9 Provinces Academy and the Xia clan. If they don't understand, we won't force them. So, you can worry about this matter by yourself. I won't accompany you in worrying about it." Qin Shao nodded, pursed her lips and said, "Yes, fourth brother, I know. I understand. I will handle this matter well, and will not tarnish Langya Heaven's reputation." For the sake of safety, I'll leave Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue in Langya Heaven. In the future, I hope fourth brother can take care of me. I'll thank you in advance. Bai Shaosheng snorted, glared at Qin Shao, and said, I'll agree if you thank me first. You're really not polite at all. Haha, why do I need to be polite to you, fourth brother? If you're polite, then I won't call you fourth brother. Qin Shao said with a smile. Bai Shaosheng smiled and said, That's enough. Don't worry and go do what you need to do. What are you worried about in Langya Heaven? With the words of his fourth brother, Qin Shao was relieved. They chatted here for a while and asked about the situation. For the time being, Bai Shaosheng didn't find out much. What was certain was that the Bloodbath Alliance hidden in the Immortal Realm was involved. As for whether it had anything to do with the Heaven's Pride, Bai Shaosheng hadn't found out yet. He couldn't be sure, nor could he rule it out. Judging from these three things, it was very targeted, especially in the case of Qin Yi. The person who used Qin Yi must be familiar with Qin Shao. Therefore, there must be someone else involved in this. Qin Shao was certainly not familiar with the people of the Bloodbath Alliance. Those who could know Qin Shao so well must be people around Qin Shao, at least people who have dealt with Qin Shao a lot. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao had always suspected the involvement of the Heaven's Pride. Even Bai Shaosheng couldn't find anything for the time being. It could be seen that the operation this time was flawless. There were no clues left behind. Therefore, it would not be easy to find out the truth of this matter. At present, the biggest breakthrough was the Heaven's Pride. Therefore, Qin Shao also asked Bai Shaosheng to focus on finding the whereabouts of the Heaven's Pride. As long as he could find the Heaven's Pride, he could come to know whether he was involved or not. If the Heaven's Pride was involved, then everything would be easy to handle, and all the problems would be solved. Bai Shaosheng was still trying his best to investigate, and there was already a little clue. It shouldn't take long for the exact news to come out. He asked Qin Shao to wait patiently. Now there was no other way but to wait. There was no way to find the Heaven's Pride. Sixth brother, there is a sentence, I don't know if I should say it? Bai Shaosheng suddenly said meaningfully. Qin Shao could also think of what his fourth brother wanted to say, so he said, Fourth brother, it's okay to say it. Fourth brother is willing to say it, it must be for my good. Bai Shaosheng said with a serious face. Sixth brother, I know that you have been dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance, and the Bloodbath Alliance is involved in this matter. You will definitely fight against the Bloodbath Alliance to the end. I know about the grudges between you and the Bloodbath Alliance, and I can understand your feelings. I also know that you want to uphold justice in the world. But I still want to give you a piece of advice. If possible, it's better to avoid provoking the Bloodbath Alliance. At least, before you become a worldly god, don't provoke them. But in fact, even if you become a worldly god, I don't want you to provoke the Bloodbath Alliance. You should know a little about the Bloodbath Alliance's strength. But perhaps the Bloodbath Alliance is much stronger than you think. If you provoke too many of them, I'm afraid that the revenge you will attract will be more and more terrifying. It might even reach an unimaginable level. There are some things that you can try to look down on. There are some things that you want to do, but you should also consider the reality and think about the possible consequences. Qin Shao also expected that fourth senior brother wanted to advise him to do so, but Qin Shao didn't feel that he had any intention of doing so. Although fourth senior brother was a worldly god, the strength of the Bloodbath Alliance was indeed far from being something that a worldly god could provoke. From fourth senior brother's point of view, it was indeed for his own good that he said these words that made him uncomfortable. Qin Shao pursed his lips hard and said, Fourth senior brother, I understand your intentions. I know that I'm thinking about my own safety. But how should I put this? I've already made up my mind a long time ago. I've also told myself time and time again that I must do this. So no matter what, I will do this to the end. I know how difficult it will be, how dangerous it will be, and how long and difficult this path will be. I also know that many people around me will be implicated because of me. But I've made all the preparations. My hometown, Hongmeng Universe, is protected by the Holy Emperor Guardian Order. Qin Yi and Chong Mingyue are staying in Langya Heaven. I have nothing to worry about and can do everything I want to do. I don't want to be a great man. I've never felt that I'm great, let alone say that I'm a good person. But justice always needs someone to protect it, and the enmity between me and the Bloodbath Alliance hasn't been resolved yet. So, naturally, I can't stop. It's impossible for me not to be an enemy of the Bloodbath Alliance. What I want to protect is the justice and light in my own heart. I don't want to drift with the tide and be slowly swallowed by the darkness. Bai Shaoxing shook his head lightly and sighed softly. Well, I can't interfere with the path you want to take. You have your own choice. Although I agree with your choice in my heart, I'm just considering some circumstances, and I don't want you to do so. Maybe I'm old, or maybe I've been out of the world for so long, and my heart has long faded. Langya Heaven has always been out of the world, not involved in the affairs of the world, not involved in the disputes of the world. You, Qin Shao, are willing to stand up to protect this justice and fight against the darkness. This is a great thing that we don't have. Qin Shao shook his head, chuckled, and said, Maybe it's just because I'm still young, and I still have the vigor of a teenager, the arrogance and ignorance of a teenager. The so-called ignorant are fearless, so now I can do anything without fear. I don't have so much experience, and I can't see it so lightly. Many things are still very important to me. Anyway, it doesn't matter. As long as you follow your heart, you can do anything. Bai Shaoxing nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Everyone had their own path to walk. As long as they felt that it was right, they would continue to walk it. The advice of others could only be used as a reference, and there was no need to blindly listen to it. The good intentions of others didn't necessarily need to be accepted. Everyone's path was only clear to them, and no one else could really understand it. By the way, fourth brother, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Do you know about the Blood Hall and the Blood Masters? Qin Shao asked suddenly. This matter had been troubling Qin Shao for a long time. Even the book spirit couldn't answer this matter, and the information he gave was pitifully little, and basically useless. Bai Shaoxing shook his head slightly when he heard about the Blood Hall and the Blood Masters. He said, I don't know much about the Blood Hall and the Blood Masters. The Blood Hall is a relatively mysterious and powerful organization in the Bloodbath Alliance. It's mainly responsible for cultivating some loyal pawns for the Bloodbath Alliance to use for the Bloodbath Alliance. The people cultivated by the Blood Hall are called Blood Masters. The Blood Hall's requirements for cultivating Blood Masters are very, very harsh. If you want to become a Blood Master, you must be a 1 in a million existence. You have to go through many harsh tests before you can finally become a Blood Master step by step. Once you become a Blood Master, you will unconditionally obey the orders of the higher-ups of the Bloodbath Alliance and pledge your loyalty to the Bloodbath Alliance. Your mission will be accomplished. Once you give them an order, they won't stop until they die. They won't recognize their relatives and are just like ice-cold puppets. The Blood Master is considered one of the more mysterious and powerful weapons of the Bloodbath Alliance. Furthermore, the Blood Master is no different from an ordinary person. He doesn't have the aura of an ordinary member of the Bloodbath Alliance, so it's very difficult to determine whether a person is a Blood Master or not. This is also the strength of the Blood Master. The Blood Master can always catch people off guard and kill people invisibly. Chapter 28-22. Isn't the biggest role of the Blood Master to kill people? At first, it seemed a little strange, but after thinking about it, Qin Shao could understand what was going on. It was precisely because the cultivation of the Blood Master was too harsh and difficult that every Blood Master was extremely precious. If it was used to kill people, it would be too much of a waste. If it was only used to kill people, there was no need to do so at all. As long as they serve the Bloodbath Alliance, they can kill people for the Bloodbath Alliance. Why do they have to go through so much trouble? There must be other big uses for the Blood Master to be cultivated. Blood Masters will certainly not be used for ordinary small things. Where the Blood Hall was, Bai Shaoxing didn't know. This was the most important place of the Bloodbath Alliance. No one knew where it was. Except for a few high-level people, no one in the Bloodbath Alliance knew where the Blood Hall was. Knowing the situation of the Blood Hall, Qin Shao could only be helpless. It seems that there is no way to find Yao Shuilian for the time being. Let's not talk about it. He couldn't even find where the Blood Hall was. Even if he could find it, with his current strength, he would die if he went to the Blood Hall to save people. There was no possibility of saving people. This matter was truly too helpless. There were a lot of headaches. For the moment, it's better to solve Qin Yi's problem first. After chatting with Bai Shaoxing for a while, Qin Shao left and returned to his place of practice. In the entire Langya Heaven, I'm afraid that Qin Zhao's place of practice was incomparably deserted, and there was no one there. Qin Shao said to Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue, "You will stay here honestly in the future. You can walk around Langya Heaven at will, but you are not allowed to leave Langya Heaven, you know? Also, don't make trouble for me here, otherwise I won't be so easy to talk to next time. Here, you have to follow the rules here, and you have to get along with the people here. Cultivate well and strive to become stronger as soon as possible, so that you can leave Langya Heaven." After this experience, Qin Yi became more honest, so he didn't dare to refute anything at this time and nodded honestly. Chang Mingyue was fine, but she could only follow Qin Yi. After looking around, Chang Mingyue pouted and said weakly, "Uncle Qin Shao, your place is so cold, small and boring. Do we have to stay here in the future?" "Yes." Qin Shao glanced at Chang Mingyue and answered affirmatively. "Then when can we leave?" Chang Mingyue asked again. Qin Shao said, "Let's talk about it when you become saints. Once the matter is resolved and you become saints, I will consider letting you leave Langya Heaven. Until then, don't think about it anymore. Stay in Langya Heaven obediently unless you don't want to live anymore." Chang Mingyue immediately shook her head like a rattle drum and said quickly, "No, no, no, we will definitely die." "Then listen to your uncle and stay here obediently." "But it's actually okay, at least it's much better than in the Holy College." After settling the two, Qin Shao went to the central island. When he came back, he naturally had to pay a visit to his master. Soon Qin Shao saw Li Xing. Compared with other existences beyond the world god realm, Li Xing looked much more peaceful. If he didn't know his strength, he might think that he was very ordinary and didn't have much divine power. So the feeling he gave was very cordial. Or perhaps it was because he was his master. Anyway, in front of Li Xing, Qin Shao felt very relaxed, and he couldn't feel the difference between heaven and earth at all. "Master, this disciple has embarrassed you," Qin Shao said apologetically. After all, this matter was not small. It had caused a sensation in the entire 9 continents of China. Many people were talking about this matter. This matter naturally didn't have a good reputation for Qin Shao. Li Xing smiled indifferently, as if he didn't care, and said, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I won't interfere in your matters. From a public point of view, I won't support you in this matter, but of course, I won't oppose you either. From a private point of view, as long as it's a path you are determined to take, then I will support you to continue on and take this path well. It's a temporary gain and loss. In the eyes of others, right or wrong is nothing. The most important thing is that you believe that it's right or wrong. It's said that every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. A person who doesn't do anything for himself is a Buddhist cultivator. But after all, there are only a few Buddhist cultivators in the world. I also admire Shakyamuni Buddha, and I also admire those Buddhist cultivators, but I don't want to become a Buddhist cultivator, because I'm still a little selfish. Do things based on your heart. As long as you have a clear conscience, that's enough. Why do you have to care about what others think and think? Hearing his master's words, Qin Shao felt much more at ease. He was not surprised by this result, because he always believed that the path he took was not wrong, at least for himself. The right and wrong in the world are originally different people and different ideas. If you want to satisfy everyone, you can only sacrifice yourself fearlessly, which is something that only Buddhist cultivators can do. But obviously, Qin Shao was not a Buddhist cultivator. After listening to his master's words, Qin Shao was more determined to do what he thought. As long as he felt that it was right, and he felt that he had a clear conscience, then he would do it. He only needed to be responsible for himself, and he didn't need to care about other people's opinions. Master, I want to let Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue stay in Langya Heaven for the time being, Qin Shao said again. Li Xing nodded slightly and said, Well, it doesn't matter. They are all your close relatives. Langya Heaven will accept them. You can arrange this small matter by yourself. You don't need to tell me in the future. What do you need? You can arrange it yourself. You can find the corresponding person in charge of Langya Heaven. Everyone in Langya Heaven recognizes your identity. Just do it boldly. Go. Qin Shao nodded immediately, saluted Li Xing, and left. After coming out of Li Xing's place, Qin Zhao's mood couldn't help but improve a lot and relax a lot. As soon as he returned to the place where he practiced, Qin Shao found that there were guests coming. Not only did a guest come, but the guest also practiced Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue. Both of them were trapped in a pattern. Fifth brother. Seeing all this, Qin Shao laughed. This uninvited guest is none other than young Master Feng Yi. Young Master Feng Yi looked a little leisurely. While drinking there, he looked at Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue, who were trapped by him, with interest. Both of them were trying hard to break free, but it was obviously not so easy. Looking at the two struggling hard, young Master Feng Yi was very happy. Seeing Qin Shao come back, Chang Mingyue immediately asked for help. Uncle Qin Shao, you have to make a decision for us. This person bullied us as soon as he came. It's too much. Hurry up and let him let us out. It's so uncomfortable to stay here. Hearing Chang Mingyue's cry for help, young Master Feng Yi laughed and joked. Little girl, your uncle doesn't have the ability to let you out. If I don't let you go, you can't get out. No, you're lying. I won't be fooled by you. I don't believe your nonsense. My uncle is very, very experienced. How can this little pattern be difficult for my uncle? My uncle is Li Sheng's direct disciple. His status is very high in Langya Heaven. You must know. So, you'd better let us go quickly. Otherwise, if my uncle gets angry, you'll suffer. Chang Mingyue didn't believe it. Her words made young Master Feng Yi even more amused. Young Master Feng Yi laughed and said to Qin Shao jokingly, Sixth brother, your niece is good. Why don't you satisfy her? Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He said to Chang Mingyue, You stupid girl. At this time, you don't know how to be smart and clever. My senior brother Feng Yi personally taught you too. You don't know how to cherish the opportunity. Such an opportunity, others can't even dream of it. It's best that you all earnestly decipher that spell. Else, I will not plead for leniency on your behalf and release you all. If you can't pass this little test, then I'll despise you. Well, you can take your time to crack it. After that, Qin Shao said to young Master Feng Yi, Fifth brother, let's go over there and drink. Let's go. Young Master Feng Yi nodded. Before leaving, he looked back at Chang Mingwei and Qin Yi and said to them, "Come on, I'm optimistic about you." Chang Mingwei made a face at young Master Feng Yi. She wanted to cry but had no tears. She wanted Qin Zhao's uncle to come forward. She didn't expect that Qin Zhao's uncle was that person's junior brother. Now there was no chance. They found a pavilion and sat down. "Sixth brother, you're good. You've only left Langya Heaven for less than 10 million years, and you've already broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. The speed at which you raise your cultivation base is indeed a little too shocking. What's wrong? Looking at you these years, you've gained a lot in the great wide world. It seems that you've been in the limelight a lot." Young Master Feng Yi said. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's a long story. I've indeed encountered a lot of troublesome things in these years, and a few of them haven't been solved yet. But it's also a blessing in disguise. In addition to trouble, there are also a few good opportunities. That's why I can break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm so quickly. Not only that, but I've also become a destiny cultivator." Young Master Feng Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Destiny cultivator? You're really good. You've even become a destiny cultivator. It's only been a few million years. You've broken through a level and become a destiny cultivator. Yes, you're worthy of being my sixth brother. You're a monster. Our Langya Heaven has finally produced a heaven-defying genius. Ha ha ha, this is the pride of our Langya Heaven." "Pride?" Qin Shao helplessly shook his head. "But this time, I'm afraid it's not very glorious." Young Master Feng Yi smacked his lips. "I've heard about this matter. How should I put it? Fifth brother won't comment too much. No matter what, fifth brother will definitely support you. If there's anything you need, just tell me. Fifth brother won't care about them. If 9 Provinces Academy or Summer Clan wants to bully you, fifth brother will definitely not allow it. I'll definitely stand on the same side as you. Of course, fifth brother also hopes that you'll be able to solve this matter yourself." Qin Zhao's heart was moved by young Master Feng Yi's words. Fourth brother advised him not to provoke the Bloodbath Alliance, but fifth brother said that he would definitely stand on his side. "Thank you, fifth brother. I won't be polite with you." Qin Shao smiled. Young Master Feng Yi thumped Qin Zhao's chest. "What's there to be polite about? Author Cruel Death third update, begging for flowers." Chapter 28-23. With young Master Feng Yi with his fifth brother, Qin Shao will not be polite. There is no need to be polite, after all, they are a family. Being able to get the full support of his fifth brother, Qin Zhao's heart is also warm. Moreover, when the fifth brother came, he gave some pointers to Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei, which is also a gift. "Don't worry, you can leave these 2 little guys in Langya Heaven. Here is their home, and we will take care of them. Their talent and potential are both very good. They are 2 talents that can be molded. There's also that little girl. She's weird and a little smart. She's quite cute. Don't worry, the fifth brother will train her well for you." Young Master Feng Yi said again, and Qin Shao was even more relieved. Qin Shao was not worried that no one in Langya Heaven would take care of them, but he was more worried that the 2 of them would cause trouble in Langya Heaven. However, he believed that after this great calamity, Qin Yi should have grown up and matured a lot, and he should not do such a stupid thing again. If he hasn't made any progress, then Qin Shao will be really disappointed. But Qin Shao was still very confident in Qin Yi. The matter of killing Xia Laming was just a momentary mistake. Making mistakes will make it easier to grow up. Qin Shao still has this confidence. Qin Yi and Chang Mingwei did not disappoint young Master Feng Yi. Soon, they came out of the formation, and young Master Feng Yi also praised them generously. Next, young Master Feng Yi took Qin Shao and Qin Yi to get familiar with Langya Heaven. It was also a smooth way for other people in Langya Heaven to get to know the two of them, so as not to make any misunderstandings in the future. Moreover, he took Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue to some good places for cultivation in Langya Heaven. Qin Shao didn't plan to stay in Langya Heaven for a long time. After arranging Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue, he was ready to leave. With young Master Feng Yi personally guiding them, they naturally got used to it very quickly. The people of Langya Heaven were very enthusiastic. In addition, Qin Zhao's status in Langya Heaven was very high, so he was respected and admired by everyone. Therefore, everyone was very enthusiastic and polite to Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue. Therefore, the two of them quickly blended into the good atmosphere of Langya Heaven. Qin Yi also quickly cheered up. The important thing is not to blame himself all the time, but to learn from this incident, to know that he is wrong, to let himself grow up and mature. Qin Shao was also about to leave. After he left, Bai Shaoxing came looking for him. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat when she saw her fourth brother. She immediately cheered up. It seemed that there was good news. Bai Shaoxing seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts. He said, "Don't be so happy. There is good news. But it's not about the Heaven's Pride experts. It's about something else." Not about the heavenly talents? Something else? What else is there? For a moment, Qin Shao was a little puzzled. Bai Shaoxing continued, "Don't you have a person from your hometown who is taken to the heavenly court? I've been paying attention to this situation over the years. I've heard some information before. If the news is correct, your hometown person should be imprisoned in Shura World. Shura World is divided into 3 levels of heavenly prison. Fortunately, your hometown person is imprisoned in the lightest level of heavenly prison. In general, it's not particularly difficult to save people. As long as there is a good opportunity and the right method, it's possible to save people without paying too much. If it's a person who is imprisoned in the 2nd or even the 3rd level of heavenly prison, it's more troublesome. Especially the people in the 3rd level of heavenly prison. If you want to save them, you basically need the approval of the Heavenly Emperor himself. It's naturally very difficult to get the approval of the Heavenly Emperor to let people go. And the 1st level of heavenly prison, fortunately, is not so complicated. You only need to deal with one of the 3 great gods guarding Shura World. It sounded like a piece of good news that would be gratifying. Qin Shao had always kept the matter of Big Brother Heavenly Court in mind. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to save Big Brother Heavenly Court. But there had been no definite news. Qin Shao wanted to save Big Brother Heavenly Court, but it was a relatively difficult thing. The Heavenly Realm was not a place where people could go as they pleased. Qin Zhao's current strength was still very weak. Naturally, he didn't dare to rashly go to the Heavenly Realm. Therefore, Qin Shao had always kept this matter in his heart. When he had the ability in the future, he would think of a way to save Big Brother Heavenly Court. Now that he heard Fourth Brother's words, it seemed that there was a way. Qin Shao frowned, thought for a while, and said, "Fourth Brother, the 3 great gods guarding Shura World should all be in the World God Realm, right? I'm afraid it's not so easy for me to deal with them, right? Does Fourth Brother think that they are one of them? Fourth Brother, do you have a way?" "No, no, no." Bai Shaoxing immediately shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "How can I do that? I don't know the 3 great gods guarding Shura World. I don't have any contact with people from the Heavenly Realm. People from the Heavenly Realm like to be independent. They rarely leave the Heavenly Realm and rarely come to Huaxia in the 9 continents. Therefore, very few people know people from the Heavenly Realm. Although your Fourth Brother is experienced and knowledgeable, I'm indeed a little ashamed in this aspect." Qin Shao thought that Fourth Brother would have a way. It seemed that he was happy for nothing. But since fourth brother came to talk to him about this matter, it couldn't be just a piece of news, right? He should have some connections, right? So, Qin Shao continued to ask, "Fourth brother, I think you should stop talking in riddles. If you have any good ideas, just tell me." Bai Shaoxing glared at Qin Shao and said, "You're so smart. I can't hide anything from you. Come on, it's like this. I just received news that the adopted son of world god Azura, the leader of the three great gods guarding Shura world, Echui, has left the heavenly realm and is at the border of Huaxia in the 9 continents, not far from Langya heaven. So, this is a great opportunity for you. If you can get Echui to speak to world god Azura on your behalf, it'll be a piece of cake for world god Azura to release a person from the first-level celestial prison. In fact, Echui might even have the power to release a person. Echui's status in Azura world is also very high. He assists the three great gods in supporting Azura world and suppressing evil. He's an extremely dangerous person. Speaking of which, he's also an extremely powerful fourth-step Empyrean saint. In terms of personality, he seems to be a little reclusive. But as a person, he should be open and aboveboard. He's a righteous person. The heavenly court has always been a pure land in the world and a righteous person. Therefore, the big shots in the heavenly court are all open and aboveboard. But as a person, he might not be easy to talk to. It's not an easy thing to get close to him. It'll be even more difficult to get him to release the people from your hometown. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "No matter how difficult it is, it's still a way. Having a way is better than having no way at all, right? Since there's such an opportunity, I naturally won't let it go. I'll definitely give it a try. No matter how difficult it is to get along with someone, as long as he's not evil, I think it's possible to get close to him." "Fourth brother, where is he now? I'll go and meet him." Bai Shaoxing took out a map and drew a circle on it, saying, "The latest news I received is that he's in this area. But by the time you get there, he might have already left. For now, I'm not sure if his goal is to enter Huaxia in the 9 continents. For now, he's in this border area. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose." Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Okay, then fourth brother, fifth brother, I'll take my leave first. I'll leave the matters here to you." Qin Shao quickly left Langya heaven and headed toward that area. There was a large uninhabited area at the border between the mortal realm and the heaven realm. It didn't belong to either the heaven realm or the mortal realm. It was like a forbidden area. Qin Shao arrived at that area as fast as he could, but unfortunately, after searching the area for a while, he didn't find Aki's figure. This made Qin Shao feel a little helpless. Where could he have gone? Qin Shao continued to expand the area to search, but he still didn't find anything. He still couldn't find any trace of Aki. Could this person have returned to the heaven realm? No, that couldn't be. Qin Shao shook his head and thought to himself that it should be very rare for people from the heaven realm to come out. Since he came out, there was no reason for him to return to the heaven realm so quickly. Since he came out, he should have stayed outside for a while. In other words, Aki left the heaven realm because of something. If there was something, then it was even more impossible for him to return to the heaven realm so easily. Therefore, the most likely possibility was that he was still outside. He continued to search. Qin Shao continued to search, spreading out his divine sense to search with all his strength. In this way, he searched for a full 100 years, but still didn't find anything. Basically, more than half of this uninhabited area had been searched. Could it be that he went to the 9 continents Huaxia? Qin Shao couldn't help but think of another possibility. There should still be this possibility, right? If he didn't go to the 9 continents Huaxia, then he must have returned to the heaven realm. In comparison, Qin Shao was naturally more willing to go to the 9 continents Huaxia. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and directly searched in the direction of the 9 continents Huaxia. And just when Qin Shao reached the border of the 9 continents Huaxia's territory, another message came from Bai Shaoxing. Jiangling, Lucky Border City, go quickly. After receiving the message from fourth brother, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately went to Lucky Border City. The place where he was at just happened to be not far from Lucky Border City, so it was quite fast to get there. Lucky Border City was located in the border area of Jiangling. It was just a small border city and didn't have much fame. The Jiang clan was one of the 8 great ancient clans. In the primordial era, it was extremely glorious and had flourished for an era. It was just that now it was a little bit declining, and it didn't live up to the glory of the ancient times. But a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Jiang clan must be one of the 8 ancient surnames, so no one dared to underestimate its powerful background. Although it was located in the border area, it was also a dragon that could guard the border area. Lucky Border City didn't belong to any big force. It was a city formed by a group of idle cultivators in the border area. After accumulating for a long time, it gradually grew to some size. Now, Lucky Border City could be considered to be somewhat prosperous. However, this borderland was also a hodgepodge, so in Lucky Border City, there would also be different cultural styles. Author Qinshang said, "Fourth update, more flowers can be added." Chapter 28-24. What was quite rare was that Lucky Border City was not chaotic. Clearly, the city was a little chaotic and did not have a very good plan. Moreover, Lucky Border City did not form a unified management. There was no binding force there, so naturally there were no rules there. However, there were not many powerhouses in this small border city. Most of them were cultivators below the 3rd step heavenly venerate realm. There were cultivators from all sides, and there were life forms of all races. It was a bit like the Free City, which was also a place where life forms of many races gathered. Of course, there was still a big difference between Lucky Border City and Free City. In a restaurant, in a private room, a tall and mighty man was leisurely sitting there drinking wine, looking very handsome and confident. His expression was relaxed, and his body exuded an indescribable aura. It was very manly. A servant girl with a voluptuous figure was standing there, pouring wine for this man. She had an earnest smile on her face, and her clothes were quite revealing. The places that should be exposed were exposed, and the places that should not be exposed were also half covered. It was a kind of beauty that was faintly discernible. However, this tall and mighty man clearly had no interest in this servant girl. He did not even look at her. From time to time, the servant girl would intentionally or unintentionally expose some things that should not be exposed to the man. However, it still did not have any effect. However, although it did not work, the man did not say anything. He just drank his wine leisurely while watching a group of beautiful women dancing in the hall downstairs. Those dancers had even less cloth on their bodies. Basically, it could only cover some of the important parts. Then, they danced with silk and satin, looking very beautiful. "Young master, since you are so refined, why don't you take young master to a bigger private room and call a group of beautiful ladies to dance for young master alone?" When the maid saw that this man was a little reluctant to eat oil, salt, and sauces, she couldn't help but take a step back and ask a question. However, the man did not seem very interested. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he said, "Next time, there is a guest." "Guest?" The servant girl was stunned. Where was the guest? Why didn't she see anyone? The man didn't pay attention to the maid. As he admired the dancers, he drank a little wine. He sighed in his heart. The women in the human world are much more interesting than those in the heaven realm. Especially those women in the Azura world, all of them are evil women, I can't bear to see them. The ordinary women of the mortal world are all full of life, full of beauty and many talents. That's the key. They're all very gentle and obedient. They're easy to train. That's what makes it interesting. Unlike those women in the Azura world, all of them are very evil and difficult to teach. Just looking at it makes me lose my appetite, let alone eating it. The women of the mortal realm, huh? Just looking at them makes me want to eat. After sighing with emotion for a while, a figure arrived as scheduled. The maid was still mumbling in confusion, but when she saw that someone had really come, she tactfully retreated. The person who had come was naturally none other than Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at the man, and the man's gaze slowly fell on Qin Shao. After sizing him up, he casually asked, "What is it? Is there something you need from me? We don't know each other, right? Then we should go our separate ways. I don't think there's a need for us to know each other, right?" Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Holy Sage Aki, why do you have to be so unapproachable? It's indeed a bit rude of me to come and disturb you. Truth be told, I have indeed come here with the intention of finding you. I have come here with a special purpose. Let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Shao of the Sacred Academy." Holy Sage Aki was clearly slightly surprised to hear Qin Shao call out his Taoist name. He gave Qin Shao a deep look. "Qin Shao." Holy Sage Aki muttered Qin Shao's name and chuckled softly. "Sacred Academy Qin Shao. That's a rather famous name. It's so famous that even I've heard of you. You really are famous in the immortal realm. But why don't you say that you're Qin Shao, Sage Li's direct disciple? Isn't that a more famous name? Isn't it a little too low-key to just introduce yourself as Qin Shao of the Sacred Academy? I seem to have heard that you're also known as the #1 genius of the immortal realm. Both of those titles are much more famous than Qin Shao of the Sacred Academy." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "That's just a false reputation. There's no need to talk about it. If I talk about it too often, it'll be far too fake. With my measly strength, I naturally wouldn't dare to mention my master's name when I travel outside. Wouldn't I be embarrassing my master if I were to use his name? As for being the #1 genius of the immortal realm, that's just a joke made by some people who think too highly of me, Qin Shao. I've never taken it seriously." Holy Sage Aki smiled meaningfully. He looked at Qin Shao and asked, "Have you really never taken it seriously? What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. There's no point in lying like that," said Qin Shao. Holy Sage Aki did not ask any further. He did not pursue the matter. He did not ask Qin Shao why he came, nor did he invite Qin Shao to sit down and drink. Instead, he just drank his own wine, as if he did not welcome Qin Shao, this uninvited guest. While drinking, Holy Sage Aki looked at the beautiful dancers outside and chuckled. He said to Qin Shao, "What do you think of these women?" Qin Shao was slightly taken aback by Holy Sage Aki's question. He looked at the dancers. Lucky Border City was just a small border city. What kind of decent goods could there be here? The quality would definitely not be that high. Therefore, Qin Shao glanced at it. It was indeed a rather ordinary item. Although Qin Shao did not go to places like restaurants often, he had been there a few times, right? In comparison, the quality, beauty, and temperament were much better than these. However, Holy Sage Aki looked at them with great interest. Qin Shao was speechless, but he said honestly, "To be honest, they're not very good. If Holy Sage Aki is interested in going to some big restaurants or brothels in big cities, you'll know." "Oh, you also like to go to brothels?" Holy Sage Aki looked at Qin Shao with some interest and asked. Qin Shao's face immediately turned red. What the hell? Qin Shao did not like brothels at all. Also, what did he mean by also? Holy Sage Aki liked to go there, but it did not mean that he liked it too. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I don't like it and I never go there. Then why do you look like you know it? Have you never been there before? Why do I feel like you have experience? Holy Sage Aki looked at Qin Shao as if he wanted to see through Qin Shao and see if Qin Shao was lying. Qin Shao was very speechless. That didn't sound right. Why did they talk about something as embarrassing as brothels? Qin Shao immediately changed the topic after casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. He said, Holy Sovereign Aki, to tell you the truth, I've come to you this time because I need something from you. However, before Qin Shao could finish, Holy Sage Aki interrupted Qin Shao impatiently with a wave of his hand. I've finally come out for some fresh air and some time to relax. Why are there still so many things that come knocking on my door? What did I say earlier? Oh right, we don't seem to know each other, right? Do you think it's appropriate for you to say something like, one doesn't come to see you for no reason, to someone you don't know? Aren't you embarrassed to say that? I don't want to hear it either, so it doesn't affect my good mood. That's why I think it's best if you don't say anything about this matter. Otherwise, I won't even be in the mood to talk to you. If you don't want to talk about anything and just come here to ask for a drink, then I won't. If you're here to ask me for a drink, then I'll agree to it. As for the rest, don't say anything else. Qin Shao had no choice but to smile bitterly when he was rejected so decisively by Holy Sovereign Aki. It seemed like he didn't even have a chance to speak. What should he do? What should he do? It was indeed very difficult to ask Holy Sage Aki for help. Now, he didn't even have a chance to speak, so Qin Shao didn't know how to deal with it. If he continued, it would clearly not work. He would only anger Holy Sage Aki-wan, and Holy Sage Aki-wan wouldn't give him any chance at all. The current situation wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either. At the very least, Holy Sage Aki didn't want him to talk about business. He didn't intend to chase him away, nor did he intend to leave. In other words, Holy Sage Aki-wan was still giving him a chance. But how much of a chance there was, he would have to fight for it himself. No matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Since he couldn't do it directly, he could only do it indirectly. He would first get to know Holy Sage Aki better, and then find an opportunity to mention this matter in the future. However, after thinking about it from another perspective, Qin Shao felt a little relieved. He also felt that it was indeed very bad of him to be so abrupt. Qin Shao was a complete stranger, yet he wanted to help her right from the start. Furthermore, it was such a big favor. It was normal for Holy Sovereign Echui to not want to let Qin Shao finish her words. In fact, this was a very smart move. He cut off the source directly, so Qin Shao didn't even have a chance to speak. Holy Sage Aki didn't even have to think about how to reject him. All of a sudden, he felt much more relaxed. After thinking this through, Qin Shao was completely relieved. He smiled and took out some of the good wine he had on him. I'm sorry, Holy Sage Aki. I don't really like drinking, so I rarely collect wine. I don't have any good wine with me. I only have this little bit of fruit wine from my hometown. It can only be considered a local specialty. It can't be considered a good wine. Holy Sage Aki didn't stand on ceremony. He took a jug and drank it. After taking a sip, Holy Sage Aki's expression changed. He took another big gulp and drank the entire jug of fruit wine in one go. Seeing Holy Sage Aki's expression, it seemed that he liked drinking this fruit wine. It seemed like a good start. Not bad, not bad. This fruit wine is quite special. Although it can't be considered a good wine, the taste is very special. I've drunk a lot of wine. I've drunk all kinds of wine. Bejeweled nectar is just so. If I drink too much, my mouth will always feel bland. No matter how I drink it, it will always taste the same. This fruit wine is very special. Although it's very ordinary, the taste is still not bad. Interesting. Drinking this ordinary fruit wine actually makes me feel that it's more delicious than bejeweled nectar. This is very interesting. Holy Sage Aki took another jug of fruit wine and said as he drank. Chapter 28-25. Do you like to play with women? Holy Sage Empress Kuei suddenly asked after drinking for a while. This question made Qin Shao spit out a mouthful of wine and look a little embarrassed. This question really made Qin Shao feel very awkward. How should he answer this question? If he said he didn't like women, would Holy Sage Empress Kuei doubt his sexual orientation? If he said he liked women, wouldn't that make him seem too dissolute? Moreover, Qin Shao really didn't like women. It wasn't that he didn't like them, but he just wanted to see if they were the right person. If it was Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao was naturally willing. If it was anyone else, Qin Shao didn't like them either. The matter between a man and a woman was the nature of life. It was one of the most wonderful things in the world. Although Qin Shao hadn't experienced it, he believed in it. Haha, what's wrong? Look at how shy you are. Your face is a little red. You don't have to go that far, do you? Seeing Qin Zhao's awkward appearance, Sacred Sovereign Yi Qi immediately laughed and teased him. After looking at Qin Shao for a while, he said, I say, don't tell me you're still a virgin right now? Don't tell me you've never tasted a woman before? Cough, Qin Shao felt even more embarrassed. Why did men always like to talk about such things? So what if he was a virgin? Ha ha ha! Holy Sage Empress Kuei laughed even more happily and continued, this is really interesting. You've lived for 60 million years, right? He's lived for quite some time, and he's a second-step Empyrean saint as well. Regardless of strength, looks, manliness, or status, you're all very good. And you're a pretty good person. You're very good in all aspects. There shouldn't be no girls who like you. You're really good at keeping your chastity. TSK. This is a great loss and a great regret in your life. Before you experience it, you'll think it's very mysterious and wonderful. After you experience it, you will still feel that it is very mysterious, very wonderful, and you will not be able to stop. Life is long, and the path of cultivation is tough and arduous. The slow and long path is also a very boring path. So, when it's time to enjoy yourself, you should enjoy yourself. Drink what you have to drink, eat what you have to eat, and play what you have to play. Eating, drinking, and playing sounds very vulgar, but the most vulgar things are the things that can bring the most happiness and enjoyment. If you only focus on cultivation, you'll end up like you now. You'll miss out on many beautiful things. While you're still young, you should enjoy more. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll become indifferent to everything in the future and lose that passion. Qin Shao shook her head in response to Holy Sovereign Eccentric's teaching. She smiled and said, everyone has their own ambitions. There's no such thing as missing out. If it's something I've missed out on, then I'll think it's something I shouldn't have. If it's something I deserve, then I won't miss it. There are many beautiful things in life. You don't have to indulge in eating, drinking, and playing. Although cultivation is tough, it's also fun. When it comes to matters between men and women, if there's love, then success will naturally follow. There's no need to be too deliberate about it. I don't like matters between men and women without love, and I won't object to others liking them either. I know that this is very normal. I just don't like it. Ha ha ha. Holy Sovereign Eccentric laughed heartily again. Interesting. You really are an interesting person. You're very right. Everyone has their own ambitions. I can't help but force you. Love, do you understand now? Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. For a moment, she felt like she had been stumped. Love and affection, do you understand? In Qin Zhao's mind, a few figures involuntarily flashed past. The first was Gu Lingyue, the woman he loved, the woman he wanted to marry, the woman he couldn't let go of the most in his heart. The second was Yao Xuelian. How should he describe this woman? Qin Xiao couldn't describe what he felt. Was it love? It didn't seem like they had reached that step yet. They hadn't reached the level he felt for Gu Lingyue. Were they friends? But he felt that they were a little higher and deeper than friends. Therefore, Qin Xiao couldn't describe exactly how he felt about Yao Xuelian. To use an inappropriate analogy, if there was no Gu Lingyue, Qin Xiao would definitely accept Yao Xuelian. The third one to appear was actually Fu Yunyi, not Princess Xiaoyu. How should he describe it? Qin Xiao still couldn't develop feelings for Princess Xiaoyu. He could only treat her as an elder sister. Princess Xiaoyu also felt relieved. She also treated Qin Xiao as her younger brother, as her family. She treated him as a family member who was as important as Xiao Dao in her life. As for Fu Yunyi, Qin Xiao still couldn't describe his feelings for her. At first, he didn't get along well with Fu Yunyi and had some conflicts with her. But later, he felt relieved. Moreover, Fu Yunyi saved him and helped him several times, which made Qin Xiao feel very grateful. So, what was love? Qin Xiao shook his head. He couldn't explain it clearly. He didn't know whether he had really figured it out or not. He also didn't know what love was. Holy Sage Empress took a sip of wine and looked up at the sky. There was a strange sense of vicissitudes on her face. Alas, what is love? It makes people devote themselves to it. I have countless women, but only one can really move my heart. But I can't get her. It's really a kind of pain. So, love is a deadly thing. It's poison and pain. It's something that shouldn't be touched. If it's just to play with women, it's so cool and carefree. You can do whatever you want. You can even change your taste every day. But if it really rises to the level of love, then it's terrible. You can only be loyal to her. You have to please her everywhere. If you can get a little response from her, you can be happy for half a day. The worst thing is that the more you can't get something, the more you want to get it. You're passionate to her, but she's cold to you. It's so painful, so painful. Seeing Holy Sovereign eccentric like this and hearing his sigh, Qin Xiao was a little curious. What had happened to Holy Sovereign Ika? What kind of woman had hurt him to this extent? There must be a story. There must be a story behind it. However, Qin Xiao didn't quite agree with Holy Sovereign Disaster Chi's words. It was naturally a painful thing to pursue something that couldn't be obtained. Therefore, love should not be a matter of one party, but of both parties. If both parties were in love with each other, then this kind of love would be beautiful. Love was supposed to be a beautiful thing. At this moment, a figure suddenly attracted Qin Zhao's attention. A woman in red appeared in a private room opposite him and sat down. She was dressed in red and looked exceptionally beautiful and eye-catching. His slender face was covered with frost, appearing extremely cold and aloof, as if he was 1,000 miles away from others. It was so cold that it was frightening. However, she was indeed very beautiful and had a very charming temperament. She was like a queen, making people not dare to get close to her. Where did this woman come from? Although Qin Xiao could not sense the other party's cultivation base, he could tell that the other party was at least a third-step Empyrean saint. Seeing Holy Sovereign Ika's current expression, Qin Xiao knew that this woman in red was the woman he said he couldn't get, the woman who made him so miserable and emotional. To be able to reject Holy Sovereign Ika like this, her strength shouldn't be much weaker than Holy Sovereign Ika. It was very likely that she was also a fourth-step ancient saint. Qin Xiao finally understood why Holy Sovereign Ika had been sitting here drinking all this time. It turned out that he was waiting for the woman in red to appear. The woman in red also had an ethereal immortal aura around her, as if she didn't belong to the mortal world. She's from the heavenly court? Qin Shao asked. Holy Sovereign Ika withdrew his gaze and said, she can be considered half a member of the heavenly court. Her mother is from the heavenly court. However, she violated the heavenly laws and was banished from the heavenly court. She stayed in the void between the heavenly court and the human realm. In the end, she died of depression, leaving behind only the woman in red. The woman in red has lived in an atmosphere of hatred since she was young, so she became very cold and aloof. She doesn't like to talk and doesn't like to get close to anyone. Most importantly, the woman in red hates the heavenly court, so she hates everyone in the heavenly court. Speaking of which, the woman in red is a pitiful person. Her background is very pitiful. She has lived in pain and hatred since she was young, growing up in an extremely harsh environment. Fortunately, the woman in red is also a supreme genius with exceptional talent. She has also worked extremely hard on cultivation, which is why she has achieved what she has today. However, she has been unhappy since she was young, so no one has ever seen her smile. They all say that she doesn't know how to smile. Not only does she not know how to smile, she doesn't even have any expression. She doesn't know how to feel joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. Her face has always been so cold that no one dares to approach her. However, her personality and heart aren't actually that cold. She's still rather kind-hearted. It's just that she's used to this coldness, used to not interacting with others, used to rejecting everyone, used to not talking, used to being alone. Once she gets used to it for a long time, it becomes natural. Towards the end, Sacred Sovereign Esquire let out a long sigh. He seemed to be very pained. Qin Shao also studied the woman in red a few times. She could feel that she was very, very cold from afar. If she got closer, it would be even worse. Qin Shao thought of another problem. She looked at Sacred Sovereign Esquire and said, Senior, you seem to know the woman in red very well. Also, I saw the woman in red's expression stiffen slightly when she saw you. She paused for a while before looking away. I feel like you should be very familiar with her, right? Also, she doesn't seem to reject you that much, right? At the very least, she shouldn't hate you, right? Sigh. Speaking of this, Holy Sovereign Disaster sighed again. With a melancholic look on his face, he began to drink his wine. After taking a long sip, he pursed his lips and said, Of course I'm very familiar with the woman in red. Actually, we've been together for an epoch. However, good times don't last. Sigh, it's all tears when I talk about it. The painful past is unbearable to look back on, unbearable to look back on. There seemed to be a lot of stories behind this. There had to be many stories between Sacred Sovereign Esquire and the woman in red. Qin Shao was rather curious. Just what had happened between the two of them? What was it? Seeing Sacred Sovereign Esquire's melancholy, Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, If Senior is willing to talk about it, then Qin Shao is willing to be a listener. Perhaps I won't be of much help to you, but I can do my best to help you analyze what you need to do. Or rather, it's purely to let Senior talk to me so that Senior can feel better. Chapter 28-26. Holy Sage Eccentric glanced at Qin Shao and began to pour out his heart's content. In the Azura world, no one was willing to listen to him. Besides, he was unwilling to share his thoughts with others. After listening to Holy Sage Eccentric's story, Qin Shao finally understood what was going on between him and the lady in red. Not only did Holy Sage Eccentric and the lady in red know each other, they could be considered old acquaintances. The two of them had known each other for a very, very long time, and there was a dispute between them. Speaking of which, the situation was rather complicated. Furthermore, it was not easy to come to a conclusion about the relationship between the two of them. The two of them had known each other roughly 2 epochs ago. It could be said that they had gotten to know each other through a fight. Their strength could be said to be on par with each other. Of course, if they really fought with their lives on the line, Holy Sage Eccentric would probably come out on top. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that they had gotten to know each other through a fight, and there was a feeling of mutual appreciation. In the beginning, the lady in red did not know that Holy Sage Eccentric was from the heavenly court, so she did not reject him. Holy Sage Eccentric had fallen in love with the lady in red at first sight. The lady in red gave him a feeling that he had never felt before. It was a feeling that no woman in the past had ever given him. Such a feeling made his heart skip a beat. He kept thinking about the lady in red all the time. As a result, Holy Sage Eccentric stayed behind. He found all sorts of excuses to get close to the lady in red. They traveled, cultivated, and discussed the Tao together. They spent a period of very happy days together. However, the lady in red's personality was truly a little too cold. Although she did not strongly reject Holy Sage Eccentric, she did not allow him to get too close to her either. Every time Holy Sovereign Esquire tried to take a step closer, the lady in red would keenly sense it and begin to reject him. As a result, there was nothing Holy Sage Eccentric could do. He could only maintain a certain distance from the lady in red and interact with her as if they were ordinary friends. It could be said that they lived in harmony. Perhaps the lady in red was used to loneliness, so she did not reject Holy Sage Eccentric. However, whenever Holy Sage Wu Xie tried to get closer to her, she would immediately reject him and refuse to accept him. The most interesting thing was that Holy Sovereign Disaster still didn't know the lady in red's real name. He just kept calling her Lady in Red, and she kept calling herself Lady in Red. He wasn't accepted, but he wasn't rejected too much either. Therefore, the way the two of them interacted with each other was a little strange and subtle. Holy Sovereign Esquire was indeed infatuated with the red-dressed lady. He would think of all sorts of ways to get along with the red-dressed lady. His mind was constantly filled with the image of the red-dressed lady. It was as if he was possessed. He was truly possessed. Just like that, the two of them interacted with each other in this strange manner for an entire era. An era wasn't considered short. Logically speaking, after spending such a long time together, a man and a woman together, the collision of passion should have produced some sparks of love. Holy Sage Wu Xie had fallen in love at first sight from the very beginning. He had been chasing after the red-dressed lady the entire time. He, Holy Sage Wu Xie, had lived for most of his life and played with countless women. However, this was the first time he had found love with the red-dressed lady. However, the red-dressed lady was as cold as a block of ice that had existed for eons. There was no way he could melt her. Holy Sage Wu Xie tried everything, but he still couldn't get closer to the red-dressed lady. There was even one time when Holy Sage Wu Xie mustered up the courage to grab the red-dressed lady's hand. The moment the red-dressed lady froze, Holy Sage Wu Xie wanted to kiss her. However, at the very last moment their noses touched. Just a little bit more and they would have kissed. But at this moment, the lady in red struck out, catching Holy Sage Eccentric off guard and almost taking him half of his life. At that moment, the red-dressed lady was especially ruthless. After that huge loss, Holy Sage Wu Xie didn't dare to do anything else. The two of them still interacted like a pair of lovers. However, they couldn't get closer like lovers. It was the kind of feeling that was neither close nor distant. If they were together, they could get along well. If they separated, they couldn't bear to. However, if they took another step forward, it would be an insurmountable obstacle. This drove Holy Sage Wu Xie crazy. He had always felt that the red-dressed lady had feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get along with him for so long. They had lived together for an era, which was considered a relatively long period of time. Even though holy sage Wu Xie had expressed his feelings to her many times, he had tried to get closer to her and take another step forward. Every time there would be some friction, holy sage Wu Xie would suffer a little. However, the red-dressed lady had no intention of leaving. She was still willing to get along with holy sage Wu Xie. If she didn't like him, then why was it like this? However, the problem was that he couldn't cross that chasm no matter what. He couldn't break that layer of paper. Their relationship couldn't develop to the level that he, holy sage Wu Xie, wanted. This was a very painful and confusing matter. Moreover, the most terrible thing happened. After the red-dressed lady found out that holy sage Wu Xie was from the heavenly court, her attitude changed drastically. After questioning holy sage Wu Xie, she left without hesitation. From then on, she distanced herself from holy sage Wu Xie. She was truly cold and unapproachable. Holy sage Wu Xie didn't give up. He tried to get close to the red-dressed lady a few more times. However, he was rejected by her every time. She even injured him a few times. Originally, holy sage Wu Xie wanted to give up. He even forced himself to give up for a period of time. However, some things were like a poison in his heart. It was very, very uncomfortable. Holy sage Wu Xie also wanted to forget the red-dressed lady. However, he couldn't do it no matter what. If you cut water with a knife, it would flow even more. The more it was like this, the harder it was for him to give up. As a result, he couldn't bring himself to be interested in any other woman. He felt a little interested, but when it came to that kind of thing, he lost all interest. Under this kind of pain, holy sage Wu Xie almost went crazy. He couldn't stop thinking about the red-dressed lady. His mind was filled with her. Therefore, every time he tried to force himself to forget the red-dressed lady, he failed. In the end, he would come to her again like a bitch. However, every time, he would be mercilessly rejected by the red-dressed lady. He couldn't get her back at all. He didn't even have the chance to be friends with her. The red-dressed lady completely rejected holy sage Wu Xie because she hated the heavenly court. She hated everyone and everything in the heavenly court. Just like that, the entanglement lasted for an entire epoch. Holy sage Wu Xie still couldn't let go. He still couldn't forget her. Instead, he missed her even more and couldn't give up. Or perhaps it was because he wanted what he couldn't get even more. It had already become a powerful obsession. This obsession had already taken root and sprouted. It was deeply planted in holy sage Wu Xie's heart. This wasn't a very special story, but it was rather novel for it to happen to a fourth-step ancient saint. Qin Shao, tell me honestly, is this love? Holy sage Wu Xie asked seriously. Qin Shao thought about it and said, to be honest, I really don't dare to come to such a conclusion. After all, I don't know much about love. I can't even tell what love is, so how can I judge your matter? However, from what you've said, I think you really did like the red-dressed lady in the past. You really fell in love with her. What do you mean by really did like her in the past? My heart hasn't changed at all. It's still like her now. It's still love. Holy sage Wu Xie glared at him and immediately said. Qin Shao continued, Senior, don't get so worked up. Let me finish first. I'm not you, so I can't tell what you're thinking. As a matter of fact, you're not 100% certain about this either. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking me this question. Based on what I feel after listening to your story, Senior, I believe that you really like the lady in red during the epoch you spent with her. You also want to start a relationship with her. There shouldn't be any problem with that. During the aeon after that, you've always been entangled with each other. You've tried to let it go. However, you haven't, and you've even thought about it more and more. There are two possibilities. One is that you really did love her. You really couldn't let it go. You really wanted to be with the red-dressed lady. The other possibility is that you simply couldn't obtain her, which is why you felt this way. That's why you've developed a knot in your heart and become an obsession. Holy Sage Disaster frowned. He looked at Qin Shao and thought for a moment before saying, "Then how do I know if I really like her or if it's just an obsession? Right now, I'm thinking about the red-dressed lady all the time. I've always wanted to see her. I've always wanted to come out and find her. I've always been paying attention to her news. As long as there's news about her, I'll come out to find her regardless of everything. I want to get close to her. Even if it's just to see her, it'll be good enough. I also feel like I've become obsessed, but is this really just an obsession?" This question really made Qin Shao feel a little awkward and put in a difficult position. Heavens, even though he'd been in love before, he still felt like he was very ignorant. He still felt like he didn't know what true love was. Qin Shao really felt like he didn't know much about love. Therefore, Qin Shao really didn't know how to answer Holy Sage Disaster's question. Perhaps 10,000 people would have 10,000 different understandings of love. But what was true love? Qin Shao didn't know either. Therefore, Qin Shao also became thoughtful. After thinking for a while, he said, "I think that obsession is just a manifestation of the heart's unwillingness to accept defeat. It's a kind of crazy heart that wants to get more and more when you can't get it. If it's obsession, then it's purely a desire to get. Everything revolves around getting and serving. In other words, as long as you can get it, you won't hesitate even if you have to resort to unscrupulous means. It seems to be love, but it's actually no longer love. It's under the guise of love, but in reality, it's done under the guise of love. Everything is for the sake of serving others. But once you get it, then the obsession will be broken. Everything will turn into nothingness and return to normal. At that time, it's no longer important. If it's love, then the obsession in your heart is the deepest love. It's a sweet thing. Thinking about it makes you happy and your heart warm. Everything you do is to get it, but getting it is not the most important thing. The most important thing is whether the other party is doing well. As long as she's doing well, as long as you can still see her, then it's all good. So, whether it's obsession or not depends on your heart. Chapter 28-27. Holy Sage Eccentric fell silent. He seemed to be deep in thought as he thought about it seriously. After thinking for a long while, Holy Sage Eccentric said with certainty, "If what you say is true, then I truly love her. It's not an obsession. Even if it's an obsession, it should be an obsession of love. It should be an unwavering love for her. For her, I can give up everything. Ever since I met her, I haven't been interested in any other woman. Whether it's my heart or my body, I can't accept another woman. I've lived for so many years and played with countless women, but I've never felt like this before. I wouldn't think about the women in the past at all. At most, I'll think about them again when I meet them again, but I've never felt like this before. Originally, I was very interested in beautiful women. But now, my mind is filled with Lady in Red. I think about her all the time. I've also tried to interact with other women, but as soon as I really do anything, my heart and body will strongly reject them. So, I'm very, very sure that I love Lady in Red. I truly love her." Qin Shao nodded. If Holy Sage Eccentric was so certain, then there shouldn't be any problems. He probably really did love Lady in Red. How should he put it? Qin Shao could also understand this feeling a little. He also felt the same way about Gu Lingyue. Of course, perhaps it wasn't as strong as Holy Sage Eccentric's feelings. Perhaps it was just that Qin Shao could control his feelings very well. "Oh right, Qin Shao, do you think Lady in Red likes me?" Holy Sage Eccentric asked again. Qin Shao was a little hesitant about this question. After thinking for a while, he said, "Based on what I feel, I think the lady in red likes you. If she doesn't like you, she shouldn't have been able to stay with you for an entire epoch. She also saw you just now. The way she looked at you seemed a little complicated. When she saw you, I noticed that she hesitated. She hesitated for a moment, but she still sat down and did not leave immediately. If she doesn't love you and only hates you, then I think she will immediately turn around and leave after seeing you. She won't sit down again." "Exactly." Holy Sovereign Eccentric clapped his hands, immediately feeling like he had found a confidant. He said, "Qin Shao, I think your analysis is extremely correct. I also think that the lady in red should like me. I've been with her for an entire era. I can feel that she likes me. But, why do you think she did that to me? She obviously likes me, but she doesn't want to get closer to me. She won't let me overstep her boundaries. Now, she's ignoring me. She's rejecting me. No matter how hard I try, no matter how many times I try to get close to her, I can't succeed. Tell me, what should I do about this? Alas, I ask the world, what is love? Teaches us to be together in life and death." A sad song. Qin Shao really couldn't say for sure. After all, women were the strangest creatures in the world. Women's thoughts were deeper than the sea. Qin Shao was most afraid of interacting with women, let alone trying to guess their thoughts. Just thinking about it made him scared. If this happened to someone else, Qin Shao would have a headache. Fortunately, it didn't happen to him. If it happened to him, how much of a headache would that be? Just thinking about it made Qin Shao scared. It was better not to think about it. "Young friend Qin Shao, don't keep silent. Help me think about it and give me some ideas." It wasn't easy to see the lady in red again. "No matter what, I have to think of a way to improve the situation. If this continues, I feel like I'm going to go crazy." Seeing that Qin Shao didn't say anything, Holy Sovereign Eccentric couldn't help but say. Qin Shao felt like crying but had no tears. He said, "Senior, it's not that I don't want to say anything. I really don't know what to say. I don't have much experience, so I don't know what's right." "Don't. Although you don't have much experience, there's a saying that the onlooker sees more clearly. You're now a bystander. Moreover, I've told you everything in detail. You know everything. You can just say it as a bystander. There's nothing right or wrong. No matter what, I think you see it much more clearly than I do. Just say it according to your understanding. There's nothing right or wrong. Just say it," said Holy Sovereign Eccentric. He felt like he was grasping at straws. Whether it was a life-saving straw or not, he had to grasp it first. Qin Shao felt a little helpless. What the hell was this? She wasn't matchmaker Yu Lao. How would she know how to pull strings for others? He hadn't even solved his own problem yet. How could he give Holy Sovereign Eccentric any good advice? As a result, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Senior, I really want to help you, but my experience is really limited. My ability is even more limited. I really can't take on such a heavy responsibility. I can be a bystander. I can find some small opinions. I can't do anything else. I think you should take care of this matter yourself. I really can't do it. Although the onlooker sees more clearly, what I can see is that you like Lady Hong Yi, and she likes you too. However, the lady in red might reject you because of her personality and other reasons. She doesn't dare to get too close to you. How should I say this? It's quite difficult to solve this situation." Holy Sovereign Eccentric thought for a moment. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth as if he had made up his mind. He said to Qin Shao, "How about this? If you can help me this time, I'll owe you a favor." "Didn't you say you wanted something from me? How about this? You help me once, and I'll help you once. This way, we'll have made a fair deal. No one owes anyone anything. What do you think?" "No, wait. Tell me what you want me to help you with first." It's still too early to agree. Hearing Holy Sovereign Eccentric's words, Qin Shao was immediately moved. Although he had a headache over this matter and felt that he had no way to help Holy Sovereign Eccentric's offer was very tempting. However, Holy Master Aki's conditions were simply too attractive to Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's heart was greatly moved. It would definitely be very difficult to get Holy Sovereign Eccentric to help him for free. If he could make such a deal, it would indeed be a good thing. If that was the case, then his chances of success would be much greater. Helping others was the same as helping oneself. Qin Shao said, "If Senior really isn't afraid that I'll ruin your matter, then I'll do my best to give it a try. Or perhaps, if there's a third party to mediate this matter, the situation might be much better. In some cases, it might just be that you can't cross that hurdle. But let me say this first. Senior, you know my situation. I can only do my best, but I can't make any guarantees. I don't think I have any ability in this aspect." Holy Sovereign Eccentric waved his hand and said, "All right. As long as you're willing to do your best to help me, nothing else matters. I know your situation, but I don't have any better ideas. I can only try everything I can. Who knows, you might be able to play a certain role. As for myself, I really have no other choice. I had no choice but to tell you. Otherwise, I naturally wouldn't share anything with you. You don't understand my pain. You don't understand." Cough. Speaking of which, Qin Shao really didn't understand. After all, he hadn't experienced it before. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try. Senior, it's like this. Someone from my hometown has been imprisoned in the Azura world for some reason. However, he's only imprisoned in the first layer of the Heaven's prison. That's why I want to ask Senior to see if you can release that person from my hometown, said Qin Shao. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Holy Sovereign Eccentric immediately frowned. His face turned slightly cold. He took a deep look at Qin Shao and a strange look flashed through his eyes. After looking at Qin Shao, Holy Sovereign Eccentric said in a deep voice, "Looks like you've really come prepared. You've investigated my situation very thoroughly. Forget it. I can't be bothered to pursue the matter. Tell me the details so that I can confirm whether I can help you or not." Qin Shao immediately rejoiced when he heard Holy Sovereign Eccentric's words. Since Holy Sovereign Eccentric didn't reject him directly, it meant that there was hope. That was fantastic. There should be a very high chance. Qin Shao continued to explain the situation in the heavenly court. After hearing everything, Holy Sovereign Eccentric said, "So that's the person from your hometown you were talking about." Although his crimes aren't that serious, his matter still passed through the hands of the Heavenly Emperor and was reported to the Heavenly Emperor. He's only been thrown into the first layer of the Heaven's prison. That's because the Heavenly Emperor is benevolent. It's still very difficult to save him. Very difficult? Qin Shao glanced at Holy Sovereign Eccentric. After some thought, he said, "Although it's very difficult, I believe Senior will have a way." Holy Sovereign Eccentric said, "I do have a way, but it's a little troublesome. It'll take a lot of effort. It's not worth it for me to pay such a price. It's not worth it at all. However, for the sake of the Lady in Red, I'm willing to go all out. However, I have a condition. The condition is that you can help me resolve the grudge between the Lady in Red and me. You have to help me truly get together with her. You have to get past her lightning pool. If you can't do this, then I definitely won't go through the trouble of helping you." This really was an extraordinarily high request. But there was no other way. Judging from the current situation, this was the most promising way for him to save his big brother in the heavenly court. Qin Shao could tell that Holy Sovereign Eccentric wasn't saying this on purpose. This matter really was very difficult. If he missed this opportunity, it would be very, very difficult for him to save his big brother in the heavenly court. Most likely, he would have to ask one of the three great protectors of the Azura world. The three great protectors of the Azura world were existences that even World God Bai Shaoxing feared. How could it be so easy to get close to them? Unless Qin Shao was truly shameless enough to ask his master to help him personally. However, Qin Shao clearly wouldn't do such a thing. He wouldn't ask his master to do it either. This matter, he would definitely do it himself. Author, Cruel Death Brothers. It's almost the end of the month. Flowers continue to support us. Let's go. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.